Comfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard heating and cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
If you grew up in the DMV, you know the jingle by heart. It's been the soundtrack to your morning routine, car rides, and workday for years. And now, Eastern's Auto is rolling out an all-new version of this classic melody. Same heart, now in go-go. Eastern's Auto. Any car, any way, for everyone. Visit Easterns.com.
If you're thinking about improving your outdoor space this year, you've got to play the long game by making sure only the finest materials are used and craftsmanship is top-notch so it lasts. And that's what Long Fence is known for. Though for Long Fence, it's not a game, it's a commitment. For the highest quality fences, decks, pavers, and more, you know who to turn to. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Hey, do you own a home and thinking about moving up, but worried about 2 mortgages? Hey, I'm John Leahy with the Fine Living Group. I help homeowners sell fast and stress-free. I guarantee to sell your home at your price and on your timeline, or my team will buy it. Want to skip the stress? Take my instant cash offer. No showings, no repairs, no cleaning. We've got buyers in waiting, so your next move could start today. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's JON sellsdmv.com, or call 301-900-3052 and start packing.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct, there is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy 1 diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
If we continue to consume our natural resources at the rate we do now, by 2050, it could take 3 Earths to meet our needs. The Earth can't speak up when it needs help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 in the morning, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
For all 1067 The Fan contest rules, log on to thefandc.com/rules.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside.
Back to the air, deep left center field, going toward the bullpen.
The sounds of spring training
See you later.
are on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals.
Bang! So back-to-back go the Nationals.
Sports Radio 1067 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station. It's the Sports Junkies.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
1067 The Fan.
Happy Tuesday morning, Rickies. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Team 980, 910 The Fan. If you're listening in Richmond, thank you for that. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, too. Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, the ultimate upset. Yes, we're celebrating 30 years on the air. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I am Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on your Instagram. Jason Bishop,
welcome back,
is here. Hello, thank you. Eric Bickle, that is your Junks.
So you tweeted and retweeted, I guess, your wife's photo of the newlyweds
Yeah,
Very
correct.
nice. Congratulations.
That was it. Now, my wife retweeted it because that was not her photo. That was a professional job.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah.
Great photo of them. They
Thank
look
you.
happy.
Yeah,
and
got good weather for the wedding.
Uh-huh.
Which is good. I mean, with the way the weather's been here for the past basically month.
Yep.
For a day with no rain.
You got
and
great-
It wasn't 20 degrees. You'll take it.
You got great weather.
I love
fantastic.
what they did, though. They had like a small wedding at a
Yes.
nice restaurant.
Right.
And nobody went broke for it.
Yeah, it was they're
This is the model.
They're practical people.
This is the model.
You're trying to avoid weddings down the road.
Yeah, you're darn right. I'm not going to spend 50 grand on some wedding. Are you kidding?
There were no friends invited.
I'm not
It
doing
was
that.
Completely a family affair.
That's smart.
Under 40 people.
And if you want a big one, we'll do it at the Knights of Columbus. How about that?
Paper plates, the whole nine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did it the correct way.
That's the way you do it.
That was smart.
No dancing, none of those shenanigans.
Hired no DJ
dance
for
floor,
$3,000.
No DJ.
Yeah.
They kept the cost and the overhead nice and low.
That was very smart.
Which is the way to do it.
Yeah, that's great. And everybody had a great time. You didn't get too hammered.
Did not, no.
That's good. I didn't realize you were driving. I would have probably taken driving out of the equation to open up.
It's fine.
Getting hammered.
Not a big deal.
Yeah. No, of course it's not a big
Feel
deal.
better that way too.
Yeah, you feel better. Yeah, I agree.
I had a guy ask me in the sauna at Norbeck yesterday. He's like, "How are you feeling today?" I was like, "I'm good.
I'm fine,
I
yeah.
was able to drive home with no issues. I'm good to go.
Right.
Didn't
Well,
overindulge.
You kept it together.
Sure.
Good for you, man.
No, it's good to have you back.
Good to be back.
And now they're off to honeymoon in New Mexico. Probably planning to make a baby. So great.
Well, I don't know about that. I can't speak for their baby making plans. I'm not privy to those details.
Well, you
and
know the
information.
process of making a baby. That process is occurring.
Well, I did learn in sex education the process of how babies are made.
Right.
Yes, I do.
Right.
I do know how the
I mean,
science
who knows
works.
what the end result will be, but that process will be occurring.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know whether
For the
they're-
first time,
I
right?
don't know
Since they're
whether-
not married.
I just- yeah. I don't know whether what safeguards are in place. I'm assuming there are some, but
I mean, why?
I just
You
that's-
don't need them now.
That's not something that was brought up on the day of the wedding.
Have you worked on your golf swing for today, Cakes?
I have not. I'm trying to think the last time I swung a golf club. It was after the Purple Heart. So that was like in June, I want to say, of 2025. Probably went to the range a couple times with my son, but there's been very little swinging of a golf
Is
club.
he still going up there? Is he still going up to the range?
I mean,
and ball?
less frequently now that he's back in school, but
okay.
he'll pop up there when the weather's nice.
Nice.
Yeah,
Try
I
to get
haven't
some
swung
swings
one in 2026. We're going to be at Par City today for
right.
our happy hour, 4 to 6 p.m. Got a bunch of prizes. Be hanging out as we celebrate 30 years. First stop, Par City in Arlington.
Yes, the prizes
Join us at 4 o'clock.
Prizes include Par City gift cards, Surfside coolers, boxes of TaylorMade TP5 and TP5X golf balls.
Nice.
And a new Titleist, I don't know what all these words mean, but I know this is fancy.
Yeah.
Vokey SM11 wedge,
Yeah.
courtesy of Golfdom.
Golfdom hooked us up.
So we got some really good prizes.
Nice.
It's the Junkies World Tour 2026. It touches down in Arlington today.
I definitely need new wedges.
You do?
100%. I nipped the shot out of the bunker, just hit it just perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And just no spin, and just kept going. And
Need to have the proper equipment.
I'm cheap, Cakes.
I
You know
understand
you
that.
don't hear, Valdez, did you hear what they said? I think it says something like, I can't remember what the number is, but the number of shots, it's like shockingly low, where they recommend you replace your wedges.
Yeah.
So it's like the amount of golf I play, it would be about every 2 years or so or less.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
I understand that you're
Just not
cheap,
doing it.
but I'm kind of cheap too, but I'm not going to go play pickleball with a $20 paddle from Amazon. I'm going to play with a quality product.
Yeah,
when
I
I
mean-
play tennis, I play with a good racket.
Mine's
Even though I stink,
Yeah.
I play with the good equipment.
Yeah, I have good
Try to
equipment.
give me every advantage that I could get.
My wedges are just old and
Yeah.
the grooves are worn out.
Right.
I mean, they just are.
Get some for your, I mean, it just passed. Get some for your next birthday.
I mean, yesterday's weather was awesome.
Well, it was a great
Oh,
day.
yeah, it was beautiful.
It was a great
It's going to
day.
be like
Put suntan
high
lotion on.
70s today.
Did you?
Yeah, well, sunblock, whatever.
No, you should've.
Whatever.
You should've.
Lotion, put suntan lotion on. It was a wonderful day.
I wish I could have gone out there and played. You played, right?
Yep. Played. Had a good time.
I think I'm going to get a cortisone shot in my shoulder this week.
Really?
Yep.
Get it unfrozen? Get it unstuck?
It's not frozen. There's something else going on, but I think that's going to happen this week.
The only problem with the cortisone is it's just temporary. It's amazing. It's magic.
It works for about 3 or 4 months. Because I did one on my elbow last year, and instant relief for about.
Did you have like golfer's elbow?
I had tennis elbow,
and it worked. Dude,
I don't know
have
what
golfer's
hold on,
elbow. That's
the outside of the elbow.
Outside is tennis.
That's what I had.
I have the under.
Yeah,
and it's tender. If you touch that right there, it feels.
But now
like,
it's coming back. The pain's coming back.
Oh,
right
it
here.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was about 3 months ago, maybe 4.
Mine is killing me.
Yeah, but my shoulders.
I'm wearing like a wrist, or not a wrist thing, a tennis elbow thing around it, and I look like I'm 100.
Yeah, I feel like I'm 100 with
Hey,
my
be
shoulder.
sure to wear short sleeves then today at Par City so everybody can see your brace.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll mostly be rooting people on, Cakes.
And just remember Brett's stance about braces and casts. It's impossible for you to be hot or attractive if you're wearing like a brace or
So
a
does
cast.
he think Lindsey Vonn does not look attractive at all? And what?
Yes.
Really?
While she's sporting the cast and a brace.
Right.
That's visible.
I give that girl credit, man. She I don't know if you saw a video like 2-3 days ago of her. She's already like grinding.
Yeah.
Like with the PT.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
What you're supposed to do,
Right.
of course.
She's getting after it.
But yeah.
All right, coming up on the show today on a Tuesday, here's your guest lineup. Ben Valin, senior NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He's on the show at 7:45. And former Skins head coach Jay Gruden, he'll join the show
Love Jay.
at 9 o'clock. He'll take us through the Commander signings through day one of free agency and more. And we'll do that when we come back. We will take you through what Adam Peters did and or didn't do in day one of free agency. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
What's up, guys? It's Grant and Danny for our friends at Quo. I have a buddy who has a small business. And he was complaining to me about being super busy. He's coaching a youth sports team. He was missing calls, and he's missing out on money because of it. And I said, dude, Quo is the way to go. QUO, Quo. Missed calls are missed money. You've got to make sure that wherever you are available to answer the phone and work with your team, and Quo will help you to do that.
So I always tell people it's time to try Quo. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works wherever you are. We are all so busy, right from the app on your phone or computer, so you can run your growing business without juggling devices or systems. Quo makes response times faster than ever. Your team can share one business number for calls and texts, creating seamless collaboration so nothing is missed and customers never have to repeat themselves.
Keep your existing number. That is the best thing about Quo. Right there on your phone, your calls come in. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/fan, F-A-N, QUO.com/fan.
March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game than MGM National Harbor. Feel the energy at Tap Sports Bar with mouthwatering game day bites. Or take your experience to the next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge, where every shot and every buzzer beater feels even bigger. Grab your crew, find your seat, and cheer on your team all the way to the final. Your tournament headquarters is waiting, only at MGM National Harbor.
Save 30% on all Chobani items with Prime through March 10th. Make a fruit-filled yogurt bowl or take a drink on the go. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
If you're running for an elected position this year or represent a political PAC, understand winning isn't about being everywhere. It's about reaching the right voters with your message, often enough to matter. Odyssey DC delivers that advantage with the Triad's top-rated radio brands, reaching almost 700,000 voter-aged, engaged listeners, according to Nielsen Research. Odyssey reaches voters where trust is built, during commutes, at work, home, and all points in between. And when you pair radio with Odyssey's digital app and podcast network, your message extends even further with precision targeting and measurable frequency. Eager voters are listening to Odyssey DC right now, and so are you. What would you like to say to them? Get started by calling Odyssey DC 202-971-8007. That's 202-971-8007. 202-971-8007 for Odyssey DC.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
AV is built for DC. Born in the shadow of Silicon Valley, but evolved to excel in our nation's capital. Raised on innovation with a hard-earned grit that is forged on the front lines. AV deploys solutions that give our warfighters the edge on every battlefield. In DC, trust isn't given. It's earned every day. And when the mission matters most, DC trusts AV. Because AV is built for DC. Proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like
Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Want to hang with the sports junkies?
Join us Tuesday, March 10th from 4 to 6 for happy hour at Bar City Golf in Arlington.
Play indoor golf, grab food and drinks, or just stop by and hang out with the junks.
Plus, compete in our closest to the hole and longest drive contest for Par City Golf gift cards.
Whether you're a golfer or just coming out after work, it's a perfect happy hour with the sports junkies.
Par City Golf, indoor golf, reimagined. Arlington now, Bethesda coming soon.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen.
On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Remember, you can join us today at Par City in Arlington. You can hang out with the Junks from 4 till 6 p.m., compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with their indoor golf sims. Here's the address, 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. We expect to see you there today starting at 4 p.m. It should be a good time.
May actually be dressed nice because we have a photo shoot here at the station.
That is correct.
First time, I guess, Odyssey has done a photo shoot in many years.
Yep. So
we're slotted for 10:15 to 11.
Doing that post-show.
Can we finish by 10:25?
Are they group shots?
Group and individual, I believe.
Oh, really?
Doing both.
Okay.
From what I've seen.
Drab sent a reminder to wear logo-less clothes.
Which sometimes is hard. I got a lot of clothes with logos and just nonsense on them.
Mine are like on the back or whatever.
Yeah.
I have a button-down shirt in my car.
I'm just wearing golf clothes. That's it.
I'm going to take the hat off, wearing this. This is it.
Yeah.
This is it for photo shoot, poker, appearance.
Oh, you're sliding poker in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, like after the photo shoot, you think I'm driving home and then driving back out to Arlington in rush hour?
No,
that's not happening. That will never happen.
Yeah, it is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
The when to leave.
So there's a lot going on
I'm staying
today
in Arlington
for the Junks.
too.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to drive my uncle to the airport in between.
But it's also day 2 of NFL free agency.
Yeah.
Because
was
day
one a dud for the Commanders? There's a lot of people who think it was a dud. I can tell you this. I woke up this morning to this long message from my daughter Kelsey, who's a rabid
So
Commanders
a lot of people
fan.
thought it was a dud, or your daughter thought it was a dud?
No, a lot of people. Did you look at social media?
I mean, I did see social media, but I mean, they signed one of the premier pass rushers.
They made a big splash in that one, but I think the overall
they extended their own guy in Tunsil, which is a big deal.
That was expected.
I think
Yeah.
some people
That
kind
was
of
expected.
sleep on that part. That's
Yeah.
a major piece to their free agency.
I think people expected, as did I, another big splash
It was
outside of OA.
It was a little underwhelming, but
maybe, like you said before the show, they were trying to get some of these
they did
big
try.
names.
Of course, it was reported that they. I think it's pretty well documented that they tried to offer Pierce a little more than what he got from the Colts, but he was happy with. I
chose
guess
to
he
stay.
said he wanted to play with Daniel
He's
Jones.
just boys with Daniel Jones.
That's what I heard.
I don't know why you would select playing with Daniel Jones over Jaden Daniels.
That's his boy
for the next.
Gave Adafe, is that how you say
Yeah.
his name?
Adafe Owe.
Yeah. But you can't have it both ways.
Right.
When you spend money on yesterday, you're gonna overspend.
Yes.
I mean, he's a young
Well,
ascending
especially-
pass rusher that's had 17.5 sacks the last 2 seasons. They're
Especially
just
when
banking on that going up.
you're offered a bunch of money to other guys and they're turning it down.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you
it's
gotta
just a
go
tough
after-
spot. I think it was a little underwhelming, to be honest.
It was.
But I don't know what you want him to do. Do you want him to just overspend? I don't know.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. What were your initial impressions of day one? There's still plenty of time. There's still a bunch of guys on the board. Jason wanted Trey Hendrickson. He's still on the board. There are a lot of guys on the board. But what did you
I don't know
think
if they're
about
going
day
after him
one
now.
of the Washington Commanders? As regards to Owe, after joining the Chargers, this is according to Next Gen Stats, he generated the 6th highest pressure rate in the NFL, which was 17.3%. He led the Chargers in total pressures with 37 and quick pressures with 12 in that span. But our buddy Zach Kruger put out some scary stats about the corner they picked up.
Oh, Amik
Amick
Robertson.
Is it Amik or Amick? I've heard both.
I heard Amik yesterday.
Okay.
But
I saw
No
his
idea.
I saw his PFF score for last year.
It was like second from the bottom or
I
something,
think it was
right?
like 110th out of 114 cornerbacks that were scored.
Here are the stats that Zach put out. You can follow him at ZK_FFB. Robertson allowed the 3rd most receiving yards, 817, 4th most receiving touchdowns, 6, and 4th most receptions, 65 among all corners last year per PFF. Mike Sanderstill allowed the most receptions, 69, 2nd most yards, 859, and the most touchdowns, 10. So,
well, maybe they feel like they're getting a better pass rush. Those numbers might decrease a little bit.
yeah, and I keep hearing that he locked down Justin Jefferson and he locked down Jamar Chase, which I have not gone back and looked at the film, but that's what some of the people who are backing this move are citing.
I knew they were going to sign a corner. Obviously they have to. I'm sure they'll
They
sign
only
more.
have 2 under contract right now
But
outside of Robertson.
I mean, Durante, that's his thing. I'm sure he's seen something there he thinks he can work with.
Yep.
I doubt the guy's going to be a stud, but hopefully they can find a way to make it work. I think it was an underwhelming signing, but
I agree.
But
I had never heard of the guy.
I
so.
do trust Durante.
And then Tim Settle's been here before, so
Settle is a whatever. That's another piece.
he's been here.
That's just a piece.
He was here 4 years, and then
Yeah.
he bounced around and had a couple different teams. But
yeah,
the Owe thing's a big one. I mean, he was a top 10 free agent.
That's a good solid piece.
That's a good solid piece, but I expected another big splash.
I think people wanted the Commanders to be like the Raiders. Like 10 big signings.
Yeah. Or
big
the
splash,
Titans.
steal the day.
The Titans spent a bunch of money.
Titans did too. But supposedly, I think they have about $48 million left of the $88 million or whatever they started with.
Yeah.
So, they spent a decent amount. They spent 40-some million, I think.
Yeah.
Half their cap, room is gone.
I think if they had landed Pierce or Kenneth Walker,
that would have been
or
big.
Rico Dowdle, people would have felt differently about day one.
Yeah.
But again, it is just day one. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067, revisiting our predictions. And I don't know when we come to a resolution. Both Cakes and I had Oweh.
That's it.
As a
so we hit
free
on that.
agent pick.
Yeah.
No one else hit.
You had Hendrickson, Dobbs, Brisker, and Dowdle. I think only Dowdle's off the board.
Dobbs still out there. Brisker.
Dobbs and Brisker are still around. Yep.
I think mine
You've
are
got
all
a shot.
gone, right?
EB took Phillips. He's gone. Linderbaum gone. Quay Walker
Gone.
and a Conwo.
I don't know about
So they
that.
could
He's
draft.
gone.
They c- oh, he is.
I believe
They signed him. Juwan Jennings, who's still available. Devin Lloyd. I didn't see him.
he signed.
Yeah, he
Oh, he
signed
did?
with the Panthers.
Yep.
Panthers
All right.
went hard
Panthers
on
him
the
out.
defense
They did.
to upgrade.
And cross out Kenneth Walker. And then Cakes. I can't remember all years. You thought likely signed.
I was a little crestfallen and likely signed with the division rival.
Yeah.
Going to play
Giants.
with Harbaugh with the Giants.
I think you had Dobbs on your board.
Yep.
He was still out there.
He's still
Like
out there.
Oweh, and you had Linderbaum.
Right. The Linderbaum numbers are kind of insane. I understand what the Raiders are doing. They want to protect their number one draft pick, incoming quarterback, with a young, probably best center in the league. But to pay that guy $27 million plus per year,
Yeah.
other teams, I'm sure, were like, okay, we'd be okay paying him $20 to $22 million. We're not going to go where the Raiders are going. So he
He got
winds up in
paid.
Vegas.
It was a perfect time for him to be a freebie.
Oh, yeah.
I think if they're able today to sign, Juwan Jennings or Dobbs,
Yeah.
Yep. Or a Brisker.
Or like a Rashad White.
or
in the
maybe they get a
backfield.
Conwo, the tight end, you'll feel a little bit better about things.
I think
Who's
they will. I mean,
Conwell? Why am I getting this name mixed up?
a Conwa, the
Chig.
the,
Oh,
the
a
tight
Conquo.
end.
Yeah, it's a Conquo.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
those
not
okay.
Conwell.
a lot
I
of
don't
these
know
names
what, I don't know what
are,
you're
I'll
doing.
be
it's a
honest with you, a lot of these names are butt hard for me to
Chig Conquo.
they're butt hard for me to pronounce.
Adafe Owe.
A lot
That's
of them
your
are
guy
hard.
now. You gotta learn his
I got
name.
him. He's easy
Yeah,
relative to a lot of the names out there.
right.
And they could sign another corner like Nashawn Wright from the Bears
Yeah,
is
I mean,
available.
There's a bunch of
Remind me, when they
safeties.
He had
signed
5
Kinlaw,
interceptions
Was he
last
a
year.
day one signing? I'm not sure that he was. That was a pretty impactful.
I think that might have been
signing.
the first day. It was either
Was
the
it?
first or second day. I don't think Kinlaw made it to the second day of free agency last year.
He was a day one guy. Okay.
I think so.
I mean,
think
it is
so.
kind of crazy if you look at the top 50 free agents. I mean, most of those are gone.
Right. They get picked through pretty quick.
Real quick.
But I think Dobbs is still out there. Juwan Jennings is still out there.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So
Still
there are a couple
available.
receivers. I do believe that they're going to come to some sort of agreement whenever he's available with Ayuk. So I don't know. We'll see. It just
And maybe
seems-
that's their plan, and they're going to stay away from the freebie free agents. Who knows?
Or they plan to draft a receiver in the first round.
I think that's possible. Or
Which
they
was my
sign two.
original plan. I've bounced around with ideas in that I think you need a young, speedy receiver who's ultimately going to take over
Remember,
as the number one.
They offered Pierce $30 million a year.
Yeah.
So they were definitely in the market
They were-
for a receiver.
They were all in. Yep.
Okay. That's pretty big commitment for a guy who catches like 50 balls.
I'm fine on missing out on the, I don't know if gimmicky is the word, but the fact that I understand he's averaging 22 yards per catch over the last 2 seasons.
but he's
led the
never
league.
even had 50 catches.
Yeah,
Right.
it's hard for me to,
All right, but come
wrap
on.
my head around
He had
paying-
Anthony Richardson throwing to him.
I know. He hasn't had the best quarterbacks delivering
And
him
then
the
Daniel
football.
Jones.
Yeah, I understand,
with
but
Jonathan Taylor in their offense.
I'm okay with them paying less for a guy like
I'm kinda
Dobbs
okay with
or
it, too.
Jennings.
Yeah.
than
It would've been
paying-
helpful. It would've
paying
been
top
nice.
of the market for Pierce.
Would've
Hey,
been
look,
nice.
they clearly wanted him. They're going to offer $30 million a year.
They were in the running. They were in the mix.
It would have been nice to have that.
They know they
but
need another receiver.
They're well aware.
I think they're going to sign one, and I think it's totally up for grabs what they do in the draft.
They could. You're right.
Yeah. Interesting that they didn't. I think some people that cover the team, like Ben and some of these guys, think that they are interested still in bringing back Rodriguez, which it'll help fill the room. They got one right now.
I think he's if we miss on all the other guys, we can just tender him and
Well, I think
get him
even if you
back in the
sign
mix.
somebody, you could still sign it. You know what I mean? Like he's a piece. He's not a centerpiece.
So who else did they offer?
They see
offered
Linderbaum didn't get him. Phillips didn't get him.
Yeah, they wanted Phillips.
And they offered Pierce even more than what he got with Colts.
So they offered 3 of the top 7 free agents.
Right. Imagine if they landed those. then you'd be having a totally different perspective.
But what does that tell you? Does that tell you now the Pierce?
It tells me they
reporting
want
is
to spend
different?
some money.
Sure.
Some people were saying, well, they're too cheap. Trying to cut a deal.
You got to thread the needle
They
of
give
being
always $68 million guaranteed. Like
Yeah.
how's that being cheap? They
Don't
made
kill the messenger.
They made Tunsil like the highest paid offensive lineman in the league.
If they offered Pierce $30 million and he took 20, what did he take? 28, 29?
Yeah.
I mean, they offered him
They
more
offered him
money.
more, yeah. You can't blame him on that.
Yeah.
And then if
I don't
they
know what
don't
they
want to
offered
pay
Phil.
a center $20 million, I
Right.
get it. They don't want to pay a center
And
$20 million.
people were acting like free agency's all of a sudden over after day one.
Yeah.
Like you have to just win day one. Let's win the days 2, 3, and 4.
So the
It's
top
okay.
free agents still available include Trey Hendrickson.
I don't
I'm
think
looking
they're
at a
gonna be in
board on
him.
CBS.
They're not going to
Edge.
go after him now.
The next guy on the list is Kyler Murray. Don't need him.
No.
Jaquan Brisker, safety from the Bears.
Maybe.
He's kind of intriguing.
Maybe.
Yep.
I'm open to it.
There's a tackle at number 20. At number 22, Tariq Woolen, corner from Seattle.
Maybe. I would be interested.
They've got a bunch of safeties. Nick Cross.
Safety, right? Nick Cross. Then Dobbs, who we've talked about.
Yeah.
A linebacker from KC, Leo Chenal.
You know what? If they land a guy like K'Lavon Chason from the Patriots, kind of an underutilized edge early in his career who came on late, that'd be a quality signing.
EB, if they don't add a linebacker, Bobby Wagner may be back.
That'd be devastating. I mean, that would really, truly be devastating. All right, I want to hear from people. 800-636-1067. I know I was out on the golf course and I was just checking, every couple holes, just checking, typing in Commanders.
Check.
What's going on? What's going on?
Right.
And just not a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot going on. Let's go to...
Were you disappointed when you weren't seeing names?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the first
the
name we saw was Robertson. And it was a small deal.
Yeah, that was like almost inconsequential.
Hey, we're not mentioning they re-signed Marcus Mariota.
Bring it back.
To a one-year
that
deal.
one actually, I might have bogeyed that hole when I saw that.
And he took a slight pay cut.
I think that was that was just a dud signing.
He's a quality backup.
Yeah, he could go 1-9 for you when he plays.
Well, if he plays 10 games, then it's curtains anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Like, are you
whatever it plays, whatever 1-9 is, just whatever that winning percentage is.
Man, you're really down on Mariota.
He's not good.
You don't think he's a quality backup?
I don't
I'm
like
not talking
guys
about
that
him as a
go
starter.
1-9.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter to me. You label him whatever you want. He can execute a play.
Mm-hmm.
He can make some positive plays, and he can make some killer plays. He's not good enough to carry a team. That's a fact.
I mean, I'm not saying he's good
But
enough to
a
carry
lot
a
of
team.
guys, they could go up to the line of scrimmage and call a play and execute a play.
Mm-hmm.
That's about where he is.
I'm fine with it. I mean, because he knows Jaden. He's good with Jaden. He's good in the quiz.
He's probably amongst the better backups in the league.
If any backup is playing, your season's
I mean, yeah,
in a
I'm
bad
not talking
spot.
about a starter.
That's
I'm talking
fine.
about a backup.
That's fine.
Yeah.
He's not very good.
Give me one word to describe the first day of acquisitions for the Washington
say
Commanders.
underwhelming.
Solid.
I would say underwhelming.
I think it was solid.
Mine would be disappointing.
You upgraded the offensive and defensive lines.
I consider the Tunsil
You
a
got
done
some
deal.
secondary
That
help,
was
even though
gonna
I don't know how
happen.
great
You're
he
being
is.
kind when you had the Tunsil deal in.
The Tunsil thing,
It's the first day of free
that was
agency.
a no-brainer. I mean, it was a given.
Yeah, look,
they were going to get him.
Everybody expected it, but
They get no extra
They
points
got
for
it
that.
done, and they gave him like top of market money.
Yeah, good. I'm glad he deserves it.
I guess you have to add that in.
Man, you guys are some tough graders.
Well, I mean, that wasn't anything new.
What's your one word,
That's not
Jason?
a new toy.
Surprising, probably.
You know what that is, Cakes? That's like repackaging a Rubik's Cube and giving it to me.
Right.
I already had the Rubik's Cube.
Okay.
You just gave it to
but
me again on Christmas, so you regifted me.
It's not an.
a
And
gift
by the
I
way,
already had.
Somebody could have come in and got your Rubik's Cube, and you'd open up an empty box.
And by the
Okay,
way,
and he didn't answer because my question was, what do you think of the first day of acquisitions? He's not an acquisition. They give him an extension.
he was the guy they already had.
Okay.
They didn't acquire him.
This is semantics.
No. I'm asking you. It's not semantics. I'm asking you. Answer. The day of acquisitions. The acquisitions
I
were
still stick with
Owe,
solid.
Robertson,
They got a premier pass
and
rusher,
Settle.
which is something they desperately
You know,
needed.
you know what that is? It wasn't even a bicycle. It's like a skateboard.
All right, I like Owe, but I don't think he's a premier pass rusher.
On the market, he was a premier pass rusher.
Okay, premier pass
Available.
rushers are Miles Garrett,
Okay.
T.J. Watt.
All right, but those
He's
guys
next
aren't
level.
available.
Are those guys available? Could they go out and sign Miles Garrett? The answer is no.
No.
They got a top 10 free agent.
Yes.
He was in the top 10 in every free agent list.
Correct. He's a premier free agent.
He was.
And they landed him.
I'm just telling you, he was. I know you're not that excited about it.
On this side,
and you needed an edge guy. You needed an edge.
No, I think
it's fine.
Look,
that guy, they got him.
That was one of my picks. Again, 6th highest pressure rate during his time with the Chargers, which was 17.3%.
But I would agree with you that underwhelmed, whatever word you want to use.
I think underwhelming.
I thought
overall.
that they would go out and get another top 15-ish guy, and they didn't yet.
All right, let's go to Mark.
And all those guys are pretty much gone unless you're going to go after Hendrickson.
In D.C. Mark, what's up, buddy? Y'all the Junkies. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Junks. The one word I would choose is patient. I kind of like day one, especially after watching film on the guys we drafted and guys from Detroit commenting online about how the cornerback we got really got hung out to dry last year because of injuries. And in the nickel, he's a dog and he's a fighter and he's a really good guy in the locker room, but he's willing to go in there and make hits. But he got hung out last year, which made him not
I'm willing
look very
to buy
attractive.
that to an extent because, I think Durante's a cornerback secondary whisperer guy. If he targeted him, I trust that he sees a way he can utilize him. Mm-hmm. So I trust that.
Yeah, and let me ask you guys your opinion on this. I think the reason why day one was a success because everyone shot their load, and now we're still sitting there with a lot of money.
Easy.
And think about all these guys who are sitting here who didn't get picked up yesterday. They didn't get contracts. And they're days go by, you're not getting contracts. You're willing to take whatever comes offered to you.
Yeah, you can still get some good prizes. There's no doubt.
Yeah, there's still some
quality
names out there.
Price.
For sure. I agree. And maybe you get a little discount day 2, day 3, day 4, whatever. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, everyone else spent all their money.
It's fair. But I do think that those of us that were expecting, hey, we got $88 million, we're going to blow it out here, and we're going to get, it's going to get back to the early 2000s. It just didn't happen.
Well,
It could have.
They gave
the year that they went after that receiver in Indy, though, and they offered him more than what Indy did, then at least I know they were trying.
Yeah,
I can't fault them for that.
I do have a sense in me that believes that if they had signed him for $30 million a year, that would have come back to haunt us. I just have a feeling. I'm not convinced he's a premier wide receiver.
He's a premier deep threat.
Yeah,
he's not a premier guy, but
if they had given him $30 million,
it was the perfect time for him to be a free agent because there aren't a lot of
God
names.
bless him. It's perfect. Great timing by him and his camp.
I mean, he put up good numbers, even though he didn't put up a lot of catches, but it was a perfect year for him.
He's a big chunk play
because
guy.
there weren't another big name receivers.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect time for him.
His numbers are going to go up because they moved on from Pittman, right?
Pittman's
now
in Pittsburgh.
Which is wide open for Aaron to come back.
Hey, Debo's still out there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lose my Debo bet, and I owe JP money because I bet that Malik Willis. I got over my skis a little bit. He got over $20 million.
Yeah, he did
AAV,
good.
but
He did good.
He didn't quite sniff the $30 million. So
let's go to Greg in Reston. Greg, what do you think? How would you describe yesterday, day one?
Morning, boys. I'm underwhelmed in the sense of this organization's been pretty tightened up since Peters got there. And obviously this narrative of them being aggressive was on purpose. And I think if you're going to put that narrative out there, you have to go and win an Alec Pierce. You have to pay him enough to take over his love for Indy or outbid the Raiders for Linderbaum, because when you're so bereft of blue chip talent and you've been dealt this hand with what Ron Rivera left you, eventually you have to start spending money, because at this point, what Mark was saying is left over is you're back in the cycle of old guys, 2-year deals, and you're going to have another $40 million of cap left over. You're going to have to roll over more. You're just continually building this cycle where you're not really replacing any talent with holes within.
How do you like the Odafe signing?
Yeah, always a good fit for them. They don't really have an athlete on the edge like that. But again, there were so many holes going into this offseason. And now if you look at the landscape,
right,
you have barely any draft picks. You have $80 million worth of cap with a bunch of old players left on the free agency list or very underwhelming players left on the free agency list. And
so you don't think they can salvage it? You think the die is cast? No matter what they do today or tomorrow, it's going to be underwhelming.
I'm not going to say the die is cast because I guess there's always opportunities for trades and things like that. But again,
but of the free agents, you're not impressed by any of the available free agents at this point.
I don't think there's enough free agents left for what the money they went into the offseason with to go capture stuff and fill holes in free agents, and then creating the other one with Biadasz. I think the die is cast, and you didn't fulfill enough with the $80 million you had out there to fix what you needed to fix.
You might be right.
What if they picked up Brisker? He's 26.
What if
he
they
fills
picked
a
up
need?
Brisker and Juwan Jennings?
Yeah, or Dobbs. We got another receiver and another safety.
Do any of those guys scare you, though, if you're a defensive
No, but I think
coordinator?
they're.
Well, I know, but you and
I think they're good pieces.
Yeah, I mean, we're not coaches. We don't know. We don't know if they're good or bad. We don't know
Brisker
this.
was listed as a top 20 free agent heading into.
I mean, Jennings is
yesterday.
He's kind of a possession guy, but he's good. I mean, runs good routes.
He's a really good blocker.
I mean,
teams love.
I mean, I don't. Does he scare you? Does he scare you? No, but it's a need.
Yeah, Jennings is available. Dobbs is available. Stephon Diggs is available.
I still think you're running through that cycle of guys that are kind of just mid-tier guys.
Yeah.
You know, you have like a
You might be
Debo
right.
last year.
Yeah, you're probably right
You
on
might
that.
be right. You might be right.
You needed one more blue chip guy, I think, to really at least send the signal that, like, all right, at least, you know, yeah, they are trying, but you had to win one of these bids. It seemed like they came in second a lot based on reporting, and, you know, there's still opportunities.
Did
for
you
them
want him to
improve,
give? I don't know. What did Linderbaum end up getting?
27 million plus per year.
81
You got
total.
27 million a year. They're not going to pay a center
And
27 million.
and I think it's all pretty much guaranteed.
I mean, I think they would have.
He blew the
20
market
million
away.
would have been a lot.
He blew the interior lineman market
I mean,
away. with the
27
offer.
million a year for a center.
It's insane.
Yeah,
that's
So this is-
crazy.
and EB, when you talk about that center money, though, if you think about it, you're thinking about it in the macro of the market and where everybody else is paying center. You need to think about it into what this team.
No, I
and
know.
this
We need
team
one.
that they were dealt need.
I
We
know.
needed one.
They might
you
have
know?
confidence in Allegretti playing center.
Oh God,
I don't know.
No, they were in the running. They just weren't willing to go to 27.
They're going to find a lesser guy. But
No, they wanted a premier one, but they weren't willing to go to 27, which I
Right.
can't blame them.
Nope. Trying to be somewhat fiscally responsible.
If they had signed him to 27, they'd be getting murdered.
I was listening to Grant Danny, and Grant said that he had talked to some people within the organization, that said they didn't think there was that much of a difference in Biotic and Allegretti.
I agree with that, actually. So they can't play him in a pinch, but I do think that they want an upgrade. They cut Biotic.
All right, coming up next, we're going to dive into Jay Gruden's tweet regarding the Commanders' free agency moves and what those moves may mean for their top draft pick in April. We'll do that next on The Fan.
The madness is here.
For the win! He got it!
Keep it locked on 106.7 The Fan for full coverage, expert analysis, the biggest guests,
Throws it up! He throws it down! What a shot!
and whip-around coverage of the biggest games on your bracket.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as-cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up, and it's good!
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hey everyone, I'm Josh Radner, and I am so excited to tell you about How We Made Your Mother, a rewatch podcast looking back at How I Met Your Mother. And I'm here with Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bays. Hi, Craig.
Hey, Josh. Somehow it has been 20 years since the show premiered. I'm going to check the math on that. 10 years since it went off the air, and we thought that made this a perfect time to look back, see what the hell we did, and why the show still seems to resonate with fans around the world today.
Follow and listen to How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
So 12 hours ago on his Twitter, @Coach_Jay Gruden tweeted this. Commander signed a pass rusher that free them up to take an RB, ? Love in all caps that idea.
Bad idea?
No, he says
that
love.
Oh, love that idea.
That idea. All caps on the love, as in Jeremiah Love
Might happen.
at number 7.
Might
and you
happen.
know what's interesting is
cool.
Right behind their picks, teams that were interested in running backs that everybody assumed, the 8th and 9th picks, picked up running backs.
That's right.
What about ahead of them?
The Chiefs took, they get Kenneth Walker, and the Saints, they make a play for Travis Etienne, signed him to a deal.
What about the teams ahead of them that could take them?
Teams ahead of them, nobody predicts them to take a running back. Doesn't mean that they're not going to.
Right.
But let's say it goes according to form, like all these mock drafts. They could draft Love, or there could be a team that's dying to get Love, and they can trade and acquire more picks.
Right.
I'd be okay with it.
The trade down.
I'd be okay with either result.
But I do think yesterday's moves, we said it would be an indicator of what they might do in the draft. It does make you think, all right, maybe they will go offense.
Right. And if you don't see them pick up a guy like Rashad White, who's a free agent from Tampa, or somebody of that level in the next few days, it's going to lend more credence to, all right, they're seriously considering taking Jeremiah Love at number 7 overall.
Or there's an argument to just run it back. That Bill, in limited work, gave you 800 yards and a bunch of touchdowns.
Right.
And if you look at the yards per carry, they were pretty good last year.
He was at 4.6 yards per carry on limited carries.
Not just him. Like Chris Rodriguez and Jeremy McNichols. And they'd have to sign those guys.
I mean...
But there have been signals out of the combine especially that they wanted to upgrade in that position.
Yeah.
They didn't want to just run it back with the same cast of characters.
Right, but they also wanted to sign Alec Pierce. Sometimes what you want and the reality is different.
Right, but this might be easier.
I'd be surprised if it were those two guys, Bill and Rodriguez, and you fill in the blank with, because McNichols is a free agent. I don't think he's going to be back. You sign a different pass catching back. Maybe
Gainwell's off the board. I know you were a big Gainwell guy.
I thought Gainwell would be a good fit here. I think he slides
He
in
went pretty
perfectly in
quick.
Tampa.
Dowdle gone too.
Dowdle's
Dowdle
gone
went
to
gone.
Pittsburgh.
Yep.
Yeah.
So some of those pieces are gone, but there are some other lesser running backs like Rashad White. I think would make sense here.
I don't think anybody would hate
What about
them
Austin
drafting
Eckler?
Jeremiah Love.
Eckler?
What about Austin Eckler?
I mean,
rehabbing.
There's been video of him showing off his Achilles.
I don't think they're
recovering.
going to be in that
No, I don't
market,
think
but
they will be, but I'd love to see Eckler get another chance with another team. Just give him a 1-year prove-it deal.
yeah.
But
The one team that is interesting is Tennessee. I don't think Tennessee signed a running back yesterday.
they have not.
So, and they're at are they at 4?
So they could do it.
They could snag Love.
Sure.
Because they went out and got a bunch of defensive guys in free agency.
And they have to added Wan'Dale Robinson as well for
They
the
got
offense.
a receiver, so I could see them going Love at 4.
Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
So if he's off the board, how are you feeling as a Commanders fan?
Well, then you just go to the top
I think there are
pass rusher
several
available.
players that could help us. I seriously think the safety.
No, I
Caleb
mean at
Downs
running
is in
back.
play.
Well, then you have to go to plan B or C at running back.
I thought
If-
running
if
back
you're-
was serviceable. I actually think it was one of their better groups, to be honest with you. Underwhelming on the whole, but I think it was one of their
It's not
better
a
groups.
sexy group.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
a sexy guy there.
I think they could get away with something there without a superstar, but they better have superstar receivers. And right now they only have one.
And remember, even if they're going to change the offense and Jaden's going to be under center more and it's kind of a more traditional look, he's still going to get a bunch of yards scrambling. They still finished with one of the top rushing teams in the NFL
I think
last
so.
season.
Yeah, I think so. But I would like the running backs to carry more of the load than the quarterback, especially our slight quarterback who, last year showed that he can get injured.
Maybe the organization decides, hey, Bill, who it's not like he started 17 games. Maybe they decide, well, maybe he can be a stud if we start him 17 games.
I'm not sure he can handle all the pass protection stuff, and I'm just not sure.
These are the
I
kind of
think they're gonna
guys
go
that
out
are
and
going
get
to be available for the Commanders. Guys like J.K. Dobbins, Najee
Always
Harris.
Always hurt.
Did Dobbins already get
I thought
picked
he
up?
did.
I didn't see his name. I have to go
I don't
back
know
and
if
check.
he's been signed
Might
yet
be
or not.
wrong, but
Isaiah Pacheco now with Kenneth Walker.
yeah, Broncos
coming in.
re-signed him.
All I would say,
Okay.
yeah.
So to cross
Yeah, but
Dobbins off the list.
Right, there's it's getting less and less guys to select from.
I mean, the likelihood, unless they draft Love, they're not going to have a star running back. You have to. That die's pretty much already cast.
Correct.
They're not going to have a star running back. Not going to happen. So they need to upgrade a receiver.
This guy is injury prone, but I think he's now available. Valdez, what do you think about kicking the tires on Keaton Mitchell if you're the Commanders? That dude is explosive. Now, he's injury prone, but he's explosive.
Explosive. I don't think he's a every down back, though.
Oh, I don't think he's ever down back either, but if you just run it back with Bill, C-Rod, and throw Keaton Mitchell into the mix,
You like that? That triumph?
I don't hate it. I mean, it's not. I'd rather have Rashad White, who's a more established guy.
I'd say right now it's a pretty big hole. At running back.
And tight end is still open.
Yeah.
Tight end needs some help.
So maybe they go after a Okonkwo.
Right. David Njoku, unless he
Njoku?
I think he's still available. I
think he
I didn't see his name yesterday. Get scooped up.
It is a little disappointing overall with all the time we spent discussing what they might do at running back. That if you just go down the list, Kenneth Walker gets signed. Breece Hall, that was before, but he got slapped with a tag. Travis Etienne signed. Rico Dowdle signed. Algier signed.
Yep.
Algier would have been a nice fit.
The Cowboys had already taken care of Javonte Williams. And then on this particular list, I see Najee Harris.
Yeah.
All right, here's a question.
Yeah.
Here's a question. All we talk about is Love, and I love him. I talked about him 2 months ago and said, dude, every time I turn on Notre Dame, that guy's going to the
It's
house.
impressive.
Right? Literally, every time I watch.
He's a big play machine.
Multiple times to the house. Here's the question, though. Who's the second best back? Is there another back in this draft that, okay, he's not a top 10 guy, but if you added him, you could say you got a quality like starter. Who's the next back? It can't just be one premier back in this draft or decent back.
Well, I mean, is his teammate backup Price?
Yeah. So if you get him in the second round, maybe or third round, we don't know. We don't have second round, but
I don't know where he's slotted to go. But
would that be a good addition?
The kid,
I don't know.
There's a couple kids at Penn State.
So maybe
Singleton and Katron Allen.
So maybe those guys.
I see Jonah Coleman from Washington.
Wouldn't be bad additions at like the third or fourth round.
Yeah, I don't know where they're slotted.
PFF's big board rank for the upcoming draft. They have Love at 6. They have Jonah Coleman, who JP just mentioned, out of Washington at 56.
What's Jonah Coleman's bit? Like, is he a bigger guy? Is he
No,
like
he's
over
small.
two?
He's over 225 pounds.
He's not tall, but he's big.
Right.
Yeah, I like that.
Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. He's ranked 65th on their board. And then there's a drop-off. Katron Allen from Penn State is at 131 on their board.
All right, so you get one of those top 3 guys, you could say, okay, you got a starter.
Yeah, potentially. Like if you're the Commanders and you love what Jadarian Price brings to the table.
Well, you love, but just say you can't get him.
You can't get him, then if Price is there.
Is that a good consolation? And you say you got a legit starter?
I'm just going by like where the pick is. Like their next pick is at 71, and they have him ranked at 65.
Right. So say if you get him, then you're saying, okay, we filled that need pretty well. We're pretty confident in that.
Right, like you could live with a third-round running back plugged into this room.
If the Titans take
I know you want to go younger, but what if... Let's throw this name out there, Aaron Jones.
I just hate his injury history at this point.
True.
It kind of scares me.
But he would be cheap.
And
he could be a starter.
He could be.
I prefer Rachaad White over him because he's younger and kind of the same skill set. He can catch a lot of balls out of the backfield.
Let's real quick. Let's go to David in Tysons. David, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
We love the show.
Thank you, sir.
I am hell-bent on them drafting Jeremiah Love because he is an elite offensive weapon. He's not just a running back. I mean, you look at what the Christian McCaffrey trade did for unlocking the 49ers offense. I think that can have the exact same just kind of impact that drafting that player will, and just it takes the load off of Jade. It takes the load off of Jaden, and just with Jaden's rushing ability, it just will be a nightmare for defenses. I don't know if he gets past the Titans. That's what I'm super worried about. But my whole just everything I'm just thinking about free agency. I just want them to be able to draft Love if he's available.
So you're with Jay Gruden.
Yeah, you're in.
Gotcha. Thank you, David. Thank you, buddy.
You're in on
Mike
Love.
Washington, guys. Mike Washington is the other running back that
kid from Arkansas.
Absolute stud. 6'2", 223, ran a 4.33.
Where is he projected? He wasn't in your top 3, was he? Okay.
Maybe this is an older list. I don't see him in the top 5.
I didn't see him amongst the top candidates on the site that I was looking at.
But maybe after that combine, he has zoomed up people's boards for what he did in Indy. Don't forget, coming up later on the show, lots of NFL and Commanders free agency talk to get into. Ben Valin, senior NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He'll join us at 7:45. And former Skins head coach Jay Gruden, he's on the show coming up at 9 a.m.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Bay Area has a new wide receiver. After 12 seasons in the Super Bowl ring in Tampa, Mike Evans is officially headed to the 49ers. 3-year, $60 million deal that ends Evans' legendary run with the Bucs and effectively slams the door on the Brandon Ayuk era in San Francisco. That's right, slams the door. Evans is the new man. I'm Drake Toll.
All right, guys, EB here for FanDuel. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. Here's how it works. Place a tournament bet using a token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That's 10 chances to play all tournament long, from game props and money lines to spreads, totals, futures, and more. You can even mix things in with the same game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to fill out your bracket, FanDuel makes it easy to stay in the action day after day. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, it's time to dance. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present DC. Must apply. Select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Wizards host the Warriors March 16th at 7 p.m.
Riley driving right block, bank and score.
Part of the Wizards Marquee Matchup Series presented by Sprite.
Now Carrington, right elbow rises, shoots, scores! And one.
It's a can't-miss game.
Johnson off screen, right of the foul line, rises, shoots, scores! Take over, Trey. Scores! Pass deflected by Sarr and stolen by Sarr. Right wing outside the arc, George for three, it's there!
Mark your calendar and grab tickets today at WashingtonWizards.com.
Hey, it's JP from the Junkies. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers. Download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 per month plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee. Applies only to then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Live from the LindseyCars.com studios in the nation's capital.
Young driving, gets under the basket, and it's scored!
WJFK FM and WJFK HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside. This is your flagship home of the Washington Wizards.
Trae Young, his first three ends up on the deck and one.
That was filthy.
Oh, Trae Young put on a show.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
A much-needed win for the Capitals last night. They escaped by Calgary 7-3. Caps are now 5 points out of a playoff spot with 17 games left to play. Connor McMichael scored a pair as the Caps end a 3-game skid. Free agency starts in the NFL. Busy Monday for the Commanders, who bring in a bunch of defensive help. Pass rusher defensive end Odafe Owe gets a 4-year, $100 million deal. Former fifth-round pick, defensive tackle Tim Settle, former Virginia Tech Hokie, is back in Washington on a 3-year contract. They also signed defensive back Amik Robertson to a 2-year deal. Commanders also extend tackle Laramie Tunsil's contract, and they re-signed backup QB Marcus Mariota. World Baseball Classic last night. U.S. beat Mexico 5-3. Aaron Judge and Roman Anthony homered. Paul Skeens fanned 7 over 4 shutout innings as the U.S. beat Mexico for the first time since 2006. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Don't forget, today, you can join us at Par City in Arlington. We're going to be there from 4 until 6 p.m. You can compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin.
Why don't we update
with their
people?
Indoor golf sims.
Valdez and I were just talking about it. Valdez, why don't you give people an idea of maybe what we've been competing for? What do
Okay,
you think?
so for the closest to the pin at Par City, the winner for that will get that new SM11 Vokey wedge,
right?
Courtesy of Golfdom.
Right.
First place for the long drive is going to get the, I believe it's an Arctic brand hard cooler from Surfside.
It's really nice.
one of those. It's very nice.
It's
really nice.
Yes.
That's
it's
a premium
It's a
prize.
premium product.
Yeah.
Especially since it's going to be nice this week. It'll make you think of the beach and taking it to the beach.
Yeah.
Were you also thinking of throwing in some golf balls?
Yeah,
too?
we'll have a dozen golf balls to go with that, and a Par City gift card for first place for longest
and like
drive.
good golf balls. So the
TP5, TP5Xs. Second place for the longest drive will get the soft Arctic
which
cooler
I have
from
that
Surfside.
one. It's very nice too.
And a dozen golf balls.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we have 6 dozen golf balls to give away. So if you place anywhere on closest to the pin or longest drive, you're going to win something.
What's a good number for longest drive?
I would assume if we have young guys in there, it'd be over 300.
Yeah.
You know?
Mike Marr, what are you going to... I'm assuming you're going to be there. What are you going to pop out there on the longest drive?
So one of my roommates, he's a huge golfer, and he's basically Happy Gilmore. He's been talking a lot of smack. He'll be out there tonight, and he said he's going to put one about 350.
Well, then he might win. But here's the question, Valdez. Are we going to give them, what, 3 swings? Like, you can't just go up there and give a guy 20 swings.
No, I think you get 3 swings, on each competition. Like, you can go warm up in another bay and hit balls.
Yeah, but when the pressure's on,
you get 3 shots at it.
You get 3 cracks.
And we're going to be logging it, and you only get 3 shots.
Fair.
Okay, that's fair.
When guys try and crush it, it's a good chance they're going to slice it.
Yeah.
Well, you just have to hit one.
Yeah.
Just
You have to
one.
hit one.
just
Yeah,
one.
one out of
One.
three. Go 1 for 3. Just connect on 1 for 3. You know?
I know when I've seen long drive contests on TV, it's got to be inbounds.
Oh, yeah.
With a
And
sim, do we have to be in the fairway? Like,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course.
You can't be in the rough.
okay, it's got to be in the fairway.
Can't be in the water.
Yeah, yeah.
Valdez,
Well, I know it can't be in the water.
I think
gotta be in
Valdez
the
was
fairway.
there. I can't remember. This probably during the Purple Heart Open years ago, where the guy had the ball on the super elevated tee.
Yeah.
You seen that bit?
Yeah.
And he smoked the ball.
Those guys are
The long
unbelievable.
drive guy, yeah, like a trick shot guy.
Yeah, I
long
mean,
drive
I was
guy,
like,
yeah.
I was like, wow.
When you see the long drive guys in person, it's pretty. It's crazy.
It's pretty nuts.
Yeah. No, that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of fun.
Although I did outdrive the one in Norbeck when we were a team.
you did.
Did you outdrive him? You
What
were
a
close.
flex.
You were close. I think you didn't outdrive him. I think you were close. The story's growing.
By the way, I'm sure I'm sure our group's not going to pay $20 or whatever it is to use the long drive guys drive.
Right.
I'm sure we're not going to do that.
Well,
every
that's what we
single
were
time.
saying. We were like, Valdez's wasn't that far off. We should just use his.
Right, just save $20.
Yeah, yeah.
Tip the cart
Might have been
girl.
past it.
Yeah.
But those guys, it doesn't matter. I could get all technical. They use super whippy shafts, and they have like 4 degrees aloft.
Okay.
So and they tee it up high, and they just hammer it.
bomb
But it's
it.
hard to hit that.
The timing of it
You have to time it perfectly and hit that straight. That's why that's just so wild.
It's threading a needle, basically.
Yeah. I mean, they had literally no loft on them, and they just 1 in 6 or whatever. They just need 1 in 6 to connect. That's why it's so kind of.
I saw a guy hit. He was even a trick shot guy. Hit it about 240 with a putter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
off the tee.
That's pretty insane.
I played 9 holes one day with a wackadoo that only had a putter out there.
Really?
At that course, why am I forgetting the name?
The putter off the tee,
close to your house. What's that little? It's a 9-hole place where Jason grew up going to.
Oh, Paint Branch. No.
Sligo Creek.
Sligo. That's Sligo.
Yeah.
For doing that. That's his thing.
Right.
That's his calling card.
I wonder if he bets people there.
He was actually pretty decent. I mean, he
probably was pretty good at it.
Put it down the middle.
Yeah.
Right.
Guy probably lives in an $800,000 house.
All right, let's go real quick. Let's go to Reggie in D.C. But by the way, again, that's at Par City Golf in Arlington.
Yes, today,
listen,
4 p.m.
It's not like a bar. I mean, they have like a bar area with like a fridge with some beers.
That's all. That's all you need, EB.
I know, but it's not like. I just want people to understand. It's not like.
It's not a
where
sports bar.
Where you like saddle up and
and they had those taps. It's not that.
All right, here's my question.
Just so you know.
Can you walk in and purchase a beer?
Yes.
Okay, then that's all you need.
Okay. But just so you know what it is. It's a golf place.
Yeah.
But you can have, I think they're going to have food there.
Golf
and they're going to have
first and foremost.
Surfsides for sure.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Reggie in D.C. Reggie, what's up?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Reggie?
Hey, man, listen, we've been for the last, 2 off seasons, pass rusher. All due respect to the Dietrich Wise and the Jacob Martins.
I like those guys, though.
Check mark here as far as I wanted either Mafe, Phillips, or Owe. Phillips, I think, went to Carolina for 120. I think 120.
Right. It's like $30 million a year. That's like a lot. Yeah.
And he gets hurt a lot. Now, if the money was even, I would probably lean towards Phillips, but
right.
I'm ecstatic with Owe. You can't pay Linderbaum the number one center money, and then you got the left tackle that's making number one money, and then you got the right guard that's probably top 5. You can't put all that money into your offensive line.
No, I agree.
And then,
I agree.
And then you said something earlier, EB. And again, I know we went in. I would have trusted Jayden, and I would have trusted Blau. Man, that boy would have came here making $31, $32 million a year. He's number 9 as far as, and again, I get it. You know, that's where it's slotted this year. We would have been looking for number 1 production because that's what we're paying for.
Right.
We're not paying for you to just run 9 routes. So we haven't seen it. I don't know whether or not he has it or not. So I'm kind of glad that we didn't because it would have been a lot of pressure him coming here making.
It's a lot of projection that he's going to take that next step. Yeah.
Give me now again. If we need a wide receiver, you got Tate, you got Tyson, and so you got some guys in college that can come in. That's going to be on that rookie deal that's cheaper. That again, we still can build out the roster. So for me, I wanted one of the pass rushers. I didn't care which one it was. Give me one. And
so give me the grade. Then. Give me your grade.
Got what you wanted.
Give me your day 1 grade.
B.
All right,
I'm not kidding. It was solid.
It was solid. And look, I can't fault them. They were in it on Linderbaum. They wanted him. He got $27 million a year.
They offered Pierce more money than the Colts did.
Yeah, so you can't blame him there. And then Phillips, I mean, he got $30 million a year.
But you do have to look at the results. So, like the results, I'm looking at some of the social media responses about the one word to describe day 1, and it is day 1.
Yeah,
underwhelming, but not surprising. Average.
Okay, well, I agree. Maybe that's the end result, but they did. You can't blame them on intent. It seemed like the intent was there.
Okay, but
they just couldn't pull it off.
It's the NFL. It's not an intent league. It's a results league.
I understand, but if they had signed those guys and for that amount of money, I think we'd be critical. I think you'd say, "Wow, that might be fiscally irresponsible what they just did. They just panicked."
But do you want fiscal responsibility or do you want wins?
I want wins, but they got to do it smartly. So I was as underwhelmed as everyone else. But when I see that Linderbaum got 27, I didn't realize he got that much.
And there's a gap between his salary and the next highest paid center, like a big gap.
Well, look,
like a massive gap. That's insanity.
It made sense for them to overpay for him.
Right.
They're going to have a rookie quarterback.
And they had the most salary cap money. They had tons to spend.
They don't have any big dollar guys. They traded Crosby. I mean, it made all the sense in the world that they were able to pay him that.
That's their business. For us, we couldn't do that.
Maybe it makes sense for them to pay $27 million to protect their number 1 draft pick.
And Pierce didn't want to come. So what can you? They offered him $30 million. And then Phillips, you say, okay, I could get Phillips for 30, or I could get Alway for 25. I'll take Alway.
I'll take Owe because
whatever. These guys, they got to. I hate all these names. Whatever happened to Smith?
Well,
they had a Preston Smith.
Yeah, he's not named Smith.
Alway.
Yeah, you don't want him anymore.
Owe. I don't know how to pronounce any of these guys' names.
Penn State dude.
I like Adafe. That I can do.
I'm looking at some of the responses on our Facebook page here. A few. They're setting themselves up for Love in the draft, which we just talked about. Maybe. Brian writes, mediocre, but we need a defensive end bad.
I think you could be excited, though. Let's say Love goes to the Titans. And then I'm telling you, I'm kind of obsessed with Caleb Downs. Like they say, like not only is he an elite athlete, he's elite. His mind. Mm-hmm. They say like he's immediately going to be the smartest guy in your defense, right? You know how important that is at the safety position. If they get Caleb Downs and then you come back in the second or third round and you get like this Mike Washington guy who apparently really vaulted himself with what he did at the combine running the 4.3.
Well, it'd have to be third unless they acquire a second round pick.
Right. So say you get him in the third round.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm
a
happy.
need. It's a need.
It's a need.
I like it.
Or
but they have to go out and get another receiver.
Well, I think they're going to sign Ayuk for sure. I really believe that.
He's a big question mark.
But dude, I saw video of him running routes with the Niners, like in that little bit of time that he was there.
Mm-hmm.
He looked fine. Like the whole report that the knee's damaged beyond what the pale or whatever. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that.
I'd rather sign like Romeo Dobbs and just leave Brandon Ayuk to somebody who wants to deal with that headache.
I'll take Dobbs and Ayuk. I could see that scenario. Okay. Because I think Ayuk's not going to be break the bank.
Right. What's the next most important position you believe they need to address today?
Well,
they
didn't receiver.
They didn't get any linebackers.
They need some offensive help.
Or tight end.
They didn't get
center still.
I don't
know. No, but give me your number one.
I don't know, but safety's up there too.
Maybe receiver.
I'm going to go tight end.
Safety, receiver, tight ends up there.
They have so many needs, dude.
What
it's
about
almost
linebacker?
They need that too.
Do you want to run it back?
Oh, no way.
Okay.
No, I'm not. It's impossible that I run it back with Bobby Wagner. It's impossible.
Maybe
if I was involved in that organization, no, I'm saying, see, you want to be.
What about Chason?
I brought him up earlier. He'd be another good edge piece if you're able to acquire him. He's young, too. He's like 27.
Caden Ellis, I don't think he signed.
Okay.
Look, we might have kind of lost.
I can't believe they have Bobby Wagner ahead of those guys on the free agent list.
Well, he makes a lot of tackles. We might have kind of lost day one, but we can win day 2 and 3 with some smart signings.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You might win by not winning. Because if you had paid all that money to those guys, I'm telling you, you might have regrets. Especially if Pierce came in here and produced like a number 2.
See, the thing you got to remember is they extended Tunsil.
I know,
right?
But that was a given.
Now, he wasn't
a
free agent pickup, but it was still money you had to spend.
Yeah, no, I know.
As opposed to spending it on a free agent,
right? So they gave $30 million to him, and they gave $30 million to him, and they gave
so they spent a ton of money,
$25 million or whatever per year.
Right, but for a team that has so many holes, you would have thought that they would have filled more holes, but it can happen in day 2. I was driving around yesterday listening to our pal Chris Russell, and he was saying, you can have 2 type of free agencies. Like you can go ahead and get your super high dollar guys, like your premium, and
they tried,
and you spend all your money there. Or you can kind of have the quantity, and maybe they're going the quantity route. Maybe they tried the premium, but they're going the quantity route.
They need the quantity.
Right.
They need both.
They need like 8 or 9 starters.
They need quantity and they need studs. They need everything.
Man, that's hard to do.
Is
that's hard to fill all those holes.
They only like if you want to call Owe a stud, I think that's fair based on his production in LA. Okay. He had 0 sacks with the Ravens, so he finished with 7.5 sacks. That's not a stud. I mean, Von Miller had more than that last year.
Hyping up his win rate and all that.
Right. But in L.A.
Yeah.
And the year before, he was good in Baltimore. But let's say that was a stud. Tim Settle and Robertson, not studs.
No, those are just pieces.
Yeah.
To round out the roster. Because heading into free agency, I think they had the second least guys signed to the roster in the entire league.
Yeah.
Under contract.
Well,
they need
and the money's not big for those guys.
I'm expected today, while we're at Par City, having surf sides and watching guys, try to hit long drives, that there's going to be a signing or two where we go, okay. I'm assuming today is going to be some additions.
Maybe it's a Conquo.
That'd be
Maybe it's Brisker.
That'd be nice.
Those would be 2
Maybe
quality
it's Dobbs.
pieces.
Maybe it's Dobbs. Dobbs would be a nice
Maybe
piece.
they go out and get an RB.
I thought Dobbs would be snatched up on day 1. I'm surprised he's still available heading into day 2.
Yeah.
Maybe his market isn't quite as robust
You might be
as people thought.
Maybe
I guess we'll
What
find
if the
out.
bottom falls out for Samuel? and they could get Debo. You guys just out on Debo at all? What if they?
I'm not out on him.
What if they could get Debo for like $12 million a year?
Bring him back.
They're projecting 15.
I'm not against it.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I don't think Debo's going to get $20 million, which Cake's projected.
Overpaying him $20 million, which I know that is not going to happen.
So you can win $2.
So I can win my
I don't know how they figure this out, but they say the market value for him is 15.
Yeah,
13 to 15 is what I saw.
Yeah.
All right, don't forget, coming up later, Ben Valin will join us at 7:45. We'll talk NFL free agency with him. And later in the show, Jay Gruden, former Skins head coach, he'll join the show coming up at 9 a.m.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, you thinking about selling your home? Listen up. What if you could sell your home faster and for more money without the stress most sellers go through? Well, that's exactly what my friends, the realtor rock stars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams are known for. The average home sold by Reynolds and Power Home Team sells 3 times faster than homes listed with the average real estate agent. That faster sale means fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions in your life, and less stress wondering when your home's going to sell. Their sellers net 4.2% more on average, which can translate into as much as $30,000 more in your pocket at closing. And isn't that what it's all about? That extra money can make a real difference when you're buying your next home, downsizing, relocating, whatever it is. And here's the best part, people. They're so confident in their abilities to sell your home that if for whatever reason it doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah are just going to buy it themselves at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. So you literally have nothing to lose. So what are you waiting for? Call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Home Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Memorize the number, people. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or check them out at DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
You want to feel important. You want to be a part of something bigger, something that matters and can help change things. You want to feel like you belong. We know. We felt that way too. And that's why we did something about it. We aren't just Army National Guard soldiers. We are normal people just like you. And together, we can make a difference. Take on your legacy. Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
Sponsored by the D.C. Army National Guard. Aired by the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcasters Association and this station.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. Don't get caught in the cold with an outdated furnace or heat pump. Rude Pro Partners have access to 60 months of same-as cash promotions on qualified equipment from February 1st to April 30th. Rude also offers other aggressive financing options. As temperatures continue to stay cold across the DMV, make sure you're saving money with the most efficient HVAC equipment. Rude makes it easy to upgrade your home's comfort without breaking the bank. Find a Rude Pro Partner near you at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
EB here for Par City Golf. If you love golf, or even if you don't, you've got to check out Par City Golf. This isn't just a simulator sport, it's hospitality, golf, and entertainment all in one. Premium indoor golf, awesome social atmosphere. You could practice, play a full round, or just hang with friends. Serious golf, but without taking yourself too seriously. Par City Golf is community-driven and built for everyone, players and non-players alike. They're in Arlington on Columbia Pike, and a second location is opening soon in Bethesda on Old Georgetown Road. Par City Golf, indoor golf reimagined.
Want to hang with the sports junkies?
Join us Tuesday, March 10th from 4 to 6 for happy hour at Par City Golf in Arlington.
Play indoor golf, grab food and drinks, or just stop by and hang out with the junks.
Plus, compete in our closest to the hole and longest drive contest for Par City Golf gift cards.
Whether you're a golfer or just coming out after work, it's a perfect happy hour with the sports junkie.
Par City Golf, indoor golf reimagined. Arlington now, Bethesda coming soon.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees, and when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
So we saw the news recently that Dak Prescott and his then fiancee Sarah Jane Ramos called off their wedding a month before the ceremony after they got into a heated argument at, and this is the key phrase, at their joint bachelor and bachelorette party in the Bahamas.
Seems wild. I don't know why people would do that.
Why would anybody ever in the history of the planet or this planet or any other host a joint bachelor and bachelorette party? That is a horrible, terrible idea.
In theory, it should work. You just, so
it's just a party.
What you're trying to do is mitigate some of the craziness and go, hey, we'll do one together. You hang out with your girlfriends, I'll hang out with my guy friends. It's not going to get, in theory, it's not going to get wild.
Right.
We're just going to, I'll hang out with my boys, you hang out with your girls.
I just think it's a recipe for disaster from the very outset.
I mean, I guess it is if you treat it like some wild bachelor party. That's
if you erase the word bachelor and just call it a party, that's normal. So they're just eliminate bachelor or bachelorette and just call it a party, and it's a bunch of couples hanging out.
Yeah.
And maybe some singles that are going.
That's a couples party. That's
they got
completely different.
So they got into a heated argument there
in the Bahamas.
At the Bahamas.
And then they just
nobody knows why. I mean, I saw terrible speculation, like people thinking that somebody got caught doing something they shouldn't have been doing, which, I mean, I find that hard to believe you're going to do that at a joint party.
Maybe she grilled him because he can't win postseason games.
Maybe that was it.
Could be. That could have been it.
And he got pissed off and said, I'm done with you.
I don't know. It seems wild, though. But you want to talk about fumbling the bag? She fumbled the bag, Cakes.
Well, I mean, she was going to have to sign a prenup. Like, she would have gotten a limited bag. She's not getting access to the entire Dak Prescott fortune.
There's speculation that that's also could have been what
part of it.
Part of the fight.
Is
But
it
look,
prenup?
we all had traditional bachelor parties in a way. Now, Cakes was the only one that kind of went the more traditional one in terms of like thinking of girls dancing.
Sure.
I think you just had a golf tournament kind of thing.
Yeah, we played golf and had crabs.
Right.
Well, these would have fit
I
right
mean, that's
in.
not really a bachelor party.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, if you're just playing golf and picking crabs,
Yeah,
and
but you
My
hang with your
buddies-
boys.
and my buddy- I had a great time.
Yeah. Jason, was in Ocean City.
Yeah, Green Turtle.
We went to the Green Turtle. We didn't go. We didn't see any girls or anything.
We went to a restaurant. I can't remember.
I
which
think
one.
that's the night that Jason spit an ice cube in Brendan Wooten's face.
Yeah. Also,
I
the night
did.
he
Yeah.
tackled me in the hallway.
I think he also
did
threw
his
a
best-
potted plant
a
out the hotel.
I was
best
under the
Oway
I was under
impression.
the influence.
Yeah, you were overserved.
Just slightly.
Slightly. but-
overserved.
Think-
That's
Well,
where
he
you
also
frame
had
it.
his buddy smash like the windshield
Yeah.
of the taxi. we
Yeah,
were
Joey.
taking.
Joey crashed into the drunk bus.
It was a nightmare.
We were all
We actually
overserved.
had
But you know what?
a good time.
It was a fun time.
I think did Rudo use a sink as a toilet?
Something happened.
I'm sure
Yeah.
something like that
Yeah.
happened.
I mean, you know,
Lots of stories
These things
on that one.
happen.
I mean, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think guys generally like hanging out with their boys, so it's an excuse to hang out with your boys. And as you get
Yeah.
older, you have a bachelor party. You're probably not seeing your boys as much. So this is one last kind of hurrah before you're married. So I think that's traditional, but I don't think it's the world's worst thing.
to what?
I think the world's worst thing is the joint bridal shower and baby shower because guys have never been part of that.
Right.
And it was like, let the women do
Yeah,
that.
they get
and now
looped
they
in.
suck in the guys sometimes
I think I might
to be
have-
part of these
think I-
showers.
Did I ever go to one of those? I might have sat in on one of those things.
Yeah, but
You don't know
I'm
what to do
guessing
with
when
yourself.
we were getting married, guys weren't. That's a kind of a newer trend.
Guys going to like baby showers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
we just
that
had
is
to
definitely a
you just
newer
had to
trend.
show up to like pick up the gifts. You
Right.
show up at the end
Yeah.
and it says hello,
Yeah, you're not
but
sitting
you're
there
not
watching
part
your-
of their games
yeah,
where
watching
they're
your wife-
wrapping dresses with toilet paper
No,
and doing wacky
no,
bits.
Guys shouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Guys should not be
The
subjected
girls,
to
the
that.
girls giving other girls like thongs and sex
Yeah.
toys right before they get married or whatever.
Maybe
Don't
some
they
of
do
that.
that? Don't they do that kind of thing?
I mean,
I was
maybe,
there for
I don't
my-
know.
I was there for my
Like
my wife's-
lingerie and stuff?
for my first
They don't do that?
firstborn. I was there.
Isn't that the bachelorette party? Where they
Oh, that's a bachelorette party thing, not a
where-
bridal shower.
yeah, they're doing sex toy bits, and penis straws.
I thought, okay,
Yeah,
maybe I guess I'm getting confused
Yeah.
between the two.
Yeah, that's
a
not the baby
bachelorette
shower.
party and a bridal shower. Aren't they kind of the same? I guess a bridal shower is more formal,
Yeah.
but they're
The bridal
essentially
shower
the same
usually
time in your
The
life.
bridal
usually
shower usually there's like grandmas there.
Right,
and
yeah,
they're-
yeah.
There's
Yeah, it's
just
more reserved, probably. It's not
So
as
they
wild.
don't get the edible underwear there. They get-
edible.
No,
No,
not there.
Such
Yeah.
an old, outdated concept.
Yeah, the stripper cop's not knocking on the door, telling you to turn down the radio.
By the way, speaking of that, I still can't believe that this place exists. There's like an adult like lingerie store, like right up. It's not in College Park proper,
well,
but it's like
lingerie's not going anywhere.
yeah, but it's like I drive by it. It's like right next to like a Dunkin' Donuts and a vet, like in a strip plaza, like right before you get on the Beltway,
Well, I mean,
leaving
it's-
College Park, and I'm like,
Is the lingerie store that bad?
no, but it's.
Does it have
I
like
know there's-
toys in there too?
I haven't been inside, but
Yeah.
I've driven by it, and trust me, if what they're showing in the window is what they're showing, I know there's shenanigans going on as soon as you walk in.
Yeah.
And it doesn't end at just weird lingerie. Like they've got lingerie for dudes in the window, and it's just like
What's the lingerie for dudes?
I
I
don't know, it's
don't even
I
tell
don't
me.
know, like Speedo and
A
then
banana
like
hammock.
like banana hammock and then like some sort of matching top. And I'm like, this is
Ashless,
weird.
assless chaps.
Yeah,
They have that kind of stuff.
I mean, I've only driven by it, but every time I drive by
Did you
it,
do
I'm
a
like,
report?
Drab wants the address.
just walking.
Hey, they probably have toys that buzz in there.
They probably do.
Hey, probably predictable, but the NBA pulled the plug on the Magic City
I
night.
did see
we
that,
spent a lot of time
yeah.
talking
They
about it.
did? Really?
Yeah, the NBA said
Well,
this.
there
I
was
was
so
under
much
the impression
backlash.
in Atlanta they
There was-
didn't even care. Like it was not
They
even a
didn't.
deal.
They wanted to go
Well,
ahead. and do it.
Atlanta, they were fine with it.
Yeah, but I guess they just
NBA was like, we're family products.
Right.
they got pressured. They got pressured.
Yeah, they definitely got pressured. Adam
got
Silver
pressured.
said,
Yeah,
"This is not happening."
because I bet if Adam Silver could have looked the other way, he would have. But they must have obviously gotten pressured.
I'm sure advertisers were probably like, "What's going on here?"
Yeah,
You
or
know,
they got
some of their TV.
They got some
partners.
family groups or something
Right.
that are powerful.
Somebody put the pressure on them.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. What do I care?
I'm sure somebody else will jump in to do Magic City night.
Somebody will fill the void.
Yeah.
Some local restaurateur.
But I would love to know why Dak and his girlfriend broke up.
I would think more of it's probably to the fact that
You
she
really
probably
care?
balked in a prenup.
I mean, it's kind of interesting.
But if you're,
It's kind of interesting. No, I don't care. It doesn't affect me.
but if you're,
10-01.
but if you're Dak Prescott, you have to have your wife sign a prenup. You're making $60 million a year.
Right, I think it's a reasonable
Like
request.
it's completely reasonable.
Yeah, maybe she was balking at.
He's never been married before? That was his first?
I don't think so. I don't think he's been married.
I mean, maybe. I mean, didn't he get like a $240 million deal or something? He's got like a big
I think
deal.
he's making $60 million plus per season at this point. Like
so what is that worth? If you're her and you land Dak Prescott,
right,
walking down the aisle and committing yourself to him, what's
Right.
that worth?
I
to
don't
you
know what it is,
financially?
but it's not worth half of whatever Dak is making.
All right, is it worth $30 million?
I don't know. I'm not a divorce attorney.
how do you handle that?
I just don't know.
Well, he does have 2 kids with her, so he will be paying child support till
Okay,
they're 18.
well, he should. If
I
he
know.
has children,
I'm just
they have
saying,
children
like,
together,
Yeah, that's a little bit. And
Yeah.
I'm sure he's paying more than like $1,000 a month. Like,
Yeah, I would
probably
guess.
paying a good amount.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it was just a beef over money.
Could be.
I mean, I saw some terrible speculation.
Well, you said
from
it's a
dudes.
joint bachelor party, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
But I would assume-
maybe one of the women said he slid into her DMs.
I mean, it could
It's such
be.
an old phrase.
Isn't that accurate though?
I mean, it could be. I mean,
I would have to guess
knows?
Dak is not that sloppy.
You know what
but
the
I don't
problem
know.
is with this is that the whole bachelorette party experience is, like you said, getting with your friends and everything. But the problem is now you're combining these groups of friends. You're throwing copious amounts of alcohol in there. There's going to be arguments, and there's going to be people speaking their mind to one another during this whole thing. And then people are going to say crap that they regret. And then all of a sudden, there's going to be a falling out if they're not mature enough to handle it. I mean,
I guess I don't
the whole
understand the point of it, because
the point of a bachelorette party is to just kind of
Hang out with your boys.
drink and hang out with your boys and Joan and do all that stuff. And when you
when
put
do you get together? When you do a joint bachelorette party, here's my honest question: when do you all get back together?
they probably get back together for
Like in the evening or something?
like a big dinner. Maybe the girls go off do their thing during the day. The guys do their thing during the day.
Girls all go to the spa.
Yeah, guys
go play
golf or whatever.
Yeah.
Jet ski.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And then they get together for
Yeah.
dinner. They've probably been drinking all day.
Hammered.
Yeah, now they're getting more hammered at dinner. And then all of a sudden they have a party after dinner. Everyone's 3 sheets to the wind.
Right.
And they're
Yeah.
telling each other off.
Could be. Hey, maybe she broke up with him because I have a source that told me that Dak he's a douche. Like he's not like the
Really?
best. Yeah.
Well,
like, kind of a
credible
douche.
source.
What is your source?
I'm not going to give up my source,
Also,
but I
Kate's
have,
got a
I have a
source.
source.
Is it a person or
first
just an
source?
article you read?
No, I have a person, like
Okay.
a living, breathing human being person that's had interactions
Is
with
that his
Dak.
reputation?
Oh, really?
I didn't know that was his
From
reputation.
the person that I know, from my source,
Yeah.
Dak equals douchey.
Oh, all
Yeah,
right.
but she already knows.
That's-
She
So
made
had
2
kids.
babies with him.
Yeah, she had kids.
Right.
spread
Maybe
her
she
legs
just
for him.
accepts that he's a douche and had kids with him anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you.
So you think
I have
they
a
broke up
source-
because Dak is a douche?
I have a source that confirms Dak is a douche.
Cakes has never had a source in his life. Somehow
Yeah,
he's got a
I'll
source
say-
at Dak about his
I have
breakup.
a source. I have a
Does this person know
I have a-
Dak or just cross
just
paths
had
with him?
interactions with Dak. Yes.
Was this somebody that you were
I'll go with it.
exchanging cards with?
I can't. I cannot divulge
Somebody
who
at
my
the
source
poker
is.
table
I didn't know you
Has
knew Jerry
met-
Jones.
has met Dak Prescott.
I've heard Dak is a douche.
I got the theory.
I have a source. Don't kill my source. What's your,
Not killing
what's your
your
theory? I
source.
want to hear
my
your theory.
is somebody told you he was a douche at the poker table or a blackjack table or somewhere in a casino.
That is incorrect.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm completely speechless. I have no idea who Cakes is.
Yeah, I've never heard Cakes
Cakes
cite
doesn't
a
even leave the
source.
house. He goes to the poker table. He comes to the radio
I
station. That's
have
it.
connections. I have connections you guys don't know
Cakes
about.
knows 3 people, so it's a lock that somebody told one of those 3 people.
Right. Yeah. It's either
Yeah.
Chris Farley or
No.
Mikey Bots
Yeah.
or
Zach.
My source has had direct interaction with.
who runs the poker room at
Dak.
MGM.
That's exactly what I was going
I'm
to.
just telling you.
Yeah.
Also, it's kind of funny how Cakes has sources and it takes him a week to respond to your text message.
It's generally true.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the reason she broke up with him, because Dak is a douche.
I'm going to say that's not a good enough reason. That's
maybe not, but it could be a factor.
Yeah.
Could factor in.
Yeah. What's her deal?
I don't have a source on her.
Is
I
she-
can't
Well, I
tell
can
you.
guarantee this. I've never seen a picture of her. I bet she's hot.
Smoking
No,
hot.
I see the picture. She's an attractive girl. Of course. But is she like a model, actress? Does she have
I don't
anything
know if she's
that
an
she does?
actress.
I don't know. I don't know her deal.
Mm-hmm.
Not
I
sure.
mean, she looks like a model, but I doubt she's an actress.
Right.
All right. Well, Douchey Dak now is
that can
he's
be
a
his
free
new
agent.
nickname. I like that going forward. All right, when we come back, we'll get back in NFL free agency with Ben Valin, senior NFL writer for the Boston Globe. He'll join us coming up at 7:45.
The sounds of spring training are here, and it's a new era of Nats baseball.
See you later.
Follow every angle of spring training on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals. 106.7 The Fan.
Get Italian staples at Whole Foods Market. Save 25% on Matica Parmigiano Reggiano with Prime from March 6th through 8th. Grate this exquisite cheese over your favorite pasta dish. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
March matchups are here, and there's no better place to catch every game than MGM National Harbor. Feel the energy at Tap Sports Bar with mouth-watering game day bites. Or take your experience to the next level at the BetMGM Sportsbook and Lounge, where every shot and every buzzer beater feels even bigger. Grab your crew, find your seat, and cheer on your team all the way to the final. Your tournament headquarters is waiting, only at MGM National Harbor. Monumental happens here. Learn more at MGMNationalHarbor.com. Must be 21. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mpgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey, Nats fans, this is Charlie Slows. Spring training is underway in sunny West Palm Beach, Florida. Enjoy miles of beautiful Palm Beach's amazing resorts and National Spring Training Baseball. Catch a game at Cacti Park in the Palm Beaches. Then join Dave Jagler and me for our live radio show with Nationals players and coaches at Duffy's Sports Grill on Clematis Street. Wear Nats gear for 10% off your order. Visit nats.com/spring for game tickets and live show dates today.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Selling your house in the DMV but worried about 2 mortgages? John Leahy and the Fine Living Group has a guaranteed sale program. If your home doesn't sell by the agreed date, he'll buy it. Move forward with confidence, not double payments. Visit johnsellsdmv.com. That's johnsellsdmv.com.
At Uline,
They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're expecting a big turnout today at Par City in Arlington. We're going to be there from 4 until 6 p.m. You can compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with our indoor golf sims. Here's the address, 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. Prizes include Par City gift cards, Surfside coolers, boxes of TaylorMade TP5 and TP5X golf balls, and a new Titleist Vokey SM11 wedge, courtesy of our friends at Golfdom. So that's all up for grabs today, starting at 4 p.m.
Nice.
We hope to see you.
What time
there.
do you think I have to leave the Inkton? I'm going to think
2:45.
Even that early?
What time do I need to leave MGM National Harbor? Probably 3:15, 3:20-ish.
Yeah.
Probably right.
Somewhere in that range.
I'm just staying out here.
Yeah, I can't stay out here.
I am not.
Yeah, I can't stay.
I'm going to my
I am
home away
not
from
staying
home.
out.
I mean, what do I do for 5 hours?
I'm going to see flops with the D-Gens.
I mean,
And
if
then
he's going to go
will-
play poker, that makes sense.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
That makes all the sense in the world. But yeah, hoping a lot of people come out. It should be a lot of fun. And see people try to get. If we play the hole, I think we're going to play for the par 3. Somebody could bury one.
Do we have a yardage?
What, number
Do you
7?
not want to give
Number
that
7
away?
at Pebble?
Play number 7 at Pebble. It's definitely doable.
It's going to be a 95-yard shot.
Yeah. I mean, definitely
Maybe-
doable. Somebody
maybe
can hold one
less.
out. Yeah.
Okay.
That a
Which I think
5
would be
iron
good.
for cakes.
You're joking. 95 's probably
This is a
pitching
wedge for him. That's a wedge for him.
pitching wedge. Step on it a little bit. All right, let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Ben Valin, senior NFL writer for the Boston Globe. What's up, Ben? Thanks for joining us, man. We know it's a busy time.
What's up, buddy? How you guys feeling about the Commanders' free agency so far?
Underwhelmed.
A little underwhelmed, but we saw reports that they were kind of in the hunt for Linderbaum, but he got $27 million. They offered Pierce more than he got from the Colts. He didn't want to come, okay. And then they offered Phillips a boatload of money, and couldn't
took
land
more
it.
for
So
Carolina.
I
Yep.
can't. It sounded like they were in it, but I can't blame them for not going crazy.
Let me ask you guys one question, because the Patriots, they need a wide receiver right now, and they sat back and let all the wide receivers sign elsewhere.
Yeah.
The Commanders are, obviously making a lot of changes, a lot of white flag kind of trade. Any chance they'd look to deal Terry McLaurin, because he's over 30, obviously has an expensive contract, and I don't know. I'm just curious.
We got
from
nothing
your
else.
I mean,
perspective.
I don't think
I haven't seen that.
I don't think Adam
possibly.
Peters. I don't think the front office is in love with Terry McLaurin. So if they got a great deal, I think that they would consider it. But I don't think it's something that's really on the table.
It'd have to be a great deal because we got nothing. You need to take our only weapon besides Jade. Besides Jade.
Yeah, but we think that the Commanders are certainly in the market for another receiver. They are. I mean, they offered Pierce a bunch of money.
Well, Ben, let us ask you this: should the Commanders be interested in a guy that we know the Patriots aren't bringing back, and it's a local guy here, Stephon Diggs? Should we be interested in him?
I do. I am not a huge fan of the Patriots' decision to move on from Stephon Diggs. I thought he was really good for them this past year, especially when you consider It was his first year coming off a torn ACL. He's on a new team. He came in, he played all 21 games, 17 plus 4. He caught, he had 1,000 yards, was their leading receiver, second most yards, good leadership, good toughness. Other than, he had that video in Miami with the pink bag of whatever, and, he had certainly, has something, a legal issue right now where if that goes astray, then obviously they made the right decision to move on. But, if Stephon Diggs were only making $5 million this year, I think he'd still be a Patriot. I think they balked at the asking price. They just didn't want to pay him $20 million anymore. But I thought he was really good for them, did a really good job of acclimating and coming into a new system. And now he's 2 years removed from the ACL. It would have been his second year with Drake May. I thought the Patriots should have kept Diggs and continued to build off that. Instead, they release him, and now they're in a spot where I think they pretty much have to go out and trade for A.J. Brown because, I think, the Patriots need to keep the momentum going from last year. So, yeah, if the Commanders end up with Stephon Diggs, I actually think that'd be a pretty solid signing for them.
What do you think about Pierce getting all that money?
If I'm the other 31 teams, I'm glad the Colts did that, and I think the Colts saved everyone else from themselves. Alec Pierce, good numbers, good player, definitely makes some big plays down the field. But like when you're averaging 22 yards a catch 2 years in a row, like you have to think about why. And it's like, are you the greatest receiver ever who can't be covered? Or is it because you're not the primary option on offense and you're probably seeing a lot of single coverage, and the Colts are really built around the run game and they're a heavy play action team, which is, big for making plays down the field. So to me, Alec Pierce, is a guy who's commanding number one receiver money, but is he was the Colts number 3 option, maybe even the number 4 option when you consider, Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor, maybe Michael Pittman. So, Pierce, it's, they're not putting a lot more on his plate with the contract and they traded Michael Pittman away, but I was not a fan of that move for the Patriots. I think Pierce makes, I think at that price, he makes sense for the Colts. They know what they're getting. He's been in their offense. They know what to do with him. If he had to come into a new team making that money, the expectations would have been so high. And to me, he's just not that kind of receiver. So I think the Colts did everyone else a favor.
Ben, give us your best move that you saw yesterday and the worst move on day one league-wide in free agency.
It's not a sexy move, but I really like the Ravens going out and getting Tyler Linderbaum. I know they paid through the roof for the guy. They basically gave him a Kirk Cousins contract. It was 3 years and $81 million, and it's pretty much all guaranteed. So they blew the center market out of the water to go get this guy. But with the Raiders starting over, that to me that's a good position to invest in. He's going to anchor your offensive line. He's young still. That's a team you want to protect, your investment here in Fernando Mendoza. So I do like the Raiders going out and getting a center. It's been so much, my head is swimming that honestly I can't even it's all clouding up in my head. From the last 24 hours. I think what you're seeing is the worst teams are the ones going out and trying to be like the Patriots, and spend a lot of money and turn their teams around quickly. The Titans, the Raiders, they were, big participants yesterday and spending a lot of money. But that's because they have a lot of work to do and a lot of ground to make up in the standings. So I don't know. Free agency is always fool's gold. It's the Patriots actually did a pretty good job last year, but for the most part, Alec Pierce is going to have a tough time living up to that contract. I like how the Steelers went out and got Michael Pittman. It makes me think DK Metcalf is going to be available. I don't think they were thrilled with his fit last year, and his contract is pretty easy for them to move. It's not going to hurt their salary cap by any stretch. So I do wonder if DK Metcalf is available, but I apologize. Just the breadth of moves yesterday.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And it was happening every 3 minutes.
It's a lot. Now, before free agency started or the tampering period started, you had the Max Crosby deal. I'm wondering if you think the addition of Crosby to the Ravens makes them a favorite in the AFC now.
It's a big step. I mean, they have a lot of work to do on that defense. They got to completely rebuild that secondary, especially. But Yeah, when you have Lamar Jackson and Max Crosby, those are probably two of the 8 best players in the NFL right now. So, the Ravens, I think they see that their window is now. They're, not, they don't want this slow rebuild. They want to take advantage of Lamar Jackson in his prime. He's a guy you're not quite sure how he's going to age, with his style of play. So the fact that he's in his late 20s now, I think they want to take advantage of that window. The thing about the Ravens that's interesting is their new setup, coaching-wise. I've had a couple of people say that they're kind of scratching their head a little bit just because they have, an inexperienced head coach now and an inexperienced offensive coordinator around Lamar Jackson. There's no one really on the coaching staff that has a lot of gravitas there in their position, experience with it. And like here in New England, we saw that a couple of years ago when they had Gerard Mayo at head coach and Alex Van Pelt was the offensive coordinator. And no one had, between all the coordinators and the head coach, no one had any experience in their job before. And that's a lot, to ask of a team with everyone learning kind of as they go along. So it will be interesting to see how the Ravens move forward here. Just their head coach and their offensive coordinator have never done it before. And that's an interesting mix when you have a very experienced quarterback like Lamar Jackson.
Ben, are the Jets seriously considering a quarterback room of, I can't even get it out of my mouth without laughing, Geno Smith / Carson Wentz in 2026? Is that real?
I think they are, just because I don't, it's the Jets, and I don't think realistically they expect to be, competing this year. They've been stuck in quarterback purgatory for almost, basically since Joe Namath, So, Geno Smith might be a decent option for them, and he's only $1 million. I think that's what it really comes down to. The Raiders are paying him $18 and so the Geno Smith's only going to get the minimum from the Jets, 1.3, assuming that's where he goes. If I'm the Jets, though, I would take a look at Kyler Murray. What do you have to lose there? He's a legit starting quarterback. He's also a guy who's only $1 million. And if you're the Jets, what do you have to lose? So, I'm surprised that there hasn't been more buzz of them being in on him. To me, that's, an example of an organization who doesn't know when to take a swing or not. I mean, Geno Smith and Carson Wentz, good fits for Frank Reich, the new offensive coordinator, and neither of those guys will really rock the boat. But if you're the Jets, why not take a swing on Kyler Murray? He's a former number 1 overall pick. He's still only 29 years old. He's only $1 million. To me, that should be a slam dunk for the Jets. So who knows what they're thinking there. But obviously with Geno Smith and Carson Wentz, it's not like they're going to be selling a ton of season tickets this year. That one is going to be a tough sell for the fans.
Were you surprised Hendrickson is still on the board?
No, because he's a 31-year-old pass rusher who, is coming off some contentious years with his former team. He'll eventually get paid, but he seems like a guy who's not going to be a day one priority free agent. I would imagine teams want to see, the dust settle first and then, go after Trey Hendrickson. He should still be a productive pass rusher, but he's had a weird couple of years there in Cincinnati that I think has hurt his value on the market. But, eventually he'll get signed. And I don't think a guy like him is in any rush either. It's not like he really needs to go to OTAs, or anything like that. But Hendrickson will get a home. He'll sign with a playoff contender. Could be the Cowboys. Could be. The Patriots could use Trey Hendrickson, to be honest. So we'll see what happens there. But just with his age and with how things have gone for him, I'm not surprised that he's still unsigned.
Ben, thanks as always for the time. We know you're super busy during NFL free agency. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
That's Ben Valin, senior NFL writer for the Boston Globe. When we come back, what should the first Commanders move be on day 2 of free agency for Adam Peters? What is that name? What is that position that you want addressed for day 2 of free agency? 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll take your calls on that next.
DC's FM Sports Talk 1067 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA has officially pulled the plug on the Atlanta Hawks Magic City Monday. Commissioner Adam Silver announced the cancellation yesterday, citing significant concerns from league stakeholders over the team's planned tribute to a strip club. The promotion was set for next week against Orlando and intended to celebrate Atlanta's hip-hop scene. Too bad it's a strip club. Cancel that thing. I'm Drake Toll.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up. I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe? Yeah. I only paid. Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found Tax Relief Advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign in to your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our odds boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. For help in Maryland, can also visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD3 Morningside.
Back to the air, deep left center field, going toward the bullpen.
The sounds of spring training
See you later.
are on your flagship home of the Washington Nationals.
Bang! So back-to-back go the Nationals.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. First day of free agency was a busy one for the Commanders. They signed a bunch of defensive help, pass rusher, defensive end, Odafe Owe gets a 4-year, $100 million deal. Former 5th-round pick defensive tackle Tim Settle returning to Washington on a 3-year contract. They also signed defensive back Amik Robertson to a 2-year deal, and the Commanders have extended tackle Laramie Tunsil to a contract that keeps him in Washington now through 2028. Big win for the Capitals, a much-needed win. They skate by Calgary 7-3 last night. Connor McMichael scored a pair as the Caps end a 3-game skid. World Baseball Classic. Aaron Judge and Roman Anthony homered. U.S. beat Mexico 5-3. Paul Skeens fanned 7 over 4 shutout innings. Team USA now 3-0. They'll finish up pool play tonight, 9 p.m. against Italy. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Just hear me out. Speaking of fans, let's go to the phones. It's funny.
106.7 The Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. In just about an hour at 9 o'clock, Jay Gruden, former Skins head coach, will join the show. Looking forward to hearing from him. 800-636-1067 is the number. When you look down at your phone later today and you see that update that the Commanders signed blank, what do you want that name to be? What
Who's
name
your guy,
jumps to mind?
Cakes?
I've got a guy because this market is drying up quickly, and I feel like this team really needs tight end help. I wanted to say the Commanders have reached agreement with former Cleveland Brown David Njoku.
I don't
Come
hate
on down.
that.
You're wearing burgundy and gold, David Njoku. You can catch touchdowns, which I don't know if any of the other tight ends that are currently on the roster are qualified to do. That is the guy I want because they've been getting snatched up. Isaiah Likely is gone. Cade Otton resigns with Tampa.
Yep.
There aren't that many pretty solid names left. There's Njoku, there's Jonnu Smith, there's Dallas Goedert. He would be a decent
That's the
consolation
guy I'm
prize.
going for. You know what? Because I upgrade.
Yep.
He's 31, so he's a little bit older, but Njoku's about the same age.
Now,
he's 31, and you're taking somebody from the division.
That's true.
And he had 11 touchdowns last season.
I feel like his touchdowns were a little artificial because Jalen Hurts just was laser focused on him, like inside the 5-yard line. I feel like that was a little bit fluky. I don't think that's going to be something that's sticky with him. But if you can't get Njoku, Goddard would be a good consolation, in my opinion.
Well, I think that's fair. The year before he had 2 touchdowns.
Right.
The year before that he had 3. So 11, it was his outlier
kind of
year,
right?
But he's pretty much kind of a 50 to 60 catch guy
if you don't
every season.
If you don't get either of those two guys, then there's a steep drop off. Then you've got guys like Taysom Hill, Will Dissly, Foster Moreau, Tyler Conklin.
Yeah.
Like,
well, Chig's in there.
Chig is in there.
Some
as
people
well.
seem high on.
Okay,
I've seen him low on other lists.
He's a top 50.
I would take him too. But some of those other names, they don't do anything.
My
for me.
answer would kind of depend on where they're targeting in the draft.
Yeah.
I wish I knew. But not knowing that, I'm going after Brisker from the Bears at safety because I just think they need more help. They went out and got a corner, a third corner. But, I mean, last year they had Will Harris and Jeremy Reeves as starting safeties. I think they need an upgrade there. Sorry. I would go after Brisker.
I'd like to be at Par City today watching everybody try to hole out and hit bombs. And I'd be thrilled to look down at my phone and it says the Commanders have signed a 3-year deal, whatever, Romeo Doubs.
That too.
That would excite me.
Yeah.
That'd be a legit number 2 receiver.
All right, so we've got
I
3
agree.
offensive
Legit.
players so far. We've got Njoku, Goddard manning this tight end spot, and Dobbs at wide receiver, who I'm still surprised lasted into day 2. And Jason would go defense with Brisker coming over from the Bears. 800-636-1067. What's the name you want to hear for the first move for Adam Peters in day 2 of free agency?
Who's the next best center that's available? If Linderbaum got $27 million, way above everybody else, you get the second best guy that's available. Give him, I don't know, 13 or something.
Elgton Jenkins just got released by the Packers.
Yeah.
He's a 7-year veteran. It sounds like his market value is going to be 15-ish million. You'd be able to get a starting center for
that might be a good value.
Basically half of what Linderbaum's making.
I think that might be a really good value.
Maybe that's a name that's out there. A few other names at the top of the center market: Lloyd Cushenberry and James Daniels, formerly of
What's the age on those guys?
Cushenberry.
Again, I'm gonna give them some grace. They seem like they went hard after Pierce. He didn't want him.
Right.
They went hard after Linderbaum. He got $27 million for a center, and then they went hard after who's the third one? Phillips. I mean, that market got crazy. $30 million.
An honorable mention name. I think Juwan Jennings would be a nice piece at wide receiver.
No doubt.
If you miss on Dobbs and you have to go down like a half tier or a tier,
that would be fine.
I think that's a great guy to pair up with Terry McLaurin.
So who do you want?
Is he better than Debo?
Is Jennings better than Debo? I mean, he's a little bit
He's not
different.
the athlete.
The numbers?
I wouldn't be. Listen, if I looked down at my phone and they said they re-signed Debo
He's
for
a possession guy.
2 years and $24 million, I'd be like, let's go. I like Debo.
Debo had 72 catches. I don't think Jennings had 72 catches.
Well, he was injured for a good portion of the year, too.
Yeah, I mean, and they've used McCaffrey and Kittle.
Dobbs at 55.
I don't think Debo... He's in the same ballpark.
The Debo Samuel slander is outrageous in this town.
It's because he didn't live up to our expectations.
So when I was bringing up the fact that they extended Laramie Tunsil, all you guys did was take your pants down and...
Right.
Okay,
because the assumption is Debo's gone. I knew Tunsil was coming back.
You'd be overjoyed if Debo got brought back?
I'm not saying I would be overjoyed.
Tunsil re-signed. You're like,
you don't understand, Cakes.
That was expected.
The Tunsil thing was a given in my mind. So maybe I'm wrong, but in my mind, it was a guarantee he was coming back. Debo, I assume, is gone. So I'm assuming
like
he's gone.
Unless the market for him just craters.
Right. If they could get him back at a reasonable price, I would be happy. I think he's very productive.
Your word's not fair.
Elite, but
nobody's going to be overjoyed if they sign Debo. But nobody's going to be overjoyed if they sign Juwan Jennings or Romeo Dobbs. You're going to be overjoyed to use the term you threw out
but it's a need, and you would be happy with it.
But I think Debo is every bit as good, if not better, than both these guys.
I mean, Juwan Jennings is a good receiver. He can catch. He's a big guy.
And Dobbs.
So's Debo.
I'm going to give the edge to Dobbs.
Yeah, but he's just
younger.
He's not the red zone threat that Jennings is.
But what Debo
you're going to use him differently than you would use Jennings.
I understand, but Debo is an energy.
I mean, he's a better athlete.
Debo is an energy guy. I think people just feed off.
But if you know
energy.
Debo's going to go somewhere else, then Jennings I think would be fine.
All right, let's go to Mark.
I mean, the most touchdowns Jennings gave you was this year with 9 touchdowns.
Great.
Besides that, 6-1-1-5.
Right.
Well, yeah, but they don't. I mean, they had Ayuk and they had Debo and Kittle and then McCaffrey. I mean, he's not a number one guy.
If they said Jennings, I'm happy. I'd be
sorry?
happy. If they said Jennings or Dobbs, I'm happy. I'm
they're-
also saying I'd be happy with Debo,
Unless they're targeting Carnell Tate at 7.
which I think they might be. And I actually think they're going to sign Ayuk.
By the
I'm
way,
convinced of it.
Spot Track is predicting Jennings' market value to be 22 plus per season. Dobbs, they only have at 12. I think Dobbs is going to get paid more than that.
That's a steal.
If you get Dobbs for like 12 or 13
that's a steal.
million.
And then draft Tate or sign Ayuk.
Right.
And then you still have Lane, who I think has potential. And McCaffrey kind of surprised us before he got hurt. Let's go to Mark in Largo. Mark, what's up? Who's your day 2 guy today? When you're hanging out with us at Par City and you look down at your phone, who do you want to see?
Dobbs. I would say Dobbs. If you get Jennings and Dobbs, then that'll keep the dogs off of Adam Peters.
You're not going to get both.
Yeah, I don't. I think
You're not going to get both.
You're not a Peters guy.
No, because I don't think he treats the biggest toy in this franchise like it's supposed to be, like he cares about it. I'm not.
Why?
He's got
a
He's going to put talent around this guy. Everybody, and Jason, you know this.
What?
Everybody in the league, the GMs in the league are laughing at him because he doesn't know what to do with all the talent around. The talent that he has in this quarterback, he doesn't put enough talent around this kid. That's why I don't like him.
I think he's attempting to surround Jaden. Thank you for the call. I think he's attempting to surround Jaden Daniels.
He's also
with talent.
attempting to protect him.
Like
that was his number one thing he's trying to do.
It's malpractice if you have a rookie who's as good as Jaden Daniels on a rookie deal, and you're not going to get him sufficient talent to throw the ball to.
I mean, look, last year they went out and got Debo.
And Tunsil to help protect
and
him.
Austin Eckler.
Right.
I mean, they attempted to put some talent around JD. And McLaurin, the contract thing was a nightmare. But
and they drafted a right tackle in the first round.
Yeah.
They signed
They've also
for a
spent
left tackle.
relatively high picks on McCaffrey and Jalen Lane, 3rd and 4th round picks.
Yeah.
Like he's dedicating draft capital to it as well.
But I would agree with Mark. They have to upgrade and put some more guys around them.
Yeah, totally. Definitely do. Especially if you let Debo go, which it seems like they're going
today.
Hope banking on a guy that just hasn't done it yet.
I don't think they're going to. Remember when Quinn was asked about Benson, and I don't remember the exact phrasing, but he basically said he can do certain things, but he hasn't done other things.
Right. I think the money quote was he's got a long way to go.
That's
I think
what it
that
was.
Blau.
That's what it was.
We like him, but he's got a long
You're right,
way to go.
it was Blau.
Yeah.
It was said not with that inflection.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know what? Pull it up. I want to hear it again.
Those words
I
were
demand
said,
to hear that
but
again.
it wasn't with that inflection. Like, we like him, but he's got a long way to go.
Okay,
It wasn't said like that.
Well,
It wasn't said like
I
that.
put inflection on
It
it
was
because-
like, listen, we like him. He's got a long way to go, but we like him.
I put inflection on it because I have something called a personality that David Blau does
He
not.
doesn't
But
have
it wasn't, we love him.
Yeah,
No, but it wasn't trashing him. You guys are making it seem like he was trashing.
No, but it
He
was an
hyping him.
acknowledgement. I
Well,
think it was
but
an
it's fair.
acknowledgement
That's a
he's
fair acknowledgement.
that he's not a number one right now.
That's fair.
And so if you've got no Zach Ertz, and Bates is mostly a blocker, and Sinnott is a project still, you need a number one. That's all.
I wouldn't be surprised.
However,
I wouldn't be surprised if they think that they want to justify it and they're gonna put it on him.
If they don't bring in another tight end today, I'm going to be personally devastated.
It's okay if they do it tomorrow. Okay.
No, I have liked the progression of Ben. I think there's a long way to go, but he, I have a vision for him fitting a role into this offense that I think, he can excel at. And I'm excited to get him in here and challenge him in different ways and see if, what we think and know about the man can come to life on the field.
Long way
I'm
to go
sorry,
and
that
a
is-
roll.
If you think that's a ringing endorsement, then we're
It's
listening to a
not.
different.
I didn't think it was a
audio.
ringing
He's just
endorsement,
very-
but I
he's
thought
very-
it was an endorsement.
He's very monotone.
You thought that was an
Endorsement of
an
what,
endorsement?
though? Endorsement.
I envision a role with him
A
that I
role
think.
could be a very minor role.
Okay,
Yeah.
well he's had.
Do you
a minor
believe it's a
role.
major role?
I
No.
think he's had a minor role.
Do you believe it's a
He's
major
at the
role?
minorest
No.
of roles.
I
It's
don't
not
know
gonna be
what
a
his
major role.
ceiling is. I don't know
I know.
what his ceiling is.
Answer the question. Do you believe when he said that he was envisioning a major role?
Yeah.
I don't know. But
You can't answer a question.
because I don't know. I am not allowed to not know.
Nobody knows.
I don't know.
But it's a speculative question.
I think he has a larger role planned for him. Yes.
How can he have a smaller role? How's that
You
possible?
could cut him. You could have no role. You could say he sucks. We don't want to ever see him again, and we suck.
He's not going to say that. I mean, come on.
I don't know.
He's not going to have a major
I
role.
think he's higher on him than
Eric
you
knows he's not going to have a major role. You know that.
I think he's capable. You guys will laugh at me. I think he's capable of catching 40 balls.
Oh, I'll take the under right
Okay.
now.
I'm not going to bet on it, but I think he's capable.
But Zach Ertz did a lot more than that. They need more than 40 balls.
Yeah.
They need somebody who's going to catch close to
I'm not
60.
projecting he's going to go from 7 to 70. I'm not a moron.
Anyway, I know we're getting sidetracked with the Ben Sinnott talk, but
I just think the Ben.
it shows they need an upgrade at tight end. Like you can't run it back with Sinnott, Yankoff, Bates, and think that's good enough. That's not a good enough group of tight ends. And he'd be cheaper, but they're running out of good names on the tight end.
You want to
list.
hear Logan Paulson on Okonkwo?
Yes.
But this dude's a maniac, man, and I love him. Like, if you wanted a guy to fit this role for Washington, this is the guy. And if I can see it, every team in the NFL can see it. In terms of guys that I watched that fit this kind of move role, like, it's him. 100%. Like, this is the one. So again, he's not the biggest guy, but in terms of route suddenness, like he is vertically fast, man. He can attack the seam. He can stress you vertically in the defense. Like, there's great stuff of him, like trying to get rerouted, chop the arm down, get behind that second level defender inside the safety, ball on target, big play, right? He runs corners at a high level, can stress you vertically from there. As a kind of choice angle route runner, there's a little bit of clunkiness to his feet, but he's explosive. They line him up outside a receiver, kind of in a tight split. He can run a backside dig, which is really tough to see. And the other thing is him after the catch, man, I love how he attacks defenders, man. Just from a competitor standpoint, man, like this is like, I think this is a heck of a football. I had no file on him at all, but then I went and watched the tape and I was like, this dude is a stud. Like, I want him to be a Commander so bad. But the thing I will say is that every team in the league has watched this film and they probably feel the same way.
I mean, he has a market value, according to Spot Track, of $8 million-ish per season.
Well, that's a steal.
That would make sense. The only guy with a higher value is Njoku on this list.
Cade Otton got 30 minutes. He got $10 million a year. So maybe Okonkwo's in that same ballpark.
Right. Maybe a little bit cheaper, which would be great. All right, don't forget, coming up in just about 40-ish minutes, Jay Gruden will join us. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll do EB's entertainment page next when we come back.
Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
What if my child gets sick while I'm at work?
What if I have to stay late?
What if I'm not feeling well?
Don't let the what-ifs run you in circles. If you carpool, vanpool, or use transit, Commuter Connections will give you 6 free rides home in case of illness, emergencies, or unscheduled overtime, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. Register or renew free for Guaranteed Ride Home at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Some restrictions apply.
Opening day just hits different. Natitude, Friday, April 3rd. The Dodgers come to town and the party's on all weekend at Nationals Park. RSVP now at nationals.com/tickets.
Listen up, team. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help you design a game plan that actually works. We're talking ergonomic chairs, smart desks, furniture that keeps your team comfortable and locked in. Boost morale, boost performance, work smarter, not harder. And here's the hat trick. Name drop the fan and net 15% off your purchase. Visit PVIPVI.com to get your office ready for game day. PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
Want to hang with the sports junkies?
Join us Tuesday, March 10th from 4 to 6 for happy hour at Bar City Golf in Arlington.
Play indoor golf, grab food and drinks, or just stop by and hang out with the junks.
Plus, compete in our closest to the hole and longest drive contest for Par City Golf gift cards.
Whether you're a golfer or just coming out after work, it's a perfect happy hour with the sports junkie.
Par City Golf, indoor golf, reimagined. Arlington now, Bethesda coming soon.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hola amigos, Brad Evans here. Check out this booming voice and Pat Boyle on BetMGM tonight, covering the biggest sports stories from coast to coast, live and interactive on the free Odyssey app, discussing NFL offseason news and getting you ready for the madness in college hoops. BetMGM tonight with me, Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, live and interactive, Monday through Friday night starting at 6 Eastern, presented by BetMGM. Always live on the free Odyssey app and watch on YouTube at BetMGM tonight.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the Sports Junkies.
All right, I'm going to give you real quick.
A good reason to listen. On 106.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jay Gruden joins the show coming up at 9 o'clock, but right now it's time for Eric Bickle's entertainment page. He's ready to entertain the masses.
All right, Cakes, the entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, BMWFairfax.com. I've set many friends up. Get over there, test drive one. You're going to love it. All right, I had to look up Boston Greatest Hits. Because I know more than a
Got
feeling.
a lot of them, yeah.
That's the number one to me.
It's a great jam.
Okay. The reason why I say this is because their lead singer, he was just 60. Seems kind of young for Boston. Mm-hmm. Tommy DiCarlo, the lead singer, died.
Wow.
He had a battle with brain cancer. Horrible. But I think it's a good time maybe to play a couple Boston hits. But I guess so what they list is Tell Me, Higher Power, More Than a Feeling, Peace of Mind.
Don't Look Back is a great song.
Don't Look Back's really good.
Which one is this one? More Than a
More
Feeling?
Than a Feeling, yeah.
So this one I know. 100%. Great song.
Yeah.
Great song. I've literally never dialed it up on my Spotify or anything, but it's a great song.
It's a great song.
I could put this on my list. I'll add this on my Spotify.
Wow, he was 60?
60.
All right, this one is great.
By the way, Brad Delp was
the original.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a backup. Okay,
Yeah, Brad Delp
sense.
was Brad
Seems
Delp's
too
definitely
young.
singing this song.
Can you go to Tell Me? Because they have that listed as number one. I don't know why. Maybe it was their first. Oh, I know this.
We played this on this show a million times. This is a bumper.
I mean, I've heard it a million times, but
No, this is Don't Look Back. This is not Tell Me.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I don't think Tell Me's in the system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Brad Delp, he committed suicide.
He's gone too,
He
yeah.
had depression. You see how he killed himself?
Remind
It's
me.
a wild method. Went into the bathroom, sealed the bathroom, put 2 charcoal grills in the bathtub,
And just smoked himself out?
and killed himself.
Terrible.
I've never heard of that.
You got to be in a bad spot.
Crazy. That is a
Charcoal. He
Yeah.
charcoal grilled himself to
well,
death.
he carbon monoxide poisoned himself.
Yeah.
This is all. You know what? This is a horrible start to the entertainment page. We're listening to great music, but
Well, hold on.
there's a lot of
Which one is this,
This is
one,
for-
Donnie?
this
bad
is foreplay.
backstory.
This is Foreplay, which morphs into Long Time.
Hold on. I know this intro.
Yeah, this is a long
Hold on.
intro.
It's called Foreplay, this song?
And then then a Long Time is the song. It's been such a long
So it's 2
time.
songs in one?
Yeah, Foreplay is just like the musical intro, and then
I know what Foreplay is. Believe me.
yeah, I'm sure you do.
Is Jason?
We forgot.
Forgot that.
Hold it. Okay, is it a long time? Can you fast forward till I get to the dumb song where he sings?
Yeah, it's a long. It's pretty. It's like an
Longest
8-minute
intro
song.
ever. I heard that. It's all
Yeah, I
cool.
know. I can't. The problem is with this system, I can't,
can't really
fast.
fast
I mean, I
forward.
can't fast forward.
They are pillars of classic rock. You look up classic rock, Boston, right there, in the mix.
When did that guy charcoal himself to death?
That was 2007.
Oh, it wasn't that long ago. So this guy's been the lead singer for probably
20 years.
20 years. Okay.
Brad Delp.
Yeah, but it's in the 2000s.
Oh, you're talking about the new guy, yeah.
Yeah, the new guy's probably been there since then, ish. Anyway, pour some out for him. That's terrible. Nobody wants to go that way and go early, so that's awful. I think we talked about this already, right? They did arrest a woman in the shooting at Rihanna's LA home. It was a 35-year-old woman was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after shots were fired at her LA home at like 1:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Any
right?
motive?
Crazy.
I think they were still investigating.
Just crazy woman.
I don't know. But Rihanna was at the home at the time, and I assume that means her 3 kids were there too. Yeah, Rihanna, I guess her husband is A$AP Rocky, her husband, and the children were home at the time of the shooting, but no injuries were reported. That's unbelievable. They jailed her on a $10 million bond. So does that mean she has to come up with $1 million? Typically, you have to put up 10%.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to come up with
good
$1
luck.
million.
Good luck.
Yeah, if you're just a random Joe, that ain't gonna happen.
That's not happening.
Unlikely.
She's going to be in the poke for a while.
I see that Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye, has booked his first major showcase in the U.S. in years with the announcement of a concert in L.A.'s SoFi Stadium. That's a pretty big venue.
It's a big room.
to make your return.
Well, I mean, what do you want him to do? Play like a 1,000-seat place?
No, but I mean, he's kind of had.
It's been kind of off the radar.
Tumultuous last couple of years. That we think he could fill SoFi.
Yeah,
I mean, he's Kanye West. He's got a lot of bangers.
I'm going to guess there's going to be some empty seats in SoFi.
I don't know. I don't even know if he's going to play his bangers.
Is he going to play all new stuff?
He might, because I know he's promoting like his new album. I think it's called Bully.
He played a handful of shows in South Korea and China. He performed in Mexico City.
Does he still sell the shoes?
No.
I think
Adidas
broke
said
up with him.
we can't go and remain in
But they
business
did
with
have
you.
some sort of compromise where they were kind of getting rid of him and selling him still and all of that.
I'm surprised you haven't seen a pair at TJ Maxx lately.
I don't know. I think they still probably are higher value than what you would think.
I wouldn't know.
He's a billionaire, right?
He was. I think when he lost that deal, that really hurt him. Macaulay Culkin and his girlfriend, wife, whatever she is, Brenda Song.
It's his wife.
They're still doing well, I guess. They bought a $10 million home in L.A.
Wow.
They scooped up a 6-bedroom, 9-bathroom mansion in Sherman Oaks. They say it's 10,200 square feet.
Big.
After
big
they
boy.
sold their Toluca Lake estate for $14 million. Wow.
Macaulay Culkin can afford a $14 million home?
I guess. It's got a full
What's Brenda
gym.
Song do?
She's an actress.
I've
seen
her
before. She was in The Social Network. I know she's in that. I don't know what else she's been in.
I mean, I didn't think they...
I mean,
14
Macaulay
million?
Culkin was in some of the, biggest classic of all time.
Brenda Song was also a child actress.
Yeah.
She's been going at it for a long time.
Yeah, both of them.
I think it was Eduardo Saverin was banging her in the bathroom in The Social Network. I think that was his girlfriend.
You kind of remember that, don't you, Kate?
Kind of hot.
Yeah,
Not gonna lie.
I bet you.
All right, well, here's the deal. McCulkin sold his New York apartment in 2023 that he bought.
Macaulay Culkin.
I like that.
Not
Culkin.
McCulkin.
You just co-opted his name.
You called
I
him
like it.
McCulkin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
He netted $6 million. He bought it for $1 million. He
Yeah.
sold it for $775.
He's a real estate mogul.
All right, that's the reason.
And
he
his-
ain't making all that kind of
and
money.
His brother
acting.
is
Come on, man,
fabulously rich, part of the Succession family on
Yeah.
HBO.
Kieran.
Yeah, very rich.
How rich is Jeff Macaulay?
He's pretty rich, too.
I mean, he's not that level rich, but I'm guessing he's doing pretty well.
He's rich enough to buy a $200 skateboard.
Yeah.
$200.
This is a weird story. I mean, I guess it happens, but Hillary Duff, she has something in common with Aaron Rodgers. Do you know what that is, Cake?
She doesn't talk to her parents?
She doesn't talk to her parents.
Really? Hillary? Oh,
She's got
okay.
an estrangement from her parents and her sister.
Oh, wow. The whole fam.
Very weird. I mean,
What did they do to her?
No idea, but she says, at one point she said something to the effect that she feels like her parents don't really care about her. So I don't know what that means, if they threw her to the wolves when she was a young child actress kind of thing, and she didn't feel like they stood up for him. I can only guess what that means.
Or maybe she had crazy stage parents that pushed her too far and doesn't have a relationship
Well, that's what
anymore.
I mean.
I don't know.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Threw her to the wolves, pushed her too hard. My dad and I don't really have much of a relationship. We don't speak very often. It's really hard. She talks about my sister. She said, I hope it's not this way forever, but we don't speak. I don't know. She has a new song, I guess, called We Don't Talk. And it talks about
Autobiographical.
her fractured relationship with her sister. And then she says, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that in Hollywood she's run into more and more people that don't have relationships with their sibling. So sad when you see something like that. Why are you laughing?
JP's least favorite song.
We don't talk. We don't talk anymore. JP would never listen to such a tune.
Netflix new #1 show, Cakes. You know what it is?
Netflix's new #1.
Let me go to it.
I don't know what Netflix's new #1, but my new #1 on HBO Max is DTF St. Louis with Jason Bateman.
Is it pretty good?
It's pretty
Dark comedy?
Yeah. Through 2 episodes, it's pretty good.
All right, hold on. #1 show,
Yes.
War Machine.
No. I think Steven Spielberg is behind it. The Dinosaurs. I think that's what it is. A
Dinosaurs?
4-episode,
I don't see that.
100% rated, Rotten Tomatoes scored miniseries. Yeah, it's got a perfect Rotten Tomatoes score.
It's just about T-Rexes and Brontosauruses.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman narrates it.
Okay.
All about the Jurassic era.
Oh. I prefer watching Jurassic Park with fake dinosaurs, but maybe it's worth a
Well,
watch.
they're all going to be fake dinosaurs cakes.
Yeah,
How are you going to watch real dinosaurs?
I mean fake
They're
dinosaurs in
CGI.
a fictional movie setting.
They
I don't
say-
need a documentary about dinosaurs.
Morgan Freeman walks you through
Well,
the
he's a dinosaur
lives,
too. He's butt old.
routines, survival, and extinction.
Morgan Freeman, I'm going to put him on 88, 89.
Is he that old?
He walks around with a glove on his hand
he's
or
pretty
something,
old.
right?
I don't think he's that old.
He's
pretty
pretty
old.
old.
All right, you're going to look it up.
He's pretty old.
Morgan Freeman, he's 88. I'm silly.
Wow.
I'm silly with what's
These
my
people,
age
dude,
again.
they're all
silly,
going. They're
elite
all-
at it.
Their time's coming, Lurch.
I guess so. War Machine looks a little bit silly, by the way.
I don't know what that's about.
It's got Alan Rickson from Reacher in it.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a movie.
Valdez daydreams about his
Might be a
physique all the
movie.
time. Wants to be the next Alan
It's
Richardson.
number one, top 10 movies
It's
in the
a
US.
movie, yeah.
Have you seen it yet?
I started watching it the other day.
Is it pretty good?
I don't know. My phone was more interesting, to be honest.
Well, your phone's more interesting than anything you watch.
Probably true. They saw Savannah Guthrie. I think we talked about this too. That she visited the Today Show set. They have her and her husband walking around New York City.
Paparazzi was all over her.
People are trying to. I don't know. I saw
Is
some
your guy still camping out?
He's been there for like 40 days.
When does he pull the plug?
Don't know.
I saw some speculation that maybe one of the guys that was captured on the camera was like a neighbor who was check on her place. Does that make any sense
Not
to
the
you?
guy with the mask and everything.
Was it the mask, like a surgical mask, or no?
No.
No, he's wearing like a ski mask. He was
ski mask.
used to knock off a bank.
Yeah, he wasn't going to check on her.
Yeah.
Who knows what happened there? But yeah, he was
I
definitely
don't know.
shady.
Dakota Johnson. How old is she now?
Probably late 30s, early 40s.
Late 30s, early
I'm
40s.
just guessing.
I guess is she the newest model for Calvin Klein? They put a bunch of images out there, and people are going crazy for him. She's on top of a piano.
She's 36.
She's in jeans, and that's it, Cake.
Justin Timberlake definitely slept with her in The Social Network.
He did?
God bless.
Is everybody in the Social
I'm just
Network?
giving you all Social Network offshoots from EB's entertainment.
Was she
page.
also not 50 Shades of Grey?
Correct.
Yes. I
Haven't
think she was
seen
the star of
that.
that one.
You want to hear? You want to hear the commercial? It's titillating.
Okay,
but it
yes.
has drab and a tizzy.
Oh, this one does?
Yes.
It's about a young girl and an old guy.
Hi. I just finished. I think I like it. I mean, I really like her. She's so wild. That scene, I've never seen anything like that before. I don't even know how to shoot that, but I'm down.
All right, what is that?
I don't.
You guys got to watch the video. It's the horniest ad I've ever seen.
What is it for? Calvin Klein?
It's for Calvin Klein. She's Dakota Johnson, who I never even thought was attractive until last night, is walking around her house in her bra and panties and her CKs, and she's like playing pool and rubbing her tummy.
I knew that was coming.
But like she's got like
It's Sydney Sweeney, has nothing on Dakota Johnson in this ad.
It's like magic.
innuendo.
It's really hot.
All right, hold on. I have to.
She's my kind of woman.
All right, I'm watching it right now.
Do you have your Calvins on?
She does the butt man. She does the butt man at the end.
She's playing pool.
Is CCR getting residuals too?
Her body is
what
a
bonus.
show. Her body is a 20. Yeah,
She's just bending over next to her bed in her panties.
Yeah, definitely playing
She's
pool.
topless. TOPLESS all over the place.
Yeah, she got her hair covering the milkers.
She's holding pomegranates up, covering the diggles.
Yeah, she got the book on her.
You
sully.
also see her in her panties in The Social Network, just so you know.
Cakes is obsessed with the Social
I'm
Network.
not obsessed. I'm just giving you my frame of reference.
Oh, she takes
with
off her
Dakota
jeans.
Johnson.
She takes off her jeans, Lord.
I'll have to look at it.
Yeah.
Hey, wait till the end.
We
The
gotta
big
show the
finish.
underwear.
big
I see
finish.
she's cutting. What is that? A pomegranate? Yeah, she's.
Who cuts a pomegranate? Don't you just go get the seeds out of the pomegranate?
I don't know.
I wouldn't know what to do.
I think she's sucking on the pomegranate cake.
Okay, if you say so.
I think it's supposed to be very healthy for you. Yeah, she's a hot chick. I barely know her. I mean, I know her from 50 Shades of Grey, like JP.
Yeah.
That's what I know her from.
If I mention she's in The Social Network,
what scene is she in? She's the one who
she's
said
in the
where
scene
Edward
where she
Savarin-
sleeps with she sleeps with Sean Parker, played by Justin Timberlake.
So Justin Timberlake smashes.
And she's very impressed that she slept with Sean Parker, who came up with Napster.
Right. Can I? Do you think I can find that scene?
100%.
Of course. Like, it's
You
like
have
on
YouTube?
online right now.
Yes, you can find it.
Really? Just on YouTube?
Go to YouTube.
Well,
type
has
in-
everything.
Dakota Johnson.
Let's go to
and
Mr. Skin.
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, it'll come up. Of course, it'll come up.
YouTube has everything.
It's got it all. Yeah, you go down the wormhole. Yeah, we have to take a break.
He's got that creepy face
Yeah,
now.
he's
Well, now
dialed
you got
in.
me on a mission.
He's locked in. All right, coming up in about 20 minutes, Jay Gruden. He will help get the show back on track. Former Skins head coach. We'll talk free agency with the Commanders with him at 9 o'clock.
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here for Par City Golf. We're going to be there today, 4 to 6. If you love golf, or even if you don't, you got to check out Par City Golf. This isn't just a simulator spot. It's hospitality, golf, and entertainment all in one. Premium indoor golf, awesome social atmosphere. You can practice, play a full round, or just hang with friends. Serious golf, but without taking yourself too seriously. Par City Golf is community-driven, built for everyone, players and non-players alike. They're in Arlington on Columbia Pike. And a second location opening soon in Bethesda. That's near me, Old Georgetown Road. Par City Golf, indoor golf reimagined.
Save on hearty main dishes at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off air-chilled boneless skinless chicken breast with Prime through March 10th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When I needed a new HVAC system, a water heater, and a sump pump, I called Foley Mechanical. This isn't some big corporate HVAC chain. Dan Foley owns the company. You can tell he cares about the work. This crew is top-notch, especially if you've got an older home or radiator heat. They did a great job at my place. They will at yours. Foley Mechanical serves D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, and they proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. Call Dan Foley and his team at Foley Mechanical. They're the real deal.
For Mervis Diamond Importers, I'm Ronnie Mervis. Over 1 billion years ago, diamonds were formed deep under the Earth's surface. Then, in 1871, a great event occurred when the richest diamond field in history was discovered in South Africa. News spread like wildfire. The rush was on. By the early 1900s, Morris Mervis was furiously working the diggings, and the Mervis Company had become a leading diamond trader. Today, Mervis Diamond Importers is active globally, and our diamonds rank among the best in the world. We provide value because we import direct, there is no middleman. The Mervis Diamond selection is legendary. If you're only going to buy one diamond for the rest of your life, make sure it's a Mervis Diamond. Mervis Diamond Importers. Mervis means more diamonds, much better quality, and the most value. Mervis is the ringleader for the latest engagement rings and wedding bands. Easy financing is available. For an appointment, go to mervisdiamond.com or call 800-HER-LOVE. That's mervisdiamond.com or 800-HER-LOVE.
Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for Window Nation. Spring weather is unpredictable. You never know which way you'll be adjusting your thermostat unless you have the right windows. With Window Nation, you can count on your home being comfortable regardless of the weather. Their windows are customizable and energy efficient. Expert installation takes just one day, and Window Nation products are backed by a lifetime warranty.
There's no better time to upgrade with Window Nation. In March, the more you buy, the more you could save. Up to 50% off all window styles. Visit windownation.com for your free consultation today.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the Sports Junkies.
You're on the air.
Listen anytime, anywhere on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Remember, you can join us today at Par City in Arlington. Hang out with the Junks from 4 until 6 p.m. Compete for great prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin with their indoor golf simulators. Here is the address: 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. We will see you in a matter of hours. And I'm going to need to borrow somebody's club because of course, I don't have golf clubs, so I'll.
There'll be plenty of clubs.
They're not in your truck. Yeah, they have clubs.
Yeah. So I'll be borrowing.
Yeah,
borrowing somebody. I'll be using some demos.
I'm sure you couldn't tell the difference.
If you, I know I won't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, it's okay.
Hey, earlier we were talking about free agency, and we were talking about the one guy that we would like to see the Commanders sign today. We did put that up as our Junkies poll of the day.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. And you can get 25% off select merchandise. That includes T-shirts, hats, hoodies, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. And the four guys that we threw out there, Cakes is a David Njoku opponent.
That's my tight end.
He wants a TE.
I also went tight end Dallas Goedert. Bish wants Jaquan Brisker, safety, and EB is going for Romeo Dobbs, the wide receiver, and he's running away with it right now.
That's the one that
people want Dobbs.
They want
7%.
Even though he'd be wearing a Commander's Guardian cap.
Yeah, I don't love that. I mean, I don't
He's
love that.
trying to preserve his brain. You don't love that?
I think it's embarrassing. Just be a little tougher.
Do you think that they'll go out and get a receiver today?
Today.
Yeah. Do you think a receiver?
I think they'll get a receiver or a tight end.
Yeah, I think one of those two will get signed today. I can't tell you which one. I hope it's tight end. I think that's a higher priority than wide receiver. I mean, wide receivers clearly need, but tight end to me, bigger need.
If they bring back Debo, I just want your reaction.
Meh.
Yeah.
There's a reason they're letting him.
Debo, if Debo came back.
There's a reason he hasn't already been re-signed.
I think
if they really wanted him, he'd already be.
No, they let the market bottom out.
Right.
That's all.
I mean,
yeah.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, they're just saying, yeah, we'd like to have you, but not at this price. So let's see, watch the market. He's a productive receiver.
If Jaden plays
the
a full
Debo slander is unfair.
I know. If Jaden plays a full season, he's going to put up numbers.
He'll be healthier.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah. I'm a Debo stan.
I still think they will try and get a little younger
Debo stan. I think he's fine, but I think you can do better.
Do you think
they're better receivers than him? Sure.
Do you think the Raiders are going to make a big jump? You're going to draft Mendoza. They got Linderbaum, made a bunch of moves.
They did, man.
They may eventually, but they're not going to be like in playoff contention with a rookie quarterback.
Clint Kubiak, the new head coach.
I mean, they're still going to finish in the basement of the AFC West, in my opinion.
What, they have 3 wins?
I mean,
yeah, maybe they can double it.
Yeah, for them going from 3 to like 6 or 7 wins, that's progress.
He's got Brock Bowers. He's got Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
That might be an intriguing offense, and every year there's a team that makes a jump. I don't necessarily believe they're going to make the jump.
Raiders finish in last place in their division. I'll bet it right now. I mean, you think they're going to leapfrog the Chargers, the Broncos, or the Chiefs? I don't see that happening.
It's hard to believe that they would.
Okay.
But what I'd say is that there's usually a team that'll surprise you. They'll make a ridiculous jump. And this past year, it was New England Patriots.
Right.
That went from 4 wins to the Super Bowl?
Well,
or was it 5 wins the year before? The Patriots had 4 or 5 wins the year before.
I think it was 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I don't think it was 5.
And they made it to the Super Bowl. It wasn't with the rookie quarterback. It was with the second-year quarterback in Drake May.
I'm not seeing that leap for the Raiders in year
But what
one.
the Patriots did, and we had Ben Valin on the show earlier, you can grab the podcast and listen to that interview or use the rewind feature on your Odyssey app. They did it primarily with a bunch of free agents. Vrabel came in there, new head coach. Raiders going to have a new head coach. And made a bunch of free agent moves. Raiders are making a bunch of free agent moves.
Yeah, they got
and they also have the 14th pick in the draft. So they got Mendoza, another first-round pick.
Yep, we got 1 and 14. They went out and signed 3
They got
linebackers.
Bowers. They got Genty.
They got pieces.
I'll say this, Cakes.
I don't
willing to make
I don't
a bet.
love their receivers.
I'm willing to make a bet that they're +4 in wins.
So they go from 3 to 7?
Yeah.
So I have 6 or less. I'll take it.
Okay.
$3 bet, Valdez. $3.
Okay, $3
for 2026.
How much do you owe me on the other bet though that I've already won?
Valdez will have to look that up. I think it's $2. But Valdez owes me $1, so he owes you one of my $2.
What was the bet?
That was the Malik Willis
Can you
$30
check
million
out the
a year
Malik
bet.
Willis bet?
We checked it out this morning.
So how much do you owe me from Malik Willis?
$2.
Oh, it was 2.
Yeah, it was a standard Junkies bet.
Okay.
What grade are the Raiders? I'm seeing the Raiders are getting high praise for all their moves.
They went out and got 3 linebackers.
I mean, they spent
3
so
new
much
linebackers.
money, though. No one's just saying this is a little crazy.
Why wouldn't they spend money?
They got talented players.
They got a rookie quarterback. They don't have to worry about paying a quarterback for 4 years.
I mean,
They're giving the
you might say that-
$27 million a
Yeah.
year.
Okay, but obviously that's important for Mendoza's growth. And they had an awful offensive line last year.
Yeah, Ashton Jetty did not have any holes.
Didn't they
to
re-up
run
Geno
through.
Smith too?
Geno Smith? No.
I thought I saw some sort of Geno Smith news
Geno
yesterday.
Smith is- He's looking for a new job.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Dude,
might go.
he's-
He might go to the Jets.
They're moving on.
I can't believe
No,
that,
but it was like a really low
you know
figure.
what? I actually applaud the Jets if they're going to
Maybe it was
trot
just
out.
speculative.
If they're going to trot out a quarterback room of Geno Smith and Carson Wentz, that just tells me we're tanking in 2026 and we're lining ourselves up for the number 1 overall.
Where's
pick.
Justin Fields? They're just letting him go.
He's
Is he a free agent?
He's walking the wilderness looking for a
I
job.
haven't seen him on a
or
list.
he's going to be released.
Is he still under contract?
Yeah, he could be, but there's no way the Jets are going into
No.
a second year with Justin Fields.
He
I
was
think I'd rather have Justin
Didn't he make
Fields than
20
Geno
million?
Smith at this
I thought
point.
he made 20
Made
million. this
20
past-
million.
Yeah.
And you said Carson Wentz?
Geno Smith
I'd rather have Justin
slash
Fields than
Carson
Carson
Wentz.
Wentz.
Yeah, because it's the OC Frank Reich, right?
Yes.
And Reich
Well,
likes
tells me
Carson.
this. Aaron Glenn, you're getting freaking fired if those are your two quarterbacks.
Well, I think he's getting fired
Yeah.
anyway.
It's pretty much, that's happening.
I mean, didn't he run off almost his entire staff?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean
It's not looking good in Jets.
it's not a good look. Telling you, I was unimpressed with him in the Hard Knocks. I thought
He's falling asleep at the combine.
I just thought, I saw that too. I thought he was embarrassing. Who was he going? He was going at it with. Remember
Deuce Staley.
Yeah, Deuce Staley.
He was also embarrassing when didn't they get to overtime in a game and he was celebrating?
Yes.
Then they eventually
ran
lost
down the
it.
sideline.
He ran down celebrating like they won the Super Bowl.
Like an idiot.
He was celebrating for getting to overtime.
Right.
He might be a loser. Aaron Glenn.
Great player.
Great player.
Right. Sometimes
Maybe
it just doesn't-
maxing out as a defensive coordinator.
I do think
what
it'll be
we're seeing.
intriguing with the Raiders loading up
So
with
Kubiak
Mendoza.
and their GM is the guy from Tampa.
Spy Tech, right?
He
Spy
was-
Report.
He was Spy Report was
Yeah,
in Tampa before, right?
Think so.
I mean, they're putting together something.
Spy Report.
I mean, they can only go up 3 and 14.
But you're right. That division's brutal because you would expect Kansas City, you had Kenneth Walker to Mahomes, Travis Kelce coming back.
And
they're going to be there
also,
after a down year.
If you buy into our friend first round mock, he thinks Fernando Mendoza stinks on ice. That he's got like a
Can't buy into
4th round
him.
grade.
I've seen his track record. It's
So
too
he's
horrible.
all over the place.
His track record's
He
brutal.
also thinks Spencer Rattler is the be all end all.
I like having him on the show. He amuses me when I check out.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obsessed with Caleb Williams. He's trashing Caleb Williams. And he's obsessed with a few people. He's a fun
He
guest.
thought Rattler was better than Caleb.
Right.
Yeah. No, people
That's
have.
his deal.
He's got a documented history of crazy days.
But he also claims to be a 70% hit rate.
Yeah, that's
I don't know where that's coming
I
from.
might want to check that math.
I'm 150 pounds
Right.
too.
All right, coming up next, we'll get back into the Commanders' free agency spree on day one, see what they might have in store for day two. Jay Gruden, former Skins head coach, he'll join us next.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 106.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The most expensive breakup in NFL history is officially over. Just hours after the Dolphins swallowed a record $99 million cap hit to release Tua Tagovailoa, the lefty has found a new home in Atlanta? Tagovailoa signs a one-year prove-it deal with the Falcons where he'll serve as the immediate bridge starter, while Michael Penix Jr. recovers from what was a late-season ACL tear last year. I'm Drake Toll.
All right, guys, you know me. I'm always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, tennis court. Injuries happen. Currently, I've got literally got golfer's elbow. It's killing me. My ankle's bothering me. You know, back spasms, bone and joint. All that stuff happens. Getting old. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400-plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call people. 844-VANTA365. That's 844-VANTA365. I've seen how much of a difference they can make.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Xfinity Tech Support. Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Whoa!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep. The combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still. You're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
For years, there's been one sound you just couldn't escape in the DMV.
Ford, Honda, Chevy, Beamers, and minivans. Over 600 cars, trucks, SUVs. Are you listening, man? Let Eastern Motors.
You sang it in traffic, joked about it with your friends, and caught yourself humming along. Some jingles fade away. This one's just too catchy not to shine. It's probably running through your head right now. Coming this spring, Easterns is rolling out all new version of the DMV's favorite jingle. This is just a taste. The full jingle hits this spring. Eastern's Automotive Group. Any car, any way, for everyone.
Love college basketball? Gear up for another exciting season of college ball with a special offer from BetMGM. Sign in to your BetMGM account and enjoy a college basketball odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any college basketball bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. It's that simple. 3 quick steps and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next bet hits. Log in and enjoy our Odds Boost token to help you create another memorable season of college ball. Get off the bench, join the huddle, and head for the net with BetMGM all season long. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. D.C., Maryland, and Virginia only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. For help in Maryland, can also visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Live from the LindsayCars.com studios in the nation's capital, WJFK-FM and WJFK-HD1, Manassas, and WPGC-HD3, Morningside.
Tip, they score!
This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Dylan Strome tips it. Alex Ovechkin shot. You get a goal. You get a goal. Back for Wilson. He scores.
Sports Radio 106.7, The Fan.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
106.7 The Fan. Sports Flash.
The football free agent frenzy began for the Commanders with a bunch of defensive signings on Monday. They add pass rusher defensive end Odafe Owe to a 4-year, $100 million deal. Former fifth-round pick Tim Settle is returning to Washington on a 3-year contract. They also signed defensive back Amik Robertson to a 2-year deal, and Washington Inc.'s left tackle Laramie Tunsil to an extension through 2028. NFL moves made last night. Linebacker Devin with 17 games to go. College hoops, Maryland facing Oregon, first round of the Big Ten tournament this evening, 5 p.m. on the Team 980. Virginia Tech and Wake Forest tonight in the ACC tournament, 7 p.m. on Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
It's the Sports Junkies on 106.7 The Fan.
Man, these guys are so classy, you know? Pretty damn good.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Let's head to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Jay Gruden, former Skins head coach. Jay, thanks for joining us, man. Good to hear from you.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning. 30 years you guys have been around? That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Crazy, dude.
You're right.
So what'd you think, man? A lot of us feel like kind of from afar, it's kind of underwhelming, but it looks like the Commanders were in on a lot of guys. The market was just too crazy.
Yeah, that's the way it is. It's going to be like that forever now. You know, you got the portal nowadays in college football and NFL free agency. It's a frenzy, and it's important to try to get a few guys out of free agency so you don't go into the draft bare naked. So luckily they addressed a couple needs. They got a nickel back in from Detroit. They got the defensive end from the Chargers. They got my guy Tim Settle back, who we drafted a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they addressed a few guys, so now they can kind of freewheel it in the draft. Hopefully the running back from Notre Dame's there, or somebody that can really make some things happen offensively for them in the draft.
Coach, give us your intel on Settle. Like, he wasn't a high draft pick, but he's a guy who's made himself a nice career in the league. Now with his second stint with the Commanders, should help the defensive line depth there.
Definitely. He's a depth player. You know, he can do a lot of different things. He can rush a passer pretty good. He can play the run pretty good. He's definitely a good rotational type guy to keep your main guys fresh. So when you take out Kinlaw, you take out Payne, you bring Settle in, you lose a little bit, but not a lot, because he plays with great effort. He's got good hands, and he can get after the quarterback somewhat. So definitely a good add for them for the depth of the defensive line.
So, Jay, Jeremiah Love is tantalizing. The fans want to draft him. You alluded to him. But how much of a need is running back? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, Bills, Chris Rodriguez, McNichols, they seem to do a decent job. And if you look at the rankings in terms of rushing last year, they were amongst the top teams. Now, that, of course, includes quarterback rushing. How much of a need is it, do you think, for them to get a playmaker like Jeremiah Love?
I think the guys they had are pretty good, but they're not Jeremiah Love. I think you're talking about a different category of athlete when you're talking about Jeremiah Love. This guy's 6'1", 215 pounds, and a 4.3 40. This guy's explosive. He's a big play waiting to happen. And these other running backs that they have on the roster right now are pretty good, but they don't have the explosiveness that Jeremiah Love has. So you add him and stand him next to Jaden Daniels. You have two guys that are running 4.3 right next to each other. It is a scary situation for the defense. I think it'd be a perfect fit for Washington to get him if he's there.
Mm-hmm. Do you like what you're hearing, that they're going to change the offensive philosophy to have Jaden under center a lot more?
I like that a lot. I them, or even the guys they have. I just think the ability to do the play action, the bootlegs, and get Jaden outside the pocket will be a benefit to the offense. Anytime you can do under center stuff to mix it up with the shotgun stuff, I think it benefits the offense without a doubt.
All right, Coach. So today in day 2, what's the number one need in free agency in your opinion?
I think we got to address the internal offensive line a little bit. Chris Paul, I believe, is a free agent, so we got to get another internal offensive lineman. I would love to see a receiver get picked up somewhere. There's some good receivers out there, a veteran-type receiver that can go along Terry, and obviously McCaffrey and Burks came on and played some pretty good ball. I don't know what they're doing, Deebo Samuel and Noah Brown, but I think another wide receiver. But tight end, is there a tight end out there? Tight end, I think, is the biggest need. Zach Ertz coming off the injury. Bates is more of a blocker. Sanat, I think, has been disappointing. He has not emerged as a tight end I think they hoped they drafted. So I think tight end is a very, very much needed position on this roster right now. And obviously linebacker with Bobby Wagner, not knowing what Bobby Wagner's going to do, I think is a need as well.
They got a lot of needs.
They got like 4 or 5. Yeah.
Jay, when you were here, you were kind of famously quoted about drafted a guard and kind of downplaying a little bit the significance of the interior lineman. But can you talk about how important it is to have a good center?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, the center controls everything. He starts with the line calls, and he's touching the ball first on every play, and he's communicating to the other offensive linemen. And the ability for him to get up to the next level on these zones, outside zones, and pass protections, making sure the mic's right, and able to flip protections on the fly. Very, very important to have a good, smart center, and people underestimate the needs or the value of a good center. I mean, we had Corey Lichtensteiger my first year. He was little, but he was awesome, very smart. Mm-hmm. And we went and tried to get Spencer Long, and then we kept adding centers. Centers, you don't want to mess with the center position. This guy touches the ball every play and communicates everything with the offensive lineman.
Now, it's only a backup quarterback, but are you okay with bringing Marcus back for a year?
I like Marcus. I'm just concerned about his injury history, but he's a good player. Hopefully he doesn't have to play. That's the biggest thing. Let's keep him on the bench and warm up with Jaden Daniels on the sidelines in between series, and that's it. Let's keep Jaden healthy. But Marcus has proven to be a good player when he comes in. He's won some games, and he can run and do similar things that Jaden can do. So it's very important to have your backup quarterback that can do similar things that your starting quarterback can do.
Jay, during your time coaching, did you ever have a player who didn't really show you much for 2 seasons, but then exploded in year 3? Because we were debating Ben Sinnott, and they draft him with a high draft choice, and in 2 years, now Zach Ertz is ahead of him. He doesn't give you almost anything. The fans don't really know anything, and David Blau says he envisions a role. We're interpreting that as probably a minor role, but maybe there's a possibility he explodes for him. Did you ever have a player like that really developed in year 3?
Not that I can think of, really. I'm trying to think of receivers. I was like Ryan Grant, just exploding. Usually you kind of know their first, second year if they're going to be pretty good or not. And,
what if they can bring back Deebo at a reduced rate, right? So I still feel like he's a quality player, can still impact the game. He energizes the sideline. I don't know. If they brought him back at a decent rate, I would be fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, he did some good things. Obviously, it's just a matter of how much is he going to cost and what kind of role are they going to use him as, and how healthy is he? He's had some injuries as well, so I think the medical is very critical for Deebo. He finished the year pretty good, it looked like, and his weight, obviously, you got to maintain his weight, but he's definitely a good player that would be great to add to the roster if you get him at a good rate. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
So Coach, if Jeremiah Love is gone, let's just say Tennessee snags him at 4,
mm-hmm.
and so Washington doesn't trade out; they're sitting there at 7. Would you oppose going after the top receiver in the draft, or would you rather go defense at number 7?
I think it depends on what defensive player's there. If that Downs kid from Ohio State's there who can play safety and nickel and all that stuff, I think he'd be the guy you would take because he's so versatile in what he can do. Otherwise, you take the best receiver if the receiver is good enough at that spot. There's a couple of them, the kid from Ohio State, the kid from Arizona State. There's some guys that are worth looking at there. You just got to make sure how they fit into your offense and what kind of how you think you're going to use them. David Blau's got to have a lot of say, and I'm going to use him this way alongside Terry McLaurin. Is it a slot player? Is it an outside player? So it's going to be very critical of how David's going to use them. Otherwise, you got to go, there are going to be some good pass rushers. You can never have too many good pass rushers, that's for sure. A playmaker in the secondary would be also beneficial for sure.
What if Love and Downs are, because I like Downs too. Everybody says how brilliant he is. Like he's going to be the smartest guy on your defense right away. Like, we know he's physically gifted. Like that'd be a great combo. But what if Love and him were both available?
That's a tough one. I'd still probably err on the side of Love just because he's going to touch the ball, 20, 25 times a game and change the outcome of the scoring. And Downs can have that impact as well. He can limit teams from scoring, but I would rather have the guy who can score for me. And Love is just so damn explosive, man. It'd just be hard for me to pass up a guy like that.
What's the best argument / fight you had in the war room over drafting somebody?
Well, you probably know what that one is, but we've had quite a few, a lot of them. Jonathan Allen was a pick for us. He fell to us. The guy that I really wanted obviously didn't pan out. He had a couple injuries, was Reuben Foster, who was my favorite linebacker I've ever graded at Alabama, and he didn't really pan out at San Fran. But then we finally got him, and he got hurt his first day of OTAs, which crushed me. I love that guy and the energy he brought to the team. But Jonathan was right there for us. We thought he'd go in the top 10, but he fell to us. Obviously, Payne was an easy pick for us. It was between him and Vita Vea, but Vita Vea went right before us, so that was an easy pick for us. I think that when we touched Josh Dotson, we really up in defensive tackle. I needed somebody
Too many of them.
Score some points, and Josh was our highest graded guy. Unfortunately, he had some injuries coming out we didn't really know about, but didn't really pan out. But yeah, we've had some pretty good heated discussions.
Did you
in the war room.
like who you want instead of Haskins? And no disrespect, and rest in peace and all that. But did you know who you wanted instead? Did you have somebody instead, or was it pretty much anybody?
Yeah, no, we had, we still like Montez Sweat at that spot. We traded up to get him. We ended up getting him anyway. But Sweat was there. I think Savage was there. We kind of liked him because he's pretty versatile. Savage, he played for Washington last year. He's a nickel. He could play nickel. He could play safety. But yeah, there's some other guys there in the draft that were pretty interesting. But, it is what it is. We ended up taking who we took. And, I think you have to really understand it. Once you take a guy, despite him not being the guy you wanted, he's your guy now, and you got to really do whatever you can to coach him up and make him the best player he can be once you draft him. There can't be any, crying and whining and all that stuff. Once you take him, hell, he's ours. Let's go make him the best we can.
Hey, Jay, if you're Howie Roseman in Philly, do you deal A.J. Brown or do you have him stick around for another year of headaches with Jalen Hurts in that offense? What would you do?
Well, I think you have to have a long discussion with him. Are you going to buy into what we're doing here moving forward, or are you going to be a problem? And, we have to be all on the same page. We all have the same goal in mind. Let's win a Super Bowl. Whether you catch 3 balls a game or 15 balls a game, So if he buys into that, and I think A.J. Brown's a dominant type receiver that can really benefit the Eagles, but if he's going to be a problem, then I think you deal him and try to get what you can, get a first or second or third round pick and move on. And it happens a lot of places to a lot of really good players. It's time for people to move on from time to time, and it's best for everybody involved.
Can you go back to, when they hired Blau and they moved on from Cliff? And I remember somebody asked you about McDaniel being the OC, and you kind of were flippant, and you were like, anybody could, bubble screens all day or something like that. You weren't overly impressed. I thought it was a great quote. Where are you on Blau and moving on from Kingsbury? Is that a net positive for Jaden and the way they want to approach it, or what do you think?
Well, I think it was really weird because Jaden had the best rookie season of any rookie in the history of football, and Cliff was the one pulling the chains there. So it was a weird situation to get rid of him. I just think that maybe Coach Quinn wants to move on from the shotgun and get him under center more, and maybe Cliff didn't want to do that. Cliff is really set in what he likes to do. Now, it's funny, he goes to the Rams, and the Rams are going to be under center a lot. They're going to do play passes, and they're going to do boots and all that stuff. So he's going to have to adjust his plan to Sean McVay's plan, but it was a weird situation to me. They're going to a guy who's never called a play. He was a quarterback coach. They had a couple other guys more experienced in the room, offensive coordinator candidates already in the building. They went to Blau, so I think Jaden might have had something to do with it, but we'll see how he does. Hopefully he does well.
Coach, do you think that this is obviously a big year for Dan, but do you think Dan is in trouble if they don't make the playoffs?
I think every coach is in trouble when they don't make the playoffs. That's the way the pro football is nowadays. Guys are signing 5-year contracts and getting fired after one. There's no doubt about it. So for sure, this team, with the quarterback that they have, and now the addition of a possible star running back and the offensive lineman getting Tunsil and getting the new defensive end, I think they have the pieces in place to.
Coaching.
I really don't like the coach. It's not that fun getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I like getting up at 8 o'clock, having a coffee, going and play golf. It's kind of fun myself. And I just talk on Twitter or whatever X every once a month. That's pretty easy. It's fun.
Yeah, so you don't miss it, actually.
Not really. I coached the hula bowl against my brother. It didn't make the television because we didn't pay our bills, I guess. But that was fun. I got to coach some college all-stars against my brother. We had a good time. I like to dabble in it in that regard, but doing it a full-time job, I don't know if that would be appealing to me. I'm old. I'm 59 years old. I'm limping. It's hard for me to be on the practice field for 3 hours and the walkthroughs for an hour and all that stuff physically. But, if the right situation came, I'd think about it, but I don't think anybody's going to be calling my phone anyway.
What was the Gruden household like when you were, say, 10 years old? So your brother's, what,
John
3 years older?
13. Yeah, John's 3 years older. John was a bully as a big brother until I hit high school, and I got a little bit bigger. And the fights ended because I could beat him up.
And do you have another brother, too?
Yeah, my oldest brother, Jim, is he was a smart one. So my brother, John, and Jim were exact opposites. Jim was a brain. He's a radiologist, one of the best radiologists in the country, so they used to go at it all the time. I'd be the one. I just wanted to play Nerf basketball or play out in the yard. I was breaking up fights every day. But it was an interesting childhood. It was fun, though. I had great parents. And
is this clip of your brother going to trigger you? Hold on 1 second.
You yodel? Can't be yell.
That's all. That's all we got. That's all we got of your brother.
He's great too, though.
He's awesome.
He's great too.
Who won? Who won the hula bowl?
He won. He had the referees in his pocket. I mean, it was.
Oh, did he?
That's hilarious.
Who was your starting quarterback?
We had a kid from Tulane. We had 4 quarterbacks. Kid from Tulane, Jake. We had the kid from Monmouth.
Retzlaff or whatever?
Yeah, Retzlaff, yeah. Kid from Monmouth and kid from Southern Miss. And who was the fourth one? Can't remember. I'm getting old.
If you were the Raiders, would you? I mean, is Mendoza worthy of the number 1 pick?
I'd have to do a lot of work on him. I've watched a couple games on him on tape, and he's a big kid. He's pretty athletic, but they did a lot of RPOs, a lot of weird stuff offensively. I'd have to really work him out, really get a good feel for him mentally and physically, and see him rip the ball. But I think at the number 1 pick, when they have a serious need at quarterback, he's obviously the best prospect at that position this year. So probably take a really long look at him. But yes, I don't think you can pass up a guy with the skill set that he has. He's going to have some warts and he's going to have some problems as a rookie if he has to start, but he definitely has the tools to be pretty good. I just would like to work him out for a long, long time and really get to know him before I, put the Raiders franchise tag on him for the next 10 years.
You like any of the other quarterbacks coming out that you would worthy of a flyer for you?
I haven't really done the due diligence to really say that. I've watched some highlights, the YouTube stuff, and some things on television, but haven't really dove into the film session studies yet. But there will be some quarterbacks to emerge and hopefully give some guys a long shot opportunity and maybe make some plays. There always is. There's always somebody that's going to come in here and shock the world and all of a sudden start games. But it's not a really good quarterback class for me to say that one of these quarterbacks can emerge as a starting quarterback next year.
Last question. My buddy's a Dolphins fan. They gave Malik Willis, I guess, $22 million or whatever. Should he be excited or what?
I think so. I think what he did last year at Green Bay was pretty interesting. He came in and played pretty damn good. Now he's got some years under his athletic, definitely got the arm talent. Let's see how he can put it all together with a pretty good skilled group around him. Achane's a hell of a player. Obviously, Waddle's a hell of a player. So they got some good pieces out there. I think he's a good player.
Jay, enjoy your round of golf today, if not 2. It was kind of a late start, though. Maybe just 1 today.
I don't know. It's a late time change now. We can get 2 in today.
Oh, I guess that's true.
All right, man.
Get after it. Thanks for the time, man. Good to talk to you.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
All right, pal.
That's Jay Gruden at Coach_Jay Gruden on Twitter. When we come back, are you guys into the World Baseball Classic? Is it capturing your attention during NFL free agency? We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
DC's FM Sports Talk. 1067 The Fan.
Got a question for you. Do you have an old 401k sitting around with a previous employer? Be honest, a lot of us do. And here's the problem. Letting that money sit there could actually be costing you more than you think. At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors can help you take control of those funds and get your money working for you again. Founder and CEO Jeff Jr. started Trajan Wealth as an independent firm so their advisors can focus on your needs, not somebody else's agenda. They'll review your retirement accounts, explain your best options, and show you how to make those old funds a powerful part of your overall financial strategy. Whether it's consolidating accounts, reducing fees, or maximizing growth potential, Trajan Wealth gives you the tools to take charge of your financial future. Don't leave your hard-earned money on the sidelines. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We all know someone who would do anything to avoid home repairs. They say, I could probably do that, and you know they probably shouldn't, or they hire a handyman who isn't so handy after all. That's where Crop Metcalf comes in. With certified experts and proactive memberships, they make it easy to keep your home happy and healthy with regular maintenance and worry-free repairs. So do every overconfident DIYer or avoidant homeowner you know a favor this year. Tell them to leave it to the experts. Book with Crop Metcalf and save $90 on an HVAC Precision tune-up.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only.
Director of the Virginia Lottery. When it comes to gambling, take it easy and don't overdo it. Set limits on your budget and, importantly, your time. And never chase your losses. Remember, it's just a game, so play it smart.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-888-532-3500. It's free and confidential. Brought to you by the Virginia Lottery and the Virginia Council on Problem Gambling.
Hey, what's up? It's Danny Rouillet here. Selecting the right real estate agent is crucial. In fact, choosing the wrong agent could cost you thousands. Just ask Grant, who said Debbie and Sarah Reynolds are the best I've ever worked with. They came in with a clear strategy, professional staging advice, and top-notch marketing that made my home stand out immediately. Within days, we had multiple offers, all over asking price. Selling a home can be stressful, but Debbie and Sarah made it feel effortless. This is common when you call the Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They sell a home every 5 hours, and they net their sellers $30,000 more on average. That's because of their exclusive database of over 16,300 pre-screened buyers that are ready to buy a home today. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Take it from me. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com. That's DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Every day can be game day when you're a Washington Capitals season ticket member. With one membership, you get year-round perks, exclusive access, and unforgettable experiences on and off the ice. Don't just watch the action, be a part of it. Visit washcaps.com/season tickets and join Capitals Club Red 365 today.
Next on The Fan, it's B. Mitch and Finley.
NFL free agency continues. Has Washington signed anybody? Well, it's not Linderbaum, Pierce, or Walker. We know that much. How will the Commanders get better in free agency? Nikki Jabala joins the program, and we're talking a little World Cup soccer.
Brian Mitchell and JP Finley. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 106.7 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
It's the Sports Junkies.
Let's talk it out.
You can watch the show live or on demand.
What are we watching for? As I said, we're not sure.
On YouTube.
Horror City in Arlington. We're mere hours away at this point. We're going to be hanging out there from 4 until 6 p.m. Be sure to come out. Compete for prizes for longest drive and closest to the pin in all of their indoor golf sims. The address is 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. We're looking forward to seeing everybody today.
You know,
Duff work early. Just come hang out with us.
Real quick here. I'm just reading a story about. Remember Darren Lee, the linebacker that I guess he murdered his girlfriend. We're talking about how terrible that was.
Yep.
Former Jet.
Allegedly.
Yeah. They're saying he asked ChatGPT what to do after he killed his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's probably not a great thing to have on your search history.
He didn't use his Google Incognito or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that, by the way, I don't think that's like putting something into Fort Knox. I think if you look up something on Google Incognito, somebody's still going to be able to delve into your history somehow.
Right.
Yeah. But
isn't that part of the DuckDuckGo commercial?
Yeah, it's at least worth trying, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, what else are you going to do? I know my son is big into Claude. Have you heard about Claude?
I've heard about Claude. Don't know much about Claude.
It's next level.
Yeah, I don't know.
I also read, though, and it might have been, is Claude part of Anthropic?
Could be.
The parent company?
Could be.
That they say their AI, there's debate whether it's conscious, which I didn't really understand.
The thing. My son uses it in all his jobs that he's doing, all his, whatever. And he bought a dedicated server for it just for Claude. And it's like, he calls it his assistant. He just tells his assistant and do this. And it just does everything
Stevie
for him.
Bickle, this is Claude.
Does all
How can I
his
help
work
you?
for him. Like he builds a website in 10 seconds, and then it tweaks it, and then he builds his workout plan for him. It reminds him when to go eat. I mean, it's like literally like a partner.
It's a business partner.
It's a virtual assistant.
Yeah.
That's scary.
It's wild. My daughter's using Claude in her work.
Not
only
Claude, is that similar to Grok?
I think it's very, very high level, much higher.
I'm not going to be pals with Claude or Grok for the most part.
My wife
I'm gonna stay away.
she uses ChatGPT, but she uses it for a job. Like if she had a big event on Saturday, what do you think about whatever? I mean, she has like conversation. I was like, who are you talking to? She's talking to her.
Yeah, my son said that he daps him up like when he does good. He goes, "Yeah, great job." And he says like, "Thank you" to it. So when
my wife has
and then he says, "Thank you" or "Nice job," He's built, and I think the thing it learns what you like.
Yeah.
And then it gets better and better and better.
Yeah, I swear I've heard I forget what she calls this one. It's not Claude, but the response will be, well, it sounds like you have a lot going on at the house. I would say, I mean, it's like, what?
Yes!
It's like they're watching you.
Right.
That's scary. My daughter uses it all the time, too.
Cakes mentioned the World Baseball Classic, and I'm kind of into it, Cakes. Kind of into it. Now, I'm rooting for Team Puerto Rico. They had a game-winning home run, like a walk-off home run against Panama. They played Cuba. They don't have the studs like they used to. They don't have the studs.
Used to have
like
Juan Gonzalez was the Puerto Rican stud.
Like 20 years ago, Puerto Rico was loaded. I think they're the 5th favorite, maybe.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're 16-1.
Yeah, I think the teams that are loaded are the Americans and the Japanese and then the Dominicans.
Well, who's not loaded are Brazil, Czech Republic, and Nicaragua.
Yeah.
Because none of those teams have won a game.
So I think
Martin Maldonado hit the walk-off double against Cuba.
Still have young kids. I mean, really? So Cuba used to be silly.
They just don't have a lot of MLB players on their roster, I don't think.
Uh-huh. Or can MLB players, they probably
They're
can't
still
associate
2-1.
with them.
They're still 2-1.
Right? If you're an MLB player, you can't play for Cuba. You defected or whatever.
But I think I'll be more into it when they get down to the Final Four. I'll be way more into it. The one thing that I was disappointed by, and it makes sense, it's spring training, but the Americans had Paul Skeens on the mound yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
He pitched 4 innings, only gave up a hit. He was dominant.
Yeah.
They beat Mexico 5-3. When he left the game, it was 5-0. But the American team is loaded. And they got Judge. They got just great players up and down their lineup.
So there's 4 pools. How many teams advance to the quarterfinals? 2 each?
2 each, I believe, yeah.
All right. So right now it'll be Puerto Rico, the United States, Japan, Venezuela, DR.
South Korea.
I can't believe Italy's 2-0. But I looked at Italy's roster. They got a bunch of major league players on it. Aaron Nola's on it.
Mm-hmm.
So they probably found people.
You think he was born and raised in Italy?
No, but they've probably found people that are like first generation American like me.
That's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's American.
Yeah.
I'd probably get into it more towards the quarterfinals.
But Shohei hit a grand slam his first time out. I forget he was going against Nub's team. I forget what it was. Who did he hit that grand slam off? Was it Chinese Taipei?
Probably Chinese Taipei or Czech.
I mean, Japan beat Chinese Taipei 13-0.
I think that's who it was. That was it.
Shouldn't China? I mean, I don't know. Chinese Taipei. It's different in China, right? Is that like a little subsection of it? It's different than China.
I'm going to guess it's different. Otherwise, it's just called China.
Yeah. But, like, how could China not be dominant in everything? They got 97 billion people. They can't find, 25 good baseball players?
Not as good as the Japanese.
Not part of the culture. Yeah. The Chinese aren't sliced.
All right, who cares?
They're playing ping pong.
Who cares?
It's true.
That's just the biggest generalization ever.
It's true.
No, they play hoops. They play a lot of stuff.
I know.
No, but, and who cares if it's big in the culture? You got 100 billion people to choose from.
Okay, well, then in theory, we should be great in soccer, and we suck.
Yep. We should be amazing at soccer.
Why do countries with like 5 million people
I don't know, but
beat us?
The difference is they can make you. They can make you do it.
But we've got 350 million people.
They don't play baseball there.
Athletes and they say, okay, you're going to be a baseball player. You're finished.
We have 350 million people, and we'll play, the Netherlands and have no shot
and get smoked.
Yeah. I mean,
what's the Netherlands got?
Because they care about soccer more than we do.
Right.
It's a good
and
it's
have
a good,
for a long time.
It's a good response. I would say that we I don't think we have the coaching. I don't, but
They've
maybe that's
tried
the same thing.
Coaching.
We don't have the infrastructure. I guess you could say the same thing about China. I just feel like I don't know. Maybe it's a good answer.
Will you get into it if they're playing Mexico or if they're playing Japan for the championship? We watch it.
Definitely.
I would too.
I need it to be hyped.
Yeah.
If it gets hype, I'll be in. If it gets hype, I'll be in.
It's going to get hyped. It's much
If it
like
gets hype, I'll
hockey.
be in.
You guys weren't watching them play Latvia
Right,
and
and
everything.
I was there from the beginning of the final.
If they play Japan or Dominican Republic in the final, it's going to be electric. And those other games already. I mean, the games in Miami with the South American teams, those fans are going crazy.
Yeah,
So-
if it gets hype, I'll.
It's going nuts. I mean, it is a walk-off home run.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah.
They want it to be like the World Cup. It's not going to get there, but it is intriguing if you're a baseball fan. And I think in particular for the Latin countries, and I guess Japan, they take a lot of pride in their baseball.
Is this when they always play it, like in spring training? Is this kind of when they always do it every few years?
Yeah.
'Cause
Yes.
I feel like it just snuck up on us a little bit, to be honest.
Look,
with
it
you.
really exploded in popularity 3 or 4 years ago when Ohtani struck out Trout to win. I mean, there was a lot of attention on it, and
I feel like
it's gonna
this
get
is
great here
getting
at the
caught
end.
up in the post-Olympics wash.
A little bit,
to be honest.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
NFL free
Plus that
agency,
free
too,
agency.
doesn't help their cause.
I mean, you got the tournament starting next
Yeah,
week.
but that was just yesterday.
Well, it continues today.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but there's
Right.
just the NFL. It's all the talk. It's all the hype.
Yeah. I don't know.
But you're right. We probably should be watching.
I think it got lost in the post-Olympic stuff. But I will watch if we advance. We get some sillies in there. You get Shohei in there. You get the American team in there. I don't know that I would know anybody on who are the big sillies on the Dominican. I'm sure they have studs, but
tons.
I just don't know 'em.
Every MLB
All of
star
them.
you've heard of.
Well,
Yeah, they're
might be a
legit.
fewer number than you think.
Manny Machado. Have you heard of him? Have you heard of Juan Soto?
I've heard of them.
Yeah.
Heard of Julio Rodriguez? Fernando Tatis?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, well, you've heard of most of them. Tressway's brother-in-law plays for the United States WC. Bryce Terang for the Brewers.
Ah, nice. Nice local connection.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'll have the same deal I have with Ben.
So
when
is
it's
Japan,
on, text me.
have
Yeah,
they won
I'll
the
remember.
last? No, Japan won the last one in 2023. The U.S. won it before that. The Dominicans won it before that. Japan won the first two. It
Who
looks
would you
like.
say is the favorite?
It's probably either
I think it's
DR
the
or
US
United States.
by
The
but-
U.S.
odds.
is actually favored.
Yes, U.S. is a slight favorite over
US
Japan, and then DR is like
Yeah.
plus 300.
Like you said, Puerto Rico's fifth, so I forget who's fourth. Maybe
Venezuela.
Yeah, Venezuela.
Who else is pitching for the U.S. team besides Skeens? Like who are the other sillies?
Well, Scuba was pitching, and then
He's the one that quit.
Well, now he wants to reassess. He said he got so overwhelmed with patriotism that he
Or negative criticism.
that he wants to throw more innings for it.
Yeah. But Boris is shutting him down. Essentially, it was a Boris shutdown.
Yes, it's terrible.
Isn't Kershaw on the roster?
I can't imagine that. I just saw Kershaw pitching to Pat McAfee, and Kershaw looked like he was 300 pounds.
Well, he looked like that when he
And
just won the
McAfee
whole
could
show.
barely get the bat
He
on
is
it,
on the
but it was
roster.
very intriguing.
He is on the roster.
That's amazing to me.
They've got Michael Waka, Logan Webb, Whitlock,
Is
Matthew Boyd. They got
are they
some,
using Kershaw?
I don't think he's
I don't
pitched yet.
think so.
Did you watch that bit with Mac? I got to give McAfee credit. It was a good bit. It was like a good 20-minute bit where they were giving money to charity if he could get the bat on the ball and off. He could foul tip one. If he could get anything in the air. He ended up having just a brutal infield single that was gross.
He got his bat.
But he
on
got
it.
his bat
That's
on
all
it
that matters.
a couple times.
Right.
And Kershaw got money for every time he got a K, a strikeout, swing and miss.
Probably
all
a
that.
lot of those.
So
Yeah, it was
Bickle,
actually really well done.
If you want to watch them tonight, they play Italy tonight at 8. I'm sorry, no.
Besides
9.
Aaron Nola, who else is on?
9.
We're hanging out there today from 4 until 6 p.m., 3102 Columbia Pike in Arlington. Hope to see you there in a few hours.
106.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One Sports. Aiming for a bigger money payout at the Big Ten tourney? Put Wisconsin on your list. The Badgers beat Michigan, Illinois, and Purdue on the road in the regular season. Led by clutch guards John Blackwell and Nick Boyd, they are a sensational sleeper. At 30-1, chuck a half-court heave on Greg Gard's guys. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code DC1 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code DC1 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code DC1.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Ford, Honda, Chevy, Beamer.
In Old Bay. It's there for morning drives, after school pickups, commutes, work days. For decades, that jingle has been woven into everyday life around here. Some songs come and go. Good ones stick around. The great tunes, they become part of the culture. Now, Easterns is writing a new chapter in the history of our jingle. That's just a preview. The full version rolls out this spring. Eastern's Automotive Group. Any car, any way, for everyone.
Spring is in the air, and that means one thing. It's time for spring training baseball. Tune into The Fan for everything you need to know. Roster battles, breakout stars, live reports from camp, expert analysis, and insider interviews you won't hear anywhere else. Spring training coverage presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender. Play ball! 106.7 The Fan, your home for baseball all season long.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
It's the Sports Junkies.
I hear what you're saying, and I like it.
On 106.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know, usually if you're like a kid and you think, we're going to go toilet paper somebody's house, pull a prank, you know, it's innocent, nothing bad's going to happen other than the homeowner's going to get pissed when they wake up and they see toilet paper all over the trees in their yard.
It's the worst story ever.
I mean, this is just a horrible beat. The family of a Georgia high school teacher who died last week following a prank gone wrong in his home said they want the charges against the teenagers involved dropped.
Yeah.
Jason Hughes, who was 40, worked as a math teacher, went outside on Friday night as a group of teenagers got into their vehicles to leave after they threw toilet paper on the trees in his yard.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, 4 or 5 teenagers got into 2 vehicles, and as Wallace drove away, Ryan Wallace is the name of one of the students, the teacher, Hughes, tripped and fell into the road, was run over by the vehicle, died.
Well, I mean, what are the odds?
Why are they charging the kids then? That's what I don't understand.
No, the kids are charged because
he ran over him.
They accidentally ran over him.
Right, but it's an accident.
Yeah, but they
still get charged.
It's probably
why? The teacher ran and fell.
He ran out into the street, and I don't know if the charges are gonna stick, but they're charging him with vehicular homicide.
They're saying the teacher slipped on wet concrete.
He slipped because it was raining.
I just don't see how the kids are, unless they were speeding. I don't see how
they were just trying to get.
They fully support, quote, getting the charges dropped for all involved and called what happened a terrible tragedy.
Right.
That's what they're saying. The wife is saying it's just an accident.
Right.
And she doesn't want the charges to stick. But, man, that's
just a horrible
Can you imagine
horrible
living
story.
with that the rest of your life?
No, I mean, you would think about it every day. I would think. You feel guilt about it every single day.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they do.
I think they'll get off.
Because he did come out of the house. He was responding to them toilet paper in his house.
Right. They said he was excited.
Yeah, because he likes the kids.
Right.
Yeah. He expected it. He knew that was coming.
Yeah.
But the county might say, F it. You know, the guy died. He wouldn't have come out of the house and tripped if you didn't toilet paper the house.
Right. What's the worst prank you've done?
Oh, I TP'd houses or a house.
I don't think I ever TP'd a house from what I remember.
When we were young.
We never TP'd. We did a weird bit where we took like bags of leaves.
Elizabeth Seton girls.
I think it's pretty innocuous, but we took, when people would rake their leaves and put them in, back then it was like green garbage bags before they had these recycle bags. They'd put them to the side of the road, you know, to be picked up in the morning, and then we placed them behind their cars so that they might back into the leaves.
I never egged any houses, though.
Never did that
I think I did.
You egged?
I think so.
I never egged. We did the remote control bit too, where we ran up to houses and changed their channels. Because everybody had the same remote control.
That was haunting. Yeah. That was haunting. All of a sudden, you're watching, and people are changing. That happened to me. You guys do it to me. Yeah, I hated that.
We had that big. Remember the first remote control? It was a huge block.
It was like half the size of a brick.
It looked like
and
this.
It had buttons. It literally had raised buttons on it that you would have to press down.
Yeah,
that's how old school.
And you break the buttons off.
Remember when I was going northbound on southbound on 301?
I do remember.
That was after TP and Elizabeth Seton's girl.
That was in Pointer Ridge too.
It was in Pointer Ridge.
Yeah, you're such a dummy. Pointer Ridge, you're going northbound on southbound.
No idea where I was.
He wasn't
at the time, yeah.
He wasn't a local.
She probably doesn't look money now.
He didn't live there, so he didn't realize that first set of lights you couldn't turn left.
Yeah.
I mean, you banged the left a little too early.
Banged it too early. Just trying to get out of there. What are the odds of cops right there?
Yeah.
Sitting in the gas station.
I mean, you almost took a trip to Bone Village.
Yeah. I was wondering why there's so many headlights coming towards me.
Hey, Cakes,
Right.
Baseball Cakes, you fired up for Israel, Netherlands
Pumped.
today.
I'm the most
So we're
pumped.
just talking about WBC.
I'm the most excited.
For baseball.
I'm going to be checking the box while I'm looking at flops.
I was just reading, though, the Dominicans are like, do you know who their manager is?
Of course not.
Albert Pujols.
Okay.
General managers
I used to love
Nelson
Albert Pujols.
Cruz.
Yeah. I used to love Pujols.
The Puerto Ricans got like Edgar Martinez and Juan Gonzalez as hitting coaches.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
All the old schoolers are involved.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's great. Good on them. I'll watch when as we get closer. If we get more hype, I'll.
Many good players.
I'm going to stick up for the O-Town guy. Don't buy the hype that he's from Rockville either.
Did you see
from Olney?
Did you see the video of Paul Skeens? Like he was hitting golf balls in front of Bryson DeChambeau. It was
Somehow I missed that.
Right, Paul Skeens. I think he just learned like within the last year. His swing is unreal.
Right, yeah,
It looks
it's
like,
great. Good
like
for Paul
he's so
Skeens.
freaking
Like,
talented.
More has to go right in that guy's life.
I mean,
the only way Cakes will ever see Paul Skeens is if he plays in a celebrity poker tournament.
Or if I go to a Nats game and he's pitching. That's another way I could possibly see Paul Skeens.
I had a buddy I was playing golf with yesterday, my buddy Pete, and he asked me if I was going to opening day, and I said, hopefully not. But I look forward to going to a few games a year.
Sure.
But he and his wife are going, and he's butt sized.
He's pumped.
Yeah, he says it's always a great time.
Well, opening day is always fun.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a blast.
They do. It's like you go over there and you go to the bullpen and you make it a day. I will 100% be going several times this year.
I'll definitely go too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching Skeens right now with Steve Stricker.
Dude, watch him. I think Bryson's there helping him, giving him
Yeah,
a pointer or two.
I don't see Bryson.
And the swing just looks legit.
Yeah, I mean, he's an athlete.
I mean, a real athlete.
Yeah, of course.
It doesn't look like Tom Brady's like decent swing. It looks like a great swing.
I'm still devaluing Tom Brady for the cat picks that came out last week. He's a cat guy. Down on the rankings. Plummeting. Tom Brady. No longer the
You
GOAT.
would never. You've never had a cat?
I'm deathly allergic to cats.
Oh, okay.
And they're inferior to dogs. So the answer
I'm
is
not
no.
suggesting they're better, but I can see a cat running around your
Significantly
house.
inferior.
Are they smell? They don't smell like dogs.
Kitty
though.
litter? Gross.
Do they
kitty
smell
litter
like
stinks.
dogs though? I don't think so.
No, but their litters. I mean, you got poo in the house.
Well, you train the cat like we trained our cats. They go poop outside. We didn't train them.
Train 'em.
They were all like outdoor cats. They were just like strays.
Cats stink. Not a fan.
Here's the only positive about cats.
Yeah. I'd love to hear this.
They don't listen. I was asked to, last minute, friends of ours took a trip. And literally 2 hours before, said, could you feed the cat? And they gave a schedule Friday night, Saturday morning,
Okay.
Saturday
Right.
Oh, you
night.
you neglected the
I
cat.
didn't feed till Sunday morning.
Did you tell them?
No.
Now you're telling them. They're going to find
They're
out.
gonna find out.
The
Everybody
cats were
finds
good
out.
to go.
Jimmy's a terrible cat sitter.
Dude, you neglected. Dude, we don't feed our
My dog would-
We go away for 4 days. We don't feed our fish. Come back, dumb thing's still
They're
alive.
fish. They don't need
I
any.
can't believe the thing. This is the most resilient goldfish.
I filled the food up double because I missed.
Yeah.
The cat nibbled on a little bit, came back like 6 hours later, wasn't even done
My
eating.
dog
it was
would
good
eat
to go.
a cat. My dog. If my dog could get to a cat, she would eat
I'm
it.
sure she would.
Literally. Oh yeah.
Just get so angry.
She just. She
Why's your dog
despises.
so angry? Is it like you?
Oh, This is one of the longest rivalries of all time.
doesn't like cats?
versus dogs.
Yeah. Does it hate cats more or squirrels?
Is that hold on? That's true. Every dog
Not. I
is
mean,
is predestined, sort of.
kind of doing a bit, but I mean, I don't
To
think
hate
they're the great. I
cats?
don't
Some
think
of
they're the
them get
greatest of
along.
friends.
Yeah.
All right, don't forget. Par City, Arlington, today, 4 till 6 p.m. Would love to see you out there.
Yeah, come say hello.
Gonna schwack them.
Yep. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This is Nick Costos with the Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. The San Francisco 49ers nailed it with the signing of free agent wide receiver Mike Evans. I didn't think Evans would ever leave Tampa. He will be a major chess piece for Kyle Shanahan to deploy, a big-time weapon for Brock Purdy, especially in the red zone. This is a huge signing for the San Francisco 49ers. I'm Nick Costos.
Become a VIP with Virginia Lottery Rewards. It's an easy, exciting way to earn points for playing your favorite lottery games in-store and online. But not just your favorites, any lottery game. Pick your play and earn along the way. Log in or sign up today at balottery.com/rewards and start your journey toward play, points, and prizes. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly. 888-532-3500.
The Virginia Lottery. You're not just a homeowner. You're also a bug in the basement with the frightening number of legs owner. Fortunately, you've got heating and cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard.
Visit MidAtlanticComfort.com and bring home a new American Standard heating and cooling unit, rated the highest in customer satisfaction year after year. Built to a higher standard, American Standard Heating and Cooling and MidAtlanticComfort.com. That's MidAtlanticComfort.com.
What if my child gets sick while I'm at work?
What if I have to stay late?
What if I'm not feeling well?
Don't let the what ifs run you in circles. If you carpool, vanpool, or use transit, Commuter Connections will give you 6 free rides home in case of illness, emergencies, or unscheduled overtime, even if you're commuting just a few days a week. Register or renew free for Guaranteed Ride Home at commuterconnections.org or call 800-745-RIDE. Some restrictions apply.
What's up, guys? It's Grant and Danny for our friends at Quo. I have a buddy who has a small business, and he was complaining to me about being super busy. He's coaching a youth sports team. He was missing calls, and he's missing out on money because of it. And I said, dude, Quo is the way to go. Quo, Quo. Missed calls are missed money. You've got to make sure that wherever you are available to answer the phone and work with your team, and Quo will help you to do that.
So I always tell people it's time to try Quo. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works wherever you are. We are all so busy, right from the app on your phone or computer, so you can run your growing business without juggling devices or systems. Quo makes response times faster than ever. Your team can share one business number for calls and texts, creating seamless collaboration so nothing is missed and customers never have to repeat themselves.
Keep your existing number. That is the best thing about Quo. Right there on your phone, your calls come in. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/fan, F-A-N, QUO.com/fan.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. CordellCordell.com.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Swicey menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Aiming for a bigger money payout at the Big Ten tourney? Put Wisconsin on your list. The Badgers beat Michigan, Illinois, and Purdue on the road in the regular season. Led by clutch guards John Blackwell and Nick Boyd, they are a sensational sleeper. At 30-1, chuck a half-court heave on Greg Gard's guys. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
WJFK FM and HD1 Manassas and WPGC HD2 Morningside. Sports Radio 106.7 The Fan, an Odyssey Sports station.
106.7 The Fan, Sports Flash.
Let the free agent frenzy continue. This is day 2 of signings around the NFL. The official start to the new league year is Wednesday. Today, though, teams can continue to get deals done and negotiate. It was a busy Monday for the Commanders. The big move, they signed defensive end Odafe Oweh, 4 years, $100 million. Former 5th-round pick, former Virginia Tech Hokie defensive tackle Tim Settle is returning to D.C. They also signed defensive back Amik Robertson and re-signed tackle Laramie Tunsil, who's locked in now through 2028. So overall, some of these numbers, Commanders spent $147 million Monday in free agency, fourth most money of any team spent in the NFL on day one. It did seem, though, they came up short on a couple of players they were targeting. We'll see what happens today. World Baseball Classic, U.S. beat Mexico last night, 5-3. Team USA beating Mexico for the first time in that tourney since 2006. They'll play Italy tonight, 9 p.m. And the Capitals came through with a much-needed win last night, 7-3 over Calgary. So the Caps hanging in there, 5 points out of a playoff spot with 17 games now left to play. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Scott Moreau-Forsey on The Fan.
It's B-Mitch and Finley.
What do you think he'll say?
Let's find out.
Hello, operator.
You can watch the show live or on demand on YouTube.
Sublime. It's enjoyable to know you in the concubines. Take off your coats, ladies act like gems. Sit down, Indian styles, you recite these hymns. See, lyrically I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo. Ludicrously speedy or infectious with the slow-mo. Heard me in the 80s, JV's on the promo. Am I never in the quest to get the paper on the caper? But now, let me take it to the Queen side. I'm taking it to Brooklyn side. All the residential questions who invade the air. Hold up a second, son, cause we almost...
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And it is day 2 of NFL free agency. How do you say day in French?
I didn't say day. I'm saying 2.
Day 2. How was that? I have no idea how to say day. I know how to say 2. My little girl can count to 5 in French, and she always gives me pop quizzes. I think it's been a busy day for the NFL. Busy. It's not even 24 hours in. So I wanted to start with one quick thought. I understand the content game. I like to consider myself Bane. Like when Bane's like, yo, I'm from that dungeon. You're only new to it. Like I'm from the content game. My path to sitting in this chair was blogging my ass off, right? Like, I understand the content game. Mm-hmm. But, Brian, we are 22 hours into free agency. Uh-huh. I think we should chill a little with declaring winners and losers. Like, I'm not so sure we know who's won or lost anything.
See, but that's just the way the world is today. They want to decide and come up with, like, the game last night with the U.S. and Mexico. At the end of that, you can say a winner or a loser. But when you go and you get a new person onto a team or you get rid of some players off a team, you don't know who won until you get that whole damn team together. So you know me. I despise all of that crap because you bring one person in, one person leave, or you bring two people in, and you still got another 25 to try to get those spots. And people go, oh, man, this team won. They should win this amount of game. How the hell you know? They don't even know what their team is yet. So I don't buy that who won, who lost. All I know is they went out and they addressed some needed situations. And I'm cool with what they did and how they did it.
So I think there's a number of things. You could be I think the Oweh news broke after we were on the air, right? I really like that. For me, I had been crystal clear they had to spend top of market for one of three young pass rushers. Mafe, Phillips, or Oweh.
Yeah.
Phillips went early when we were on the air. Carolina gave him a boatload of cash.
Yeah.
Congratulations to him. Of the three of them, he was the one I was most concerned about because of the injury stuff.
Yeah.
That's a dude that's dealt with an Achilles.
Yeah.
And he's dealt with a knee.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and Carolina goes top of market for him. Cool. So I was at Channel 4 all afternoon. Going to be there all week because you never know what's going to happen live.
Yeah,
with the Ayuk stuff circulating. Like, you just never know what's going to happen.
Totally.
I see Mafe signs with the Bengals. Damn near simultaneously, Brian. It was like within 40 seconds. My phone goes that they got Oweh, right?
Yeah.
So you almost wonder if those negotiations were all going on kind
Hand
of
in
at
hand.
the same time.
Probably so.
If you look at Oweh, one, our friend Chris Hare is going to join us at 11 to kind of break down what he knows. He covers the LA Chargers, knows Oweh well. Later in the week, maybe we talk to some Baltimore folks. One thing that's interesting, this is the first time in his NFL career that Oweh won't be coached by a Harbaugh. Drafted by the Ravens, traded to the Chargers. If you look at his time in Baltimore, started slow. Now, this was a classic. White Brian, tell me when Ozzie stepped down and DaCosta completely took over in Baltimore. Because Baltimore took Oweh with the 31st overall pick in the 2021 draft, which is kind of the same thing they did with Lamar, where they trade up late in that first round because you get that extra year of contract control, right?
Ozzie stepped down after the 2018 season.
Okay, so this is DaCosta, but anybody that's gone to Baltimore and sat in that press box, Ozzie's sitting there too. So he was definitely sitting there in 21. It's like this classic Ravens move where they recognize the value of jumping in late. Oweh, now this is information from our friend Wildcard Scotty, who's a Penn State nut. Oweh's a Penn Stater. Hadn't played a lot of organized football until he I think he started playing football as a junior in high school. Athletic freak, 6'5", listed at 251. His combine numbers, everything's off the absolute charts. The numbers don't really pop until his fourth season in Baltimore, where he went for a double-digit sack season, had 9 TFLs, 23 quarterback hits. Last season in Baltimore, it went poorly. But the entire Ravens season went poorly.
Yeah, it did.
So they trade him 6 weeks in. He goes to L.A., and in 12 games has 7.5 sacks, 13 quarterback hits, 8 TFLs, and the speed.
Yeah.
If the goal is to get younger, faster, stronger, that's absolutely what Oweh does.
Yeah. And listen, man, I've listened to people talk already. And they go, well, he hadn't done this. This is the problem with Washington. Okay? In the last 15, 20 years, we normally go get people that have been outstanding at another team for multiple years. And then they get here, guess what? Nothing else is left in the tank. Yeah, you ever thought about getting someone who's ascending and then they will hit their marks when they're on your team? We talked about getting younger since last year. We got to get faster, we got to get stronger, we got to get younger. I think he fits all of those. You know what I mean?
He
still,
100% does.
like you said, in the fourth year he hit. One thing that I know and I can listen to everybody talk, but one thing that I know, not many people hit the ground and in their first 2 years do what they're capable of doing. They hit it. They start to show you signs. They show spurts all the time. But when they get consistent at it, it's year 3, 4. And then they carry that on normally, the better guys, to about year 8 or 9 or 10. And exception one can take it through that. But most of them start to fall off.
I think if you're whatever, if you have concerns about how the Commanders have handled free agency thus far, I can kind of understand that. I don't think Oweh should be one of those because I think he is exactly, you talk younger, faster, stronger, you got to get a pass rusher, all those things. Like that is what they did there. I think he's also a really versatile player. I think that's what Durante Jones wants. I really like the Oweh signing. And I
do as well.
So
I like the signing the little corner.
Robertson?
As I started to, because Joy sent this little one thing, this clip. I remember at my house watching that game when he was going one-on-one with Jefferson. That kid played that game like he was the baddest SOB out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just to go against Jefferson the way he did in that game, I will put some. I will go out there and say I want to see him playing some other games, especially if he got a pass rush with him, because he's the type when you watch him, the little subtleties that he was doing with Jefferson. Jefferson likes to throw a lot of hard steps, inside, outside, at you, step back, and all this. That kid was able to counteract everything he was doing. And when you do it with that caliber of a receiver, that's not just something that's just a toss in, like you did at one time. He has that ability to do that consistently.
Dude, I think multiple things can be true, right? I like what they've done. I think bringing Settle in they want to play multiple defensive fronts. And a dude like Tim Settle gives them a true nose should they elect to deploy that at times.
Yeah.
And like even trying to put Payne there, trying to put Kinlaw there, like you were round pegging a square hole. Now you're able to put Settle there that belongs there. I also, just because I know the young man and have for a long time, I think it's cool that he gets to come back to his hometown.
Yeah.
He's from Manassas, played at VT. Tim Settle was drafted by the Redskins, played for the football team, and now gets to be a Commander. Like, not a whole lot of dudes that are going to be able to complete that holy trinity going forward. And I think if you listen to what Durante Jones talked about being multiple, now that you see the first 3 defensive additions, they fit that bill because Robertson allows Mikey to move outside. I also think you can do some fairly creative things with Mikey and with Robertson. If you want to point out the PFF numbers on Amik Robertson, I get that. I think for me, I think PFF offers a lot of really useful information. I don't particularly care about the grades. I can
show you PFF numbers on people that were outstanding. I can show you numbers on them that they thought were great that they weren't great. So I don't care about all that.
I like the moves. I think one thing I'm done with, and we're seeing it from the loudest parts or coming from Dallas, is oh man, we were so close. We were so close. And I'm just like, it really doesn't matter if you're close in free agency.
Who was close?
The Cowboys are talking about how they were in on Nakobe Dean. They're in on all these people, right? You're hearing this from Cowboys.
Who cares?
For me, it's like Washington has done some work here. They haven't done a lot. And free agency has moved fast, which is what I expected because the salary cap's $300 million.
Yeah.
So teams have a lot of money to spend. And if you look at the Titans and the Raiders particularly, they're both god-awful. They both have new coaches. They've spent a lot. We'll see if that ends up being the right decision. But for the move they had to make for me was edge. A lot of folks were convinced there was going to be heavy spending offensively. Apparently they were in on Alec Pierce. That's over now. I don't know that they have been super aggressive like some people wanted. I think they've been relatively aggressive. If you are disappointed right now, I can wrap my brain around that. But I think getting the Tunsil thing done just because it was expected shouldn't undermine how important that
it
was.
was, yeah.
And to move fast on that, I thought was really smart.
The thing for me, Jay, we want them to be aggressive. A lot of people want them to be aggressive on individual people. But they went into this offseason having to fill a lot of damn positions. So you're not going to be able to go get every top name person out there. Because if they had to go get one or two, I can understand. But they got to get more than that. They got to get, to be beyond looking at the defense, you need about 6 people, 5, 6 people to come onto this football team. Then you got to have backups. Offensively, you got to go get 2 to 3 new players on that side to be able to compete at a certain level. And you need backups. So you can't spend all your money in 1 or 2 places. So I think they've been aggressive, but they also understand that 1 or 2 people is not going to solve this problem right now.
I also think I've gotten this question a ton on social media. People are like, oh, do you think the setup here with new coordinators is difficult to sign free agents? Do you think that Dan Quinn maybe going into his last year makes it difficult to sign free agents? You played and were in free agency. You went from place to place. And I think as veteran players get further along in their careers, they start to weigh more factors. But money, where you are getting the most money, drives 95% of these decisions.
99.9%.
Dude, listen, Tyler Linderbaum did not want to go to the Raiders.
He didn't.
That's why they gave him 50% more than the next highest center.
Yes.
Like, guys go where the money is. It's not about coaching staff. Like, sure, there are small mitigating factors here and there. Guys want to go where the money is.
If I'm a guy who's never won anything and I made all the money I can make, I may look at that. But when
This is a test of the Virginia Emergency Alert System. This is only a test. This test is being conducted in conjunction with the Virginia Tornado Drill. This drill is conducted annually to allow schools, businesses, emergency managers, and the public to exercise their tornado safety procedures. This practice tornado drill will remain in effect until 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will be no follow-up statements issued. Schools and businesses participating in the tornado drill should exercise their severe weather safety plans now. This test also serves as the Emergency Alert System required monthly test for March. Broadcasters, in cooperation with local, state, and national authorities, have developed this system to provide the public with important emergency information should the need arise. This concludes the statewide tornado drill and test of the Virginia Emergency Alert System.
Players like, tell me what is on the table and where we're gonna go. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little bit crazy.
Listen, I'm gonna think back. I don't think I went to the Jets, the Lions,
Chiefs. I love that story.
Chiefs, Jacksonville, Philly, New York. I don't think I ever asked anybody, are you going to be here after next year?
Right.
You know why? In college, I can understand asking that question. Back when I played. But I remember David Culley came to me and said, hey, I'm sorry, but man, UTEP is offering me this great opportunity. And as a 19-year-old kid, you know what I said? Man, I'm going to be all right. I said, dude, go take care of your family. You better go make your damn money. I said, the 2 years you just gave me got me in a position I can deal with anybody now. And then they would move my high school coach to my position. So it didn't make me a difference. I think people want to implement their mindsets into sports so much that most people think about stuff that athletes that they never cross their damn mind.
I think I totally agree with you. The folks that think there's something wrong because Washington has already given out, just if you want to consider it AAV, right? And this is not a direct reflection of the salary cap because there are obviously signing bonuses that impact this stuff. They've already signed, you call Owe a $25 million player. Robertson and Settle are both coming in around 8, right? So 25 plus a pair of 8s is 41. Mm-hmm. Like they've given out $41 million in new AAV, and we're not even 24 hours into this thing. Where I land, and maybe I'm alone on this, I'm cool they didn't go top of market for Alec Pierce. I think that's a massive overpay for a dude with one elite trait. Mm-hmm. I don't know what you're going to do. You still have to add help at wide receiver. The road to Brandon Ayuk seems to continue to gain more traffic. Mm-hmm. He still has to get released by San Fran. I don't think you're going to trade him.
When are they going to release him? See the thing.
That's the other thing. Like
the thing with that, I hear everyone talking. When are they going to release him? Because that can screw up your plans if you keep waiting for that. So you got to have a backup plan on that one.
I don't think the plan ever could or should have been all we need to do is add Ayuk, right? Like it needs to be Ayuk and another dude. Now, I was not of the mindset they would spend big at the tight end position. I think the way they've talked about Bates and Sennett, that they mean it. And I think if you're AP and the front office staff, you want to see Sennett get a chance in what is a different sort of offense. You're also like Otten's gone, Likely's gone to New York. Mm-hmm. Chigakonkwo's still there. If you look at typically who Adam Peters targets, it's guys with off-the-charts athletic scores. Chig's athletic score is not that high. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's a factor in all this. Maybe his market isn't what people expected. Maybe they'll sign him in our commercial break. Like, there's a lot of moving parts. The one area, and I was wondering about Rico Dowdle going into the night. He signed with the Steelers per reports last night. I haven't confirmed that, but I'm going to believe the reporting. The running back position is a spot I thought they would add. Mm-hmm. They haven't done so yet. And now all of a sudden, that pool has shrunk as far as interesting targets. There's one remaining target that could make a lot of sense. There is plenty for us to discuss. We are just getting warmed up on a Tuesday morning. I mean, the league year is until tomorrow. A lot of movement, a lot of money going out in the NFL. I watched World Baseball Classic. I know you did last night. Mm-hmm. SGA was outrageous in the NBA last night. The Caps put up a touchdown last night.
Schemes.
College hoops all over the place. Nobody go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented.
7 The Fan. All right, B. I'm gonna let you respond to my man KB_WFT says, I've listened to enough of JP Finley re-signing Tunsil is an amazing free agency day one win. That's where we're at, hyping up the team for doing basic re-signing since this front office is unwilling to take a chance and win bids for players. Zero courage like Raiders, Panthers, Pats.
Go on to the next topic. Sometimes you can't waste your time with fools. If you don't understand,
Tunsil is not a
if
basic
you don't
re-signing.
understand re-signing a guy who did not have any guarantees on his deal, get him signed for the next 2 years. If you understand re-signing that and also made him the highest paid at that position, if you don't understand that fact and showing the importance of it after you learn from the disappointment of what happened with the Terry deal last year, if you don't see that as a positive, then you're a damn fool.
I don't know why everyone, because they didn't get Alec Pierce, I do believe, like I was listening to Junks this morning talk about who they want to see next, and I think 3 of the 4 guys picked a skill position player. Mm-hmm. I think player props and fantasy football have completely altered how people look at football and what they're interested in. Mm-hmm. And they took a massive swing on a 27-year-old pass rusher that you're betting on the come up. Like $100 million, not guarantees, I'm sorry, but $100 million contract is not nothing. And I just don't know how that's dismissed.
Well, Jeff yesterday mentioned that there were reports that Washington offered Pierce more than the Colts, but he chose to stay with the Colts.
And I don't know how true that is.
I don't know how true it is, but if it is true, I can tell you this. That's the player's right. So if they had offered more and he took the other money, what the hell is that? How can you knock that? I went out and I tried to get you, and you decided to stay where you were comfortable at, where you were cool at, which happens very often, which people don't seem to understand. Every time I hear people talking about contracts, they act like only one person has the right in the contract. It's the team offering. That person who's trying to accept it, sometimes you look at it, you go, well, how expensive is it in D.C. or Virginia compared to Indianapolis? You know, all those things matter sometimes when you got a damn financial advisor involved, believe me.
The last time, if that is true, let's say they were, what do we know? They were competitive in the Alec Pierce conversation, right? Mm-hmm. The last receiver they tried to go top of market on and didn't get was Amari Cooper, and they were lucky on that. I don't think Alec Pierce is deserving of being the highest paid free agent wide receiver ever, and I'm cool with them ducking on that. Now, Rashid Shaheed re-signs with the Seahawks. That could have been some speed at a discounted cost from Pierce that you could have signed. I'm not carrying water here. I think they could have been more aggressive. I think running back is a position they could have ddone more at. I think receiver at this point.
What if they think they got their running back and they feel like, me and you were talking last week, 2 weeks ago, and we did the Jeremiah Love stuff. And I'm like, what's most important? What's the most important position? What's more valuable? Receiver, right? If you had if they go out and try and get another receiver, maybe the draft or maybe today or tomorrow, whenever, I promise you, Bill, what he did without having an extra, having 2 receivers on the field at the same time, if he had 2 damn good ones on the team, he could do a lot more.
Sure. I don't, multiple things can be true, right? I like Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, but after they got blown out in Minnesota 31-0, I came on this radio station and said that's a fireable game. Everybody can be fired after that because your team wasn't ready to play and you got your ass kicked by a bad team. When things need to be said, I will say them. I think they should have been more aggressive at running back. I think Rico Dowdle would have been a perfect fit. But to try to discount the Oweh signing because you're mad they didn't get a receiver you like is just foolish to me. That's a big swing at a position of significant need, and it fits the new defensive coordinator's desire to have multiple sets and versatile players. Mm-hmm. So, I think people get overly obsessive about skill position players. I really do.
Well, I've been telling you that for years. We've been working together over 10 years, 15 years, and I've been saying that the whole time, where the big guys make the little guys look good. not the other way around.
I like,
and like the Rico Dotto deal, he's a very, very good running back. Does he really fit what they want? That's the question I would ask.
To me, he'd be the right mix with Bill because he's a thumper between the tackles.
But see,
that can get
that's
it done.
to you. How about to Blau?
Sure, that's fine. I think they need to bring a veteran runner in. That pool has gone fast, but we'll see. There's still other guys. Sticking with the Oweh thing, I wanted to run through some of the athletic testing stuff, but I liked this from Ryan Clark on ESPN yesterday talking about the move.
Yeah, I think the other big piece of it is this is about potential. This is about a guy that was drafted in the first round, underachieved in Baltimore, then showed signs of that athleticism and some of the things we thought about his potential when he was drafted. And if you're the Washington Commanders, you have to create a pass rush. You look at the last 2 years under Dan Quinn, they were trying to manufacture the rush by bringing second-level pressure. If he can be one of those players that gets you into the 12 to 14 sack range, he is worth this sort of deal. We know he has the potential, but can he do that as an every-down rusher?
That's betting on the come up for a player. And I'm in on that.
But that is normally what people do. Guys that are out there getting double-digit sacks a year, you know what they don't do? Go to free agency. They team sign them. Okay? Normally when we go for the guy to go into that second contract, you're looking at the potential of what somebody can do, and they've shown you little steps along the way. But if you wait for the guy that had 5-6 years at that, he's now in this double-digit year, he's probably on his way down. So I just think that they decided to do something differently than what we've seen previous staffs do.
I really like the Oweh move.
Listen, you and I both were discussing that early. But it's funny how when you go get the young up-and-coming guy who's about to hit stride, oh, man, what are they doing? But then you complain about, people complain about how old we were. So you wanted to go get who? You want to go get Trey Hendrickson. Trey Hendrickson may still be an exceptional one. But 9 times out of 10, a person of his caliber, they start to go the other direction at this point in their career.
Speaking of Trey, I got a text this morning. Little birdie said there's some surprise in that camp where his market is right now. So something to monitor, certainly. I would think, and I don't know this, but I would kind of think, would you think Washington's out on Hendrickson now that they've paid up for Oweh? So. Now, that could change if it becomes a bargain. If it's a 1 year and we're just guaranteeing you some money with some incentives, you never know. Mm-hmm. I want to run through some numbers on Oweh specifically. The RAS score, relative athletic score, is out on a scale of 10, right? Odafe Oweh got a 9.92. coming out of Penn State. That places him in the top 3% of edge rushers over the last 30 years.
Okay.
His size was good. 6'5", 257, 34.5-inch arms, 9.25-inch hands. This is a big man. That's good, right? Because there's bigger guys. His explosion grade was elite. 39.5-inch vertical, broad jump of 11 foot 2 inches. His speed grade was elite, 4.37 40. Now, there are people that want to say that that's his pro day 40 and Penn State had a tricked up track. Congratulations. The speed is real.
I don't give a damn what it is. He's a 6'5", 250+ pound guy.
10-yard split, which matters a lot more for an edge rusher. 1.6. That was graded elite. His agility grade, a 9.41 in the shuttle, a 9.6 in the 3-cone, elite. Younger, faster, stronger, bang. That's the guy you're looking for. Then you look at his numbers when he got to L.A. last season. From week 6 on, he had the NFL lead in sacks with 7.5. 13 quarterback hits, lead. 37 quarterback pressures, second in the NFL per Next Gen Stats. When you buy a stock, you want it to go up. That's what they're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Multiple things can be true.
You don't buy
Don't try to dismiss this signing.
You don't buy finished products. Okay? Let's remember. Jerry, in the second 10 years of his career, was trying to get better. MJ, trying to get better. Paul Skeens, he's trying to get better. So let's stop thinking that we have to find someone that's finished. Those guys that still adding stuff to their arsenal, they change up their way and they prolong their careers as well. So a young guy with ability that's going to also now learn from a different tactician. Good thing in my book.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley.
In the fan. All right, everybody is yelling about the Commanders. Andrew Siciliano just posted top 3 NFL free agency spenders. Not all this money's guaranteed. Raiders and Titans are next level. The Raiders have spent $280.5 million. The Titans have spent $270 million. Those are 2 really bad teams with brand new coaches trying to build around young quarterbacks. Maybe Washington should be doing the same thing. Washington is 3rd so far in NFL free agency spending. All I'm trying to point out is let's not dismiss the Oweh signing. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
I recognize they haven't done much offensively. My man Disco called in. We haven't even asked for calls, but I like Disco. He's a good caller, good listener. Disco, what up, man?
Hey, guys. What's up, B-Mitch? How you doing?
Hey, man. What's happening?
Hey, man. So here's my thing. We still got a ways to go, but I'm going to say this. From the big picture, macro picture, this is going in, I think, Terry McLaurin's 8th or 9th season, and this organization and franchise has still yet to put a viable wide receiver next to him and with him. And as some people predict, his career could be over here after next season. That's unfathomable. Let's see what happens today. I'm optimistic. Second point, love the Oweh sign.
Can I ask a quick Disco? Can I just ask?
Yes.
What about last year bringing Debo in? Does that not count?
He's not here.
But like you said, they never did it. Last year, they tried to bring in another threat.
Okay, they tried. They brought in Noah Brown. They brought in Paul Richardson. They brought in,
before Terry. They tried to bring in Curtis Samuel also. Your point, I get your point. I'm just saying they haven't never tried to bring in another receiver.
Okay, but let me rephrase. I'll say that no receiver that they have tried to bring in to pair with Terry has stuck around.
That's fair.
And there's really not, for right now, unless McCaffrey and Lane break out, as of today on March 10th, there is no viable pipeline for that to happen. Something could happen by the end of the day. My second point, I love Oweh. I love the Oweh signing. I don't care about the money because they needed to add an elite chip on the line, in the front end, the middle, and hopefully on the back end. So I'm good with that. My last point is if you're going to make the Tunsil deal, and the Tunsil deal, he's a blue chip player that you need. He's one of the best in the league. But if you're going to give up those draft picks, then you got to win a little bit more in free agency, and we still got time because you don't have the draft picks to be able to replenish and try to get some of that blue chip talent with only 2 picks in the top 100. So, I'd like to see them. We'll see where they go, but they got to win a little bit more, not to overpay everybody, but you've now created a hole at center. You've got to do a little bit more in free agency. Hopefully they'll do it in these next few days, but I'm not talking about back into the roster guys or even mid-tier guys. You need one or two more blue chip talent pieces because you don't have them. You don't have an opportunity to get them in the draft as much as you'd like.
I think, the point you made a good point for sure, Disco. But I don't even know, if they sign Romeo Doubs, does that satiate that need for blue chippers? Because I'm not sure it does. I mean, he's got physical talent, but I think the blue chippers at receiver never hit the market, dude. Maybe they get traded, but those dudes get extended. There's a reason a guy like Alec Pierce, who's a good player, has now become the highest ever free agent paid wide receiver, and it's because the top wide receivers don't hit free agency.
But the thing of it, I think you can't forget, like he's saying you got to win in free agency. Having Tunsil back and on your roster, that trade, we got to stop worrying about those picks now. Because I don't know if you'll find a Tunsil with those 2 picks. You get what I'm saying? So you got him still. You traded for him. He was legitimate last year. You see him as a blue chipper. He's here for the next 2. You can't forget that aspect of the whole deal. It's not like, we traded the 2 picks. You got this great player over here, but you don't look at that. No. He's the reason that those 2 picks are gone. And I think sometimes when you have those later picks, they don't amount to what he is.
Whatever's going on at center they better be right because they created that situation.
Yeah.
And I think if there was health questions, the Chargers don't jump on Biadasz right away. So, like, a lot of this is you got to be right, but what they did at center, you didn't need to create. It's not like you were cap poor. Like, you weren't strapped. You weren't in a bad position that you had to create some cash. They decided to cut a player that had been good. Tyler Biadasz had been good. He dealt with some injuries. I think last year he wasn't as good as 24. I also saw him in the locker room dealing with that knee. Nobody was as good in 25 as they were in 24. And now you're going into a situation where maybe it's Allegretti. Otherwise, you're signing the people that are going to be available now at center. You're not getting younger, faster, stronger. You might get a veteran that you think can handle this new offensive plan better, but it's not going to be the younger, faster, stronger desire. So to me, if you want to look at what they've done so far, the pros, the Tunsil deal, the Oweh signing, pros all the way. The cons, what is your plan at center? And then have you added anything for Jaden? Because as of now, you haven't.
But see,
there's a lot of time left.
Yeah, one day, Jay. This is where I disagree with you at. Just like the other people calling in losing their mind to my winners and losers, it's been one damn day.
I totally agree.
So they're not playing tomorrow. So for me, when the draft is over, then we can start looking at, okay, what have they done? Because you got this amount of time before the draft, and then you have the draft. Now you start looking at a team. Today, there's no damn way we looking at a team. How many people they don't have 30 people, 35 people on the contract right now. All the guys that are going to, when the new year start, all the guys' contracts that are ending, they probably got 35, 40 people? They got to go sign some people. So right now, I can't, people, what you think they're going to do next year? I don't damn know. Well, you played? Yeah, I played. And guess what? You can't, nobody can tell you on March 10th what the hell the team is going to do in September.
The NFL is incredibly difficult to bet week to week. Picking winners week to week is damn near impossible. Mm-hmm. And people want to know what's going to happen in March
when they don't have
about
a whole
September.
So, for me, it's
you can still watch as things unfold and form opinions.
You can, but it's just like to be in it and now doing this and hearing how people think, it makes you understand that people don't have a clue.
When we return, we're going to learn more about Odafe Oweh, including let's figure out how to properly say this young man's name.
Mitch and Philly
Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our boy Chris Hayre, CBS LA Chargers podcast. He does it all, knows the scene. He and I were just out in Indianapolis. When was that, dude? 2 weeks ago we were out there together?
Dude, it's such a blur. I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Right.
2 weeks ago in Indy. I don't think Odafe Oweh was on the radar in D.C. I thought he was coming back to L.A. And wow, big deal, but a big get for the Commanders.
So it's funny. You and I talked about Oweh and Khalil Mack, and what I remember you telling me in Indy was, I think one or the other ends up going with Minter to Baltimore. But now, fast forward 2 weeks, and Mack has stayed with the Chargers, and Oweh is now coming to Washington.
Yeah, so I think the priority for the Chargers was you got to get at least one of those guys back. And Khalil was the obvious choice because Khalil had been with the team for 4 years. What he means in the locker room, I know he's older, but he's still a very productive player. You put him on the other side of Tuli Pelotu, and it made a lot of sense for Khalil to come back. Now Odafe, they traded for Odafe, ironically, a week after Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt and Company ran all over the Chargers. Like, it was a big issue. Like, so just to give you some background, like week 2, Khalil hurts his elbow, like a really nasty elbow injury, and he's out. So it's just Tuli basically, and they're having a lot of problems setting the edge. And I think that the Commanders game was kind of the straw, right? So the next week, like 2 days later, you trade Alohi Gilman for Odafe Oweh. Odafe has 0 sacks in Baltimore, like 4 or 5 weeks into the season. His first snap in Miami the next week, he gets a sack, proceeds to have 7.5 during the rest of the regular season, and then 3 more against the New England Patriots in the playoff game. So, the Chargers, they wanted to keep Odafe, but I think it got too rich because you have to keep in mind, Tuli Pelotu is 23 years old. He's in line for a big contract extension as well. So to bring Khalil back, to re-up Tuli's deal, and to bring Oweh, I mean, that's a lot of money in 3 edge rushers. And I think when I saw the $100 million mark, it made sense.
Chris, let the fans here of the Commanders know what type of player they're getting in our Oweh.
Well, first and foremost, Beamish, he's a great dude. He's a really, really good dude. He fit in immediately into the Chargers culture and just kind of hit the ground running. But you're getting a guy that gets after the quarterback. I know that there was so much made about Justin Herbert and not being able to protect Justin Herbert in that playoff game. But if you're a Commanders fan, do yourself a favor and watch what Odafe Oweh did in that game. I mean, that defense was awesome, but he kind of led the way. 3 sacks in that game. They kept Drake May out of the end zone for the first 50-plus minutes of that football game. And just the way that Odafe could get after the quarterback. At CBS, we get these walk-off interviews after wins, and I remember, the Tennessee game, middle of the year, we had Odafe after the game, a couple of sacks. The game that they had to have in December at Arrowhead when it was freezing, Odafe with 2 sacks and coming up in big spots. So what I'm interested to see, B-Mitch, is just, okay, now you're pass rusher number 1 in Washington, and you're not going to have Khalil Mack, and you're not going to have Tuli on the other side. Can you rise to the occasion as the number 1 pass rusher? And I think he has the ability to do that. I mean, he's 27 years old, and I'm sure the Commanders are not done kind of addressing that edge room, but that's pass rusher 1 money. So I'm very intrigued to see how he does there. I really hope he does well.
It's going to be very interesting. We're talking with our boy Chris Hayre here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Chris a follow at Chris Hayre, Hayre. Check out all his work, CBS in LA. Check out his Chargers podcast. I'm going to take a brief moment. I know you're from here, but when I showed B your name and like your Twitter page, he's like, I think I know that dude. Where did you work here before you moved out west?
I did. I worked with B Mitch. I worked for the team. I was there from 04 to 06.
Okay, I knew
we did. I was in the marketing department. I remember, like, B Mitch, we would do like fantasy camps at like FedEx Field.
That's it.
You know, that's what we would do stuff like that. Like I was there for the Gibbs 2.0 era. So
I was just knowing Chris. It wasn't another Chris with the same last name. I had to know it had to be the same person.
and I worked at Sports Talk 980 with Coach Thompson. Yeah, that was my first job as sports man. We don't have time for my first ever interaction with Coach, but it was.
Did he scare the hell out of you?
No, okay. If I
we got time for it, dude.
If I could do it in 20 seconds, my first ever interaction, they told me to pick up Coach Thompson in a golf cart at Redskins Park. And this was 2000. So this was like the Dion, Irving Fryer, Jeff George. Like it was that era, right? So I'm just doing everything I can to not get in trouble on my first day, right? I pick Coach up. I drive the golf cart down to the remote. And, I'm just like, okay, I don't want Coach to yell at me. So I get down to the remote. I try to do everything to get out of the way, right? And it just goes. So we start the show, and you know how Coach starts. He goes, John Thompson Show, Sports Talk 980, Smoking Out Coking, Rick Doc Walker. We're at Redskins training camp, and if this intern would get out of my way, I could see the field right now. That was my first day.
I love
but it. Ended up,
you better be.
Ended up being.
You better be lucky to speak in tongues, like he'll always say.
Oh, I have an NBA All-Star Weekend story. Listen, I got them all. This is another time.
I love it. All right. So the Oweh signing, I think, for Washington is really exciting. Do you think the best is still to come with him?
Well, I think he's just scratching the surface. Now, like, keep in mind, like, I think Jesse Minter got the most out of him. Like, he had a tough start to the year in Baltimore. I think Baltimore as a whole had a tough start to the year, but he didn't have any sacks going into Week 6. And then all of a sudden, they started coming in bunches. So I think, he's only 27 years old. I do think that having a guy like Khalil and a guy like Tuli on the other side obviously helped him. Now, I think we fall into this trap day one of free agency where, I know here in LA, they're like, oh, well, are the Chargers going to make any more moves? Are they going to make moves? Like, keep in mind, like these rosters are not complete until like after the draft, like in June. So, if you take that into consideration, I'm sure the Commanders are not done filling out their edge room, filling out their defensive line. But I do think that Odafe has the potential, man, to really be a good player. And they need edge help in D.C., as you guys well know. And I just think that the momentum going into that playoff game, and I feel like he's playing with a lot of confidence right now, too. And you saw that throughout the course of the 2025 season. Just like each game he seemed to have, really kind of put his stamp on, what he's capable of doing. But I just want to say, who's going to be on this other side of him, right? Like, who is it going to be on the other side now, guys? Is it Wise? Who's going to be the other edge?
Well, you got to wonder what they're going to do at 7, right? Yeah. I think that remains a pretty big opportunity with Bain, Bailey, and Reese there. And I think the new defensive coordinator in town, Durante Jones, wants versatility among his defensive front, and I think Bain really gives you that. I think Bailey is kind of plug and play, straight up pass rusher. Reese, I think, is a toolsy guy that people don't really know how he emerges. So, also, Dorrance Armstrong was playing really well for them before his injury last year. So, they haven't done enough yet. But to your point, it's far from over yet either. Like, it's just beginning.
Yeah. Dafe wasn't on the field a lot either. Tuli played a majority of the snaps. So he was getting these sacks, like it's not like he was playing a ton. Like he was playing like, less than 50% of the snaps.
And still had 7.5
in most games.
See, I like that. Like when a guy comes in sparingly and can have that type of impact, I wonder if he's there more often, because like when you go in half of the game, you don't get a chance to really set up that offensive lineman. As a guy there every play, I think if he has based off of the athletic ability he has, he can set them up, and I think he'll have way more success.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he's ready to be the guy, right? And I just think it came down to the Chargers not being able to afford Khalil in his last year making $18 million, and then knowing that you have to redo the Thule deal very, very shortly. It's very hard to put that many resources into one position when you're also trying to protect Justin Herbert. Darwin's got his deal coming up, so I think it just became really a case of, hey, congratulations, man. That's a lot of money, and you're capable of it.
Switching gears, dude. The Chargers signed Tyler Biadasz. How vital of a signing is that for LA? I mean, we saw Herbert just getting smacked around. Hell, I mean, Washington smacked him around when we came out there, whenever that was, week 5. In the playoff game against New England, that was the deciding factor in the game, I would say. When Biadasz became available, 1, how surprised were you? And 2, how fast did the Chargers act?
Well, I was very surprised. I mean, I was going to ask you guys this before we got off the phone, because I still am a little bit confused as to why he was released, because if you're not going to get Linderbaum, and listen, nobody was going to get Linderbaum with the Raiders paying $27 million. I mean, that's just it's crazy. It's crazy. The Chargers were linked to a guy like Linderbaum because Joe Ortiz was in Baltimore, obvious need. But to get Biadasz, we were at the combine, JP. I don't even think that this had gone down yet, or had just gone down.
No, it happened
later that
when
week.
I was flying back. So it happened Thursday night of combine week.
So, I mean, it's huge. I don't know if you saw the Chargers put out, Harbaugh picked him up from the airport. It's like he brought him in. It's a guy who has been durable over the course of his career. I don't need to tell you guys that. I think Mike McDaniel, in identifying a center that fits what he wants to do in the running game, he checks that box, and he's not going to count against because he was released. Joe Ortiz likes his comp picks, and too. Right. That's not going to be something that's effective with that formula. So, it was something that I can even see them guys like the 4th, 5th round, drafting a center just because you don't know. Especially with the depth that the Chargers had to go through last year, they didn't really have any depth. So, but you needed to have a guy in tow. We talked to Daniel Jeremiah, who's the Chargers radio analyst, and he's just you can get a day 1 center, late day 2, day 3, but you want to have one in the boat. And I thought it was a great move. And I'm still a little perplexed as to why he was let go in Washington. Was it a cap thing? Is it? I don't know what type of year he had last year, but I don't know.
We're kind of equally perplexed, honestly.
Yeah.
It was the certainly the biggest head scratcher so far that we've seen from Washington. It wasn't a cap thing. They already had plenty of cap space, and it's not like he had guaranteed money left on the deal. So you could release him, but it's a head scratcher here too. And you wonder if they were in on Linderbaum. I think there's no way. Anybody, I think the Raiders overpaid because that's the only way they
overpaid.
That's the only way they were getting him to Vegas, a team that's largely been a joke, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I did want to ask you one other question. This is non-football related, but you're in LA. I know that's a Lakers town. I know how much you guys cover the Lake Show. Are the Lakers fans turning on Luka already? What is going on with the Luka LeBron Lakers right now?
You know what? So I worked for the Lakers for 9 years. I can tell you this: every single year, there's something. There's something to talk about. There is something to talk about. I don't think that they're turning on Luka. I do think that there's obviously an interesting dynamic now with the guy in LeBron who may or may not retire, probably won't retire, but, probably won't be a Laker next year. And, when you're not winning consistently, and I think you're starting to see, you see all this chirping about Luka complaining to the refs, and it's not all perfect right now in Laker land. And they're also like in the middle of a huge reorganization of the franchise. I mean, Mark Walter comes in, the owner of the Dodgers. There's just it's a completely different operation now, and we will see what the off season holds. I don't think that this was ever going to be the year that anybody expected the Lakers to make noise in the playoffs. But yeah, it's it gets. You hear some chirping now. Let's just say that. And then this offseason, is there going to be a Giannis available? Is it going to be something where they can bring in another superstar to actually pair with Luka and make the team a little bit more focused on Luka's strengths as opposed to, trying to do two things at once that are kind of the opposite. A lot of people thought that LeBron and Luka would work well together, and it doesn't seem like that's the case. Like they have a better record when LeBron's not playing. Him and Reeves seem to have that chemistry, and I don't know, man, but I will tell you this: there's always something to talk about with the purple and gold.
For sure, dude. Specific to Mark Walter, owns the Dodgers. The Dodgers spend all the money in the world, buys whatever he got, 60% of the Lakers or whatever. That dude obviously has real money. I'm looking up his net worth at $7 billion, which is astronomical. But it's not like Bezos money. It's not Ballmer money. Like, how does this dude just do everything all the time?
You know what? He has the investors, obviously. You know what's cool about it is that Magic is like now back in with the Lakers, right?
Oh,
not with like the like a designated title or anything, but like to have now the Commanders, being a part of that ownership group. Yeah. He was making decisions for the Lakers, left that position, but now he kind of gets back into the fold, kind of with an unofficial title. So there could be a lot of changes, over the next couple of years with the Lakers. What's interesting about it, guys, is they're leaning on like Andrew Friedman and that Dodgers front office to kind of tap into the analytics side of things, and you're going to see a lot of synergy between what the Dodgers are doing and what the Lakers are going to become. So that's kind of the fascinating part of all this is like, they brought over their the president, the new president of the Lakers was with the Dodgers before, and Lon Rosen, Magic's former agent. So there's a lot of like, it's almost going to be like the same franchise in a way. I mean, the model of what the Dodgers have become, that's what they're trying to replicate with the Lakers.
Interesting stuff in Los Angeles. Yo, I appreciate you making time for us. I know it's early out there, bud.
Anytime, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
It's our boy Chris Hayre. You can give him a follow, Twitter and Instagram at Chris Hayre, Hayre. Now, nobody go anywhere. Let's see if there's any updates. And I want to talk about the running back position specifically here in Washington. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Find out how much your home is worth in less than 30 seconds at JONSellsDMV.com. This is your flagship home of the Washington Capitals.
Shooting, he scores! It's a power play goal!
And DC Sports Talk all day. Sports Radio.
1067 The Fan. Show's moving fast this morning. You missed any of our
It is,
interview
man.
with Chris Hayre? Check it out on the YouTube page or on the podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. Odyssey app, hit rewind, wherever you want to go. That's where we're at. Not really sure why today's picture day at The Fan. Beamish and I just got to go take some headshots.
Your ears didn't fit in the frame.
I know. You had to like zoom out, I think.
Yeah.
Beamish choked me out for a quick second. That was fun. I feel like that's a pretty
You
accurate.
say one animated action.
I thought it was. To me, that one made sense, frankly. I have a question for you, B.
Yo.
So I finally need to take care of the parking. I've been very delinquent in my parking, and I'm just paying daily, which is incredibly stupid.
Very.
Now, I'm still on the right side of the ledger because I had a parking hookup for a long time. I also should text my boy because something strange happened over there that I'm just trying to lay low. You better lay low. But so CK sent me the applied to monthly parking for downstairs, and I have to provide a document that shows I work in this building. So I logged into Odyssey at work, and I'm using the Ulti Pro tool. But the only thing that shows the company address and that I work for the company is my pay stub. I'd rather not send my pay stub to the parking people.
Just send the pay stub with just the address stuff. You don't have to send the whole thing.
Just take a screenshot?
I don't remember sending them a pay stub.
That's what I was wondering. What did you tell them?
Where do you work? Odyssey, second floor, 1015 half.
Yeah, maybe
that's all I ever did.
Maybe they've updated their system. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But am I correct in that I don't need to provide the parking people?
You don't need to provide the amount of money you're making. They just need the information that you are here. They need Jupu Finbu and the address.
I tell you, I don't know how it came up, but the girls learned that you call me Jupu Finbu, and they think it's the funniest thing on the planet. They're like,
When did they hear me call you that?
I don't know if they heard it or if I said it or I don't know how it came about, but I did offer that information.
Good.
Because we kind of dove in head first with all the free agency news, I don't think there's been particular breaking news. If you were very worked up about Dawson Knox, he has re-signed with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. I think Tim is happy about that.
Also important to point out that White Brian did tell me how to say day in French. Apparently it is jour.
Jour.
So it's jour de of free agency.
Jour de.
Jour de. I don't speak French whatsoever, but it's one of my favorite languages to listen to.
Sounds so sexy.
It just sounds cool. You sound cool when you speak French.
Oui, oui.
Also kind of makes me want to rip a heater, though. Because nobody smokes cigs like the French. They make it look debonair.
I just think once you get across that water, everybody over there smoke like that.
White Brian, how do you say cig in French? What do they call a heater over there? Do they have parliaments? Let me know.
Heater.
Heater. I would like a pack of your best heaters.
That is not French.
That is my
Une cigarette.
What is it?
Une cigarette.
Even just them saying cigarettes sounds cooler. If anybody out there can speak French, you're welcome to call in right now. And you could yell about free agency, but you have to do it in French.
Yeah. That's how we do it. From the rest of this week, you can yell about whatever you want, as long as you do it in French.
I did want to check.
I just ruled out all the callers.
I want to check out. Dog, you don't think there's somebody that could call in here and scream in French about what the Commanders are doing?
Not the people that call on a regular basis. Hell no.
Well,
that's what I'm talking about.
I don't think Crank's calling in and speaking French.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people won't be able. They going to go find somebody? Because it's not going to be the regular callers. I promise you that.
I did want to check in with the Stallion because one thing we've learned in the post-COVID world is that traffic patterns are different. Like Monday used to see the worst traffic in the world. Mondays and Fridays are pretty cool now. I think most people have only come back into the office like 3 days a week, and it's typically Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Tuesday is now the true Nino Brown gangster of DC traffic.
Cigarette. That's how they say it.
That's what White Brian said. I guess you don't have your headphones. Oh, yeah, play it into the...
That's what I'm saying.
Tell me that's not sexy.
Cigarette.
That's just Google French saying it. Imagine like good-looking French
my
broad in a
translator.
beret asking for a cigarette.
That's my French translator.
You'll melt. Clary, how was traffic this morning?
I mean, I got to tell you guys.
He starts off everything with, I got to tell you guys.
35 minutes. I left at 7 a.m. this morning.
That's
the
tough.
thing.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's like I'm still trying to figure out a routine of like what time should I come in? Like, should I work out here? Because if I wait till 8 a.m., it's going to take me over an hour just to get from Arlington, I feel like.
I think like 7:30 to 8:30 is the peak. I left my house at 10 of 9, and it was pretty cool until I got to Georgetown. I don't know what's going on in Georgetown.
So what time you get here?
9:30.
I left my house 9. I walked out the door at 9. This morning was 9:52. No, 8:52. I mean, I walked out at 8:52, and I walked in here with time to spare. I had 10-15 minutes to go.
Yeah, I was here fine.
I can tell you this though. Did you bump your head when you was coming in traffic? Cause you got that big zit or something on his forehead, right?
Put Joey, put Stallion on TV. Let's examine what's on his forehead.
Do I have something on my forehead right now?
Big red mark like you got a zit or something.
I mean, I probably have a zit. I'm a growing boy still, I guess. I don't know.
Shouldn't be having no zits.
I
Based
don't
off
know.
what I was told in coming up.
Who calls himself a growing boy?
Growing boy. I'm a growing boy. not a young man. Growing boy. But look at they said they look like Rudolph the Hickey.
I can't tell.
He got a hickey on his forehead.
We got a lot of lights
it's
going.
gonna be crazy.
Stallion looks like he moisturized this morning. Your skin is kind of glistening.
One thing you're to learn about.
Joey's got you framed up.
I know. I'm framed up right now.
If you're watching on
what's that
Monumental,
on the left part of your forehead?
The left part of my forehead, I don't know what this is. I don't know. It's like right above my eyebrow. I haven't even noticed it.
what if you're sick?
I'm not sick.
What if it's what do they call it? A melanoma.
Chicken pox?
Yo, what if it's chicken pox?
I mean, I got no idea.
Or is it just a zit?
Impetigo. What was that thing kids used to get? You get those little dots on you? I don't know. Better might need to go to the doc.
I know.
I know these Odyssey health insurance, that'll only cost you $1,000.
Haven't even on hold yet, so.
Oh, you don't even have it?
I don't know. I signed a bunch of paperwork. You tell me.
I don't know. Then Brian and I don't want to speak for B. I don't get my health insurance here. So
I don't.
Yeah. Nah. But didn't you already have it from the corporate Clary role before?
I mean, I could have, but I don't know. I just turned 26, so it's like.
So you're currently unaware if you have health insurance?
He thinks he's
At
still on
this
his
point,
parents.
we are. At this point, we are unaware.
Who's we?
Just my party. I don't know.
Just my party?
I'm talking
You're
about myself
unaware.
at this point. I am
Why
unaware.
do you talk about yourself in a plural
Because he's
sense?
more than one person. You didn't know that, man?
Thank you, Brian. I don't know at this point. I'm so confused with all the paperwork I've signed at this point. I don't even know if I'm getting paid this week.
Well, good
Now
luck.
that's
I'll
your
figure
problem.
that out. I promise you.
You better figure that out. I want to know that before I sign any other papers.
I think you'll still get paid. Do we get paid this week?
Damn Skippy.
Yeah, I think you'll get paid, Stallion.
On Friday.
I think you should figure out the health insurance. So what is the deal? So the staying on your parents' health insurance didn't exist when I was like,
when you're 26.
That was an Obama.
And then they'll let you know when it's you're about to get off of it. They call and let your parents know.
I think I had to get off it at 18.
Did your parents tell you? Because I know I had to let Maya know because she's off of it now. So all I know, Aaliyah's still on it.
So just Aaliyah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, there you go.
But it's not me. So it's the Loudoun County School, boy. They got great health insurance.
Shout out to Loudoun County School.
Yeah.
I want to have this conversation about Amik Robertson, about the way his coaches talk about him.
Mm-hmm.
Quick look. This is just the biggest names still available in free agency. Trey Hendrickson's still out there. Tariq Woolen's still out there. Chig Okonkwo's still out there. Romeo Dobbs still out there. Jawan Jennings still out there. Quick answer to this one, B. Do you think Chris Paul stays or goes?
That's a tough one. I think he's going to end up staying.
Do you? I think he goes. I don't know. I don't think any of us do.
I just think, listen, man, you the way he played last year, And let's say, like right now, that money's starting to slide down. They maybe able to get him back at a nice price instead of what they thought.
Yeah. I mean, because the action has been so significant so fast that you do wonder if things are settling in a little bit. When we come back, though, there is a major international soccer game coming up. It's not a World Cup game. It's not a World Cup qualifier, but it's a major international friendly. We're going to learn more about the France versus Colombia game coming to D.C. shortly. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Nashville.
I like that, Chris. We're going to talk a little soccer. Give me Tribe. Can I kick it? I get it. I see what you're doing. For anybody watching us on the YouTube stream or on Monumental Sports Network, you'll notice that Brian and I are donning some team colors now.
Yeah, Francais.
We're still waiting for somebody to call in and speak French. I am wearing Team Colombia. So I guess I should speak Spanish. But if you're wondering why we're wearing this, it's because we're excited to have on Jamie Watson to talk about a big upcoming matchup at Northwest Stadium between France and Colombia. Jamie, what's up, dude? How you doing?
I am so happy to be on with you. I will speak no French whatsoever, and any Spanish I speak would probably get us in trouble. So we'll keep it to talking about just the game. But
Jamie, they told us you were going to speak French, man.
Yeah, dude. Parlez-vous.
Oui, croissant. What else you got? No.
French toast.
All right, so Jamie, you played all over the world, played in MLS. Now you're doing TV, Sirius XM. You're one of the premier soccer commentators in the U.S. Obviously, this is going to be a huge year for soccer in the U.S. with the World Cup coming to town. Well, not coming to town, but coming to our country this summer. To kind of get that thing warmed up, we got France versus Colombia, Northwest Stadium at the end of the month. I picked Colombia because I don't know if they still do, but at one point they had a dude named James, and my name is James, and it was pretty basic. So that's why I'm Team Colombia. What should we expect in this matchup? France is obviously a world powerhouse.
Well, you'll be happy to know that James Rodriguez is still the main man for Colombia, and he will be there. So I'm excited to see him play. He actually plays for Minnesota United now, so you might get a chance to see him in action. I don't know how the schedule works out with DC United, but what you can guarantee and what is definitely on the schedule is, as you alluded to, March 29th, France, the number 3 team in the world, taking on your favorite international team that's not the United States, Colombia, number 14 in the world. It is going to be a matchup that, fellas, when we're talking at the end of July when the FIFA Men's World Cup's in the rearview mirror, we could be talking about this being like a potential semifinal match. That's how good these teams are. That's how high the expectations are in the FIFA Men's World Cup for both of these sides. And although the DMV did not get a World Cup game like you astutely mentioned a moment ago, this is just as good as any matchup you will see, and you get to do it for a fraction of the cost when you go to road226.com to get your tickets.
Yeah, dude. The World Cup tickets are outrageous. Obviously, Colombia, you said, 13th in the world. France, though, has...
Will Mbappe be playing?
You know it.
There
France without Mbappe is just not the same French national team, right? So Mbappe, he's the captain, he's the main man, he's the stud, so he'll be there.
The French lost to Argentina in Qatar in the final. They won the final. They won the World Cup prior to that. France coming into this thing, I just pulled up the FIFA world rankings. I don't know if that's the most astute thing to pull up, but it looks like Spain, then Argentina, then France. France has got to be a serious contender to win it all again, right?
It absolutely is. Look, Mbappe had a hat trick in the last World Cup final. If it wasn't for Lionel Messi and Argentina winning in penalty kicks, we'd be talking about Mbappe in that discussion of maybe one day potentially dethroning Lionel Messi as the greatest of all time. I still think that's a discussion that will unfold over the course of the next decade. That's how good Kylian Mbappe is. But this whole French side is just stacked. Cavaminga, Tchouaméni, Bradley Barcola. There is so many good players. Kanate, Ekitike. France is just stacked. And for Colombia, they've got James Rodriguez, like we talked about, one of the most iconic players who broke onto the scene globally back in 2014 at the World Cup with one of the best World Cup goals I still have ever seen. And you got Luis Diaz. He is a stud goal scorer, worth the price of admission type player. And you get to see them live and in person. And by the way, this is huge in the context. This is why we're calling it the Road to 26, because, boys, this is the last stop. This is the last international window for national teams to get together before they have to name their World Cup rosters at the beginning of June. So you got to imagine, if you're a coach, you're figuring out who your starting 11 is, but you're also figuring out who makes the roster and who doesn't. So I'll put this question back on you. If you were one of the guys that's trying to fight to make a World Cup roster, which is the absolute pinnacle, how hard would you play? How much motivation would you have in that moment?
Yeah.
So I'm going all out.
Yeah, that's going to be a serious ball game. That's cool. That should be a lot of fun. And for, the World Cup ain't coming to town, but you can go watch that game. Should be pretty fun. We're
They
talking.
just had that game up in Baltimore where they got all those people.
Yeah,
This one-
they just
this
set
one
a
should
record
pull a lot of people too.
to watch Messi, right? Talking with Jamie Watson here. You can give Jamie a follow at Jamie Watson 77. A couple things I wanted to zoom out a little from the France-Colombia matchup coming to DC end of the month. You can go check it out at Northwest Stadium. Argentina, according to these rankings, is still second in the world. I just watched this Messi documentary on Apple TV, which I really enjoyed, and it reminded me of the Mbappe goal to tie it up, to send it to extra time, which was unbelievable. But throughout that documentary, everybody made it seem like the Qatar World Cup was Messi's last World Cup. Do we know definitively if he's playing or not?
I mean, he is still the greatest player. Whoever your favorite player is, Messi is their favorite player.
Right.
Messi is very much the centerpiece of the Argentinian national team. You mentioned a second ago, the second best national team according to the FIFA rankings, which you pulled up, rightly so. That is the best way to look at it. It sort of tabulates, the last several years of competitions to formulate that. So Argentina firmly in that number 2, and they could be number 1 if things shape out differently over this last window here. But I digress on that and get back to the question about Messi. He is still the man. He is still doing it at an incredibly high level, both for Inter Miami and Major League Soccer, but more importantly, he knows that this will realistically be his last World Cup. So now you're talking about a player that is the greatest of all time. It's about his legacy and trying to cement that, because you mentioned it brilliantly a moment ago. Mbappe scores in that World Cup final to tie it. It goes to penalties. It could have gone completely differently, and it went the way of Lionel Messi at the time. But Mbappe is that good to be able to. He almost dethroned the greatest of all time. The World Cup will feature Messi, 48 teams in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. It will be an unbelievable spectacle, the biggest global sporting event. And this is, fellas, like, to tie it back into the France-Colombia game, this is a matchup that you could see in the Final Four, in the final 8. It is that big, or in the quarterfinals. I mean, it is that big of a matchup, and the stakes are that high for March 29th matchup.
All right, I need you to indulge me on something. Does Scotland have a chance of getting out of their group? Brazil and Morocco. So I'm Scottish, right? And Brazil and Morocco got to be the favorites here. Scotland hasn't made a World Cup in a long time. What are their chances? They got to beat Haiti. I know that much.
Look, they've got a ticket into the lottery, right, to be able to try to win the group. But I also think there's a better chance of you speaking fluent French by the end of this segment.
Oh man,
Scotland getting out of that group. I hate to tell you.
We know that's not happening.
Group.
I might take the kids to the Haiti game. I feel like that's the best chance. Maybe I can practice my French too.
You can get a win in the back pocket. That's the game they have to win, right? And then look, anything can happen. That's the beauty of this. It's pressure. It's a beautiful thing, right? It can either create diamonds or it can burst pipes. And you're playing in a World Cup. There's no bigger pressure in the world than international soccer at the highest level. And so, look, anything can happen on any day. People didn't even think Scotland could get there, and they pulled off an incredible comeback in the last few minutes of extra time to be able to get there. So they've got momentum going for them, and they've got belief. That's one of the things that you really need to succeed in a tournament like this.
How do you see the heat and humidity affecting the European teams?
Oof. I mean, it's going to be difficult, right? And it's something that the travel, the heat, humidity, there's going to be so much adversity. There's going to be injuries that happen along the way. There's going to be all the things that you can't predict they're going to happen. There's every different kind of obstacle that you'll have to overcome if you want to be the best team in the world and the one staying there holding the World Cup trophy at the end of it all. And we don't know what some of those are, right? You're going to have to just be adaptable to be able to figure out how to get through what's going to be the most difficult World Cup that the men have ever seen. Heat and humidity is part of it. Mm-hmm. Everything else that goes to it. That's why there's top internationals. I mean, these guys are borderline machines with how regimented they are and everything they pour in to be able to accomplish the
Keep Trinity.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got Trinity Rodman. She's so good. Remember when David Beckham created the designated player rule in Major League Soccer, where they had to make a whole new rule basically to be able to get one of the game's greats? Well, that's what Trinity Rodman is. NWSL had to create the high impact player designation to be able to keep her. And you got to give credit to Michelle King, the owner of Washington Spirit. She's ready to push the limit for women's soccer. The Washington Spirit are doing that. DC United, one of the legacy teams in Major League Soccer. So there is a rich plethora of soccer. I don't need to tell you guys that. You know it, and the smart people of the DMV understand how lucky they are to have a high-level women's team, a men's team that's trying to get back to those glory days. And then you welcome in high international soccer here. Man, it's a good time. This is a good month for soccer in the DMV, that's for sure.
Thank you, man. Really appreciate your time, Jamie. Enjoy the game.
Hey,
we'll see you out there.
Can't wait to see you guys. And you guys, we'll get you tickets. We'll get you squared away there. And for your listeners that aren't lucky enough to win some tickets, we'll get roadto26.com. That's where you can get your tickets, your parking passes for the 3 o'clock kickoff on March 29th. So we'll see you fellas there. Can't wait to see you guys and looking forward to it. Thanks for having me on.
You. All right, man. When we come back, we're switching back to the NFL, talking free agency with Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic.
Beat Mitch and Finley are presented by John Leahy.
1067 The Fan. Get you ready to talk to Nikki Javala. And Nikki, Nikki's our favorite. I think she'll be upset because Chris didn't play her theme song.
That's true. Chris did play her theme song. Very excited to welcome in Miss Nikki Javala from
What's
The
up, Nick?
Athletic. Nick, how are you?
What's going on? How are you guys?
Chris didn't play your theme song, man. We didn't know what's going on.
To be fair, I asked if she had one, and no one knew.
Are your mentions a mess with people screaming to burn down the entire Ashburn operation right now?
I'm too scared to look. So it's quite possible they are, but I'm too scared to look. I mean, what are they expecting?
Tell them to hit me,
sign
Nikki.
everybody?
I'll take care of all this for y'all. I'll show you how to handle these people. See, when you give them a voice, they just go crazy. You ignore the hell out of them, or you just tell them where to get off. They shut the hell up.
Where do you think things are right now, Nikki? How do you grade them? I mean, we're literally just over 24 hours and 7 minutes into free agency.
Yeah, it's been sort of a weird free agency. I feel like the first wave is already over, sort of, across the league, not just with Washington, because there was like a flurry of deals, within the first 3 hours yesterday, and then I feel like all the teams went on lunch break and came back, and then there was another flurry of deals. But as far as Washington, I kind of like what they did yesterday. I really like Adafe. I think he's a player on the rise, and for a team that needs to get younger and build a foundation, I think that's the type of player you're looking for. He has all the traits you want in a pass rusher. He's explosive. I mean, he's got the perfect physical frame, and he really came on last season when he was traded. So I think there's a lot of potential there. The guy that really intrigues me, though, is the cornerback they picked up, Amick Robertson.
Yeah.
He's smaller, but he's versatile. He can play inside out, and he's just scrappy.
Yeah.
John and I were joking. John Keimer and I were joking earlier that we're going to hear that he's a dog a lot. So that's probably going to come up like within the first 5 pressers about him easily. Like I'd set the over under at 8 and still take the over.
Well, I can tell you this: I actually watched the game when Minnesota played Detroit, and he basically had Jefferson 1-on-1.
Oh, he had him.
I left that game impressed. And then yesterday, just like Joy, who handles the stuff here with Monumental, Joy said he knew he heard that name from somewhere. And then I was like, damn, I watched that game. That kid can play.
The clip Joey sent definitely can't be put on our air, but it was really funny.
Yeah. But he can actually play, because what I saw was a guy who not only understood the position, he understood the person he was playing against. And you can see all the little subtleties that Jefferson tried to use, and he was doing different things as a defensive back to offset that. Jefferson caught that one pass early on him. The rest of the game, I think he was like shut out.
Right. And he nearly had that pick in the end zone.
Yeah.
But I think those two go way back, apparently. I was listening to
they're both from Louisiana.
Browns. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah.
Of course. All roads lead back to the boot.
Yes, of course.
Talking with our friend Nikki Javala here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Now, I just thought of something, Nikki. Did you ever talk to Greg about your floors? Do I still need to hound you about that?
You do still need to hound me about that. You may find this hard to believe, but I am a bit of a procrastinator.
I know you well enough.
Shocking.
Now, I'm not going to give you a hard time about it.
Because he's worse than you.
All right, so what we've seen so far, nobody wants to give, I don't know that credit is the right term here, but I think getting the Tunsil deal done on the first day of the league year was a really big deal. What do you make of the Tunsil deal?
I like it. I mean, he's 30, I want to say he's 32 now, or will be 32 at the start of the season, right?
Yep.
So that takes him into up to 28, 3 more years. I mean, I like that deal. I think it's a sound deal. He was going to be the highest paid tackle. He's already the highest paid in, percent APY. So, you're not like, it's not like a groundbreaking deal. He's already one of the top paid, but after the season he had, that's what a left tackle costs, a really good one costs. So, I like the trade. Yeah, they gave up a lot, but I think it was worth it. to have a left tackle that you can keep in place for 3-4 years is totally worth it. I still don't fully understand the Biadasz move, but we shall see.
Yeah. Where next do you think they need to be looking?
Receiver, linebacker. Those are I still think they still need to add to the edge. I still think they need help at safety. Tight end. Should I go on running back? The quarterback's room and set. I mean, I don't think the importance of Marcus Mariota can be overstated. I think it's really important for Jaden. I think it's important for that room, just the continuity there with Blau, Jaden, Mariota, with all the other changes around him. I think that's significant, and he has been sort of that perfect backup,
What do you make of the center decision? Because, listen, I understand people want to add weapons for Jaden, and they haven't done so yet. That I would just kind of preach some patience on. Let's see what ends up happening. I'm cool that you didn't go to almost $30 million a year for Alec Pierce. I think that was a wise decision.
I would struggle with that sort of deal. I mean, I struggle with the notion of paying a center $27 million a year. No disrespect to centers. I just feel like that's not a premium position in my mind. So I thought Tyler Biadasz, he didn't play as well as he did in 2024, but he wasn't bad. He was far from like a liability to where you would cut him. So I think there's probably more going on that they've yet to let on, since we haven't really talked to the folks yet since they made that move. But I mean, if Sporty was healthy, it just seems like you got so many other positions to fill. Why create another one? And with all the center movement leading up to free agency, there's not many guys left. So is their answer to really have like Nick Allegretti and somebody else duke it out for the number one job? To me, I probably would have stuck with Biadasz.
Yeah. That's what I circle back to is, one, it has been a hell of an offseason for centers. Yeah. Two, you created this hole, and you already have a lot of holes, right?
Yeah.
And maybe they really believe Nick could step in and do better in the offense and how it's going to look, but they're going to have to be right on that. Otherwise, like, to me, there's not a lot of definitive misses so far. Lattimore, definitive miss. That's the one, right? Like, we could talk about the draft picks if guys have developed, but it's still a little too early.
The way they thought. It was not a great deal considering what they gave up. That totally agree on. Was he better than what they had? I would still argue yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was. What they had was
do you remember Benjamin St. Juste and Michael Davis and rotating between those guys?
Michael Davis, after the first half of week one, they realized they couldn't play him.
Oh, my God, yeah.
That was, I mean, that's, especially because they were good and trying to go on a run.
Right, yeah.
I think it's an interesting discussion, kind of in hindsight. One thing I wanted to be sure I got a chance to ask you about, talking with our friend Nikki Jhabvala of The Athletic. You read all her work there. Give her a follow at Nikki Jhabvala on social. Where do you think this Brandon Ayuk thing's going?
I mean, it would not shock me if they ended up signing him to 1 year highly incentivized deal. Like after he's released, after they get, because they now have that rule now where you can do a Zoom call with up to 5 free agents.
Yeah.
So if they feel comfortable after an hour, give him a 1 year that's super incentivized. You can't bank on him to be like your number 2. Like if you sign him, he's just sort of like the icing on the cake. He's extra. And if he turns out to be reliable and the player he was a few years ago, fantastic. Then you got a ton of receiving weapons, Terry, somebody else they bring in, and him. And if he doesn't, you don't lose much. But it wouldn't shock me given how close Jaden is to him. I mean, Jaden has publicly pushed for him. He did at Radio Row. He's done it multiple times. So
right.
it wouldn't necessarily shock me.
Question I asked though: how long does the 49ers hold on? How long does the 49ers hold on to him, and how long do you wait?
How long do you wait? I mean, I think they're going to release him probably tomorrow, is what John Lynch said.
They better.
Right, first day of the league year.
And if you make him post you one, I mean, that only affects the 49ers. He could sign with another team anytime.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, he is publicly postured anyway that he really just wants to be here. And if that's if that's reality, then I think you got to take the 1 year. I think you give him $7-8 million, and then everything else is incentivized and see what you got. But I also think they still need to add another wideout here.
Oh, they absolutely do. That's what I'm saying. He can't be your number two. Like, he's a number one talent-wise, but you can't rely on him after everything that's happened.
Yeah.
So
of
until
the guys,
he proves to you, he can. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Of the guys that are available, you're talking Juwan Jennings. I mean, Debo's still available. Romeo Doubs, Darnell Mooney. Is there somebody you like, somebody you think could end up here?
I mean, I keep looking at Juwan Jennings, but the number seems awfully high for what people are saying he could get. I mean, granted, I feel like there's inflation. There is inflation every year when the cap goes up, and like some of the numbers this year are just bonkers to me. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me there either, just because of the Adam Peters size, 49er size. It would not surprise me. And he was the leading receiver last season. I don't know about Debo. I think if they were going to re-sign him, they would have re-signed him. I still wonder about Stephon Diggs, but I kind of view him in the same light as Ayuk. And like, oh my God, can you imagine if they had Ayuk and Stephon Diggs on the same team? That'd be something.
I don't know.
I'd be a lot of talent, but it's risky. But I mean, he is one that I still am kind of monitoring. Like, would they maybe give him a short-term deal? I don't know him, obviously, but just him being from the area, I would imagine he'd be
What happened
somewhat intrigued.
in New England where they signed that deal and then boom, after a year he's done?
Right.
It was a 1 year deal, I think, or there was certainly not more guaranteed money beyond 1 year.
Right. But I think I also think that's a position like I've always felt like receivers better in the draft because you get so many quality players. I still think you could get a really good player even the second, third round. I mean, shoot, Terry McLaurin, third round.
Right. What, if anything, have you heard with this Brian Thomas? I know there was a report out of New York from a friend of mine, Connor Hughes, saying the Jags are entertaining offers for Brian Thomas. That, to me, is far more appealing than anything that's an actual option right now. I kind of wish, like I had hinted that if Indy was going to sign Alec Pierce to all that money, they're going to have to move on from Michael Pittman. Pittsburgh jumped on that immediately. Even like the DJ Moore trade to Buffalo, like I think some of these receivers that got traded would have had more value than what you're going to have to pay right now. I understand their hands are tied with draft picks, but what about Brian Thomas? Like that?
I mean, yeah, he's intriguing, but
what you going to give up
draft picks? I mean, how much are you going to give up in draft capital for? I mean, you did a. I don't know that that's feasible just because of where they're at with the picks. And all the holes they need to fill are just they need to get younger. I feel like you need to get more picks, not give them up.
I've been told repeatedly though that this draft is not the one that a lot of talent evaluators are that over the moon about, and I wonder if that was part of AP's strategy over the last 18 months. Like if you could get Brian Thomas for a third for the 71st pick, I think I'm in. Maybe I'm crazy.
If you get him for a third, he's probably better than a rookie receiver you could get with your third pick.
And you have 3 years of control still. Like maybe
right.
I don't know. The Brian Thomas thing to me is by far the most intriguing. I've also only seen that from Connor. Like I haven't seen that on a more broad scale. But that's an interesting one. I think Jennings is interesting. I do think I was kind of not convinced they were going to spend big at tight end. I think, through 24 hours they haven't anyway. Do you think there's a a chance they make a run at Chigakonkwo, or do you think it's going to be a lesser tier tight end?
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's a lesser tier. If it were me, I would spend more at tight end just because I feel like tight ends have more of an impact nowadays. I mean, how many times were the Commanders torched by tight ends, and not having one, especially, I mean, Zach Ertz was their entire tight end room in the passing game, I mean, I think John Bates is exceptional at what he does, but he's a specialist, really. And they've talked about getting him involved in the passing game, I think for 3 years straight now. You're right. So, and if they thought more of Ben Sinnott, I feel like we would have seen more of Ben Sinnott over the last year or two.
Any chance the change at coordinator gives Sinnott kind of a new opportunity?
Sure. Yeah, it could. Yeah, absolutely. But, so far we haven't seen it. And I think they need size and they need more pass catching help, be it at receiver.
Almost $150 million in contracts. Not all that's guaranteed, but if you just look at AAV added to the roster in 24 hours, you're over $40 million. They have been active here. People might not like it. They certainly haven't added weapons for Jaden. But going in, the conversation was, this defense sucks. You got to fix the defense. So they signed probably 3 defensive starters, and that doesn't count. You know what I mean?
I think it's so interesting to compare 24 to this. Because 24, I mean, they gutted the front office, they gutted the roster. They were starting over completely from scratch. But there was much more patience. I think everybody was still on the post-Snyder honeymoon,
Yeah, totally.
It was, we can't fix it overnight. If we just make incremental improvements, we'll be fine. We're in a good place. Franchise is turning a corner. Now they're sort of in that same spot, but because it's year 3 of this regime, it's, no, you got to fix it now. You got to do everything now. It's just a totally different mindset. The urgency is just so much higher going into year 3. That's why, I thought coming in with 2 first-time play callers it's a gamble. But I do think that David Blau, that they obviously feel that David Blau is a talent on the rise, and they like Durante Jones. So they had to do something after last year. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to compare sort of the mindset of those 2 years because they're not in that. I mean, they're a little farther along this year, just in having the quarterback and left tackle, which are big, but not much else.
Nikki, we got to run. Thank you for the time, as always.
Nikki, appreciate you.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's our friend Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic. Read her work there. Let's take a listen to some things about players that Washington has signed where there's big opinions. Also, B-Mitch is going to give Chris Russell some fashion advice. Nobody go anywhere. That's us waving to you. All right. Amik Robertson is a slot corner that the Commanders signed yesterday. People can get caught up in PFF grades all they want. I can tell you, players hate them. Players think they're pretty stupid. PFF has a lot of value. I think the subjective stuff is a different question than the objective stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That said, most, if not all, NFL franchises subscribe to the service. So you got to take some of it good and bad. I, however, will listen to a coach talk about a player. This is from last October. Let's start with Dan Campbell, the Lions head coach, talking about newly signed Commanders corner Amik Robertson.
How good of a guy is he to have when the chips are maybe a little bit down, whether it be for injuries or whatever reason?
Great guy to have. You know, he's a skilled player, and he's tenacious, he's feisty, he's confident. You know, and teammates love his energy because he does. He brings it all the time, brings it in practice, brings it in the games. He's a ball guy, and he is. He's kind of he's one of those guys that sparks our defense. The other guys around him.
That's Dan Campbell talking about Robertson, and I think feisty is a great word.
Hell of a word for
go
him.
back and watch. I would certainly say he's a feisty player. This is Lions D coordinator Kelvin Shepard talking about the undersized corner.
That's like stuff that people don't know about this player. He's always had the underdog mentality. People's always told him he wasn't good enough, you're too small, this and that. And all he's done is put his head down and continue to work. And that's why you see this player be able to plug and play. That's not easy. It's one thing to plug and play. It's another thing to plug and play and get tasked with the receivers he's tasked with. I mean, we're talking about the elite of the elite in the league, and he doesn't bat an eye. And it's not fake. It's not phony. It's real. It's who he is, and it's a part of his DNA.
You remember the guy called here yesterday and said his two friends called him and told him that the guy can't cover nothing at all? Does it sound like those coaches mean all that?
No.
And when you go back and look at some of the little plays and all he had, does it seem like he can't? That sounds like some haters to me. Now, don't know if he's going to be the best of the best. But you know one damn thing, he's going to compete. And we've seen people not even compete.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I think you got to temper your expectations, but they had to add a corner. Now they have. Let's say the next move is to sign Tariq Woolen, right? Then all of a sudden everybody's going to love Robertson because he'd be the second corner they sign.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, a lot of this is all about kind of the expectation and the perception of the player. And I just wonder, from a straight, who is this guy and how does he help the team? I think he helps Mikey Samerstill a lot, and I think Mikey Samerstill is a dude that after the rookie season, people were ecstatic about.
Yeah.
And so, like, they want to get that guy back into a playmaking role, and I think Durante Jones is tasked with, hey, man, this is what we got. We're going to add, but, like, on some level, they just have to make the people that are here better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
And that's not easy, but I think you add a corner that's a super feisty guy that if you watch these videos, the competitor in him, absolutely.
He's straight that. Yeah, I'm going to say this, Jay. I won't temper my expectations because my expectations come from what I see a player doing. I'm not expecting him to be Darryl Green.
Right.
I'm not expecting him to be Darrelle Revis. But I expect him every time he steps on a damn football field to give me some level of effort, which I have seen a lot of people not give me. If I get that all the time, just the one game I end up watching him, and I watched him closely because when you see somebody doing that to Jefferson, it makes you pay attention. Give me that type of effort. You may not have the same result every week, but you give me that damn effort every week, I can live with that. Because what will happen, other guys will see that, and they'll see him get more and more and more opportunity, then they'll realize how the hell they need to play football. We've seen too many people in this town over the years get on the field every week. You know when they say that it's a privilege to play football? That privilege is also granted based off of how you play. But we watch guys go out there and just stink up the joint all the damn time, and they stay on the field every week. If we could get a guy come in and competes at a level he's out there, and everybody else start competing like that, all of a sudden your team begins to ascend.
Well, and to that point, we saw late last season there was a game. I remain high on Quan Martin. He had a very down season last year. The entire secondary did. They were a mess repeatedly. Late in the year, we saw Quan get benched. Is there any way this move is intended to put more? I don't have questions about Amos. He got hurt, but Amos looked like a stud. I thought Amos looked really good. He looked like their best corner. Does this move put pressure on Mikey?
If you are a competitor and someone comes in, it's not necessarily pressure, but it makes you have to lift your game. And if it doesn't make you lift your game, then you're delusional. Anytime someone came on the football team in my 14 years in my position, whether it was a return guy, a running back, I felt some kind of way about it. But I never got mad at the person. All I did was have to go look inside of myself and start doing some things to change up what I'm doing. Because in essence, if you are still balling, doing what you're supposed to do, you're still around. But there are people who see somebody else come in and they feel pressure. And you know what they do? They begin to falter. They get pissed off. They don't do what they're supposed to do. And then they get cut. So he shouldn't feel pressure, but he should also say, you know what? Let me get back to what I was. But you think about it, as bad as we say Mikey played, if Mikey wasn't on the team, who's getting interceptions? I mean, he got 4 interceptions in a year we thought he couldn't play. I think Mikey has skill like out this world. But just like any cornerback I watch in my life, they need pass rush to be at their best. And we had no pass rush.
I think
none.
I think Mikey is their best playmaker in the defensive backfield. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think maybe this Robertson move frees him up a little bit to be more of a playmaker. And I think that could have tremendous value. I mean, if you just look at the corners on the roster, like most positions, and if this is what people are mad about, I understand it. Like, they also just need to add people under contract.
Yeah.
They keep operating in these one-year deals, and it's leaving them in some tight positions. And so I think that's part of this too. I think you get Amos fully healthy, add Robertson, adding Owe is the biggest factor. Adding pass rush. I don't think they're done. I think they're going to add more pass rush. Get Dorrance back healthy. Get Wise back healthy. It can start to look different. Speaking of looking different, Chris Russell's wearing a coat and tie, and he's doing his best to look nice, which I applaud him for. We'll explore further next. NFL free agency's open. You got conference basketball tournaments going down.
Yeah.
March Madness is coming.
Yeah.
NBA playoff seeding's kind of getting sorted out. Similar with the Pucks. Caps have to get super hot, but they won a game last night. World Baseball Classic. World Cup is coming. I'm sure there's other international. I don't know what's going on in the international cricket sphere, but I'm sure it's happening right now. And despite all of that, Brian.
Yeah.
The news that I still find most interesting is Chris Russell is an adult male with 2 grown children and doesn't know how to tie a tie.
What the hell is wrong with you, Roos?
Well, there's a lot of things wrong with me, B. Where would you like to start the list?
Well, here's my thing. At this point, so we had picture day. We mentioned that earlier in the program. If anybody missed, Brian and I asked CK, I was like, dude, how dressed up do you want us? He's like, just look nice, but be yourself. And I think that's what Brian and I did. We generally wear like kind of golf course attire, and that's what we're wearing.
Yeah.
Roos decided,
you guys look good.
Roos generally is in here in a t-shirt or a sweatshirt.
I don't know about that. I wear plenty of button-down.
You do wear your burgundy golf shirt.
I mean, you guys like to just burgundy and red and everything, and you associate it with something come on.
We're not even here to discuss that.
What is this, Commander's garb?
We're not. You have on pink today. I mean, you have on blue.
Blue.
I'm just saying you brought in the tie, but you're not
brown
a tie.
and blue.
Why don't you not tie a tie?
So,
because I'm an idiot.
Go get the tie, man. Let me tie the damn tie.
So it's time for you to tie
Matt,
a tie
go get my tie
on television. Because we're on Monumental Sports Network, and
I'm aware.
I told our producers,
I watch you guys every morning.
I told Joey to frame you up.
Hi, Joey.
Because here's what we're going to do.
Joey.
It's high time you learn how to tie a tie.
Okay.
Dude. And I kind of think you know, and this is a bit.
I really and honestly don't know, and I haven't taken the time in my 52 years of brilliance to go on YouTube to learn how to tie a tie. Plenty of people have taught me or tried to teach me, and everyone that thinks they know how to tie a tie is an idiot because they don't know how to tie a tie.
So everybody came into this. I saw the Junkies. I haven't seen Grant and Danny yet, but it's picture day here at the Fan and 980, and everybody's just kind of dressed well, no big deal, right? Roos decides to go full sport coat, button-down tie.
I didn't know.
Claims he doesn't know how to tie a tie and doesn't think this is going to become a topic.
No, of course
Joey, if you see Brian, listen, B-Mitch can tie this tie, then I can tie the tie.
Roos got some what's coming on here, though. Some cologne on this, man.
Oh, how's it smell?
God damn, Rooster.
So
did you bathe in it?
So what I did to kind of like live the bit a little bit, right? What do you guys call it? To commit to the bit is I wore it. Of course, I don't know how to tie it. That's legit. But I wore it around my neck untied. So I knew it would become a big deal. And I knew See, that's the problem, is that sometimes people that tie ties make it too short, or the knot gets fat.
Because you do the big knot. I do a smaller knot.
I like the small knot and the longer tie.
Let's let him tie it.
We will be off air, and he will be.
I will say this: it is not as easy as you guys are making it out to be.
It's simple.
It's not.
I could tie that tie.
You're on
while
effort
I'm on
too.
Air in
I'm
2
had
minutes.
to figure it out for you. It worked for me.
Well, B also ties a fancier knot. I tie a single Windsor. I think he's doing a double Windsor. Is that accurate, Brian? Roos.
I just think Roos.
I don't know what a double Windsor versus a single Windsor is. I know Windsor, Ontario is right across from Detroit.
So I'm not trying to knock you that much. I didn't really know how to tie a tie until I graduated from college.
Right.
And I was like, all right, I should figure this out.
Yeah. All right. That looks good, but I think the knot is a little
B ties a big knot. Can I speak frankly here?
I mean, I already
Right. I don't think a larger dude can pull off a double Windsor because it's not going to have the length it needs.
I can make it longer for him.
A single Windsor's the move here. All right, Roos, come on. You look like an actual circus clown.
If you had a damn tie stay, maybe the damn tie.
The fact that you don't have collar stays. Are you familiar with collar stays?
No, not really.
Do you know what they are?
Hold on, man. Hold on.
I mean, I've heard of them.
They hold your collar down so it doesn't flop like that.
I mean, again, I should point out there's a freaking reason why I'm on the radio, okay?
Okay, but can I point out, to counter your point,
if
you wanted to get dolled up for picture day...
I didn't want to get dolled up. I didn't know what they were asking us to do.
Gear.
I didn't know. So I figured if they were insisting on a shirt and tie, somebody would know how to tie a tie. So I just wore it. I just brought it. That's it. I didn't have a master
Everyone
plan.
else. How many? So there's 4 junkies. You and I is 6. Sheehan's here is 7. Grant and Danny's 9. Rooster's 10.
Yeah. Always
and then,
last.
Big Nell was getting pictures. Linnell, maybe Denton. I don't know who all's here. But there's 10. We'll call it roughly 10, okay? 10 people asked to take pictures today.
Yeah.
90% of them just wore casual, nice attire.
Yeah.
And Rooster claims they were insisting he wears a shirt and tie.
I never said
You
that they
just said
insisted.
it.
You just said it.
You just said that.
I said I didn't know if they were insisting. I didn't know. There was no direction in the email.
Could you have asked for direction?
Sure. I was busy.
You were too busy to ask for direction on what to wear, but you figured you'd just bring a tie and get somebody else to tie.
And I brought my Tom Wilson red Capitals jersey, but I didn't want to wear that because then you guys would think I was up to nefarious activities.
You are.
Why would we think that?
Well, because burgundy, red, if you wear black, if you wear white, you're doing all sorts of stuff.
This is also hysterical to watch.
If you had a collar stain, collar stain, you'd be good.
All right. So I got to get some collar stains. And I got to learn how to tie a tie.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
I'm going to compliment you, but it's going to be backhanded, okay? I'm just going to tell you.
I mean, that's shocking, JP.
Can you stand up for me? Give the Monumental a full look.
No.
Please.
No.
All right. Well, here's what I'm going to tell you.
But
I know.
I'm going to show you how you do this.
You've worked hard to try to lose some weight, right?
Yeah. Button the top button. Stand up.
You look pretty good, dude.
Button the top
We're
button
trying
when
to
you stand.
compliment you.
Button the top button.
Just the top.
Bam. There you go.
Like Roos.
But you need to get these here, though. Because they'll keep that thing straight. Bam, Ruth.
But I mean,
Ruth, you'll be wearing a burgundy shirt tomorrow after you go home with that, baby.
Now listen, Chris.
I know what's coming next. I know what's coming next because you already got me in the hallway.
You're always drinking extreme diet soda.
Right.
You eat the world's largest salads.
Yes,
I know
buckets of salad.
You go to the gym.
I go to the gym.
Like you've worked hard to shed some pounds.
Yeah, not hard enough, but
you've lost some modicum of weight.
Yeah.
You got to get clothes that fit, dog. Like those are your 20 pounds ago clothes.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, I like baggy jeans. I don't want super tight, not that I'm looking at your jeans, but I mean.
Damn, B.
They're not tight. These are stretchy.
They're pretty skin tight.
Do you like.
No, look. It's loose.
Okay.
Ruth.
If you're going to try to dress up, dress up. If not, just be casual and be comfortable.
Okay.
That would be my advice.
All right.
But you look good.
Am I allowed to sit? Am I allowed to leave?
You can sit.
What? Okay.
Sit. I want to see. You look good, Ruth.
Thanks.
What do you think of free agency so far?
I like it. I didn't mind the measured approach yesterday. I mean, I'm sure you guys took a lot of calls, maybe in the last 2 hours of your show yesterday. All these idiot fans are saying Adam Peters is a dumbass and, cheap and they don't have any money and doesn't know what he's doing. All this stuff. Just relax. Who's making you laugh?
Scotty G on Twitter says, Rooster's dressed like a public defender.
Hey, did you guys see the debut of Rooster on HBO the other night?
No.
They got a show named after me with Steve Carell. He's hosting. He's starring in it. And his real name is Russo on the show.
That's your actual name.
Yes. How great is
You
this?
should sue.
Yeah, you should sue him.
I don't want to sue. I want a sponsorship.
What about NIL? That's your name, image, and likeness.
Yeah, I want a sponsorship. I want a marketing deal with Rooster.
So what do you say to the fans that are very mad about the slow start to free agency?
I say they're a bunch of dodo brains. I mean, stop it already. First of all, they spent $160 million yesterday. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's like the fourth most in the NFL.
As of this morning, it was third most in the league.
It's just because it didn't happen until 4:15. Adam Peters is cheap and is clueless and is a village idiot. Stop it. Enough.
For once, the Roost is making sense. All right, dude.
For once, I make sense every day, all day.
You should say thank you, Brian.
I don't know.
Do you want me to do do you want me to do the whole show in my shirt and tie?
Yes, you look good,
You
dude.
take it down.
Of course,
I think he looks
I don't
good.
have any video on my show, so the radio audience can't benefit.
Isn't it a YouTube stream?
Guy, you forget what show I work for.
You don't have a YouTube?
No.
Sheehan has a YouTube?
I know. You want me to expand on this a little bit?
No. All right, Chris Russell, signing off. You look great. Dude.
Thanks, boys.
Look, next step, closed it fit. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch and Philly are presented by John Leahy and the Fine Living Group.
Conversation with Chris Russell. Honestly, you can decide if you want to track it down on YouTube or Spotify or something. Maybe you don't. I don't know. I don't know that like we advanced the world's causes in that conversation, but maybe we helped Chris. Brian helped Chris because you tied that tie and he looked decent.
Yeah. He just he needs to go to a store. No, just go to Zips. It's the cleanest place. Walk in, drop off some clothes, or don't drop off clothes. They have like 3 or 4 little bins with all types of the collar stays. Just grab your handful, go home, and then put them together and put them in your damn shirt. That'll help it out a little bit because your size collar was just flying.
Yeah.
Or go get Collars & Co. They'll help you out.
All right. I have a feeling we're about to get some signings over the next hour or two. I have a feeling just based on some stuff, Washington's got something cooking here. We do have a move just in, talking about running backs, downhill running backs. Detroit just signed Isaiah Pacheco.
Uh-oh.
Pacheco runs downhill. Now, he has dealt with injuries, right?
But he's too small to run like he does, bro.
Yeah, it's not – that ain't a long-term plan for Isaiah Pacheco.
Earl Campbell was one of the baddest asses in the world. Earl Campbell deal with issues because he ran over everybody. Pacheco is like 200 pounds.
5'10". They list him at 215.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's with the shoulder pads on, must be. But he is not that big to be trying to run over every damn body.
My thought with Pacheco is I think for the Lions, with Gibbs and Montgomery, it had to be two-headed because those dudes were tight. That's how the offense was built. I think they understood we need to make this more of like Gibbs is 70%. And then Pacheco, if his role is a 30%, I think he might still be pretty darn effective. Actually, between the Lions netting a draft pick and then getting Pacheco, I kind of like that for them.
I love it, but the thing he's in now, the NFC, and he's in a division where it's physical.
Yeah.
He was with Kansas City where they threw the ball around and he still got hurt trying to run over people.
Yeah.
He better adjust his game.
Pacheco played one full season as a rookie when he kind of burst onto the scene. The last 2 years, the numbers have been way down. The YPC is way down. Games played is way down. You wonder if that rugged running style has maybe gotten to him.
Either get some bigger shoulder pads or gain do something else.
I want to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. So Pacheco now off the board, signing with the Lions. I wonder if there's a receiver coming today. I believe there is. I think the guys to keep a lookout for would be Juwan Jennings, Romeo Doubs. Maybe you go further down the list. John Mechie's a pretty interesting guy. That was a former high draft pick. Dealt with, I think he had leukemia. I think he dealt with cancer. I think they add a receiver. What do you think they have to do today? Right? And hopefully people can be reasonable. They're not going to, sign the whole world.
I mean,
at running back, I think they are at a situation with some really interesting options.
I think for me, if they're going offense in a position like that, I think receiver be over a running back.
Is there one guy you like of the crew that's available? Say Dobbs, Jennings. Because I still separate Ayuk. He's still on the team.
He's still on the team. But like Jennings to me, he embodies the whole aspect of what I look at a receiver as. The guy catches tough balls. He's open a lot. And in the running game, he does not just fade away. He blocks his ass off.
He might be the best blocking wide out in the NFL. That's one thing they loved about Noah Brown. Here's what I can tell you about Juwan Jennings. He's a 7th-round pick in the 2020 draft, the COVID draft, which is a really weird, kind of bad draft, right? He's now played 5 years in the NFL. If you're a 7th-round receiver, you don't make it 5 years in the NFL. He's now about to hit a 3rd contract.
And he's looking at a nice contract.
You don't make that unless you do everything the right way.
Yeah.
Unless you're super locked in at meetings, unless you're lifting weights with the team all the time. You're blocking your ass off. You're playing special teams.
Yeah.
So, like, you first and second rounders get a lot more leeway if they don't do everything right. Seventh rounders do not.
Not at all.
Now, Juwan Jennings is a guy, never had a 1,000-yard season. In 2024, he went for 975 with 6 touchdowns. This past season, he went for 9 touchdowns on 55 catches. The YPC is not great.
Mm-hmm.
He's averaged 12 yards per catch over his career, but I don't think they'd be looking to him to be a vertical threat.
But see,
that's not his
he's
game.
been more of a possession type receiver. And if he goes out there and he does that at a high level and gets you 9 touchdowns, who's complaining?
My guy Jaime just texted me and he said, I want 2 impact players in free agency. The Panthers, if you look at what they did defensively, Jalen Phillips, Devin Lloyd, right? Right now, I would say Washington has signed 1 high-impact player in Oweh. We don't know what Robertson will become. We don't know what Settle can provide. But high impact, sometimes the dollars tell you the story. If they're able to get Dobbs or Jennings, do you consider those guys high-impact guys?
I think that's why you're picking them in that. That's why you were signed to those 2 guys. Because you feel of the receivers you have right now, you have 1. And you need the next one behind them. And you would be thinking that they're not on your roster if you bring one of those 2 guys in. So they would have to be.
I said this earlier in the show. White Brian, I don't know if we made it an Instagram clip or whatever. I've been told that the numbers that Hendrickson is seeking and the numbers that are out there are pretty far apart.
Totally different.
There's now a report, nearly a $10 million gap. I think this is from CBS Sports. Nearly a $10 million gap between what Hendrickson wants and what the market is offering.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe we'll wait and see what happens there. But
I'll go back to what you had said about the price. Like the dollars will tell you that. I think we've been bamboozled in the sense. We go sign a guy for $100 million, sign a guy for $75 million. You look at that, you go, wow. It's hard as hell for that guy to exceed that contract. But the guy signed for $20 million, 15, 30, even 12. What if that guy that signs for 12 plays like you're a $24 million dude?
Sure.
You know what that just did? Lifted the whole base of your team. I used to always say, it's not the guy, the best guy on your team. If your last guy, your 53rd guy on that team is better than their 53rd guy, that makes your team more valuable. And I just think that you got to start looking at it that way. When they sign any of these guys, look to see how they play against what they sign. That will begin to tell you a difference because the top-notch guy's supposed to play. When those other guys start playing higher, at a higher level, that changes the trajectory of your team.
Keaton Mitchell is the guy. So at running back,
I like him.
I mean, he's got true speed. He ran a 4.37.
He can fly.
1.48 10-yard split. Like at running back, they're gonna have to find somebody.
Last name Mitchell, man.
Let me let some of these callers weigh in. Aaron is in Suitland. Aaron, what's up, dude?
Hey, brothers, thank you so much for taking my call. Hey, man, listen, I'm looking at a lot of these mock drafts, and they're talking about we're going to get, possibly Jeremiah Love at 7. I just hope and pray that doesn't happen, not because he's not a great talent, but just because at that position, the longevity, of it. Also, I would like to see us maybe get Styles at that spot, at linebacker, not because I want to get rid of Wagner, because I love him and I think that he still can play, another year. And then also, I don't care if they paid $100 million thus far in free agency. It really doesn't mean anything. When you look at the money that we once spent, this is just an example on Albert Haynesworth. So the money that you spend, it really doesn't mean anything, to me. I just like to see them fill the holes, which they have thus far at cornerback. They have thus far at defensive end, and probably, maybe with the players that we have, that they re-signed. I like to see us go get Dobbs, and then I like to see them re-sign Debo, because I don't know what Debo has to do with the numbers that he had last year, and Daniels only played 6 or 7 games, with him. So I just don't understand. So, and again, I just don't care anything about how much money they spent thus far. If it doesn't equate to wins, then, what good is it?
Oh, I'm with you on that.
What do you think, B, about going to get Debo?
I think,
or bringing Debo back.
You can go and try to bring him back, but
Thanks for the call, Aaron.
One thing you see, and you're touching on what I've been saying for years. Hendrickson is asking for $10 million more than what the market is offering him. What if Debo is asking for more than what the market is offering him? See what I'm saying? And I know he said, well, Debo had what he did last year. You're still going to be compared to the guys that are younger than you that might have produced more. As you get older, you begin to lose out on something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So ultimately, if you bring Debo back for the right price, yes. You're not going to just go open up the checkbook and say sign it how you want it.
Yeah, I wonder with Debo. I wonder how happy he is with last year. You know what I mean? He knows he's coming here, high-flying offense. Jaden gets hurt, misses a bunch of time.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wanted to put up some big numbers and played well. Debo was far from a problem, but I don't think he... I wonder if he wants to be somewhere else.
Good. See,
I don't know.
The player has the final decision. I don't care what any of these teams offer you. The player has the final say. Just because you offered the most money don't mean they automatically coming to you, right?
Right.
So they can say, well, okay, cool, thank you, but I think the other place is better for me, better position. You got to understand that. So that's why when people get so pissed off at the teams for not doing certain things, I'm like, that player and his agent have a decision too. And they normally have the final say.
For sure.
You can offer me top dollar right now. I go to the next place, and I see they're going to put me in the same position. And I realize I may be able to recoup what I may not get here because I got better marketing opportunities in that other city. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it'll work out for you.
Let's let our boy Rusty in Delaware chime in. What's up, Russ?
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, brother.
So I'm glad you waited so long to take calls because yesterday was an absolute fest. But what I wanted to say was the very first day of French class in 8th grade, there was a phrase written on the board, and it was "Puis-je parler anglais?" And what that meant was, "May I please speak English?" And that was the exact phrase that I remember from all of the French that I took that year, was how to ask when to speak English. So that's my French lesson. Number 2, JP, you did a phenomenal job last night on Facebook Live. Jackson and I watched that. We watched both versions. We got a great laugh out of the first version, but the second version was awesome.
B doesn't know this yet. I tried to do a Facebook Live last night.
And nobody can hear you?
Yeah.
I saw that part.
My audio was like connected to my phone. Anyway, yeah, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, man, we died laughing. But one of the things that I thought was awesome was after it was done, he said, "Dad, I want to make a YouTube channel where I report on football trades." So that's a goal. That's something we're going to try to do tonight. We're going to put something together.
Nice.
My big thing is I think we need to kind of take a look at the offense today. We did a pretty good job yesterday with the defense. I'm a huge Jennings guy. I like Jennings for his durability and for his ability to block in space because I think that we need guys that are, multifaceted, not just burners, not just blockers. I'm glad that you touched on Debo because that was something that my son and I talked about last night. We were wondering about Debo. But I think the next move has to be offense. I think we've got to figure out a way to either lock in a receiver or maybe go after a tight end. And I think that sets us up for the draft.
All right, man.
Appreciate the call, man.
Yeah, man.
B, if you could get Jennings or Dobbs, who would you want?
They have to. They both play two different ways.
Jennings 6'3", 210, gonna be 29 in July.
Mm-hmm.
Dobbs not as big, I don't think. I think Dobbs has the better still
upside.
Dobbs
I
6'2",
think
204, turns 26 next month.
And I think he's a little shiftier. The thing about if I'm looking at this thing, what they tried to do with Noah Brown, I think Jennings can give you that.
I agree with that.
I truly believe he can be Noah Brown without the injuries. And if you look at Noah Brown when he wasn't hurt, he was a problem to the other defenses. He was hurting guys. They had problems. They were getting penalties trying to deal with him. I think he can give you that. But Dobbs, I think, still can shake you and route you up, too.
Let's go to Jermaine and Bowie. Jermaine, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, man?
So with that Deebo Samuels thing, so I saw an interview he did with one of these sports shows, and they flat out asked him. They was like, "Hey, man, what are you doing next year? What do you want to be?" And he said he wants to come back to the Commanders. He said he was looking at two places. He was looking at coming back to the Commanders or going back to San Fran.
Okay.
He said those were his two options. So he wants to be here, and he's pretty much said that the ball is in the Commanders' court. So he's waiting on an offer.
If a man tell you I'm going to go back to where I was or come back here, ain't no he want to be here. He trying to see what he can squeeze out of the whole situation.
I agree.
He want to go where the best situation is for him, not that he want to be here.
Yeah. Well, he said it was he said the locker room had a great atmosphere, and that's one thing he mentioned. He was like, it just was a great atmosphere. It's a great organization to play for. And he mentioned Dan Quinn. He said, he was like, that's a great coach, to play for. So I think he wants to be here. I think we should, but it's like you said, you mentioned it's about money. So does it make sense for us to sign him? Maybe he's asking for too much money. I don't know.
Yeah,
appreciate the call.
I think it comes down to if it comes down to something that is going to be feasible for them, because whether you like it or not in the league, you get to a point where they no longer offer what you think you're worth.
Quick break. We're going to keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What's the next move? What do they have to do? How do you feel about free agency so far? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. League. Guess who just signed a new deal to become the highest paid kicker in the NFL, Brian?
Aubrey.
Fairbairn. With the Texans.
How
Houston.
much?
2-year, 13. So that's what, 6.5?
Yeah.
I still think it will be Aubrey when the time comes. I suppose everything's bigger in Texas, even kicker contracts. We also have the Giants making moves. They just brought back their linebacker Micah McFadden. So the Giants have now added Tremaine Edmonds, bring back Micah McFadden. They let Bobby Okereke go. Interesting timing. The Giants have been really active. You've got new coach, new leadership there.
Jim.
Not John.
John, that's right.
You played for him.
Yes, indeed.
I want to let folks weigh in on the phones. Let's go to our guy, Taiwan in Waldorf. Taiwan, what's up, man?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Good, brother. What's happening?
Thanks for taking my call. Jawan Jennings and Romeo Dobbs are cool, but I would love for us to try to trade maybe a third-round pick for Brian Thomas of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's 23 years old. Him and JD5 are college teammates. They know each other. Giving up a third-round pick, you'll have 3 years control of that player. And if you pick up his fifth-year option, you'll have 3 years control of him. And it's not going to be that expensive as far as financially. You can still go out and sign Brandon Ayuk when he comes available. And, rumors are this might be Terry's last year, so why not go for somebody who's already proven to be a number one option on the team when 2 years ago he had 1,300 yards receiving?
If we were to make a trade and is that for that person with that control, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. Because you're trading for a guy, cost you like a third-round pick. Are you going to get a receiver in the third round that's his ability? Probably not. And then, like you said, the 3 years control, I wouldn't mind a deal like that. But Jacksonville would have to want to deal with you, though.
Most definitely understand.
And if you offer a third, somebody else offer a second, then you lost.
Hey, I like to just have our foot, out there.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you on that.
Out there.
Yeah.
Appreciate the call, Taiwan.
Listen, that one makes sense.
If you can get Brian Thomas, by far, that's the best trade.
And I'll be honest with you, and everybody know I love Jaden. I will get him because he could play. I don't care if he knows the quarterback or not. How many quarterbacks didn't know the receiver at all and they went on and won? So whether they know each other doesn't make one bit of difference to me. It's, can he still play? And that's all I care about.
Good call right there. Let's go to our boy Drew. I don't know where Drew is. Drew, where are you right now?
I think
can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
You're going in and out like you're in Jurassic Park.
Yeah, well, I'm almost there. I'm sitting in the pool in the sun, and I want to thank you guys for just keeping us all informed of what's happening. It's a very valuable service, so thank you.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, I think they're going to go get a receiver. I'm not sure which one. You guys have done a lot of talk on that one. I like the trade discussion that you just had. My question for you is, what are we going to do with center? And is that something we're going to do, you think, in the short term? Or is that now a longer term, later in the off-season move we have to make?
The center situation.
See, my thing is...
Yeah. Sorry, Drew, you're cutting in and out.
If they have the confidence in Allegretti, I don't think it's vital that you just run and go get somebody right now. I understand that they got rid of Biadasz and the people go, well, you made a problem, but still, if Allegretti is somebody they're very comfortable in handling that position, and he's done it before.
I think the fact that we know they were at least in on Linderbaum, and I was told that Sunday that they're going to be in on. I mean, I'll pull up. Joey, don't show me on camera.
Yeah, but I'm good. I'm happy about them being in on Linderbaum, but then again, I don't think there's a person in this town wanting them to go up to $27 million for a center, which I believe the center is more important than people give him any credit for. But still, I wouldn't see $27 million for him.
Sunday at noon, I got a text. They're in on Linderbaum, but it won't be enough. So,
yeah. So you set your price. You know what you want to go to. You probably went to 20, 18, 19, 20. And then they say 25. And you're like, I'm out. And then they end up signing at 27.
Right. But the fact that you cut Biadasz and then you're in on Linderbaum, that was once they had already signed Allegretti.
Yeah.
So maybe they're comfortable, but know it could be better. I think we'll see what moves happen over the next week or even at the draft, how comfortable they are with Allegretti.
But like, I know what we say about Biadasz and stuff like that. 2024, he was outstanding. Last year wasn't, and he had a lot of injuries as well. And we sat here and we talked to Doc last week. The thing about that center position, it ain't about can you snap the ball. Can you snap the ball and block that badass that's across from you over and over again? And the dudes that are across from him in this league right now, in this division, they're all bigger than him. And they're some bad dudes. And those injuries that begin to pile up, just like we as fans start saying guys injury prone, you don't think the people inside the building start thinking that?
Let's go to our boy Easy E. What up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you guys doing today?
We're good, bro. What's happening?
Nothing much. Hey, look, I just got done with two of my other the remaining 5 classes I got for this master's done today. So just moving along with that, man.
Keep it going, brother.
Hey, I will, man. You can never stop. You can never have enough education, which is what I think some of these fans need when free agency opens. So I love what the Commanders did because I think there were a lot of players that they were in on, as JP said about Linderbaum, right? But they still set a price. See, just because you have money, you don't take, what was it, $85-something million they had, and then go to zero. You have to be methodical but smart with your money. So, yeah, they went and got, what was it, the boy, Robertson from Detroit. Okay, fine. Nice signing. They went and got the linebacker and then re-signed Laramie Tunsil. So, they made moves, even though it wasn't the sexy names that these fans wanted. They still made moves. They still spent money. So you can't say Adam Peters was cheap. Now, I would like to see them go get a receiver and a tight end. And then that kind of opens things up a little bit in the draft as to what they can do, And I just wanted to make this comment, too, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, look at the Titans. Look at the Raiders. Look at the Giants. Look at all these teams signing players. Here's another thing I want to tell you. Just because you spend don't mean you're going to have a successful season either, okay? You can
we saw that in the past.
$200 million. You can spend $200 million and still lose 12 games. You can spend $200 million and 3 of those guys get injured. You overpaid the price for some players because that's just what the NFL is a salary cap increases. But it doesn't mean you're going to win 12 or 13 games. Heck, the Commanders overhauled their roster when AP first got here, and there wasn't a lot of great name people on it. Lulu wasn't some type of guy everybody was raving about that you had to go sign to a type of deal, yet he had a successful season. Sometimes it's the lower, known players or unknown players that come on the team and they're much better. But yeah, thanks for taking my call, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, dude. I think they're going to get a receiver deal done today. I think before we're on the air tomorrow, there will be a receiver deal done. I don't know.
I might be changing what I think is the best after that.
I imagine you might. To me, I think it's about Dobbs or Jennings. Stallion, you get one pick before we're back on the air tomorrow. What do you want it to be?
I think it's got to be Dobbs for me at this point.
I'm saying anything, but you're saying Dobbs.
For me, it's Dobbs. I love what Dobbs brings to the table. I feel as if he wasn't kind of able to showcase himself in Green Bay as much. But I think here next to Terry McLaurin, he's a perfect wide receiver too, and kind of in that 1B role. And I think that'd be really good for David Blau in this offense.
Yeah, I think Dobbs helps you as a possession guy. I think it's a legitimate receiver on the other side of Terry, and we had that has been a hole. The one time Washington had it in Debo, Terry was hurt most of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Metal Chris, you get one thing for Washington before tomorrow.
I'd love to see just a lockdown corner of some sort. I'd love to see it, or DB. But.
Tarek Woolen's still out there. You could argue there's not a lot of the true tier 1 guys still available. He'd be one of them. Nick Cross, I don't think is signed anywhere. Kansas City Chiefs, that's another defensive back that could help. We'll see, man. We got Brian. I think there's a signing coming Do you think it happens in the next 15 minutes before we're off the air?
Nah, it'll happen in the next 19 minutes.
Generally,
right when we get off air.
Things happen at like 1:53, and then we have to get off at 54:40. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
B. Mitch and Finley.
year for the Maryland Terrapins hoops squad. That's a basketball team that means an awful lot to me, and I've accepted that. This year wasn't the year, and doesn't mean there's no law, there's no stipulation in our Constitution that says Maryland's not allowed to get hot.
Yeah,
go on a run here in the Big Ten tournament.
Somebody might wonder if have you been stiff or something, but it's nothing against it.
They're allowed to. Is all I'm saying.
Well, remember Georgetown Hoops back in 2021 when the show first launched.
Patrick Ewing
and that crew went on a run in the Big East tournament.
That's true.
We were so excited because we had a lot of short days. just saying.
Hoyas win! Hoyas win! Hoyas win! Hey. Shout out to Rich Shavakin.
Now that I think about all that, come on, Maryland.
Well, I think they put Maryland on 980 if they did get hot.
That's some bull.
Who brought it up? Yes, Jeff brought it up yesterday. You remember last year or 2 years ago, we thought we were going to get off for Virginia Tech, and then the cluster buster was like, "Nah, fellas, it's free agency. That joint's going to 980 or wherever it went." We were so mad. I assume maybe
it's a week later this time, so it's not the beginning of it. So we can wait.
I'm not so sure. It'd be tomorrow,
huh?
I think Virginia Tech plays tomorrow.
No, I'm worried about next week.
Oh, you're saying is Virginia Tech a bubble team? They could get in, right?
They are a bubble team, I think, as of right now. If they make a deep run, I think they're in.
All right. Let's go Hokies. Friday noon game. Do we think CK would put the Hokies on right here, 106.7 The Fan, Friday at noon?
I would say it sounds too much like right. Probably not. We would have to tie the Rooster another tie.
I assume the Terps are on 980 this afternoon, evening. So Maryland plays at 5 o'clock against Oregon. Maryland and Oregon are usually two pretty good basketball teams. They are meeting up in the 15-16 game of the Big Ten tournament.
Wow.
Dude, it's so shocking to me to read this. Maryland's record is 11-20 and 4-16 in the Big Ten against the Oregon Ducks, 12-19, 5-15 in the Big Ten. Who do you think's favored in this one?
Oregon.
Yep.
When you ask the question,
Oregon's favored by 4.5.
Jay, you're not a lead to witness. I tell you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, dude. It's certainly possible this isn't the Maryland Terrapins men's basketball team's last game of the year, but damn, it kind of feels like it.
It could be.
I may have to watch.
Where are they playing it?
I assume it's in Chicago. Yeah, it's at the United Center. Big Ten tournament is either Chicago or Indy, I think, every year. Because it's a Midwest conference that somehow Maryland's in. But conferences make no sense. Stanford's going to play Louisville in an ACC game. So we got to run through tomorrow what, if any, local teams are headed to the dance. Because I think unless Mason gets red hot, I think there's a bunch of,
When we talked to the Mason coach, we thought there would be one.
They had a lull middle of the season, but they just beat St. Louis at home in a pretty good win. But it's not looking great for the locals. UVA is obviously going to get in.
UMBC.
Did they win their American East?
They're in the semis. It's going to be them in Vermont.
But only one's going to get in, right?
Yeah.
So
in other words, Brian tell you Vermont's not going to win.
Until the hay is in the barn for the UMBC Retrievers? Yep. Terriers? Retrievers? Until the hay is in the barn for the Retrievers, it's not a done deal. Navy was the best team in the Patriot League by a mile. They got knocked out by a 40-foot buzzer beater.
Yeah, that stuff happens. So we just saw Texas beat South Carolina girls the other day.
Right.
And you didn't think that was going to happen. So anything happens at this time of the year, man.
Now, we should check in on the women as well, because the Maryland women are definitely in. I don't know locally what other women's teams are in. We'll have to kind of dig in on that. I don't know. It's been a really, really disappointing basketball season for the Terps, but first year, new coach. I'm choosing to be patient and optimistic, Stallion. That's my normal setting.
You should. That's not your normal, but you should.
I'm a patient, optimistic person.
Nah, man. You're
also,
so far from that.
The Wiz play tonight. The Wiz announced that Trae Young is not playing, and people were like, what? What do you mean? You think he's suiting up every game?
What did I say as soon as they said it?
They're not trying to win.
Hey, and the fact that he's been hurt, that's a quick, easy way to say, oh, we had to hold him out of this game without the league coming at them for tanking. Because they said we're going to have him on the pitch count.
Yeah.
And he may not play in every game. They told you already.
I also care more that they're bottom 4. All right, let's make some bets before we run.
Heard it here first on the Mitch and Finley.
Gather around.
What they got to say was heard here first.
Jeff and I lost last night. I know that because we took the U.S. against Mexico. That game was awesome. Do they play again tonight, the U.S.?
I think they're off. They do play.
Yep, Noah McLean on the bump.
Against who?
Italy.
I like to think we
Italy.
beat the hell out of Italy.
We should.
Okay.
I had Skeen 6+ Ks. He had 7 last night.
He was dealing.
He was awesome.
He was dealing. That was fun to watch.
For real, dog.
I'll watch that thing tonight. I enjoyed watching that.
Ryan, what
last
everybody
night.
else did.
Yeah, what everybody else did.
Ryan was the only winner.
The only winner.
Ryan, you were?
I was.
Oh, but like, just a little information. You're supposed to keep everybody thing. You didn't tell us anything.
I mean, I won, and
Well,
you guys
if White
lost.
Brian said he's the only winner means the rest of us lost.
No. When I asked Ryan, he didn't know.
No,
If
White
it-
Brian keeps track of it.
I thought you said Ryan gonna start keeping track of it.
He's going to
Yesterday,
start
you-
keeping track of the monthly.
Oh, okay.
We're going to get into that more next week on the show.
We're
So
going to
stay
run out
tuned.
of time. We have 6 seconds. Anybody got a pick?
Gonzaga.
I'm taking the Wiz plus 15 and a
SMU.
half.
I'm gonna take anybody going against Gonzaga with the numbers.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show. Great and Danny next.
Good Tuesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. Danny is in the Navy Yard in our Half Street studios. I'm broadcasting from home today. Until I know exactly what's going on, I don't want to infect anyone with what might be coming down the pike. Danny, what's up?
Hey, buddy. We had picture day today. It was neat. We missed you. Yeah, we got it done. It was like school picture day, so everybody put on, like, Chris Russell had a tie on, which was amazing. I saw Kevin Sheehan, like, in person, which was pretty incredible. That was like a celebrity sighting, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, man, it's good, man. I don't feel right either. Travel just takes so much out of me. I know I'm the old man shaking his fist at the ocean, but there's something about it where it just always, I come back with something, it lingers for a couple days, and I play just because I ate like crap, or am I actually getting sick?
Yeah, all of those are in play. Head cold situation developing, doctor's appointment tonight. I saw Russell was trying to figure out how to tie his tie.
He still can't. Brian Mitchell tied it for him. I've tied it for him before on special occasions. For Russell, being a broader gentleman, I usually go 4-in-hand knot for him. But B. Mitch, I think, went half Windsor on it. It looked very nice.
I don't know what is better as far as the highlights of picture day. Russell with the tie being tied for him, or Sheehan making, I believe, his debut at our headquarters.
So some people were talking bleep like he came in once, and I'm going maybe to sign something, but come on, no way. And I told him, I saw him in person. I was like, it was like seeing a Beatle. I was like, I lost the bet. He goes, what? I said, you're here. He goes, well, what was the bet for? Next time, tell me, we'll split it. Short money.
That's outstanding. He would have had the odds, I'm sure.
He would have known.
Danny, slow day for the NFL to this point. It's pretty amazing, the juxtaposition from yesterday, where 25 of the top 30 come off the board, Earl just cited, NFL.com. And today, we're just kind of watching tumbleweeds blow around. Everybody taking naps at team facilities? What's going on?
I don't know. The Fast and Furious, the 28 movies that you like a lot, seems to have ended, and now it's very calm on the Western Front here. Of that top 30, it seems like there are only a couple names left. Players of intrigue: the Romeo Dobbs, the wide receiver group, Jawan Jennings in that group as well, Leo Chenal, a linebacker for Kansas City that would fit a need potentially for Washington. There are only a few players that would be exciting. I mean, the Amik Robertson type tier, that's always available to folks, and I think that may be an after draft kind of thing, or maybe as this period of free agency sort of starts to wind down. But it seems the guys where there was a ton of demand, it is done and dusted.
Yeah, and we're going to get into how people felt about day one for the Commanders in just a moment. But as dormant so far as day two has been, I'm going to say what I said on the show early yesterday again, which is, it's my opinion that we're going to have some news today, and everyone just needs to hold their horses a little bit before they overreact to, a day two where they don't do anything. It feels like, from both a market and team standpoint, after yesterday, we saw a lot happening with the edge market. They get it, Odafe Oweh, and some of the other positions where they struck, like cornerback, moved. Today's more of an offensive day where receivers and tight ends, it's been a much slower developing market, but I think we could have some pass-catching news coming down the pike for the Commanders sometime this afternoon, hopefully while we're on the air. If not, that would be a disappointment, because how do you get through day two without adding a single weapon for Jaden Daniels after the way that last year went?
Indeed, and that's what's missing. So we talked about these yesterday, second half of the show, and it was basically, what do they need to do to make you happy? We'll get into that today as well, kind of as news trickles out or doesn't, quite frankly. We'll be able to pivot and play it by ear. And that's my answer. I said 2 pass catchers. However you want to shuffle it up and do it is fine by me. If they don't think they need a tight end, I disagree, but at least it tells you they've got some kind of process where they feel good about the guys in the room already. But a receiver has to happen, at least one. If it's 2, that's fine, and you go with the tight ends you got, or if it's 1 tight end, 1 receiver. Whatever it is, you need a couple difference makers on offense. I understand there's no $40 million a year guy. There's no George Pickens in this free agent market. There's no Devontae Adams this year. But you got a couple pieces that could have helped you. I love Alec Pierce. I'm glad they didn't go win the bidding, which would have been $31 million or whatever annually, to Alec Pierce. I think that's too much of an overpay for a guy with the skill set that I want, but I think that's too much. That's kind of basically what you're paying a number one on kind of a current deal. That's not for me. However, it doesn't mean there aren't receivers that can help you, and it just kind of depends, eye of the beholder, what you're looking for. I know you and Toby both like Romeo Dobbs an awful lot. I don't know if he's kind of like a slot plus, and that can help you. I just don't know that I'd prioritize that over other things. But again, whatever they're looking for, because they know Blau's system and I don't yet, I need pass catchers for Jaden Daniels, and that's kind of anything else is nice. I'm sitting there looking at my watch, tapping it, waiting for that.
Yeah, I think Dobbs could play anywhere offensively, but also I care way less about where a guy lines up and way more about adding weapons. Again, we talked about this with Jeremiah Lovett, running back. Everybody wants to make a big deal about him being a running back and being chosen at number 7 if he gets drafted there. I don't care if he's a running back or not. I view him by his 40 time and the side of the ball he plays on. The rest is secondary to me. Not interested in where he's going to line up. How often does he touch the football? Does he make Jaden Daniels' life easier? And in a make-or-break year, maybe that's slightly overstated, but certainly a huge developmental season for Jaden Daniels, is he going to be a supplement who gets Jaden back to playing like he did in year 1, which I think is a necessity? So if a pass catcher does that, Dobbs or anybody else, then sign him up and bring him in. My number 1 player still available and on the market is Chigakonkwo from the Tennessee Titans, the former Maryland Terrapin, and he would be the first guy I'm trying to get a deal in place with if I'm Washington today. But it really doesn't matter what position they go with, as long as they bring in a pass catcher for Daniels at some point this afternoon. It would be jarring, by the way, and I actually think it'd be worth calling out the plan a little bit if by the end of day 2, if a bevy of the receivers come off the board and they don't get involved. Because while I was whelmed, I was okay with, I was content, I wasn't thrilled, but I was content with Odafe Owe, Amik Robertson, Tim Settle, and the extension of Laramie Tunsil yesterday, which I think is an important thing to add into, the 4 items that they got done on day 1. I think a lot of people were disappointed. I can be fine with that, but I can't be fine with any kind of final plan where your best addition on offense is a well-down-the-board free agent that you're not paying a lot of money to. It's just too important a season for Daniels to mess around.
Agreed. And, yeah, and you could tweet us at Funny Danny at Grant H. Paulson. KB did, he kind of expressed my same feeling on this. A lot of times teams, because it's orders of business, and I'm going to try to explain this the best possible way. When they re-sign Laramie Tunsil or extend Laramie Tunsil, they're going, that's awesome. Look, we got this extension done. Look. And everybody else on this free agency day is going, yeah, he was already in the building. He's already got a parking spot. He was already on the roster. That's good. We're in favor of it. We're not opposed to it, but that's not the new sexy thing that we're all looking for. We're looking for improvement, additions to the 5-12 team. He is an important piece. I'm not downgrading the signing. We were asking for a while, well, how's it going to happen? And it happened in a way that is dramatically preferable to how I thought it might happen. But it's not the new toy. It's not this was a guy that was here when they were 5-12. I want the person that was not, that can improve the 5-12. And that's kind of, I think, what a lot of fans are feeling. So I understand that when it gets rolled out at a similar time. Again, not taking away from the signing. It's correct and awesome. It's just that it's not a free agent, and they maybe view it like it is. And I think that's I don't want to say a disconnect, but it's part of maybe the speaking 2 different languages between fans and the team.
Totally. I also think, though, if you're just putting together a list of items on a to-do board,
it's on there
for the offseason. Yeah. Not only is it on there, it's near the very, very, very top 100%. Of the list. And while I was starting to worry it was going to linger into the summer, for me the goal was to get it done before the start of the league year, and they did essentially minutes into the league year.
Yes, indeed.
So I think they're in a good place there at left tackle. It changes the whole complexion of how I feel about the offensive line with Tunsil and Connerly at your bookend spots, with Cosme at right guard. Even if Chris Paul walks, which all signs point to, him getting a contract they're not going to match at left guard, you either replace him in free agency or you play Brandon Coleman there, Allegretti at center, or some competition with someone you haven't signed yet. I still think that the floor for the offensive line is solid. You're in a place where you don't have to worry about it. Whereas if Tunsil had not been extended, it's a little bit of a different conversation. But why don't we start today by opening up the phones on what they've done so far in what is 26 or so hours of free agency at this point, and how you feel in a word. So you can describe it thereafter, but we're looking for one word, fill in the blank. Adam Peters, Washington's front office, first 26 hours of free agency has been, what's that word? 800-636-1067. What do you got, Danny?
Solid. That's where I'm at. It's a solid start, because if it's just the Tim Settle tier, and if it's just the Amik Robertson tier, which they did first, I'm kind of going, come on, guys, come on. This has got to be different. We can't just do bargain DVD. But because they went and got Odafe Oweh, who they're not paying like Micah Parsons. They're not paying like a TJ Watt in his prime or whatever. It's top of the free agent money, but it's not the almost 2x that the premier 15 to 20 sack guys per season are going to earn. But this is the top of this market at a premium position. That is a difference maker. A lot of people were in on him. That's a top 10 free agent according to nearly everybody that kind of grades these sorts of things. That moved it towards, if nothing else happens the way that I want it, it's at least something. So it's a solid start to me. Hopefully not it, but that's how I felt about it after last night. I'm kind of going, these are around the edges type players and Settle and Robertson, and they bring back Mariota on a cheap enough deal to be the backup. Hopefully doesn't play much. He's good with Jaden. That's fine. That's all fine and good, whatever. But that Oweh signing pushed it to solid for me.
Adequate is the word that I've come up with. I think it was an adequate start. I am not overly excited, but I am whelmed and feel okay. I am not disappointed like so many people are. Had they not have brought in Odafe Oweh, now I'm disappointed. Amik Robertson is a bit of a wild card in the secondary who was probably better 2 years ago than last year and had some poor grades via some of the sites like PFF last season. But I think ultra competitive, put him in the nickel, make Sanders still better because it means he gets to play on the outside. And it's a good start at a position where they were desperate at corner because you've got Igbenogany and Hamilton and Jonathan Jones all likely leaving the building. But I needed the splash. I needed the big move. I needed someone who has a chance to make Pro Bowls and turn into a really legitimate stud player. They have not really done enough in free agency to add those types of guys. They've chosen to do that via trading draft picks, and they missed on Lattimore and they hit on Tunsil. But it's hard for me to look at a day one where you get one of the 10 best free agents on the market in Odafe Oweh, who comes in here this year and I think should be expected to have 10 to 12 sacks and be a consistent, pocket pushing, pressure guy, and your best edge right away, and tell me that it was a bad first day. They also did spend a little more than I would have thought on Tim Settle, but at $8 million, improved their run defense, which is ranked 27th and 28th over the last couple of football seasons, an area behind Payne and Kinlaw where they had a pretty huge need. I mean, Johnny Newton is not a run defender. Sheldon Day and Eddie Goldman are both free agents. So that was something they had to do. They checked that off the list. They did enough yesterday, too, to just get off to a start where it feels like they are on a trajectory, Danny, where they might be able to eventually get to do more of what they want in the draft than what they have to do. Because they're going to sign a lot of players. Many of them are going to be those 30-plus-year-old veterans on 1 or 2 year deals like they've been doing the last couple of years. But if you can fill enough holes, if you break out enough duct tape, maybe at 7 you can take Jeremiah Love if that's what you want to do. Or you could go Caleb Downs, even if it's not a desperation position, just because you love the player. And they started yesterday, even after a quiet few hours, checking enough boxes to be on an Olympic pace. Like they're in the green right now on doing enough to get to have a 7th overall pick that isn't dictated to them.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday a bit, and I think it's an important point to underscore. We'll be doing that throughout the day. The more you do now, the less pressure it puts on. That's really at the top end of the board, right? I mean, once you get into round 3, which is where their second pick is, and 3, 4, 5, you're just finding guys you think can make a roster, right? Almost regardless of position. A third rounder you hope can maybe turn into something, but 4th and beyond, that's a special teamer. That's if it works great, it's Jordan McGee. If it doesn't work great, it's Jordan McGee's friend on special teams. You know what I mean? It's very, whatever, it's hit or miss. But the more you do at the top of the board, the more blue chip you go, the more relaxed I think the draft can be, where it's like you're sitting there stressed out. If you had not signed Oweh, you're going, oh my God, if one of these 3 pass rushers doesn't get to them. Or if it's the third one that we don't like as much, for the sake of argument. Let's say they don't like Bain as much as they like Bailey and Arvell Reese. You're going, oh my God, we have to get one of these 3 guys. And then you don't. It feels like this gut punch and grave disappointment. Your point about Love, it could be Love, it could be Tate, it could be Downs, it could be whoever, in the shuffle of the draft. You're not at the mercy of having picked 7th because you had an empty calorie win in the final game of the season. It takes a lot of pressure off there. We don't feel like you have to come away with something. You can sort of let the board play.
He's Danny, I'm Grant, this is the Fan. All right, there is some breaking news right now, so Darius, if you can hit our sounder for the big money being spent, we can let everybody know that the Green Bay Packers are agreeing to terms with, the New England Patriots are agreeing to terms with former Green Bay Packers wide receiver Romeo Doubs So this is one of the receivers that Toby and I were talking about as a legitimate option for Washington on a day where we're expecting them to sign a starting wide receiver. So Dobbs to New England, where he's going to play with Drake May. Remember, they released Stephon Diggs. They are rebuilding that receiver room. They still have their speedster, Kyle Williams. Otherwise, there's a lot of question marks for going into year 3, Drake May, but they make the move that a lot of Washington fans were hoping the Commanders would make for their year 3 quarterback in the top 5 in that same class.
Damn.
And they go get Dobbs, who's an ascending player. He's younger than people think, by the way. He's only 25 years old. He's played 4 seasons as he hits free agency. So there's not a lot of tread on the tires. And he is coming off of a career high 724 yards. He's averaged 6 touchdowns each of the last 3 seasons. He's getting better and better and better, too. I like Romeo Dobbs. That was a guy I'd circled for the Commanders, so you can cross his name off the list.
This is a player that I'm intrigued by, but wasn't maybe as bullish on as you and Toby were. I think that's probably, for me, colored by fantasy, where the number of times I read about that breakout kind of started to play more. And I don't know what else is there, or the ceiling-wise. You know what I mean? Like a smarter football person, Logan Paulson could tell me, no, if he was in a different system where they didn't have 5 guys that needed to eat, if he had 100 targets for the sake of argument, what could he put up in a more prolific offense? I don't know the answer to that, but still, he's a helpful player. So that's another name off the board. We talked about this with, trying to remember who the player was last week when they ended up re-signing with their own team. Not that it necessarily mattered to Washington, that specific player, but it was another name off the board means that there's a smaller pool that everybody now is going after. So it's a net loss, I would say, for Washington, even if they didn't love Dobbs.
Dobbs out. We'll look at the wide receiver market in just a moment. Another of the big moves that was just made within the last few minutes on the league year, day 2 of legal tampering period, day on Grant and Danny. How about Geno Smith being traded? Geno Smith is headed back to where it all started, the New York Football Jets.
Yay.
A 2026 7th-round pick for Geno Smith. He's got a chance to start there on that awful team.
If that's what you want to do, God bless you. God bless the Jets, man. They're jetting it right up. Listen, Geno's a good dude. Seems a pretty solid quarterback, but I don't know. That is not something I would necessarily try to opt into if I had a path towards trying to be really, really good. That's the path to okay, and they are taking the express lanes. The Jets are to try to be okay.
I don't know if that's the path to okay anymore. I think Geno Smith is the path to picking pretty high. He started 15 games this year for a team that was 2-13 in those starts and has the number 1 overall pick. So it might not be a floor lifter like you think that costs you a chance to pick high. Veteran comes in. He led the NFL in interceptions last year with 17 in 15 games before he got benched.
Did you see the terms? I got this from Tom Pelissero. It's a pick swap. You know what picks are swapped? A 6 and a 7.
Are you going to do your hands thing?
I just did it, yeah.
It's good.
It's already been done.
No, as long as you got to do that.
I got to do it. I shoehorned it in there.
Everything else can be secondary as long as you get to play that game. For the millions and millions watching on YouTube, you can stream the show, 1067 The Fans YouTube channel today. We are with you live until 6:30. The general manager of the Capitals, Chris Patrick, will be with us in the 5 o'clock hour right around 5:30. We want to ask him about trading John Carlson. We'll check in Detroit with Justin Rogers coming up in 40 minutes at 3. He covered a brand new corner here in Washington who we're expecting to start right away. The numbers weren't great. We'll get to the bottom of the Commanders' new addition, Amik Robertson, with one of his reporters that covered him last year. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Day 2 of tracking the NFL free agency period for you. We will have the news first on 106.7 The Fan and on G&D as anything breaks. So don't navigate away. We got you covered for the next 3+ hours here, all the way up to 6:30 on The Fan. Danny is in our studios in D.C. I'm at home, gutting through a little something. Not all heroes wear capes, Danny, and this head cold that I'm battling through today is a free agency only operation. But I was coming down here and I closed the basement door and my cape got stuck in it. So I had to open it and, get out.
And that's such a hassle, right? Don't you hate it when your cape gets stuck?
It's not easy, man. It's not easy. All right, so Romeo Doubs off the board to the New England Patriots. Drake May and the Patriots get a weapon to help replace Stephon Diggs. There's conflicting reports. I've seen 4 and 70, which $70 million over 4 years is 17.5 per. And then I've seen $80 million over 4 years, easier math, $20 million per. So somewhere in that range for Romeo Doubs, who was not expected to get as much as Jauan Jennings, who becomes the number 1 free agent on the board now. His market value update is up to close to $23 million per year. That would feel like a lot to me for Jauan Jennings. Now, if Washington wants to add one of the best receivers available in free agency, there's not a lot of options left, and he's staring right at him as a 28-year-old who knows Adam Peters very well. But you're paying a pretty penny for a guy who has never been a marquee option. He would then go into next year, if you're moving on from McLaurin, paid like a number 1 wideout for you.
Yeah, and that's again, the premium spots, it's very rare that these guys get to free agency. And if so, it's usually because there's some massive wrinkle or coming off an injury or past their prime or whatever. But if you are in prime age at one of the premium spots, left tackle, defensive end, wide out, see George Pickens. Had a great year. Franchise tag immediately. Dallas, no way they're letting that guy walk out of the building. Someone that can go for 1,200 yards, et cetera. Hendrickson, it's a prolonged, protracted fight, but again, he's on the wrong side of 30. It's very rare to find one of these guys at the premium spots. The upgrades you can make are at the cheaper, more available spots oftentimes where you can spend a little bit more in the marketplace, but it's not the $30 million, $40 million a year type things. But yeah, if you have demonstrated any competence at any time at one of the spots that, it costs the most in this league, you're going to get overpaid in free agency. It's just the way of it.
All right, here's an update on Doubs. And the reason I care so much about the compensation is I do think it directly affects what Jauan Jennings is going to get. This is now looking like 4 and 68 with $12 million in incentives to get it to 80. So 4 and 68 is actually a much better situation.
17,
right?
Yeah.
We're not talking about $20 million per. That's now 17 in AAV. And then there's incentives in there. You catch enough balls, you have enough yards, you score enough touchdowns, you play in enough games, what have you, you can hit some escalators. But that would make you think if he's getting 17, that Jennings' number wouldn't be at 22.5 or 23. But here's the list of available free agents, and we'll hit the phones in just a second. We've asked you guys how you felt about these first 26 hours of free agency. In a word, 800-636-1067. But rapid fire through the receivers. Jauan Jennings, let's go low interest, medium interest, or high interest. I would say high interest just because of the need and the limited options.
It's high now. I mean, my speed-burning, deep threat dream is gone. Shaheed signed, and so did Pierce. So give me some playmakers.
Here's the state of the union at the receiver position. Spotrac's second highest projected receiver in terms of what they'll make this year on the market right now is Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
What about bringing Deebo back? Low, medium, or high?
Medium, believe it or not.
I'm going to say low on Deebo. And it's closer to medium than like a 0, if that makes sense on the scale. It's like low, medium mix. But it's low because he's 30. That body's not going to age well. I've heard there were some issues again last year with him as the year went on in terms of football shape and those things. It just doesn't get better, at 31 years old. And when you're given a multi-year deal likely to Deebo Samuel, it just feels like a mistake. Tyreek Hill at 32 years old.
Low.
I'll say low on Tyreek Hill as well.
Off-field and injury, man. I mean, that injury's so gruesome.
Yeah, you've got to bring into the equation just kind of all of the issues you might have to deal with, the baggage that does not fit. You got to pay extra to put that in the bin above your head. Darnell Mooney.
Low.
28 years old. I actually really liked him when he left Chicago to go to Atlanta, but his stay with the Falcons was not particularly good, and he has been hurt a lot. So I'll say low as well. Keenan Allen, who's going to be 34 this year.
Low.
Low because of the age. Hollywood Brown will be 29, 7-year vet. Gets hurt a lot. I'll say low.
It's the skill set that I'm coveting, but because of those injuries. I mean, it's every week with a Q, and then it's 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, a lot of soft tissue stuff. I'm going to say low, but again, that's the skill set I want.
I know that there's a lot of people that don't want Jauan Jennings at a huge number. Like Toby is one of them on our show. We've talked a lot about this, and we can bring Toby in to discuss this. But I got to say, we're going through this list. There's not a lot left, man.
That was kind of my point about Alec Pierce. Now again,
he's slim pickings right now already.
Pierce got more than I would have paid, but it was my point about it at the time where I'm going, this is not a deep market. This is not your usual sort of picks here to upgrade your team. You're have very few outlets to do anything, and there's one particular skill set that people are going to pay a premium for. See Pierce and what Shaheed got respectively. It's not that exciting after those two guys go.
The next group here in terms of projected money, Christian Kirk at 29, Calvin Austin struggled last year but had some moments in Pittsburgh with Rodgers, who's going to be 27, and then Jalen Tolbert, who's been a huge disappointment with the Dallas Cowboys, then 33-year-old Sterling Shepard, and Tim Patrick, who's 32 and has had multiple ACL repairs. So, Toby, I get your lack of intrigue in Jauan Jennings at a huge number, but you get where they're at now. It feels like if they want someone to start opposite Terry, they don't have many options.
Yeah, I mean, the tough part for me with the Jauan Jennings is he's a solid receiver, and if you were paying him $15 million, I'd have no issue because he is someone that's a solid number 2. He's a good blocker, and he would fit well with what they're trying to do. But when you start overpaying receivers, Danny talks about this all the time. When you pay great for good or something of that nature, you can end up in a really tough spot. And I think that's what you're going to end up doing, especially when you're getting a guy who's a little bit older, and you just went through a whole process for a guy that was edging up on his age 30 season, and you're going to sign somebody who's just short of that 30 number, and it's going to be no problem. I get that it's a little bit less money, but I just think you're putting yourself in a bad spot, and this is where the missing on draft picks can really hurt you because you have to overpay in free agency. That's the nature of it. It's a bidding war, and if you get a player who is interested in going different places, they're going to drive that number up, and so you end up overpaying for a guy who's not worth the price tag that you're getting him at.
Jauan Jennings, by the way, is going to be 29 during training camp. So he's only 1 year younger than Terry McLaurin. And then you'd be signing him to a multi-year contract, probably a 3-year, maybe a 4-year deal where perhaps you could get out of it in a couple of years anyway. But it would possibly mean that at 71, you almost need to start looking at wide receivers as you mock out what Washington could do. Because just to get the depth chart where they need to in terms of talent, even if you go down the board and you sign a couple guys like, Van Jefferson or Tutu Atwell or bring De'Ami Brown back on the cheap or re-sign Noah Brown or Curtis Samuel or something like that. Like those are the guys that are kicking around at a couple $1 million. You could bring 2 or 3 of those guys in if you want, but if you want a real playmaker and a weapon, if you're not going Jennings, I'm not sure how you do that other than the draft. So do you think that they end up signing one of these guys, Danny, at wide receiver? I'm going to throw just the top handful of names. Jennings, Mooney, Allen, Hollywood, Kirk. Do you think one of those guys ends up in Washington?
I do not. I don't get the sense that there's a ton of buzz there. They were in on Pierce. I think they wanted Pierce, and I give them credit for going as high, I think, and then some as you reasonably could. But I don't think they want just a receiver. I think they wanted that specific type.
I'll say they do something from that tier because of how high they were willing to go with Pierce. That tells you, I don't think that was just that they love Pierce, right? I think it's that they really want a weapon, and they know that they need it. And remember, this is probably the last ride for Terry McLaurin, too. So you got to start building this thing out beyond this season, too. Let's go to Shane in Switzerland, wants to hop in on Grant and Danny. Shane, we are 26-plus hours in. In a word, how do you feel so far?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you boys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, look, so-so. Unless they go get a receiver. I like what they did. They got a pass rusher, right? They got a little corner that's feisty as hell. That is, he's undersized, but he can play slot or outside as well. He's not a back corner. But you got to go get either a tight end. Like you said, there's a great tight end out there. You got to help with the tight end situation. And I guarantee you what they're doing now, I don't think they'll draft sign my boy Juwan Jennings, big catch Jennings, go balls. But I think they get Tate out of Ohio State. I think they go wide receiver because they got to get younger, right? I don't think Terry is his time's up here coming up soon. So you got to start rebuilding. And like we said, we still in a rebuild mode, right? This is year 3. Let's go in here and keep understanding that. Let's get this draft right, either Love or Tate, and that's what we need right now.
Appreciate you, buddy. I can't tolerate a situation where they don't make a significant move at wideout or tight end. It doesn't have to be both, Danny, and it's not going to be at this point, but they need a legitimate weapon one way or the other. Like if you go Okonkwo and then you dumpster dive at wide receiver, I'm fine with that. But you can't do that at both positions. You can't sign a tight end for, $4 or $5 million a year who's a tweener, 40 catch guy. And then also your best wide receiver that you bring in is a wide receiver 3 type. That will have been a colossal failure in what was an offseason where we thought, we were dreaming on what if they get Likely or Okonkwo, and then what if they signed a Juwan Jennings, and then what if they drafted Jeremiah Love, and look at this offense for Jaden Daniels. You got to give the kid something to work with here. You can't ask him to drag you into the fight every single week and out of the fight a winner.
100%. And they got away with it in year 1, right? Where their number 2 receiver was a training camp cut from Houston and Noah Brown. We all saw the Hail Mary catch and, some nice moments from him, but their plan wasn't a guy that was going to get cut by Houston in training camp. Their plan was to not have all that much. And we got away with it in year 1. And it was incredible. I was there for the ride too. It was phenomenal. It was awesome. Not having enough talent on that side of the ball caught up to them last year. There were no threats, and you need threats. You got to be able to make the defense honest, and they couldn't do that for most of last season, regardless of who the signal caller was. So, yeah, absolutely. New system with David Blau, and in such a make-or-break year here for Daniels and the staff. You just need more on offense. I don't think that's debatable.
What about a possible trade for a wide receiver? If they don't want to overspend on Juwan Jennings and they feel like now they're boxed in to some options they don't love, who are the guys that are available to be had? Is there anything that would interest you there? We'll get into that next. Grant and Danny trying to figure out what Washington's play is going to be to add a pass catcher today on the Fan.
Wake up with the Sports Junkies.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. So it's funny, yesterday we were talking about the Laramie Tunsil extension on the show. He is the fastest social media team and video editing help I've ever seen in my life.
The Usain Bolt of media teams.
By the time I was out of the studio and in the car, I'd gotten a DM from our guys back in studio with his new hype video, and he had used a clip of us on the show talking about him. But it's just so comical if you know the show, because it's us talking about Tunsil into, like, Tunsil in nice cars, on beaches, in the club. It's like twerking and cheeks clapping in the club. I mean, it's the wildest video you've ever seen in your life, Danny.
It's tough.
And it just starts with me talking about Laramie Tunsil. And we can't even play the song, which apparently, and thanks to Ben Strober, who works on our show and is a young person, the song is NBA Youngboys Games of War. But like I said to Darius, I was like, well, let's just edit it and play it. And he's like, no, you don't understand. If I had to edit it to play it, then I wouldn't be able to do anything else today for the rest of the day. Like, that's the song.
There are 10 words in the song that are not bleeps.
Right.
It's like an a the, at, I think at one point you can say. Yeah, it is comical. It's like, because you're like, here you're reading the terms of the deal, and hey, I think he's the first player to receive, X amount of money, and he was the first person at 20, first person at 25, first person at 30, etc. And then it cuts immediately to like a parody version almost of what people think rap videos are. You know what
exactly.
I mean? Like,
that's how I would describe it.
Like money being thrown,
Yes.
various expensive liquors and champagnes sprayed upon people, boats, people just boating, scantily clad ladies engaging in acts. And we're like, how are we? We're tagged in this video.
This looks like a lovely time. How do I join?
I've never been to a party like that. Where do they go down?
My buddy who's in accounting, and
he goes to parties like that.
He's a grown up, and he's always been, in the movies, the guy that's like trying to quote unquote make partner, or whatever that means.
Yes,
he's that guy, right? And he texted me this clip this morning. I guess he had seen it somewhere making the rounds, and he's like, "Do me a favor, GP, because I'm talking in the video about all the money he's going to make." He's like, "Tell him to save some of that money." Because the video is just lots of that money being spent or thrown on the ground.
He's like, that's not a wise investment. That's frivolous expenditures.
Exactly. This is the beginning of the clip before the music actually kicks in that we can play for you.
Tunsil was the first O-lineman ever to be a $20 million AAV guy, $25 million AAV guy, and now he's the first lineman ever to sign a deal as a $30 million AAV guy.
And then it drops.
So you heard the, I can't make the sound exactly, the I thing in the background.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. That's actually me. People don't know that. That's how we do the show. That's a real clip from the show, and then I turn on a car with a very loud motor. That's something that I did. That's part of our radio program. An interesting choice there to sample it.
In addition to just how hilarious the combination of you and I talking ball and that video of late night fun, I guess.
Rabble-rousing.
Debauchery, whatever we're going to get into. Yeah. Anyone who knows us, it's like, oh, that's hilarious that we're the audio on there. I just think it's incredible. His team is so good. They're so fast at this. They edit these clips. They've done it before with people at the station or us or whatever, and it's like, you say something about Laramie Tunsil, then they have it in a song in like 4 minutes. I don't know how they do it. It's someone hire these people.
Seriously. Maybe Laramie Tunsil did, or whoever his agency is, or like whoever advised him. I know he's his own agent, but it's unreal.
I think he's got a bigger budget than Odyssey at this point.
I would say so. But yeah, I mean, the dichotomy is incredible. It's a couple of sports nerds talking about something, and then we're in a video. Like, I can't have dairy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the video where our show gets into. It's amazing.
I don't know how that relates exactly. Well, is that a nerdy thing that you can't have dairy?
No, it's like whatever the opposite of that is me. I'm tired. I can't have dairy, and they're like they're wasting champagne, and they're on a boat. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, I'm the opposite of that. And we're in that video.
It is just so good. I showed my wife last night. I'm like, you got to watch this. And she was like, oh, he looks fun. We should hang out with him. I'm like, yeah, I don't know if he wants to hang out with us, but that does look like
I have very little offer.
A pretty good couple of days for him celebrating that he's got money. It starts with him going like, AP, and Peters is on the line going, LT. He's like, we got a deal. Let's do this. It's like, what a great day. I wonder what he did last night to celebrate. I have a pretty good idea based on the video.
I was going to say.
But I do wonder what he did last
Found a
night
local
to
watering
celebrate.
hole.
Hey, what about Brian Thomas Jr. as a trade candidate?
This is my idea. This is my
Brian
idea.
Thomas Jr. makes almost no money. He played with Jaden Daniels at LSU. Him and Jaden were boys and close, and he was an incredible rookie. In fact, I had him. I look foolish now, but a year ago at this time, I had him back end top 10 at the wide receiver position. He had a really gross, awful second season. I don't know how or why it happened, but it did, with Liam Cohen coming in there. And he went from about 90 catches to 48, about 1,300 yards to 700, from 10 touchdowns to 2. He had a ton of drops, one of the highest drops receivers in the league last year. But his cap number in year 3 this year is sub $4 million. Next year is less than $5 million as a cap hit. And then you have a 5th-year club option that you could pick up because he was a first-round pick in 2028. So he's pretty cheap. It's going to cost draft picks. I know everyone hears that and they, it's the monster under the bed and they run away and they get very scared. But I think that I would rather, depending on what the package is, trade for a young ascending guy like Brian Thomas than give $23 million to Juwan Jennings.
100% would. Now, again, you don't know who else is in. You don't know what the market's going to be, et cetera. You don't know, how high it'll end up being. But I want one of those Michael Pittman deals, right, where that deal gets announced, that transaction gets announced, and I go, I would have done that. I would have done that. Could we rewind it and take it back and let me give you a conditional 5th rounder, whatever the hell it was, to be able to pay that guy? I'd much rather pay Michael Pittman. I'd much rather have Brian Thomas. I don't know what happened between year 1 and year 2, but and again, it's not, you just sort of followed from afar, and I know that was a disastrous fantasy pick for a lot of people who had him as like a 2nd or 3rd rounder, and it just blew up in smoke. But for a team that went really well, he just seemingly kind of couldn't get right, whether it was a confidence thing, whether it was a fit thing, whatever it was, it just kept snowballing, and it was worse and worse and worse and worse. And finally, he was just kind of an afterthought for a team that made some noise this year in the AFC, had an unbelievable season in year 1 under Liam Cohen. And maybe he's expendable then. Maybe he's just not part of the plans. And if so, maybe you could swoop in. But you don't know what other teams are going. Yeah, all the reasons you mentioned, a guy with a 1,280-yard season under his belt, plus rookie deal, that's worth something, right? So if somebody else comes in with an extra first-round pick that you can't match, you kind of have to let them win that.
Yeah, I don't think it would be cheap. 2+ years of control. You don't really have anything to offer for this year because you're not giving up pick 7. You don't pick again until 71. So you could throw that 71st pick, that round 3 pick into a package, with something else next year higher and maybe do it that way. But I don't know if that would get it done. It just, what do they think of him at this point? He is supposedly on the trade block. Are they looking for a 2 or the value of a 2? And does a 3 this year and a 3 next year get close enough to that? Probably not, if that's what they want. If they want a 3, then give them 71 and call it a day, I would say. But my guess is they're looking for a lot more than that for a young, talented player. And next, we'll talk to one of the members of the Detroit Lions beat who covered Meek Robertson last year, who's coming over to Washington to play corner. We're going to get some insight on all the players the Commanders signed yesterday throughout the show from people who covered them. That's next right here on The Fan.
AV is built for DC, born in the shadow of
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. In 1 hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we'll give away Caps tickets right here on G&D. We're doing that at 4 all week long. And by the way, good double play for you today at 3:45. We've got a little surprise for Danny that we cooked up during our spring training trip. He has no idea what is going to air. He has not heard it. But Toby's been working hard behind the scenes. We put something fun together.
Oh, no.
From spring training. Nice little surprise for Danny that I think people will really get a kick out of. Make sure you're listening in 45 minutes for that.
A, I'm nervous. B, I was going to reveal how much weight I gained because there is a number, but I guess we'll have to hold that off for another day.
We could either do that another time today or, that could be tomorrow's double play.
I like it. We're planning throughout the week. That's what we do.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondori and Murad, would like to know. They will take care of your last will and testament, put together a living trust or a medical power of attorney. Visit them at kmlawyers.com and mention us for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. So one of the things we're going to do today and over the next several days, hopefully, as Washington makes more moves, ideally, is bring on some of the reporters who have covered players in other markets to tell us what the Commanders are getting. And right now we're pleased to go to the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome onto the show Justin Rogers from the Detroit Football Network to discuss Amik Robertson. Justin, how are you? Thanks for the time.
A little tired, but doing well.
Understood. It's been a busy couple of days. Tell us first, Amik Robertson, position. Where do you see him playing when he's at his best?
I think it's a good question. When he came to Detroit, he was superior outside corner to the nickel. He hadn't done the nickel a whole lot. When he had done it with the Raiders, it wasn't particularly good looking. But that was where the Lions plugged him in right away, just where he fit on their depth chart. And he took to it pretty quickly and really found a niche there. He played both spots in Detroit. He was the starting nickel both of the last 2 seasons, but his injuries mounted in those seasons. He moved outside and moved outside capably. And so I think you have part of the appeal there is the versatility. And so I'm not going to lie, I'm not familiar with the depth of the Commanders' depth chart. So I think what it does is it gives Dan Quinn some flexibility to see where he fits best. But I mentioned to another Washington reporter I spoke to that, if you feel like you have a guy in that depth chart, maybe Sandstrill, that can travel with the number one receiver, you can feel confident with Robertson's ability to kind of slide in and out of the slot within formations and not really lose a step.
Justin, Pro Football Focus, not that that's gospel, but they had him, I think, 110th out of 114 players at the cornerback spot graded last year. Is that kind of what your eyes saw, just him up close and personal, that he didn't play particularly well? Or was that overly harsh in your view? Just kind of give us your scouting report there.
Amik Robertson got put in very tough positions last year. The Lions lost their number one cornerback and their number 2 cornerback for long stretches. And so what the Lions were asking to do was ask this guy, their starting nickel, to cover number 1 receivers, often traveling with them. And so, as you might imagine, let's say, even an above average player that's having to cover Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, it's going to go poorly in the grand scheme of things. I don't think it is fair to suggest that Amik Robertson is the 110th best corner in football. I think it's actually patently ridiculous. But, there were certainly moments where he was not at his best because of the assignments he was given last year.
So 2 questions then on kind of the quality of the player. 1, why wasn't he retained in Detroit? And I guess 2, for him to have signed in the first couple hours of free agency for just $8 million kind of tells me that was the top of the market and he and his agent had figured they weren't doing any better. Why is that, do you think? What is the ceiling? What is the floor of this player, I guess?
Yeah, Detroit's in a little bit of a cap crunch right now. And also, this was a franchise that really banked on continuity for the last 4 or 5 seasons. They saw a steady upward trend as a franchise, and last year was the first year they really took a step back and didn't meet expectations. So I think right now they're going through a little bit of a soft reboot, bringing in some fresh blood at different places and trimming, some of the veterans that would raise the payroll a little bit when they've got so many young guys that they've been giving these max deals to. in previous years, and they got 4 more due with Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, and Brian Branch due here shortly. So I think it was more of a budgetary decision. Robertson signed with the Lions for 2 years, $9 million a couple years ago. That was probably the top of his market then. He was an inconsistent young player. I think he proved a lot in his 2 years with Detroit. I think he proved he could play the nickel. I think he proved he could play a versatile role. I think he proved a competitiveness to compete against some of the best receivers in the league. And, I brought up Jefferson and Chase. There was a game last year, week 18, that decided the division between 2 14-win teams, and Robertson was given the game ball after the game for the job he did shutting down Justin Jefferson. He absolutely shut down Jamar Chase until late in the game, where he got greedy and tried to pick off a second pass in a blowout, got beat on a double move. Like, he is a good player. And I do think that, had the Lions been able to retain him at a similar salary to what he had, they probably would have done it. But it was clear he was going to get a raise. He pretty much doubled his earning potential, and they just couldn't afford what he was going for the role that they maybe had envisioned for him, which was nickel. And remember, this is a Lions team that also played 3 linebackers more than anybody in the league last year. And so, if you've got a guy that's maybe only going to see the field 30% of the time when everybody's healthy, that's a tough sell for $8 million a year.
Justin Rogers, Detroit Football Network, with us here on Grant and Danny. So, Justin, I saw a post-game speech of his. I think it may have been after that game where he got the game ball, and he had a catchphrase about you can't bury what is coming from dirt or whatever, and it sounded like he was on Game of Thrones or something like that. But just in general, seems like one of those, he got that dog in him kind of players, right? Is that what kind of guy he is?
It is the perfect description. I know it's such an absolute cliche with NFL players to use that DAWG dog label, but if there was a photo next to it with a guy from the Detroit Lions roster the last 2 years, it's Amik Robertson. If I was to apply one word to describe him to the fans of Washington, it would be competitiveness. I mean, the guy is just an absolute competition monster on the practice field, on game days. He is not the biggest player. He is not the most athletic player, relatively speaking, to his position. When he steps on the field, he has this way about him where he becomes the biggest man out there in his mind. And he's just not scared of anything. He's not scared of anyone. He tackles well. He's ferocious in the run game. He will go tooth and nail for jump balls, even if, he's giving 6-8 inches to the receivers he's covering. He is a ferocious competitor. And then, look, he's probably going to be popular with the fan base just through training camp. He is kind of a quote machine. I think it's just naturally who he is. He's colorful. He's animated. He's, both serious and humorous. And so, if you get the opportunity to talk to him at some point, whether it's, OTAs or training camps, I think you're going to find just a real natural charisma about him.
So you think 2 years, $16 million for him was about right? You would say that was a good idea for Washington to bring him in?
Yeah, I kind of had it pegged at about 214, 215, but I find that every year that my estimates are a little low, and I don't properly factor in the overall cap inflation. I think it's absolutely within that margin of error, and that's just the going rate for a starting nickel in this league. And he's durable. He's got some playmaking potential. His ball skills that he had in college, he was kind of a pick machine coming out. Haven't quite ported. Not the greatest hands. I think sometimes he gets a little antsy with his anticipation and jumps for balls early, but forces a ton of fumbles, something that was very contagious on Detroit's roster. A lot of guys started imitating him. I believe he forced 5 last year, and the Lions were among the league leaders in forced fumbles last year. Just all the things he's going to give you in the locker room, helping along young guys. He's a confidence builder in that regard. The $8 million a year seems like a very reasonable price point to me.
You touched on this a little bit, Justin, but going deeper, how is he best deployed? Talking to Amik Robertson here.
Yeah, I don't think you have to put him on box. I think that's kind of the nice thing about it. I think you can go into training camp and you can kind of decide how your pieces in the secondary fit, and he's comfortable playing in the slot. Like I said, he's not the quickest, so some of those shiftier slot receivers might give him some problems, but really good in the run game. He's going to support and tackle in that regard. I don't know if that's something Quinn puts emphasis on, but it's certainly Dan Campbell emphasis here in Detroit, and Robertson answered that bell. He's always going to attack the football, whether it's a ball carrier or receiver. And again, you could put him on the outside. I don't think there are very many guys in the league you want exclusively covering number one wide receivers. But if you're going to ask Amik Robertson to cover the number 2 on the opponent's roster, I think you can live with that. I think you're going to get quality competitive play week in and week out.
Justin Rogers, Detroit Football Network. Hey, last one for you. So far, the Lions notably have brought in Cade Mays at center, who Washington seemed to be a fit for because they were looking for center help. Paid about $8 million there. And then Isaiah Pacheco today at running back to pair with Jahmyr Gibbs. What else is on the Lions hit list? And are they a team, in your opinion, that has taken a step back, that is not, locked to be one of the best in the NFC anymore moving forward, or are they still positioned very well to keep getting bites at the apple?
When you get to the point where you've won 2 division titles, you've knocked on the door of the Super Bowl, you've won a franchise record 15 games, it's pretty hard not to take a step back, right? But I would say there's a lot of work for the Lions to do this offseason, more so than, any point since they kind of tore it down and started building it back up in 2021. I was going through the checklist yesterday and checked one item off today with Pacheco, but they still need a backup quarterback. They need some receiving depth. You need 4 or 5 linebackers and 4 or 5 defensive backs and an edge. I mean, they have so much work to do between now and free agency. The draft. But the Lions have a foundation of talent that I think is the envy of many teams in the NFL. To have a starting quarterback at the caliber of Jared Goff, not elite, but certainly in that B+ category, number 2 in the NFL in passer rating over the last 2 years behind only Lamar Jackson, to have Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown and Sam Laporta and Jameson Williams, and Penei Sewell for that matter. It's just such a wealth of high-end weapons on the offense. And then you go to the defensive side and you have a first-team All-Pro linebacker in Jack Campbell. You have Aiden Hutchinson, who's probably one of the 5 best edge rushers in football, and some other really good Pro Bowl level players when healthy. The foundation is there to be competitive. They just have to hit the right notes with their player acquisition because, like I said, they've got to go a little cheaper this year. They've got to be savvy in free agency, and their GM had a run of 3 drafts to start his tenure here from 2021 to 2023 where it felt like he could do no wrong. They have not hit very well in the last 2 drafts. They got to get back to hitting in those drafts, particularly some of those late round picks, those 4th and 5th rounders, getting early contributors if they're going to get back to that step that puts them right at the cusp of the Super Bowl again.
Justin, great info with us, man. Appreciate the time and insight.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Good info on Amik Robertson. Danny, I'm seeing quite a few reporters come out nationally saying that the Commanders were very close on Romeo Doubs before the Patriots got him. And this goes back to something we had callers saying yesterday, that they were frustrated with those ideas that the team, or however it was getting out, agents, whatever, was putting out that Washington was very close, but they weren't finishing what they started. They're close. And somebody yesterday said, I don't want to hear that anymore. Well, I get it, because I'm now seeing this on Doubs. I didn't see a lot of that yesterday. I was told that they were right there and maybe even offered the most on Pierce. And I do think he just decided he was going to stay in Indianapolis with his guy Daniel Jones. But in this case on Doubs, look, last year the Patriots were the Commanders from a season before. You had the magic carpet ride year, the soft schedule, you get to the Super Bowl. So Drake May had the year where everyone loves him, like Jaden had the year before. They've got more cologne, and Doubs chose New England. Although I don't know if our buddy Diana Rossini from The Athletic knew quite what she was doing here. But listen to this tweet. The Washington Commanders were also in on Romeo Doubs. He picks Drake May and the Pats. You think that tweet's going to go over well?
Ooh, that's the old fart in church tweet there. Yeah, that's I hear that. I mean, there's a difference, though, to me between going, hey, they were in on Pierce, but you get to kind of back off and say, yeah, we didn't want to spend $31 million for a guy that doesn't have 50 catches in a season yet. But Doubs.
Well, and to that point, I've said this. I'll say it again. I mean, I'll write this in pen or Sharpie, and maybe I'll be wrong. I would not have paid Alec Pierce. They offered him way more than I would have, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, I was in it up to the mid-20s, and even that was one of those I'll hold my nose knowing that it's an overpay, dramatically so, just because I'm so desperate for that skill set. But if you can't go to 17.5 or 18 a year for Dobbs, that's tough. You know what I mean? You overpaid Javon Kinlaw by a few $1 million annually to have him not penetrate at all and have any tackles for loss or sacks. We couldn't do that for Dobbs, for someone in the open market. But again, it does take two to tango. If he didn't want to come here, that's his right as well as a free agent. So who knows what was offered or what wasn't. But it is frustrating to hear Washington almost did. Oh, well, it's like getting credit without actually doing it.
Could it be a Peters thing? Like just part of his negotiational tactic, or maybe a stylistic thing with him that you get to the end, but then you're not willing to go over the top? Maybe it is, maybe he's a little more conservative, where he's just like, all right, we're going to do the thing where we'll do 14, we'll do 15, we'll raise the paddle again to 17. You've already done that. What's the difference between that and 17.5 or 18 million? I was telling you yesterday the analogy of sharing a fantasy baseball team with a buddy, and we do these auction leagues, and we end up with all this money at the end because he doesn't want to pay these star players. And it's like, yeah, that's what they cost, man. I know $70 sounds like a lot, but do you want the Judge home runs or you don't? I don't want to completely bash Peters' inability to finish, so to speak, here, to close, because they're one of three teams that's given out a $100 million contract so far. Jalen Phillips got $120 from the Panthers. Pierce got $114 from the Colts. And Odafe Oweh got $100 million from Washington. If you look at AAV, Oweh comes in fourth. Phillips at 30, Pierce at 28.5, Linderbaum at 27, and Oweh at 25. So Panthers, Colts, Raiders, Commanders in that order. So it's not like they haven't found a way to land one of these guys. And they're right there, top three in terms of biggest contract given out in monopoly money, fourth in terms of AAV. If you look at total guaranteed money, where the Oweh contract comes in, it's fourth. Pierce got $84 million, which is insane, by the way.
Yep.
Linderbaum got $81, Phillips got $80, and then Oweh got $68. So they've done it. They've finished. He's shown he can. But, man, they're showing up as the bridesmaid a lot.
It is, and it's almost like, well, again, you never know who's letting everyone know that that's the case. But it's almost like, again, if it is coming from their side, it's, hey, we want the credit. Even though we didn't get it done, we want to let everyone know that we almost did, that we totally would have, or something, right?
Maybe it is that they want the credit. I actually think of it in a way that makes me worry a little more, where there's almost this panic setting in. Like, our plan was to get Alec Pierce, couldn't do it. Our plan was now to get Romeo Dobbs, couldn't do it. And I'm looking at it that way, where they're like seeing the writing on the wall that maybe this is not going to end with them getting the type of receiver that they want. So they want everyone to know that they tried really hard for Pierce and Dobbs.
Yeah, I think that's saying what I'm trying to say a little bit better. I mean, that's kind of what I'm worried about. It's the, I don't know how to say this. So it was like, I know I'm supposed to do it, but my wife is taking out the trash, and I go, oh, I was going to do that. Okay, I don't get credit for that as she's walking by me with the smelly bags of trash. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those ways to let everyone know that you were in, or you would have said that. Like when the answer comes up in trivia and you go, I almost guessed that. Totally unhelpful. Totally unhelpful that you almost guessed that, Steve. You know what I mean? Say it or don't.
We've spent a lot of time talking receivers today. We can get into tight ends as well, because you'd imagine there'd be a little more movement on that market. And Okonkwo is still out there if Washington wants to pounce and spend good money. By the way, that should be the play if you're missing out on receivers. Pivot to another pass catcher. But the other storyline that isn't getting talked about a lot, or I haven't heard much, is inside linebacker. There's a lot of guys off the board that could wear the green dot that have already signed elsewhere. Are we headed toward a Bobby Wagner return? Running back 54 as your Mike going into the draft to see if Styles is there at 7, maybe from Ohio State. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan.
The Sports Junkie.
DC with the Commanders. Got a couple of tweets I wanted to hit before we get to the phones here. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. Hog Superfan says, Grant, have you considered sending Danny on a quick vacation so that the Commanders can actually land a big fish?
We thought about it. Yeah, we thought about that. And it should have been me that was sick, to be frank with you. I should have been the one to vomit on the way into work and had to turn around. But I'm good enough to do the show in person, so I'm screwing everybody over.
Danny, if you were the one that was sick, and rather than being on the Comrex at your house, you just took off today.
Yep.
What might have happened since 2 o'clock?
Hendrickson. They might have signed Kyler Murray for some reason, just to make the most huge news possible. Tariq Woolen, I think, would have already signed.
Romeo Doubs would have decided Washington, not New England.
Yeah, and Leo Chenal already signed to be the starting linebacker.
Also, there was just a funny tweet, because it's our guy Chris Russell in the mix. But Russell apparently yesterday, so I got tagged on something where some guy's going, hey, yesterday, Grant said the Patriots spent the most money. Seahawks spent the fourth most money. Are you sure spending money is always a terrible thing? Playoffs last year, patience is a better plan than reckless spending. There's a reason this is hilarious. Clearly, the teams that made the playoffs last year probably are better than the teams that didn't, right? I mean, it is like saying that the team that won ran the ball 30 times and pretending like they won because they ran the ball 30 times. No, they got to run the ball 30 times because they were winning. But this is the chicken or the egg thing that our guys sometimes just can't quite figure out.
Struggles with it. Yeah, no matter how many times we've explained it to him, the team that kneels down with the ball wins the game. Therefore, you should kneel down with the ball. There's so many steps in between. Oh, it's just so hard.
But isn't that funny?
Yes, it is. It's perfect.
That was the victory lap. He's like, see, these teams that aren't spending any money are the best teams. It's like, yeah, man, that's exactly right. If you don't have holes, if you've got really good players, if you're coming off of a playoff appearance, you probably don't need to spend a lot. The really bad teams like the Titans and the Raiders and Washington
should probably go supermarket sweep style.
They might want to add some talent.
Yeah.
I just thought that was fun.
It's perfect. Yes, Seattle doesn't need to do a ton, by the way. They'll be just fine.
We'll get to the phones in just a second, 800-636-1067. One last thought. Should I feel any kind of way? Let's play thing or not a thing. If it's true that the Commanders are in on all these guys at the end, it means that either a player is choosing another team for a very minimal difference in money, or in some cases like Pierce, they may have chosen another team over you even if you had the same or more money offered. Is that a thing? Like, should we... A year ago, they were the belle of the ball. They had the Cool Kid cologne. They were wearing the jacket in the Cool Kids Club. Everybody loved the Commanders. They were coming off 12 wins in an NFC title game. Now, you fast forward a year, obviously they were a bottom 10 team in the league, and Jaden Daniels went from MVP candidate to not able to stay on the field. I think most of us in town are still very convinced that Daniels is going to be a superstar. But it's a small sample, and in the case of Pierce, you're staying home. You've already got a relationship. Dobbs is just one guy that's going New England over Washington. But I don't really recall hearing they were really close but couldn't get the guy thing in recent years. It was just they want to come play for Dan Quinn. They want to come play for this player. Feels like the tide is turning a bit on that.
It's a little early. I mean, how many times has it actually happened? Is it 3? If it's Pierce and Dobbs, and is there anybody else?
I feel like yesterday, and I don't know, but I feel like a caller said that that's come out several times about different players that they were right there and couldn't get the guy.
So I can't remember who the other one is, and tweet me at Funny Danny if I'm missing somebody. So it's early to say, but if this is now the theme. If this comes out a couple more times, then you have to go, yeah, it's the beginning of a thing. It's the first paragraph on an essay about a thing, right? I mean, because I think you said it. They were the belle of the ball last year, where they could have said, here's a napkin and a used chicken wing. And they'd have been like, sure, I'll sign. Now the bloom is off the rose a little bit. I mean, that happens. You go 5-12. One of those wins is the most empty, meaningless win of all time. Jaden Daniels is hurt a whole bunch. New OC, new DC, coach that all of a sudden looks like it was he was trying to drink through a fire hose last year. Everything was happening too fast. They couldn't manage it. A roster that needs a lot of work. Yeah, it's not as sexy. It's more of a project. It's like a sort of the house after the tornado. It's
Yeah,
like, where
the
do we
point
even
is, I
start?
guess, bigger picture. I think a lot of people listening in town feel like last year was the mirage, and this team's going to be right back. And they're going to be in the NFC Conference Championship game mix again. But it seems like Alec Pierce is saying, no, the Colts are a better place to win. Or Romeo Dobbs is saying, well, I actually think the Patriots are a better place to win. So it's just something to monitor because it was not the conversation we were having 2 or 1 season ago, for sure. 800-636-1067. Let's get to the calls. Remember, in less than 15 minutes, our double play today at 3:45, we've put together a fun little surprise Danny is going to enjoy, I think, from spring training, and I think you guys will love it as well. Let's go to Antonio in Germantown on the Fan. You're on Grant and Danny. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? This free agency has just really been kind of disappointing right now, and it's maybe it's my fault and maybe other fans' faults or whatever, because all we kept hearing leading up into this is fireworks from the Commanders. Oh, it's going to be fireworks. It's been more like, I don't know if y'all, I'm from the South, but those little poppers you used to buy, you throw them on the ground and go pop, pop. That's what it's been.
The little white tadpole-looking things that snap?
Yeah, that's what it's been.
Little kids can use on July 4th, yeah.
Right, because it's crazy because I'm sitting here thinking, and it's frustrating. Like you said, keep hearing, the Commanders in on this, Commanders in on this. Is it now that Adam Peters is not a closer? I mean, I need him to be Mariano Rivera and closing out these things. Granted, the Alec Pierce thing, I would have never given that much money. And the Linderbaum thing, crazy as well. But you're hearing about other stuff, and I'm like, Romeo Dobbs, is it he's just not being a closer and he can't close this out? Or is it he's like, well, this is my number for this position and I'm standing pat and I'm not moving off this number, when it may just be a couple of more $1 million. I'm just really confused about this. And it seems like getting talented players to make this roster better is dwindling down. And if they're saying, well, Brandon Ayuk coming, that's who we're going to get. We need more than Brandon Ayuk. We can sign him and then could have signed Dobbs with a bigger contract. And then we got our wide receiver room set. It's just really frustrating.
Well, and you never know what's real.
Appreciate you, dude.
And you never know what isn't, right? But there are reports out there that it's not a lock that Ayuk plays this coming season anyway. So in the end, he might be just a flyer that you take at the minimum or something like that. But to your point, you're not worried about that right now. That's certainly not their plan. They wanted to get Pierce. We know they didn't. They wanted to get Dobbs. We know that. They didn't. Are they in on Jennings? We don't know. Where do you pivot to now? I would tell you, if you wanted to go big at receiver and you struck out, you swung and missed a few times, which seems like what happened here. I guess it's only 2 strikes. You're down 0-2. Just pivot to tight end before Okonkwo comes off the board and overpay him a little bit. It is okay to overpay someone in this market. Yesterday, Odafe Oweh was a little bit more of a boomer bust signing than an overpay, in my opinion, because an edge at $25 million guaranteed him $68 million to be your number 1 pass rusher. That's not too much money, but you're just not sure if he's going to end up delivering the goods. So there's some risk there for sure, which I'm fine with on day 1 of free agency. But you have the money that this would have been the offseason, Danny, if you're going to overpay someone at some point. If Okonkwo is a $12 million, $13 million a year guy and you got to go to 15 to get him, so what? That's okay. You've got a quarterback on a rookie contract. Make it work. Get him some weapons.
Yeah, there's a difference, and you think of a Major League Baseball team operating on a shoestring budget that's competitive, like the Rays always do. Now, if you go into the starting pitcher market and you want a great one, get ready to spend $35-40 million a year. You go, we can't do that. That's 10 of our players, right? That's not how we spend money. But in the bullpen market, say, someone that might be a pretty decent reliever might make $1 million, you could pay them 1.6, or the next reliever is a $2 million reliever, you can pay them 2.2. Now, you're overpaying, quote unquote, but it's for a way that your team can be competitive. That's what the tight end market is. I've been hammering this throughout the offseason before this free agency period opened, and it's the case now. You don't have to pay 31 for pretty good at wide receiver. You could pay 12, which is probably $4 million more than you should. But $4 million more than you should at receiver is 28. $4 million more that you should at tight end, as you said, is 12. And I think you can have a really big impact. You can improve your team without making it the only thing you do in free agency. You saw what defensive end costs, right? I mean, for a guy that is pretty good and ascending, you had to pay $25 million per Oweh. You don't have to do that at tight end. Again, I think 12 is kind of that magic number. 11, 12 million per year. You could have a massive upgrade at a spot that could help them.
Carnell tweets at Grant H. Paulson says, "It's wild hearing people preaching patience 3 years into an NFL tenure when your team is going backwards." I think that's a great point. And I said I'm waiting until day 3 of free agency to form any real opinions on the plan, the performance, the structure in this first wave. So that's tomorrow's show. But I just got to tell you, I'm workshopping that as my thesis tomorrow if they don't get hopping here. And I still think they'll do something. Yesterday everyone was really upset, and then they get Odafe Oweh, and it changed the complexion of the day altogether. It takes them landing just one of the players they've been talking to all morning and all afternoon, and all of a sudden, if you're Adam Peters, everyone takes a deep breath, including yourself probably, and you can sit back in your office and have a sip of whatever you're drinking and say, okay, we got one, let's get back to work. And now you feel a little bit better too. But if tomorrow comes and it's one or two minor things today and you re-sign a couple of your own guys, then that's going to be essentially where I'm at on this. Like the time for patience, someone said something about a rebuild a couple calls back. Well, we're rebuilding. They're not rebuilding. This has not been a rebuild. Nothing about what they've done has been a rebuild. Why? Because they lost last year? Now it's a rebuild? No, it isn't. Also, the hourglass of sand is diminishing here until you have to pay Jaden Daniels an unbelievable, somewhat debilitating against your cap amount of money. Now, if you're good enough at quarterback, it doesn't really matter. You'll find a way to win anyway. But that, $300 million or whatever that crazy number is going to be when he gets paid, that's coming down the pike. You have a couple more off seasons like this before that money makes it harder. So I'm not screaming about patience, and I'm not sitting here pretending like they're rebuilding.
Yeah.
They have not said that at any point.
I want to clarify. The only patience I was advising was yesterday when free agency was an hour old. You know what I mean? And they hadn't made any signings yet.
Yeah, that patience makes sense.
That's the only patience I'm advocating for. But in general, big picture, no, that's not patience time. We doubled down on a lot of things. We went veteran when they probably shouldn't have. It's Dan Quinn is still here. It's the same regime, 3 years. You've had a chance to build it your image. It is absolutely go time, be better at football time. And they chose an interesting path to do it in terms of the roster build. Look at year 1, year 2. And they didn't layer with a bunch of young talent. They layered with old talent, and you left yourself in a pit. Climb out of the pit right now this minute. But in terms of free agency and player acquisition, I said I'm willing to give them more than an hour and a half on the first day in terms of before I start flipping tables over.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he was referencing. I think there is a narrative out there of, hey, guys, everyone calm down. They don't need to be pushing all the chips in for a Super Bowl right now. It's still early in the process, and I'm going, year 1 set a pretty nice bar, and that wasn't realistic. But after the regression of last year, if you're definitely Dan Quinn and Adam Peters as well, this is a pretty critical season to prove that this thing's on the right track. You can't have 2 really bad ones. That erases the NFC Championship game. And somebody yesterday said, why does Adam Peters get a pass, or why are people not throwing Adam Peters under the bus right now? And I said, well, first of all, it's 2 o'clock, and free agency started at noon, so that's number 1. But number 2, it's probably the NFC Championship game he got to in his first season.
That cologne still smells nice.
How quickly people forget. 2 years, 1 NFC title game. I'm not telling you that it should be this way or that you guys need to view it this way, but Mike McCarthy, when he's introduced as a head coach this offseason, is talking about the Super Bowl he won that one time. There's managers all over baseball that were, win one time and they're managing for 8, 9, 10 years because of it. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. We got something really fun that we did at spring training. We're going to surprise Danny with. You guys will want to hear this next. And Danny welcomes you back on the Fan. It is just after 3:45, which means it's time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
It's time for the double play.
When Commanders news breaks, we will have it first. And as soon as something big happens in the NFL, we'll be discussing it. Don't you worry about that. But a rare couple of minutes navigating away for a moment, Danny, because I think this is going to be fun. We wanted to surprise you with a conversation we were having with people. I know you track the top prospects in baseball a little bit for fantasy baseball, but it's not something you're super into, right?
No. I mean, especially sitting next to you every day, who you literally do a weekly show, delving so deep into the minor leagues, just and prospects and kids in like freshmen in high school at this point in like Tupelo, Mississippi. So yeah, it'd be an insult to call myself someone that's well versed in prospects.
But I would say you know a little bit about it.
A little.
Right. And we got to see Spencer Jones and George Lombard at West Palm Beach, two of the top Yankees prospects playing against the Nats this week. But we wanted to find out more about the up-and-coming third base slugger in the Yankee system. Aaron Judge this season, what are you expecting?
Big numbers again. I mean, he put up I think he had some injuries last year, but he put up some really good numbers. I'm expecting the same thing from him this year. 50-plus home runs, 100 RBIs, 300 batting average, usual stuff from him.
Did the Yankees do enough? A lot of people are worried about the division, Blue Jays, Red Sox. Did they do enough to win the East?
I don't think they did, unfortunately. I usually try to have an optimistic view on it, but there's, we re-signed Bellinger. There was a couple things that they did, but I don't know. I think we needed to bring in more talent to put around Judgy. I mean, you look at the 09 team, there were more, you look at big players like A-Rod, the big home run guys, there were more pillars around him. So I think they missed a chance to do that this offseason.
You know your stuff. Yeah. So one of the things I've been saying, too, is this guy that's coming up, it's about to graduate, Rouye, the third baseman. If they get him into the lineup and he hits for the kind of power he can, wouldn't you think that could be a game changer?
What was the name again?
Danny Rouye.
I haven't heard that name, but...
Yes, you have. You're a Yankees fan.
Danny Rouye?
The top third base. Why are you laughing at me?
No, I don't. I swear.
I think you're playing.
I swear I don't know that name. I haven't heard that one before. No,
He's a stud. He hit 51 homers in the minors.
Really? I feel like you're messing with me right now.
I'm dead serious.
Okay, I usually know my stuff, but yeah, you got one past me. I'm not familiar with the guy.
Look him up.
If he's putting up numbers like that, then put him in the lineup. That's what I'll say.
You would play him over, like, not Judge, but like...
Oh, what? But if he's a third baseman?
Yeah.
Well, we got McMahon that usually plays at third.
Glove over bat, though. Rouye has a good glove.
Then I would go with him. I mean, yeah, if that's the case, yeah, why not? If he's solid at third base and he's got a bat, go with him. I went to 40 games last year and 4 playoff games last year.
You got to be fired up about the new addition at third base, Danny Rouye. What do you think he's going to do this year?
Hopefully put up some good numbers. I mean...
The thing about Rouye everybody's talking about is that power, and you know it's going to play at Yankee Stadium.
Oh, of course. That's what we need. We really need that because last season it was rocky, it was iffy, and I mean I've been to half of this game, so I mean...
He wore 14, I think, in college. You think he's going to wear 14 for the Yanks?
Probably. I don't see why not. Hopefully it's not, every number is like retired on the Yankees, so hopefully not.
Last thing, what are you most excited about for Rouye to bring to the team?
So if he has good power, hopefully that could do a lot because, some of our players get injured and hopefully he can step up and replace maybe McMahon or Jazz, but I mean, I still love them both, so.
But you love Rouye too?
Oh, of course. Hopefully he does good. That's all that matters.
We were just interviewing someone about the farm system. This kid, Danny Rouye, 35 home runs in the minors last year. Could come up and help.
Would be a definite help.
Because you guys do have power, but he plays a great third as well.
Yeah. I'm not a big believer in, going after the big names and just bringing these big names just because they have the names. I believe in the younger generation that would contribute more, play more small ball than long ball.
So this Rouye just doesn't bunt, but it's not small ball, but a lot of power, extra base hits. Do you think he should maybe get a shot?
I think he should. I think he should definitely get a shot. Listen, if we gave what's the outfielder name, the Martian, we gave him a shot. He did.
Jason Dominguez.
Yeah, he could have been. I think if we would have given him more of an opportunity, I think he would have been a lot.
So one of your brethren, Yankee fans, said he thought he'd hit 40 homers in a full season. I said Rouye thought he only had 29 at George Washington.
They said he did 40 with the Yankees because of the ballpark. That seems aggressive.
It's aggressive.
But he did some?
He did, yeah. It's aggressive. It's aggressive. I don't think
Would that be too much pressure for a kid like Danny Rouillet?
I think it is. I think it is.
Because he's so young.
Yeah, he's young.
All right.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah.
Jones, Lombard, Rouillet. Who would you say ends up being the best Yankee?
I would say Spencer Jones.
Over Rouillet?
I just think that there's when you build
by a lot or a little.
No, I would say.
So you're not down on Rouillet.
No, I'm not down on Rouillet at all. I'm just saying
you like him, but not Jones.
I want to see more before I can make it.
I got you.
I like the Yankees. I'm from the Bronx, so always like the Yankees.
Yeah. And then lastly, this new guy, Danny Rouillet at third base. What's he going to bring to the team?
I hope something good. Like my brother-in-law loves the Yankees, and he knows everybody by heart.
I'm hoping he brings power. Someone was saying they're excited about the glove.
If he's anything like the old school boys, he'd be good.
There's no such thing as a Red Sox. They're all bad Sox.
That's funny. One of the things we've been talking about is the up-and-coming young Yankees. Do you feel like the team is too veteran, or do you like some of what's coming up?
Well, I would have liked to see some better trades during the offseason, but I'm looking forward to seeing George Lombard, Spencer Jones. I think they're the Yankees of the future.
And the other guy is Danny Rouillet is going to be very good for them as well with those guys.
100%. I'm looking forward to the season. You know, it's always, everybody's got to stay healthy. The injuries are what really could doom the season.
Doom?
Doom the season.
What do you mean doom?
The injuries could just take you right out of the running.
What do you think? You said you like Lombard's game. What do you like about Rouillet's game?
About whose?
I couldn't get through that one. When they start asking about who?
Yeah, like follow-up questions.
That was tougher.
My favorite one was the guy that goes, I need to see some more. Like, you mean any? You mean like anything at all? You need to see anything possible?
A couple of the guys initially weren't taking the bait, and then as I go, by the end, they're like, yeah, start him. Absolutely.
Yeah,
we
if he
need
can
help.
play, who cares, right? Well, the first guy was like, I'm not familiar with him because he's not a player.
So he was the only one that actually sniffed us out. And afterwards, like, we turn off the camera. He's like, that's a real guy? Are you kidding me? I know our whole system. And I was like, no, not at all. But the rest of them, we never told them what was going on. Just a complete ballpark full of Yankees fans at the Nats spring training facility. And we figured if they were going to be infringing on our turf, we might as well mess with them a little bit. But
well played.
I also shortchanged you at some point. I said 29 homers at GW. You were in the 30s, I believe.
I definitely was. But that. I don't think that's the focus of the bit. The focus of the bit is that I'm washed up 46 with plantar fasciitis, jumper's knee in both knees, and my stomach is a little bit sore, and I'm not sure if it's from food we ate in Florida 4 days ago or if I'm actually sick. So, yeah, that's the bit, and it worked. Well done.
We will be trolling Yankees fans whenever we get the opportunity.
Indeed.
On Grant and Danny. All right, what is going to happen with the Commanders and NFL free agency in the back half of the show? As soon as we return, we'll get you the latest from around the NFL. We'll tee up our Beltway Blitz, plus a chance for somebody to win Caps tickets as soon as we return. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congratulations. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Capitals Saturday, March 14th. Capital One Arena. They're taking on Boston. That game's coming up in 4 days this weekend. Join the Caps as they go green. The evening's going to show fans how small changes can make a big impact on the environment. Details at thefandc.com/contest. I was at the arena last night for the 7-goal output and a big blowout win. It's funny, they won the first period 3-0 and the third period 3-0. But in the meantime, in the middle there, got pretty ugly.
Grant, I was doing something when they go on the power play, right? I can't remember what I had to do. I don't know if it was putting a kid to bed or helping with something or whatever. And by the time I came back downstairs, Calgary had scored 2 goals on Washington's power play.
Yes, I've never seen it before in my life.
I've never seen that in my life. And I said, oh, my God, I'm good on this year. And they won, though, which is nice. But my goodness gracious.
Yeah, they were up 3-1, dominating play. They get a power play, which they earn. And then 2 shorthanded goals tie the game. It's 3-3 going to the third period. They end up pouring it on, win going away. The kids were all right last night. Ryan Leonard, Justin Sordiff, Connor McMichael combining for 4 goals. Ethan Frank had an empty netter, a 5th goal in his first full season. So good signs for the future for the Capitals last evening. But let's get to our Beltway Blitz. We'll be covering the NFL and the Commanders. All the football news that you could want here in our Blitz. We'll start you off on the hardwood.
The Washington Wizards.
Chase Hughes of Monumental Sports. Chase, tonight the Wizards are in action, 7:30 tip against the Miami Heat. Set the table for us.
Yeah, they're playing a good Miami Heat team that's got one of the best defenses in the league, and they're going to be doing it without Trae Young. He's missing tonight's game after playing his first 2 games with the Wizards. He's got it's an injury management situation. He came back from a long layoff, so they're giving him a night off. They'll also be without Keyshawn George, so the Wizards are going up against the Heat team undermanned. And if there's one adjustment they need to make from their last game, which was a loss to the Pelicans on Sunday, it's defend without fouling. The Heat are top 10 in generating free throws, and last game the Wizards gave up, it was actually a franchise record amount of free throws that they allowed in the first half. Obviously, not all of that's in their control, but a young team learning how to defend, they got to make sure they do better tonight.
It's good to see Alex Sarr back on the court. What's the latest with him?
Yeah, so he had been out for an unexpectedly long period of time.
A month,
he went down. Yeah, right before the All-Star break with a hamstring injury. It was like a week before, and he was supposed to play in the Rising Stars game, but it seemed like it was a minor thing, just a week or two. And then he ended up being out over a month. And so the Wizards, when they first brought Trae Young back, they didn't have Alex Sarr in the mix, but they were able to play together in their second game, in Trae Young's second game, rather, on Sunday against the Pelicans. We just saw some small glimpses of what they could do as a partnership. But now Trae Young's out with injury management, so we'll have to wait to see more.
Hard to be more impressed with Trae Young than we are so far as a show. What did you see?
Yeah, so he's only played about 36, 37 minutes so far, but the offense has just been so much better with him in the mix. There's offensive rating, which measures points per 100 possessions, and he's been, by that measure, their best offensive player this season. He's only played 2 games. And, he's averaging about 14, 15 points, 7 assists per game, and he's only playing about 18, 19 minutes. So when he's been out there, not only has he been scoring the ball, he's been getting to the free throw line, but he's had some quick chemistry with his teammates. He's done a tremendous job finding guys like Trey Johnson and Bub Carrington for open threes. And I think Trey Johnson has probably benefited as much as anyone. He's been lights out from 3 since Trae Young entered the mix. Those guys, I think, are going to be really fun to watch moving forward.
Chase, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
You got it, my friend. Darius, hit that NFL sounder, please.
The NFL.
Bring on our pal, Nate Davis, USA Today, to talk about the National Foosball League. At first, it was fast and furious, Nate, but it seems like the signings have slowed down to a trickle. What have you made here for the first, 30 hours of this legal tampering?
I thought it was like tampering, Danny. This is a negotiated period.
There you go.
I'm like you said, I think so much happened yesterday that kind of by definition there wasn't going to be as much going on today. And, I guess the Kyler Derby officially starts tomorrow, although it looks like it's pretty much, hard to believe he's going anywhere but the Vikings. But yeah, kind of what you've seen in the last couple of years, I feel like, is when this negotiating window opens, pretty much free agency is over by the time it officially begins.
Romeo Doubs got upwards of $17 to $20 million a year from the Patriots. Sounds like they're not out on trying to trade for A.J. Brown, even still. What do you make of that deal for New England? Washington was kicking around on Doubs and couldn't land him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. It's a lot of money for a guy who I think has averaged like 50 catches and 600 yards in his career. But a lot of targets spread around there in Green Bay, so I don't think the numbers are necessarily indicative of the kind of player he can be. But I also think it is kind of like you indicated, Grant. It's quite a hedge on A.J. Brown, and we'll kind of see if that maybe catches some more momentum in the summertime. I mean, it seems like maybe the Eagles are going to at least hang on to him until they can trade him after June 1st, when the cap hit would not be as penal as it would be by doing it right now. I also don't know if the Eagles' asking price might be a little high, but the Patriots seem like the perfect partner there, just with A, Mike Vrabel, and B, the fact that their first-round pick is 31, so barely a first-round pick. Let's see how the offseason goes with Brown and the Eagles, and if anything flares up there or not.
Is there a team or signing or maybe a series of moves, Nate, that have kind of stood out to you that you've really liked?
I mean, it's hard not to think the Raiders and the Titans stand out with volume, but of course both teams, kind of had in the neighborhood of $100 million in cap space, so we knew that they were going to be active. The Titans have bringing along a couple ex-Giants there, Cordell Flott being one, the cornerback, and Wan'Dale Robinson, the receiver, another. So I think that probably speaks pretty well of former players following Brian Daboll from New York to Tennessee. So I think those kind of stood out to me. But I figured those teams we're going to be active. I thought the Chargers might have a little bit more up their sleeves, but let's wait and see if they maybe do some more second wave stuff that maybe is a little bit not as pricey as the stuff going on right now.
Nate, Tyler Linderbaum got $9 million more per year than any center has gotten. I mean, there was the difference of $18 and $27 million from center 2 to center 1 in that deal that guaranteed him $81 million. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I make of that the Raiders, like I said, had a ton of cap space, and I think that they were probably willing to overpay versus maybe a better team that Linderbaum might have preferred. In terms of chasing a championship. But I mean, I think at some point the money, outweighs the ring, particularly since you might only get one bite of that open market free agent apple. And I think it also just kind of shows that they certainly seem to be committed to putting as much in place for Fernando Mendoza before he gets there as they can, and having a smart guy who can protect you up front, I think is a good way to do it. It is only a 3-year deal, so maybe he gets another second bite of that apple later on. But money talks, and like you said, sometimes you gotta, if you overpay it to get what you want, sometimes it works out. We'll see if it works out for Linderbaum, but certainly the Raiders got their man.
I want to talk about the Steelers super quick. It's not the sexiest thing in the world, but they trade for Michael Pittman, and it didn't cost them all that much to do that. I would have loved to have been involved in that, by the way. Add Rico Dowdle at a pretty affordable deal, and then kind of sneaky signing Jamel Dean at corner. I feel like they've had a pretty good offseason. Now, again, they're stuck with whoever they end up with at quarterback, but that's not a bad little 48 hours for them.
Yeah, I mean, they were some nice players to get. I kind of wonder if they would have, at the end of the day, preferred keeping Kenneth Gainwell instead of Dowdle. But we'll see where that goes. I mean, Gainwell was like their team MVP last year, but obviously he got down to Tampa. But yeah, I think the main thing there, I didn't think Aaron Rodgers was going to be the guy to lead them to the promised land, but he played, I think, as well as you could have hoped last year. The issue with the Steelers last year is that the defense didn't answer the bell. Like you said, Jamel Dean is a good pickup. I think if T.J. Watt has a bounce back year, and maybe they're a little healthier on that side of the ball. I think they're still kind of in the mix to win the AFC North. I mean, I know we're all kind of looking at the Max Crosby trade for the Ravens, but they've also lost a ton of guys. I mean, they've added a big ticket guy, but they've also got like a lot of gaps to fill around him with so many guys walking out of the building, particularly on offense. So I think the Steelers stay in the mix. Is it good enough to win a playoff game this year? Maybe. I'm still not going to put them in the AFC Championship game or anything, but I think you're right, Danny. It's been a nice, quiet, but solid couple days for them.
Nate, Geno Smith got traded to the Jets today, going back where it all started for him. If you look at the quarterback market so far, it's basically one-year deals for backups Kenny Pickett to Carolina, Mariota staying in Washington, Gardner Minshew to Arizona, those types of deals. But the one guy that got paid was Malik Willis on a 3-year contract, a little over 22 per, 45 in guarantees. He's played so little. What do you expect from him in Miami?
Well, I mean, I think it's a good opportunity for Malik Willis to go down there and start, and you know, with being with GM and a coach that he's known for a while up in Green Bay, and they know him, so there's certainly, I think, kind of a mutual belief both ways there. We'll see what the Dolphins can be. I mean, I think this year is largely going to be a reset for the Dolphins, so I don't know how fair it is to judge Malik Willis on this year. And, you know, they'll be paying off that Tua cap charge for 2 years, it looks like, or there will be. But I mean, he's got some weapons there with Achane and Waddle, but John Eric Sullivan's going to have to put some pieces around him, I think, and we'll see what happens. I mean, this is basically a 2-year audition for him to prove he can be that guy. I think they probably come back and revisit that deal in year 3 if they want to sign him to a longer-term deal. But he's got some ability. I mean, you know, like you said, Grant, not a whole lot of reps, but 134 quarterback rating and like 80% completion rate almost. I mean, he runs like a tank. So. I mean, we all kind of talked about him a couple of years ago around draft time coming out of Liberty and the whole small school thing, and obviously it didn't work out in Tennessee, and some people thought he was going to be a first-round pick in 2021 with Kenny Pickett, I think. But I think it's a good bet for Miami, and certainly given the way the quarterback market is these days, I think it's a reasonable deal for both parties.
Nate, thank you as always, bud. Have a great week.
Okay, guys. Thanks.
We'll see you, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please, Dares.
The Washington Commanders.
Grant, there have been more Bigfoot sightings in the last several years than there have been in-person signings of one Kevin Sheehan. It happened today in studio. Witnesses.
You're insufferable.
Unbelievable. Well, I mean, I'm just so thrilled. Again, I've never been happier to lose a bet, Kevin. I got to see you in person today, buddy. That was the treat.
Well, the only reason I showed up is because I knew you bet against me. So next time, why don't we collude and we can split the pot?
I love that. I love that.
Collusion is the way to go.
Yeah,
I'm just sad I missed
dollars,
it.
I know.
I would have liked to have kicked it with Kev for a few minutes. Kevin,
Yeah, I heard. Are you feeling all right? I heard that West Palm didn't really treat you well.
Well, West Palm was great. It's the 24 to 36 hours since I got back that's been the issue. I am gutting through it, my friend. This is definitely bottom 5, like, times I've felt this bad on the show in history. We're getting through it.
Well, what could lift your spirits? Because Danny and I are here to help.
Yes, a wide receiver or tight end who can score touchdowns would be nice.
Do they have that?
But what could really lift your spirits? Kirk to Arizona for a guaranteed starting job, Minnesota. What would really lift your spirits?
I think Kirk go back to Minnesota as the guy to push J.J. McCarthy, a.k.a. take the job from him, would be nice.
Right.
I'd like to see him.
We need a receiver, don't we?
Yes. Where are you at on this? Because we're just basically, I mean, I'm not generally the guy that's here to calm everybody down, but it does feel like the animus toward Adam Peters is a little overstated, and everyone's upset that they keep hearing that Washington's in on players. I don't know what to say about that. You're going to be in on guys and miss occasionally.
That's kind of the way it works. You know, the teams don't have the final say. They have a say, but the other side, the player and the player's agent, typically they're allowed as free agents, unrestricted free agents, to have a say in it as well. Yeah, I've gotten, I'm sure, the same stuff you guys have gotten. I don't know when this happened, but free agency certainly lasts more than 24 to 27 hours, and there's a long way to go. And, you know, there's a lot of things just about the team and the schemes of the two coordinators that we just don't know enough about. I mean, they may have players on their roster under contract that they're really excited about. With that said, they have been aggressive. They've attempted. I'm glad they missed on Pierce personally, and I like Owe a lot. But I want a receiver and 2, really, when all is said and done, and another defensive, contributor or 3.
So, Kevin, to that point, we've been hearing from a lot of fans that are frustrated, that are annoyed, that they think this isn't enough. And instead of kind of lecturing them that it's still early, because I've done that plenty, I've kind of made the point, hey, it's not over yet. Now, if we're doing this in 2 months, yeah, I'm with you, and it's just nothing but the bargain DVD bin. But instead of that, why do you think fans are so frustrated? Why do you think kind of this bile and venom is built up a little bit, where they're all kind of throwing their hands up here, just in the first week of March?
I don't know, Danny. It's been definitely a change, and I don't think we're the only fan base that feels this. But there is definitely a recency bias, part of this. There is an immediate gratification part of this. Look, I think on some level, we're responsible for it because salary cap space, top 2, top 3, they have all these needs. They're going to be aggressive, fireworks. And even on the air yesterday, I'm like, counting it down to 12 noon. I mean, there is a buildup to the beginning of it, and it's going to be an active day. So maybe there is a level of expectation that is set way too high. But so far, so good for me. I don't think we know anything until they start playing the games. And even then, it's going to take a lot of games before we know for sure. You go back to year one, I don't think any of our fans knew who Frankie Louvu was, let alone the fact that he would be a significant contributor to a 12-5 season and 2 road playoff games. But the fit in the scheme, especially on defense, is the part that I really think is always an unknown for fans. And you either trust in Quinn and Peters' staff, and have some level of hope or belief in the 2 new coordinators, or you don't. And on the heels of 5-12, it's easy to err on the side of they don't know what they're talking about.
Kevin, of the receivers remaining now, is there a name or two that you like or that you'd throw out there as intriguing?
Is Jennings still available as of this moment?
As far as we know.
Yeah, I like Jauan Jennings. I've liked him from the beginning. I think he fits in so many different ways, especially in what we expect to be David Blau's scheme and play calling and emphasis. He is, he's been in a situation where he couldn't be the number 1 or really couldn't even be the number 2, but he's an elite level run blocker. I think he's a very underrated route runner and certainly a high level competitor. So I'd love to see him. And then I think we'll be waiting on the Brandon Ayuk, situation to clear in San Francisco and wait for him to be released. But yeah, I like him. I've been a big Chig Okonkwo guy from the beginning, in part because I love Maryland, and I always kind of felt like he played like Vernon Davis after the catch in college, and I think there's been some of that at the pro level, and he hasn't had a quarterback. So I think that would be fun. I didn't think they needed a running back, but once we thought they were in on one, I was a big Tyler Algier guy, Rico Dowdle to a lesser extent, but it looks like neither one of them are available. But then defensively is really where they need to keep adding pieces and talent, because offensively, Grant, you and I have talked about this. If they're healthy, which they weren't last year, and they add a piece or two and they roll it out with Jaden and he plays 17 games, I don't think offense is going to be the issue.
Kevin, quick one I want to sneak in. Do you want to hear or not want to hear that they were like second place? They were the bridesmaid a couple times for some of these big signings. Do you want to hear about that, or is it like, don't tell me, just park the car?
It's a good question, because on one hand, you like the fact that they were thinking big and they were being aggressive. On the second hand, you wonder why they didn't get the player. I don't know. It is what it is. We're not going to be spared that information. So deal with it how you want to deal with it. I don't have a problem with it.
Kevin, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, boys. Feel better, Grant.
Thanks, brother. There's Kevin Sheehan on G&D's Beltway Blitz. I want to double-click on something he just said there, which is basically the offense is not going to be the issue here if they're healthy. Are we sure about that? I mean, with the current talent, assuming they make some smaller moves but nothing significant, I don't know that that's completely the case. Let's get into that next. Plus, what do they have to do for you to feel content or happy? For those of you that are frustrated, for those of you that are looking for some reassurance on the free agency period to this point for Adam Peters, we've got some time. We'll open up the phones next. 800-636-1067. You can also hit us up on social. What do they have to get done for you to be happier and content with the first 2 days by the end of our show today? We'll get into that next on The Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan, day 2 of NFL free agency. Cam Wolfe of NFL Network just reported that when Michael Penix gets healthy with that ACL recovery that he's got going on with his knee, he'll be engaged in a quarterback competition, according to the Falcons. Tua has been brought in to have an open competition with Michael Penix. So I get that he wasn't drafted by this regime. They've blown out their general manager and their head coach. But that's a tough way to go if you're Penix, who played 3 games at the end of your rookie season, 9 games before the ACL injury last year, had the lowest interception rate in the NFL, which sometimes can be misleading that you're not maybe pushing the ball down the field enough. But 12 starts in his career. Falcons have gone 4-8. Now everyone's gotten fired, and the next group comes in, brings in Tua on the cheap, and they're going to make him compete for his starting job.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. We don't owe you anything. Like, you're not our dude, right? This is a make it or break it time for Penix, and this was the biggest reason I had him below the other guys in that incredible quarterback class were these injuries, and this is now his third significant knee injury that he'll have to try to rebound from. And yeah, I mean, Tua's on his, whatever you want to call it, his second act, so there's not much, I don't know, loyalty to either of these guys at this point, right? Tua's on the minimum. The Dolphins are paying his salary. It's an outrageous amount of dead cap. And for Penix, he's already here. We've got him under contract. It serves us no benefit to cut him and just move on. So we'll see. It's one of those. There's not much risk to it. There's also not much reward available either.
Topic at hand this segment and going forward is going to be, what do the Commanders need to do today for you to feel better about the way things are trending in free agency if you've been underwhelmed? 800-636-1067. We'll get to that in just a moment. But during our Beltway Blitz, Kevin Sheehan was on, and he said something to the effect of, if the offense is healthy, it's not going to be the problem. That basically, if Five's out there, they're going to be fine. And I just wanted to drill down on that a little bit. How sure are we about that? I'm not saying I'm questioning Daniels, because I do think he'll play at a high level. He played at a much lesser level last year, even when he was healthy, than the year before, which feels indicative of personnel and things around him. And if that's the case, then that's relevant to this conversation. But I still think that a healthy Daniels practicing regularly is going to play at a level closer to year 1 than year 2. But I don't agree with the idea that the offense won't be a problem as currently constructed. I mean, it's McLaurin and what at wide receiver? Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, and Treylon Burks. Now, I get it. They're not playing a game today, and there's plenty of time, and they're going to sign a few guys. But a few guys does not change the game a whole lot, right? A few guys could be Noah Brown, Chris Moore, and the ghost of Deebo Samuel. Like, where did that get him last year? At running back, I like Bill. We've talked a ton about Bill. He was a regular on our show last year. But him and Chris Rodriguez and Jeremy McNichols, who's a free agent who may or may not come back, there is no weapon there. There is no game changer there. Bill has the chance, as we saw on Christmas Day against Dallas, to hit some home runs. He's the one guy of the group that probably does. But you'd like to do better there, and their weapon at tight end is gone. You've got a blocker in Bates. You've got a complete unproven disappointment so far in Ben Sinnott. And then it's, back of the roster bubble guys with players like Colson Yankoff. So I would disagree with the, as long as Jaden's healthy, the offense won't be a problem thing. As currently constructed, if they don't get talent around him, I think the offense definitely could be a problem.
Who am I talking about? Over the last 3 years, this quarterback has averaged just over 4,000 yards, 25.5 touchdowns, and just over 12 picks per game. It's a pretty middle-of-the-road starter, right, in terms of statistical numbers. That's pretty, that's benign. That's kind of Geno Smith territory from a couple of seasons ago. That's Patrick Mahomes, as they've had no talent on Kansas City's offense. Who is better than that guy? He's maybe the greatest to ever do it at this point, right? The career arc that he's on has been dramatically altered because they haven't been able to figure out talent around him. They've tried. They've tried a couple different running backs. They've tried multiple receivers. They've tried draft picks. They've tried trades for under-the-radar guys. But again, he makes a ton of money, so they've had a really good defense for the most part. And this was the first year they fell off. But he's been a pedestrian, it's been a pedestrian offense with him, one of the greatest to ever play at the helm for a couple of years. I don't do that. Well, that guy's just going to be a superhero. Maybe when you reach this status of somebody that's already in the Hall of Fame, if you stop playing today, you're expected to elevate everybody. I just think it's too much to ask. I thought it was too much in year 1. We got away with it. And I thought, last year they were going to pay the piper Not to the degree they did when he got injured, too, but I thought you were in store for a massive step back in that regard. He's not a panacea that fixes every mistake. Now, I don't think anybody really is when it comes to an offense being prolific.
Well, I get the logic, and I certainly understand the thinking from Kevin. And I'll say that if you draft Jeremiah Love and you sign Chigakonkwo and maybe Christian Kirk as well as Tim Patrick or Tutu Atwell or something, all right, now I feel much better. And, yeah, the offense is probably not going to be the problem. There's enough there that Daniels can put the cape on and fly around and win you a bunch of football games. But right now, I'm not going to just sit here and assume that, well, if you plug in a quality starter opposite McLaurin, like, where is it coming from? If you don't sign Jauan Jennings, you're getting question marks at wide receiver unless you trade for the guy now. So is it Jauan Jennings? If you don't get a Okonkwo, they're not getting a slam dunk tight end weapon. My delusions, my dreams of what this offense might look like from a couple weeks ago, they're not coming to fruition right now. And I understand it's March 10th and there's no game tomorrow and there's a lot of time in free agency and plenty of players still to sign. But if you look at what's already off the board at receiver, some of the best players in the league who were available are not anymore. That's just what happened. I mean, there were times when we had conversations. You and I have talked about signing Alec Pierce. Didn't happen. Wan'Dale Robinson. Didn't happen. Romeo Doubs. Nope. Rashid Shaheed. Didn't happen. We did a topic on Mike Evans. Didn't happen. My favorite sleeper in the market was Jalen Nailor. Ended up with the Raiders. We talked about the speed of Tyquan Thornton. Re-signed with the Chiefs. We mentioned Kendrick Bourne, who came in here for an interview and a workout mid-season last year. Felt like a fit because he knew AP. He's with the Cardinals. I mentioned Khalif Raymond because of his special teams ability. Stayed in the North, went to the Bears. Isaiah Hodgins from the Giants has re-signed. Olamide Zaccheaus is having a homecoming, but it's not here. It's back to Atlanta. And so those are the guys that are, you're just trying to basically bubble in a Scantron here, and those are all non-options anymore. So with each time you swing and miss on a receiver, not only do you have to regroup and find somebody that you can sign, but, while you were working that deal out, maybe a couple other guys got away. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. We'll start with Ronald in Falls Church. Ronald, what do they have to get done for you to feel better by the end of today?
A lot. And if they have any sort of plan of running a secondary with Quan Martin again, I have no interest in watching them play football next season. They need a lot in the secondary. They need a linebacker. Devin Lloyd just went yesterday for a cheaper contract, and we're paying Javon Kinlaw to be very average for us. So that's kind of where we are as a front office. I don't really have faith in them. I've lost it all. They need multiple weapons, and they need tons of help on defense. So if there's
Let me ask you a quick question.
Signings,
I don't think you're making bad points, but I want to double-click on this lost all faith. They got to the NFC title game in year one, and almost, I would say 85, 90% of the guys they signed ended up having really good first years. They're kind of batting 500 year. Where does the zero faith come from? I understand being frustrated, but where is zero faith coming from?
And, last year was a very unlucky season in terms of injuries and all of that. But the fact that that is the product you're putting out with a generational quarterback on a rookie deal, that's when you start to lose me. Because these are the years you got to go after it. You got to go get it. And they're just sitting on their hands playing patty cake, or whatever you want to call it. It's just, we got to get going here at some point.
Appreciate you, dude. Grant, I smell what he's stepping in there. There have been a couple of deals that have happened. Like, again, Jamel Dean for a few million more than Amik Robertson signed for. Devin Lloyd for, as he said, Javon Kinlaw money.
Yep.
I'm like, oh, wouldn't that have been just good? Now, again, who knows what those guys wanted to do if they had no interest in coming here or whatever. Who knows? They hate the Dan Quinn scheme or something. Yeah, we don't know, obviously. It takes two to tango. But it would have been nice. Would have been real nice to be involved in that Pittman deal, right? To give up a fourth rounder or something to snag him and solve your opposite Terry McLaurin problem and have a 1A that can do an awful lot for you. It just would have been nice to be involved in some of those things for a team in dire need of upgrades.
Totally. I still don't really understand why Daron Payne's about to make close to $30 million against the cap this year. Like, there's a lot of things that they do that I don't really understand, and they're not that interested in explaining them necessarily, right? I mean, so you're just guessing. You're trying to piece this thing together. We're just doing our best. But yeah, I don't get how, coming off of last year, they viewed the tape on Payne and said, yeah, let's sign up for this. Let's, even though the majority of his pass rushing productivity came in 3 games against awful offensive lines, let's pay him close to $30 million against the cap and not free up any more money. I don't get that. So if you're saying there's things you're not understanding, I'm right there with you. I totally get it. But to not have any faith, I mean, they pulled off the Laramie Tunsil trade. That was one of the best moves made by anybody who's run this team, in the last 25 years. There are moves that in year one ended up working really, really well. Some of them have backfired since, or others don't look as good at the moment. But I would say that my faith is not at peak capacity. It's not where it was on day one of the regime. How could it be after you get to an NFC title game and then miss the playoffs in excruciating, awful, picking in the top 5 fashion? That's the caliber of team they were last year, even though they ended up with the 7th pick. But I've got some faith. I was just wanted to clarify like this idea that they're incompetent that a lot of people have. Lou's in Silver Spring. What's up, Lou? How are you?
Hey, guys. Happy free agency. Yeah, I think to the first caller's point, just a little more urgency, I think. Yeah, it's tough when, it feels like we're sitting on, like, I don't know what we have left, like $70 million. I don't know why we would just be sitting on this money, when we're coming off of a 5-win season. So I would just like to see a little more getting after it, and be able to build something where we can be like a perennial, contender in or around the playoffs, so that we're not in a position that one injury, like an Austin Eckler or whatever, is gonna derail the whole entire season. So yeah, just a little more urgency.
Appreciate you. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. By the way, Odafe Oweh, the 3rd biggest overall contract at $100 million given out so far, the 4th most guaranteed money, $68 million given out so far. But to his point, I do believe Washington now, as of this morning, from what I was seeing, has the most cap space in the NFL that they are sitting on in their nest as we speak. 800-636-1067. This is insightful. I like where we're going here. We're getting a little better feel for how people are viewing what's going on. What do they have to do today to make you feel better, putting your head on your pillow tonight about the first 2 days of free agency? We're Grant and Danny. Speaking of the Capitals, Pierre-Luc Dubois welcome us back here. Chris Patrick, their general manager, is going to join the show coming up at 5:30. Why did they trade John Carlson, and how did that work out in the days leading up to the deal? Just how informed was he? And we'll talk to the GM about that on G&D in a little over 30 minutes right here on The Fan, so make sure you're listening at about 5:25. But we're asking you what you need the Commanders to get done to feel better about free agency through 2 days. Mark is in Largo, wants to hop in. Mark, so far, the list of things they've done is the same as yesterday. Adafe Owe, 4-100. Amik Robertson, 2-16. Tim Settle, 3-24. Laramie Tunsil extended. Marcus Mariota re-signed. What say you?
Let me ask you guys something. Do you think this is a payback from the agents and how he treated Terry's agent last summer?
I don't
Think about it.
I don't think so.
Really? You don't think so?
No, the agent for
Because
Terry
I thought
Buddy Baker is not like a super revered, plugged
I'm
in.
not saying he is.
Yeah.
But I will say this. A lot of the players, and Grant, you know this better than anybody, a lot of the players will say this about the Commanders in the last 7 years. And Grant, I think we all will agree with this. Terry McLaurin was the best thing that ever happened to us in the last 7 years. Adam
Yeah.
Peters kind of, after that negotiation, kind of treated him like he was a piece of crap.
Certainly made it hard,
I
right?
want to take it.
Yeah. Mark, appreciate your phone's breaking up there a little bit muffled. But I don't buy that necessarily, Grant, because, again, 3 guys have signed. Now, if the idea is, we're not taking your calls and they can't get a meeting with anybody, they were second place for several signings as well. So I don't necessarily buy that in general. But to your point that you made earlier that I actually think there is some validity to, the bloom is off the rose a little bit, right? That's everything. That's all things under the sun. The honeymoon period of every Dante Fowler style signing results in double-digit sacks. Every time they do anything, it's the perfect move. And, of course, it works out that Zach Ertz, who couldn't play more than a couple of games a year, now all of a sudden is a red zone threat for you for a team going to the NFC title game. Not everything works that way anymore. And then you get that negotiation. Stuff was public. Again, I would just say, to keep using the same phrase, the bloom is off the rose a little bit where they could do no wrong.
Yeah, I think they were 0 for the season in primetime last season. They were, I believe, 0 for standalone games, and they played 6 or so of them last season. So I think, yeah, it's very possible that they're not viewed with the same up-and-coming, cool kid in class feelings of a year ago. I think that's possible. I don't think what's happening has anything to do with Terry McLaurin or Buddy Baker or the agent. I mean, if in a couple years we find out that, maybe there's some bad feelings around the league about how they treated McLaurin or something, it would have to have taken other things that have happened subsequently, like from then on, to start to spread that narrative a little bit. One negotiation with an older receiver, I don't think is going to do that. And also, to your point, again, they've tried to acquire players and have been very close to acquiring some and have added 3. What about the agents for Amik Robertson? He didn't care about that. Adafe Owe's agent, Tim Settle's agent, local guy who was at training camp. I saw him there last year behind the rope with players on the team. Like, Tim Settle signed here. So, I don't think it's an interesting kind of conspiracy theory. It's not one that I think has a whole lot of merit. I will say, because I know Mark had also brought up the idea of trading for Brian Thomas Jr. You and I were both on this earlier in the show. Why not kick the tires on Thomas round pick out of LSU. This audio is from ESPN's free agency coverage today, and Schefter talking about BTJ and the reports out there that he could be on the trade block.
As for Brian Thomas, I've been told that the Jaguars are not interested in trading him. They've denied it repeatedly. His name continues to come up in social media circles, floated out there. And again, for whatever reason, it doesn't go away. But every indication that I've gotten back is the Jaguars have no interest in moving on from Brian Thomas, despite all the speculation that's out there.
So that's Schefter today. So that puts a little damper on the receiver you and I had circled as maybe a possible trade chip. But, yeah, I'll rule out the idea that the negotiation with Terry is hurting them. By the way, they just got a deal done pretty quickly with Laramie Tunsil. Does that change how people feel? They just made him the highest paid player at his position before they had to. Didn't drag it out at all. So if you got, some damage to the reputation from McLaurin, does that now change the perception? I just don't think that's how it works. I think if you offer the most money, guys sign with you, generally. And if you don't, they're not willing to. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will get to the bottom of the John Carlson trade with the general manager of the Capitals at 5:30, but some time to break down all the news of the day in the NFL next. We'll give you the latest around the NFL. Plus, I want to get into Mike Linebacker. Is Bobby Wagner going to be the guy, or is there still a name or two on that market that would be an upgrade? We'll get into that as soon as we return on the Fan. Who covers the Baltimore Ravens on what Washington's getting in Odafe Owe, the new edge rusher.
With their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We spent a lot of time today on wide receiver market because Washington missed out on Romeo Doubs after missing out on Alec Pierce. I think the area where maybe so far I've been most discouraged to see how many guys have signed and what's left is actually inside linebacker. Second level, off the ball, your Mike linebacker area. So this was actually not a bad market. It's been picked through pretty good, though, at this point. Devin Lloyd, the former Jaguar, signed with the Panthers for $15 million per year. That would have been a dream come true. They clearly weren't willing to pay that. So he goes to Carolina. Quay Walker, who's run into some issues on and off the field in Green Bay, but he's fast and just super athletic and a really good player on a great defense at times last year. He gets paid by the Raiders, a contract that guaranteed him $28 million, the most of anybody at the linebacker position. Nakobe Dean, the former Philadelphia Eagle in the division, Danny, gets $12 million per 3 years, $36 million, guaranteed $23 million to go to the Raiders as well. So they got two of the best inside linebackers in this class. If that feels a little redundant, you can play multiple guys. It's okay to throw money at a problem and fix it. The Bears lose Tremaine Edmonds to the Giants. 3 years, $36 million. He's guaranteed $23 million. Basically the same contract Nakobe Dean got. Demario Davis is the Saints version of Bobby Wagner. A little bit of a player who's slowing down. Speed is diminishing some, but still an awesome tackler, really good in the run game. He got $11 million per 2 years, $22 million, 15 guaranteed to go to the Jets. Alex Anzalone, the former Detroit Lion, got $8.5 per to go to the Tampa Bay Bucks. And Quincy Williams left the Jets and went to the Cleveland Browns on a 2-year, $8.5 million per deal, the same contract. Very similar deal to Alex Singleton, who stayed with the Broncos on a multi-year deal. There are other guys who have signed down the board or stayed with their teams, but those were the big fish that have already found new homes. So if you're looking at what's still available out there, I mean, the names are starting to dry up. Bobby Okereke from the Giants. I do really like Caden Ellis. He's going to be 31, Atlanta Falcons, but a good player. Devin Bush from the Cleveland Browns. Market value is going to be pretty high. And then Wagner and Levante David, who are 36 and 37 this year, respectively, are next on this list. But that's another area. If you want to count up some spots where I'm starting to get a little nervous about upgrading, that would be one.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, again, you did say it, though. There are some bodies, and what we don't know here is the variable of what does Durante Jones think of what they have? Is he going, nope, I got it solved. I got Madrano and McGee. Now, I would doubt that, but I'm bringing that up just to say maybe that's the resolution. Maybe we don't need to invest at that spot because I like what we have. Or you don't have to win the bidding there for a couple of the guys that you already named, who I liked an awful lot, and you could be, just fine and dandy with sort of name that veteran to kind of help nurture some of these young guys. Or we're going to end up playing multiple safeties at that spot, et cetera. Because that's the variables. We don't know Durante Jones's designs here when it comes to that, but that's a market where I still think you
still need a Mike linebacker.
You need players, yeah. I think you can up. This is another one. Tight end's the other on offense, the equivalent to me, where you can upgrade without spending $40 million.
Bobby Okereke would be the name of these left, who feels like by far the best of the group. Caden Ellis has had some injury problems in Atlanta, but has flashed as a really, really good player. Over the last 4 years, he hadn't missed any time. In 3 straight seasons, he's played every game, 4 to 5 sacks, right around 80 tackles or so. I don't know that he's a better player than Bobby Wagner in the box and against the run. I would even say that he's not. Very few guys are. But if you can run a little more, he is 31, whereas Wagner is going to be 36. If you present a little speed, maybe it's worth it. I just think that there's a very good chance they end up going the route of Wagner again, and people have to prepare for that.
I do too, by the way. And I thought that for a while. That was kind of my sneaky thing, that they're just going to run that back because, I think they would be in the Zach Ertz business already had he not had that catastrophic injury 10 feet in front of us when we were in Kansas City. But I've not Kansas City, rather, Minnesota. But I felt like that for a while. I think they just have a love affair there, and they want that as kind of this transition to a new era begins. And hopefully he's more, he's limited in what he's asked to do from here on out, instead of saying, yep, let's just have him be exposed week in and week out against much faster players. If we can kind of keep him in tight quarters and show up and tackle, he can do that just fine. But I've kind of felt sneakily, if that's even the right word, that was going to be their plan all along after sort of the dust settles in free agency.
Tommy, who's on YouTube, says he thought everybody wanted Jordan McGee to start anyway. Well, look, I'm sure there are fans out there. McGee has shown that he can run and hit. I think he's an NFL player. I want to see more from him. I want him to get more opportunities. There's no doubt about that. But you're not going into the season with Jordan McGee as your starting green dot for two reasons. One, there's just not enough tape and enough experience to be convinced that he is going to be really good at it. And two, he has not stayed healthy at all. As a sparsely used guy who's not on the field very much, staying on the grass has been hard. You go into a season where, you want him to start 17 games and get into, a couple hundred collisions to the point where he's making 160 tackles or whatever. I don't think you can count on that yet. Do I really like the player? Of course. 24 years old. Exactly what I think they should be looking for, a run and hit linebacker and a nice depth piece. You're going to have two, sometimes three of those guys on the field at once. So there's a role for him with or without Wagner here. But if it's not Bobby, you need another starter to me. A proven guy, pelts on the wall type player, a leader to wear the green dot, who can move around and help stop the run. Even with Wagner being really good as a linebacker close to the line of scrimmage against the run, and I thought he was exceptional doing that, especially in the second half of last season, they were still terrible at it.
Yeah.
And going and getting Tim Settle should help, because I think he will be really good in that area. They'd better get a couple more guys that are good against the run, but if you don't have an awesome linebacker like Wagner, you don't have much of a chance. And their problem has been the first level of their run defense, I think, not even the second level, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, there's no place to me where you go, all right, they did a good job there when it came to the defense. Yeah, I think everybody gets the blame, but I'm with you that especially at the edge spots, once they lost Dietrich Wise and then Armstrong even went down, they just they couldn't contain that side, and that's not Wagner's strength either, trying to run side to side to try to make those tackles.
That's a good point, too. They shouldn't be killed for the run problems last year necessarily. Some of that was just the injuries and the personnel. They had a plan. They never even got to try their plan. It'd be the equivalent of thinking you fixed your bullpen and then three arms blow out in spring training.
Right. Now, so I argued at the time that I didn't think it was a particularly good plan, but they did have one, and they never got to see it executed. I didn't think that was the best way to solve defensive issues, was to overpay Javon Kinlaw and have a couple of sort of stay-at-home defensive ends as the way to wreak some havoc in this modern NFL. But I digress. You're right; they did not have a chance to implement what could have been a much better design, at least to slow the run down at that point. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you on McGee. It's one of those catch-22 situations, right? Where if this is year one for the sake of argument, and I don't really care if they go 5-12 that bad. I want to see who can play as leftovers from the previous era. There aren't many. It's year three. I don't know if I have time to experiment and say, yep, I trust you implicitly, Jordan McGee, to be the Mike linebacker, starting 17 games, get me 125 to 150 tackles and go make every play. I'd like to see him get a shot somehow, but also I don't know if I'm trusting it ready to do it for a team that I think needs to compete at a much higher level this year.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. By the way, Ryan just sent us a text where he's grilling a steak out and about. He's enjoying his new schedule, I guess.
He's so proud of himself, Grant. He was over talking today about the happy hour he went to yesterday.
I'm sure.
Just thumbing his nose at us.
There is no better schedule for life in the world than doing middays. I miss it every single day. The going in at 9, coming home by 3, having, he's young and single and no kids, he's dating someone, but, not married with kids or whatever, right. So you can do happy hours, you can have fun, you can do all that. It's great. But the funny thing is, he just sent us this picture of a steak that he's grilling, probably at his apartment. And I got to tell you, it looks like the most well-done steak I've ever seen.
That's our guy.
I mean, he has just charred it to no end on both sides. And Darius is like, what the hell is this, Ryan? And I go, that's a well-done steak, Dad. Oh, you guys are joning. You'll see. I can't wait to see. This thing looks like it's going to be brown all the way through. If you're going to cook steak, if you're going to rub it in, you might as well cook a good steak.
Well, I think what you want to do is make it look like a hockey puck in terms of texture and color, and then try to rub your friends' noses in it and have it backfire. That'd be my strategy.
If I botched my steak as badly as he did, I probably would have just not sent the picture. I might have just said, you guys won't believe what I'm doing right now. In words, tell us that you're grilling your steak because you're off for the day and you're enjoying your new schedule in middays.
Mm-hmm.
Steve's in Columbia. On Grant and Danny, we want to know what you guys are hoping the Commanders get done, as they have been completely silent on day 2 of free agency to this point. What's up, Steve? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. Let me just say this, man. I think the signings so far are underwhelming, and I also think that Mr. AP is a little arrogant. So if we remember when Terry went down last year, the offense was very much stagnated. Then when Ertz went down, same thing. And I'm just trying to understand why there's no sense in urgency in getting a second receiver. I'm going to start there on the offense. On the defense, we all can see how horrendous they were. I'm more inclined to believe pass rushers help cornerbacks. All right? Yeah, you got one. Why would we depend on Dorrance Armstrong coming back? He's just one guy. He might not be the same. And we talk about how much time is left. The clock is ticking. The quality type of players that are available is dwindling. So I don't get AP at all. So I do like the signing with the guy from the Chargers. I like him. He's going to say
they gave $100 million to Odafe Owe, which is a top 5 expenditure of free agency so far at the edge position. So I don't think they haven't done anything.
Yeah, but if the point is where's the urgency, I could get down with that. But that's the pushback, right? Is well, yeah, they did sign Owe. The other guys are more fringe signings, kind of rounding around the edges. Even though I do think Robertson will play a lot, but the simple fact is last year was so bad. There's so much cap space. It's like I understand people being like a little antsy, like come on, bring me the new things, and it hasn't happened yet to that same degree. Again, they went, as you said, one of the more expensive contracts, delivered this offseason to a huge position of need, a premium one, a pass rusher / defensive end, whatever you want to call it. I'm all in favor of that. I get where people are coming from, though, when they're like, come on, dude. Where is the rest here? We're sort of sitting on our laurels for what? Without draft capital.
Well, I would have lost a lot of money if you and I bet on by 5:15 in the DMV today, would they have done anything on day 2? I mean, the answer would have been an unequivocal yes. That's obvious. Whether it's another Odafe Owe caliber move or not is another story, but I would have bet on a wide receiver, maybe even a tight end. You know, both of those two things before I bet on nothing, if I'm being honest. But here we are at 5:15 and they haven't done anything. Now, I will say, to get their back a little bit, it's not like the market has moved much today. There are a bevy of players that have signed, but it has not been a busy day at all. Clearly yesterday, when I think it was something crazy, like 41 of the top 50 guys agreed to terms in the first 24 hours or something like that. Well, when that happens, everyone's going to regroup, reassess. Normally it's 2 or 3 days, and 41 of 50 are gone, and then there's a lull of a few days before the second wave comes. It's almost like all of that happened on day 1 yesterday, and now we're seeing a little bit of a regression in terms of activity today. But it's not that nothing has happened, but other than the Romeo Doubs deal, who has signed today that was a total bummer that Washington wasn't in on at the positions where we were told today was the focus, receiver and tight end? I think it's pretty much just Doubs. So from that perspective, it's not like you've had to cross through a bunch of names today that you were hoping they would sign. That was the case yesterday for sure. I'm not suggesting it wasn't.
Yeah.
But today I think it's a league-wide quiet day, not just with the Commanders.
I think it's a fair assessment, right? And again, if the top 100, top 50, whatever list you're looking at, that's not gospel. But if you're just looking at that and watching everybody else, like if Trey Hendrickson had gone and, Jaquan Brisker's already signed and Rasheed Walker, the offensive tackle from Green Bay, is gone and Tariq Woolen had signed, and they're left with this, and that's it. I get a lot of fan bases, including this one. You'd be justified in being like, what the hell is this? It feels like we've been duped and lied to. I'm still preaching, I want to see something. I want it done, but it's not over yet. I guess that's kind of where I'm at.
I said yesterday,
I'm playing both sides, yeah.
My tone would change by the end of the show if they hadn't done anything, and then they did. And I've said all along, day 3 is kind of when I'm going to give my first grade of the opening of free agency and the plan, because I think that's when most of the big money guys are gone. But I'm going to argue with both sides, as I generally try to do.
Yep.
The flip side of this is for the people that are doing the let's be patient, it's only day 2, it's only been 30 hours, like whatever that is. 41 of 50 guys are gone, man. They don't come back. Right? That means, only 9 of 50 are still there. There's a lot of teams still with money. And so when you see all of the big names go, you've missed out on that wave. Now, a lot of times, the better fits, the better money, the better contract, the smarter deal might be on the second wave, where you're spending, $7 to $10 million at wide receiver instead of 18 to 24 or whatever. And that may be the case. But if the goal was high profile, star power, potential, all pro caliber talent, young ascending players like Odafe Oweh who could go out there and be a game wrecker for you, well, they ended up getting one of those guys if today and tomorrow passes without a bunch of money spent. And then you're just going to end up giving out a ton of, a few dozen of these contracts where it's 2 years, $4 to $6 million at a time, and that's where your cap space is going to go. And we've seen that the last couple of years. It's going to end up looking a lot more like the old free agency from now on than what we were told to expect this time around. And we did get a firework. It wasn't a lot of fireworks, but Odafe Oweh was a firework. I keep saying that was one of the 5 biggest contract that's been given out in free agency. So that was not nothing. But if you were expecting 2, 3, 4 things, A-listers, those types of deals, you just didn't get that so far. And it doesn't look like you're going to, probably.
Yeah, I think, I didn't think they'd do the Oweh signing either, to be honest with you. I thought this would be nothing. I thought this was their MO times a million, that it just would not be participating in the feeding frenzy of the first 48 hours or 24 hours, whatever, of free agency because they just don't overpay. We don't.
Well, imagine, by the way, if they would have gotten Alec Pierce.
Yeah.
Because that was not like Oweh was done because they couldn't get Pierce. If they would have gotten Pierce at the top of the market and Oweh, they would have given out 2 of the top 3 contracts so far. That's what they tried to do, and he basically said, no, thank you. And I would imagine because then you have a weapon and an edge, the entire conversation would be really, really different. And they couldn't control the part at the end where Pierce wanted to stay with the Colts. Chris Patrick is the GM of the Capitals. He knows a thing or two about coming to terms with players and free agency. And we'll talk to him about trading John Carlson next on Grant and Danny.
especially as it pertained to Nick Dowd, where we might have had to come to a tough decision in the summertime with him. And, it's a lot harder to move bodies around the summertime, especially as you get closer to the draft. Those picks start to look a lot more valuable to teams. They have other guys and might be eyeing in free agency. Sometimes it's harder to find the right fit versus at the trade deadline when picks are more I'd say expendable for teams and they're trying to fill certain needs. And a guy like Nick, obviously, not both with his play and what he brings to a team, and also the fact that a team would have him for not one but two playoff runs. We knew he'd have a lot of value out there, so we decided to take a look and explore it a little bit. And several teams were interested, and Vegas certainly came at us with a strong willingness to do a deal that we thought made sense for both sides. So, and the John thing, I think, we were. Obviously, his contract was up at the end of the year. We had some discussions, but kind of just paused them for where we were in the standings from when we started talking. And we felt like with the assets we were getting, with what we have coming as far as younger players and just where maybe the team is going, if we could get that kind of return for John, it was something we'd have to explore. And so that was kind of the thought process behind that deal.
Yeah, so Chris, I wanted to double click on that one most specifically. This is one of the all-time capitals. His whole career was spent here, and talking about John Carlson, how did that go from idea to, hey, this offer is too good? Walk us through the machinations of that.
Yeah, it wasn't. I kind of approached it as I'm not really going to actively shop them, but if teams come to me, I'm going to listen. And, he has some trade protection in his deal. So there automatically there's a bunch of teams that were kind of ruled out, and some of those were playoff teams and some weren't. And I wasn't going to go to him and ask him to waive any of those protections because those are his and he negotiated for them. And as you're making phone calls around, in the week or two leading up to the deadline and the week of the deadline, if his name came up, I'd kind of say, well, I'll listen if you're interested in doing something. And Anaheim was definitely, I think, one of the teams that felt like he would fill a huge need for them, and he was willing to get pretty aggressive right away. So when he finally kind of came in with his offer, there wasn't a lot of back and forth. It was a pretty good offer. There was some nuance we worked on, and then we kind of moved from there. So it came together pretty quick at the end.
Yeah, the return of a first-round pick for a veteran rental is pretty staggering, and I understand why you did it from that perspective. Chris Patrick, the GM of the Caps, is with us on Grant and Danny. To that point, though, there's this thought of maybe him having been a lifetime Capital. So I'm really interested in the machinations of his involvement. Like, do you go to him at some point and you go, hey, are you willing to be traded? Would you like to go compete for a Stanley Cup? And essentially get his permission to trade him? Or does it not work that way where you kind of just tell him, hey, we are going to look at trading you and prepare him? Or did he just kind of find out when we found out? How did it work?
Yeah, I think it depends on the situation as far as how much you talk to the player about it. I think some teams you look in kind of, recent history, there's teams that are obvious sellers and they know they're obvious sellers, that they've communicated that to the league, to their fans. And I think in that situation, you can go to a player, like John and say, hey, we're selling, basically everybody that's expiring is going to be moving on. So if you want some control in the process, let's talk about it. I don't think we were in that situation. I don't think we were obvious sellers. And I don't think it was like I said, it wasn't a complete teardown. So, I didn't want to go to John with, hey, we're looking to trade you. Let's talk about some teams. And then it doesn't come to fruition because we decide, let's just hold them because we're going to make a push with them. We're now 2 points out of the playoffs, and some teams behind us have lost some of their games of hand advantage. So, I was afraid you end up in a situation where a guy was like, well, are you trading me or not? Like, now I know kind of you guys didn't have plans for me in the future, or do you? I don't even know anymore. It creates a lot of awkwardness. So we decided to kind of pursue it the way we pursued it. As far as John, I hope he wasn't totally blindsided by it. We did have a conversation a couple weeks prior to the deadline, more around kind of pausing the contract talks. And I did tell him at the time, teams are calling on you, and I do have to listen. That's part of my job and part of what I have to do and what I have to answer to Mac and Dick and Ted on is if teams are calling, offering us good stuff for an expiring deal, I have to evaluate that. So he knew I was taking calls, and I don't know if he knew how high teams were going to go on the offers, but I'm sure when he heard that, he knew that there's potential that something could happen.
It's a thorough answer. Good info. Chris Patrick on the John Carlson trade. So then I know it happened overnight. Does he just wake up to a call from you, and is that the first time in a couple of weeks he's really thought about it, or how did that go, and what was that call like?
Yeah, the timing. I know lots been made about the timing, and I'll give you kind of a long answer here, but I want to try to get the record a little bit straight on it. There really isn't a great time to tell a player on a deal because of a lot of different factors and nuances that come into it. And I'll just back up like a day from when we traded Nick Dowd, and when we traded Nick, we came to an agreement with Vegas late the night before, but Vegas wanted to wait until the morning because they had to do some paperwork on their side to make a roster spot available. And whenever you do a trade in the NHL, it's not official until you do a trade call. Like you always see people reporting, oh, there's a trade call right now happening with this player and this player. So as you get closer to the end of a trade, I found both in the years when I haven't been in the GM chair and when I have, the closer you get to the end, the more susceptible you are to leaks getting out. And certainly once you make that call into the league to set up a trade call, there's just now a lot more people involved and a lot more chance that someone can get their hands on it. So, in the Nick Dowd case, we set up the trade call for 10:30 in the morning Eastern time because, we're dealing with a team on Western time with Vegas. So one awkward situation, Vegas doesn't want Nick practicing, so we have to tell Nick to stay home. Don't come to the rink. So all right away, he knows something's up and it's probably not good. And then before I can call him, because I can't call him until the trade call is done in case anything goes sideways in the trade
call.
Just
to clarify, the trade call is the actual call with you to confirm with the other team?
It's us,
and
the other
league?
team, and the NHL. Central Registry with the NHL, who basically is checking off to make sure, the picks are our picks, the player's contract is valid. There's nothing, from an administrative standpoint that might mess up the deal. So Nick had to sit at home and wait till I called him, 2 hours after the trade was leaked, where he got traded and for what. And so having just gone through that, we said, well, how are we going to do this with Carly? The same exact thing. It's now, midnight our time, 9 o'clock Anaheim time. We could set up the trade call for tomorrow morning. I mean, earliest we'll probably be able to do it is 10. So it's the same thing. We're calling John. We're telling him to stay home. He knows something's up. It's going to get leaked. And worst case, in the time between now and the trade call in the morning, it's going to get leaked overnight. So he's going to wake up to all this stuff and have never heard from any of us. So we decided to push through, do the trade call at midnight. And as soon as it was done, I called him and left a message on his phone, which was probably about 1 a.m. at that point. Obviously not the way I would ever want to do it, but in this case, I was trying to make sure that the first person he heard from was me and not someone reporting it on Instagram or Twitter or whatever. So anyway, I left a message for him, and I'm not sure when he got it, but he called me back about 6 a.m. and we had a talk, and then that was kind of it. So so it was hard. It's not a great way to do it. It was hard with Nick too, and it's just kind of the nature of it's hard to keep information tight nowadays. There's a lot of different ways it can get out, and we wanted to avoid that, especially with John in that case.
Chris, my last one for you is just pretty simple. How close do you think this team, this roster heading into for the rest of this year, then into the next year, is close to being back to competing at the highest levels again?
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of the motivation of doing this. Is we want to add high-end players, and it's been hard to do it in free agency, and a lot of the names that would have been there this summer have come off the board. And we try to be active in any player that's available. This year, there haven't been a lot of high-end players moving in trade. One of them moved to LA, and it was kind of a preferred destination. But by doing this, we were able to get some good draft capital, draft assets that we can use in trades if it gets to a point where we can get ourselves in there for a guy that can add some skill to our top six, and ideally even a guy that's kind of on the younger side of his career with some term. But we felt like it's going to be hard to add through free agency at least this summer, and who knows going forward. And so to be able to do both free agency or trade option to add good players, the best thing to do is have as many assets as possible, and that's picks and prospects. And by doing these deals, we've kind of helped build the war chest a little bit. So yeah, we're gonna be aggressive. We're gonna use these picks. If we don't trade them, we're gonna use the picks to pick players that we can either use for the Caps or trade. And we're looking to. I mean, for me, this team needs to be a competitive team now and next year and every year after. We have a good core of players here under contract. Guys like Pierre-Luc Dubois, Tom Wilson, Alexei Protas, Dylan Strome, Marty Ferravari, Chychrun, Roy, Logan Thompson. I mean, that core is more than capable of being a Stanley Cup winning team with the right pieces around them. So we're going to be aggressive to get those pieces around them, and hopefully we've added enough pieces here to help be in on any deal that's out there when one becomes available.
And a young developing core. We saw the 7 goals last night. Leonard and Sordif and McMichael combining for 4. One of the big questions people have had is Alex Ovechkin's future, and I get that he has the right, at this point he's earned it, to make his own decision on his own time. But there has been a lot of wonder. Like, we don't know on the outside what's going on. Do you guys know if he's coming back, and were you able to at least know that before the trade deadline?
No, we don't. He continues to say he's thinking on it and needs to talk to his family and see where he is, with his body and his game. And it's not a decision he's going to take lightly. And I think he also doesn't want to be a distraction right now too. I think he just wants to focus on the team and how the team's playing and trying to make a push here. So we don't know yet, and whenever he's ready, he'll let us know.
Well, we appreciate the time. I know it was a tough trade deadline just with the quality of the human beings you guys were moving, but the assets you got back are going to be very helpful in the future, and the insight's very helpful, and I think Caps fans appreciate it. Thanks for hopping aboard.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for having me, and hopefully talk again soon.
Indeed.
Sounds
Chris
good. Thanks,
Patrick,
Chris.
General Manager of the Capitals. They move on from Nick Dowd and John Carlson. I was there last night. They hung 7 goals in a win, and won by 4 despite what was one of the really tough power plays in the history of my life.
All-timer, dude.
They gave up 2 shorthanded goals, up 3-1 to tie the game, and then came back. Looked great in the third period to get a big win. All right, we'll go around the NFL with some of the news from free agency today next on The Fan.